as well. And that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned, they couldn't believe it actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review, state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls. And yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They know what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure election.
Steven, this credit improvement success rate by
Credit Karma?
Oh yeah, it's an elegant way to show you use.
Should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Military deployment or travel if you're going away on business or
absolutely crazy news. They actually let over to the elections? I mean, so he says.
You know, I'll have to wait and see for now if this is funny, but before great CIA says.
So guys, I don't know if you also have heard they're going to change a lot of rules about international students as well by June. That's also coming in.
That's right. Unless they're made out of cheese. Unless they're made out of cheese.
International students?
No, I would have heard with no cheese. A very nice lady said, no cheese makes too much lettuce tomato. I said, no, yes, unless they're made out of cheese.
I thought you were talking to us. I was like, what?
No, it's kind of like when I use my American Express and they say debit or credit, and I'm like, you fucking idiot, they don't do debit.
Yeah. I think initially, like, Amex wasn't considered a credit card because you have to pay the.
Yeah, it was called a charge card.
Yeah, you have to have everything.
So all of those things are, they don't have a debit, they have a prepaid card product. That operates on their own network. It's just prepaid.
Thank you. God bless you. God bless our.
So can you guys, as Americans, can you explain what he meant by the voter card ID thing? Is that something he can implement? Or has to be passed by different...
No, right, as a foreigner with no rights, you're going to be shocked to find out. You're going to be shocked to find out we don't need our driver's license or any ID in order to vote.
Yeah, no, I understood that.
Depending on the state.
But can he implement that like himself? Like everyone needs voter ID or it has to be a state thing?
He could probably withhold election funding to states that don't comply with the directive to require IDs.
Well, that's great news. What a stupid system, the general voting system. That's crazy, man.
Actually, no. Brandon went over this. He said a lot of times the mail-in ballots, when people voted, when they sent them in, they were alive and they may have died within the month period. But and it's not that many of them.
I wanted to ask you, what did you think your wonderful president, just said? What do you think?
No, I don't.
No comment?
No comments. Yeah.
Like 6 times.
Exactly. Everything he does, everything he says, is the best than ever in history. It's better than ever before. The guy just died.
Yeah, but Jeff, with all due respect, he himself 6 times because the average American IQ. Yeah, sorry.
No, Brett. Like, everything he says is the best ever in history. It's like every single time he speaks, that's how he speaks. So, yeah, no. Are you also from Iran? Oh, the best words. He knows so many words. Hope, are you also from Iran? Because you were speaking Farsi. Am I also from Iran? I'm part Iranian, part Swiss. But I haven't been in Iran. I was only in Iran for 4 years, and I lived in 1977, 76.
So why do you have a picture of my uncle on your PTR?
That's my favorite band. Sorry, you have to take that off as your PTR dude in this group.
That's really fucked up.
Sorry, I'm kicking you out. When you take that off as your PTR, you can come back up, sorry, fuck you.
He's an unprotected, genocidal maniac.
Yeah, well, he can fuck off.
You don't understand him, he's not anti-Semitic or anti-Jews, he's not very Zionist.
Israel or America, why did he even move to the UN?
They contacted the FBI and
It's in Australia. It's in Australia. Very funny. Very funny.
Oh, okay, I thought he was in the UN, so it's like,
Yeah, I think Rich
contacted the FBI in Detroit.
not that I'm saying Rich is always right, but I think he's got that Australian. It's just a feeling I get he's got. No, honestly, in Australia now it is what is it, 12:30 in the afternoon, so it makes it.
Ah.
No, it's not inside. He said he was there during the war, right? He's full of shit, that guy. He's a fucking moron. Take your fucking booty off that whole side and fuck.
Talk about assholes.
He was in Morning. He was in Morning. He was in Shiva. He was doing Shiva. He was doing Shiva.
Comedy, funny shit.
Actually, I know, guys, I know a couple of people who actually cried about for Khamenei and Larijani passing over.
Can you imagine that he right now eating his own Khomeini in his building? After when he's left, after his friend is Khomeini, now they're telling him in the half of the Khomeini now.
What's funny? They wanted to continue with the killers. That's fucking shit crazy. Like, what the fuck? All that talk, it was just fucking talk all these years, 47 years of talk. And now they're sitting down to fucking deal with the killer of the leader of Shia Muslims.
But Sam, Khamenei came to New York, like in the beginning of the revolution. Did you guys know that? He came to the
Because he's a Masonic. Well, apparently, right, you've been offended by everything. Is that Soren's voice? Shut the fuck up.
It's the government talking.
Soren, you're getting on my bad side, man. You don't want to get on my bad side, okay? Trust me. Okay, I trust you. No, shut the fuck up.
So how many children got in
Right, good. Fuck, man, can you? No, fuck off, resistance. Please don't bring him up. Whoever is bringing him up.
Thank you for flying, Bishop Guerra.
Resistance is kind of funny. I mean, resistance threaten my kids, man. I don't want to be
You're more than welcome to go to his home, man.
What are you talking to PP again?
You're more than welcome to go to his room, you motherfucking people.
Are we cleaning
Shut the fuck up,
He can fuck as well.
Don't talk. Don't talk.
Yeah, but you know what resistance again? They got his fucking ring.
Shut the fuck up.
There's nothing funny about resistance, man. There's nothing funny about resistance. Shoot you guys all the time, Brad. Come on, why don't you take your prejudice over cheese?
Is that Soren? You can shut the fuck up as well, Soren.
I just want to mention
Okay.
Spencer Pratt. Anyway, so I just want to say that I'm sorry that Joe's on the stage too. We kind of agree on that. So, but, you know, again, you modded Joe. He's a leftist. But, you know, I recommend you demod him, but that's the story. So, but you know, but honestly, this is an issue that we all should get behind. And I know a lot of stations have covered. I'm looking through, glossing through some of those reports right now, and I will read them in depth that are on the White House thing, and I'll have my team look at it at my office, because I'm telling you, in those reports, you will see reporters that have bought off. You listen carefully. Reporters were offered tons of money. Who were those reporters? Like, right now, people are going through
he's grinding them down.
the election, blah, blah, blah. They're probably thinking, how the fuck did he find out? Probably texting the CIA agent. They weren't thinking to burn that fucking shit. No, I put it in a burn bag because I'm not allowed to go and light it on fire and I can't walk out the building with it.
After attacking
Why'd you put the burn bag in a corner of the room and they must have found it? Holy shit, you know? That's probably what's going on right now.
And then give them
And they're
their
all
own
freaking
country.
out. And the fact that these emails exist.
No, we don't want Iran to separate. That is the stupidest thing to ever say.
Donald Trump was president. It means that as president, but this was happening. His own administration was doing
Yes.
this.
So first of all, Iranian Kurds own themselves as Iranians. It's the Iraqi Kurds who want them to separate. We don't want them to separate. They don't want to separate. They consider themselves Iranians. They don't consider themselves Persians because they're Kurds, but they consider themselves Iranians. And no, being in their own country is not what needs to be done. We cannot create Iran.
David, I would really appreciate if you say, perhaps, to finish the regime, not Iran. That was not nice.
These people farm it out to the lower people.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I guess the better question would be, though,
the guy who walks in and gets a
people
coffee.
were getting their feelings hurt. This is why I didn't want him to attack in the first place, because it didn't seem like he did anything that would actually be done about it. But it would
Top secret level
cause
clearance,
Iran to
but
further
they're
lash
not
out
somebody
and
who's
cause a
going to be a
lot more
director or an
problems.
associate director or
What
assistant.
could
They're not on
after
the
we
McCabe
got the
level. They're below that, right? And they're trying to support the special agents and those people, right? Like Lisa Page type people, okay? And those people are the ones who get involved in the briefing. They say, hey, we want you to put it together. And the director and then the CIA and all of them are supposed to all convene together and read that document and then say, hey, is this accurate or not? And go through it. So they trust their team too much. That's the point I'm trying to say. And so they may not have vetted the data themselves, which is going to be one question that comes before Congress when Mullins and other people go in front of Congress on this, is going to be, well, how come the senior level people or your equivalents didn't get this? And he's going to have to explain it. Also, what's fascinating is the Michigan case that it seems like Joe Biden shot down that actually showed election fraud that the police uncovered, and they just kind of dropped the charges if you listen to that. So that's fascinating.
Is that the one where the postal guy drove across state lines with ballots?
No, this is a different one.
Okay.
Trump was just talking about it where a police department went in, they were horrified with, and they even interviewed someone, they said, we're making ballots, we're writing like the ballots and filling them in and all that stuff. And it was like, wow. And there was a case that was brought and everything, and none of us knew about it, okay? And the Biden administration kind of slow walked it and eventually got rid of it and didn't go further on it, right? Because it would have to come out in public. Amazing.
I am convinced that the Dominion machines that came to Nashville, Tennessee, were housed in the Sprint building, which was bombed in early Christmas Day, and we lost a city block in downtown Nashville because of Dominion voting machines. I am convinced of that.
So the next stage of this is going to be, and since Joby's in the room, I'm going to say it, there will be something that comes out that right around before January 6th, Mike Pence was told about this, but he decided, you know what, for the betterment of the country. I'm serious though, you think about it. I've been thinking about this during the thing, because Pence went for the runoff election, right? And I watched that the other day again. And in the runoff election, he tells against Ossoff and Warnock, he says, he's talking about Perdue and Loeffler, and he's saying, we know what happened. We know they stole it. We need you to turn out to avoid, right? And then it's like, oh, so you're talking about the election being stolen, and then the next day, you're saying the election wasn't stolen, it was, there were some irregularities, but it wasn't stolen, and you're willing to certify Georgia's votes? Like, huh? So, someone probably called him and said, hey, your kid is serving overseas. We're going to destroy him, or something like that. They did to him and said, you'll live beyond this. Trump is done. He's gone. You'll get a seat in the next administration or whatever, or the next 2 administrations or something. And he probably said, sure, and just sold out the country. I'd bet money on it.
I'm going to chime in and say that I stayed up till 3 o'clock in the morning election night. I watched live feeds out of Philadelphia. I watched live feeds out of all the bellwether states, and I have never seen anything like it. I'm a poll watcher, and I have never seen the other party kick another party out of the room, put pizza boxes on the windows, have shredders in the back door. It's just unreal, the stuff that was coming out. When I went to bed that night, I was absolutely absorbed and deflated by the idea that my vote didn't matter, and it never has.
I'm shocked that you guys are not just mind-boggled over the fact that Trump, and I am a right-wing conservative, but that he just bypassed the whole thing that Lindsey Graham came back to the United States with a peace agreement and died the next day. He didn't mention that at all. He just jumped over it. Nope. You're good.
That's an interesting topic, but I don't know that that's the topic of the room right now.
Okay, so let me just share the most fucking crazy tweets. Brian Stelter. So much is going on in the country with prices, with the war in Iran, the wildfire smoke. People can hardly breathe across multiple states at this hour. And the president is drawing the nation's attention once again to this subject. The fact that he lost an election fair and square to Joe Biden. Why? And then Jim Acosta, dictator Trump emerges, threatens the networks for rightly not airing his garbage. The most shameful primetime address from the White House ever. And then Abby Phillip, nothing the president's saying is true. Name the journalists that were paid by China.
Yeah, they're mouthpieces. Why are we even giving them an ITR platform in this forum? They're mouthpieces. One went off on national news, the other is thrown out of CNN because he can't keep his dick and dildos in his drawer. They have no credibility.
Let me read you the email from one of the National Security Intelligence officers. Wow. Greg Price on Twitter posted this. The email says, its classification number and all that is redacted. It says, I mentioned to you before that there's been some pending redacted that make it clear China has been caught conducting election influence. At least that's how it's described to us, redacted. But as you scroll up, note that the NSA has deliberately massaged our one pending PDB, Presidential Daily Briefing, to avoid any direct links to the election. Why this is important for your report, I'm sure. It is also it also has the potential to be a near-term issue we need to draw attention to. This is a really good example, but far from the only one, of what I've been raising since summer, that the IEC is deliberately avoiding mentioning a connection to elections for non-substantive reasons. Obviously, since the blank isn't released yet, they're holding it until next week. There isn't a PDB, which is Presidential Daily Briefing, so maybe it won't end up an issue. But this is a highly irregular way to do things, especially as someone trying to raise tradecraft and substantive objections to the mainline analysis and isn't getting our work incorporated or even mentioned. Redacted National Security Officer Cyber, ODNI/National Intelligence Council. Then the next email, all redacted has heard and received nothing. We have deliberately massaged our one pending PDB to avoid any direct links to the election. The massive report we have been waiting on since waiting on this one has been chopped up into 13 points and will likely not get out until late next week. Many/all of them will be cross-posted into a blank or downgraded to a blank so that can be more readily incorporated into a 15-day piece if needed. Wow.
That's crazy, King. Let me ask you a personal question. You personally, do you feel like the Chinese intelligence had more influence, or was it within?
Oh, I think China. I think Xi called Shifty Shift. My personal opinion, and I hope this comes out, called Shifty Shift in 2019 and others, and called some Democrats too, and some Republicans too, and said, hey, what can we do to get rid of this guy? He wants to take us down. If he has his way, we're never going to get to do what we need to do, blah, blah, blah. And I guarantee you, they all colluded to do it. And I'll tell you why.
With China. That's what you're suggesting.
Well, with China, but I think China's smart. China's not going to call each individual person. They're going to find a couple of ringleaders, both in the Democrat and Republican Party, and they're going to have those guys do it. So it's those guys asking you to do it, and it's not China asking you to do it. You understand what I mean? So they'll call Shifty Schiff, for example, as the Democrat leader in this stuff. I'm just giving a hypothetical. Don't know if that's accurate. And then they'll call someone in the Republican side, like a Liz Cheney or a Adam Kiss My Assinger, or one of those guys who will say, okay, I'll be involved in this. And then Romney or any of those guys, right? And they get involved, or Comey, or one of those guys who get involved.
Yeah, well, I think we all know how they make their money.
Hey, this is Chicago. I'd like to say something about the Save America Act, if I may.
Only when John comes on, then we'll.
So I Googled, what are the top provisions of the Save America Act? One is proof of citizenship for registration. 2 is strict voter identification at the polls. 3 is removal of all non-citizens. 4 is penalties for election workers, and 5 is civil lawsuits. So it allows private individuals to file civil lawsuits against election officials who fail to strictly enforce the proof of citizen requirement. And then at the top, it says the management of voter rolls. So if the federal government can swoop in to Illinois, California, New York, and actually get the databases, do cross-referencing, use AI, and do more statistical analysis on voter fraud, well, proof is in the pudding. And like Trump said, it gets covered up. These Democrats don't care, because when you're in power, you don't want anything to change. You all vote. Some people here have gone through the election process, and you see that there's fraud at the petition level, not just at the ballot level. It's 2026. We've got Google. We've got Meta. We've got the biggest technology corporations on the planet, and we can't figure out how to run fucking elections efficiently, transparently, and easily, where everyone gets a shot, where lawyers and judges don't control the whole system. So, I hope they pass this. And if they don't pass it, like, Trump is basically a great salesman. In my opinion, he is a terrific executive. And if you listen to the liberal progressives who call him a fascist, was his speech tonight fascistic? No. The guy loves America. He is Mr. America. And he loves it. And a lot of people love it in the same way that he loves it. And if they can't pass this, and they let election fraud continue in sanctuary cities and in Democrat-controlled states, well, the Department of Justice, I guess, was just sitting on their heels like the way he said they were doing under Biden. So until that DOJ, Todd Blanche, and all the attorney generals around the country start arresting criminal Democrat politicians, judges, lawyers, etc., that are committing crime, organizing theft. Look at Marshall Rankin. He has admitted to ballot harvesting on this app for Congressman La Cruz in Hidalgo County for the Republicans. I was, just ask Marshall some simple questions about Donald Trump. Is Donald Trump a good face for the Republican Party? Marshall Rankin would say, no, absolutely not. So anyways, it's not about people, it's about ideas, because the populace is not voting on economic issues, on taxation or debt or borrowing.
John, before I remove
Hello?
from the room,
Are you gonna remove me from the room?
Are you
Listen,
declaring
fat ass.
that
If you kick me from the room, just know that people vote ideologically and are easily swayed and manipulated. Hello?
Guidelines and electioneering.
Oh, really, Monica? You went to the gym 20 years ago? You read a book 20 years ago? You see, I listen on this app, and I can hear what Marshall Stankin Rankin says. Am I in trouble? You're in trouble, fat ass. You're on here all day long with serendipity. No, I'm not. I'm running for the mayoralship of Chicago, my nigga.
Yeah, technically he lost because of voter fraud.
That's right. I was accused of fraud, but that was projection from Darren LaHood's attorney onto me because he committed voter fraud. He only got 1,600 signatures. 1,550 was the minimum. I challenged him. The Illinois State Board of Elections didn't even audit his petitions. Why is that? Because the fix is in. The lawyers and the judges all work together. The people have no option of getting on the ballot. And if they do, they get outspent. Darren LaHood raised $3 million a year in big pharma money. So listen, my nigga, when I say that Marshall Stankin Rankin, who can't even identify a border, calls Trump a fascist and a dumbass all day long, well, that's projection. Marshall is a fascist, and Marshall is a dumbass. I am complete.
So Ron DeSantis just posted something that I agree with. It's time to yank the CCP student visas, which are hundreds of thousands a year.
Trump just gave them those, so that's what's funny. Like, hello?
Well, I think he gave them specialized ones for someone to just rewrite.
Fucking idiots.
Well, that's because of the $1 trillion trade deal. So if they get $1 trillion from China, unfortunately, they're going to bend the knee when it comes to those students. So $1 trillion, would you take $1 trillion in trade? That's why I say Donald Trump's a little too transactional. Ron DeSantis would have bust everything up, but hey, if we start firing and actually arresting some of these damn business owners that are doing this visa fraud and illegal immigration take on, we might get somewhere.
This room is not about me, though I like me. This room is about Donald Trump, our great executive, who's not a fascist, who loves this country, and who's trying to do the right thing and fight foreign enemies and domestic enemies. In my opinion, the domestic enemies are a bigger threat than the foreign enemies. Hello?
That's what I think too, Chicago. I think domestic is bad.
The problem with the domestic enemies is because you can't identify them. Are they MAGA? Are they the elite? Are they the Democrats? Who knows? Hello?
They're the Democrats, sorry. I hate to tell you, but they are.
If you think it's black and white, Dems versus Republicans, you've got another thing coming. Hello?
No, look, dude, I get that it's opposite wing. The right wing trying to save the fiscal issues of our country right now, trying to save jobs, trying to do things instead of bitching about what the government owes me.
What are these burn bans?
Yeah, good question.
Levine's real ID situation is not going to work because non-citizens can have real IDs.
Why don't we just turn them? I mean, it's ran by Homeland Security, so why don't we just turn them like we do minors? If you're not a natural citizen, we turn the ID and flip it 90 degrees, just like we do a minor. What's wrong with that?
Again, this is...
It's gonna come down to fingerprint, period.
It'll be Face ID. They're capturing that at the airport. They're capturing that at the banks now. I went to draw $4,000 to buy a grand piano. Had oodled some money in the bank. Went to draw $4,000 to buy a grand piano. And I was told to verify my account to pull $4,000. I had to give a Face ID to my bank. That is all now with the IRS coming in and looking at everything $600 and above. Now, Homeland Security has my face. Whether I go through the airport, whether I try to like pay something online, they want a face ID, they want a thumb ID. All that is Homeland Security. That's why these data centers are going up like crazy.
The Face ID is retina.
Is it a totally eyeball?
Yep.
Interesting.
See, if they get the access to the every state board of election voter database roll, which they already should have, but as he said, Democrat-controlled states refuse to give up the data, that would allow a lot of cross-referencing. But the fact that we don't have that data at the federal level, well, that's strange to begin with. And you know, a lot of these bullshit acts are really just spending bills, and as he said, he was criticizing Dominion Systems, which was formerly invested by Soros and others. But if they do a federalization of the election system and create some type of supplementary organization to like the Federal Election Commission, and basically take the whole thing over and remove these state board of election databases and make everybody register federally, I don't understand the problem with that. We spend an inordinate amount of money on federal taxes every year through the income tax. We can't have an accurate federal election for our commander-in-chief. And the fact that Kamala Harris didn't win, I was really depressed going into this election. I thought for sure the elections were fixed through Dominion and through hacking and through other manipulations and frauds. But then Trump wins. And I'm like, it's a fucking miracle. There's enough people that got out of their houses and overturned the manipulation within the pre-existing fraud. So it was like the collective unconscious awakened, and went to the polls and voted Trump because they sensed the danger within. Kamala Harris posed a massive danger to our culture, to our society. When she says she wants to provide transgender surgeries for illegal aliens in our prisons, we know we're dealing with a clown world premium retard. Someone with a very low level IQ of priorities and pure stupidity. I'm sorry if that offends anyone, but we have to have priorities in our elected officials. Their communication, the priority of their communication, what they're telling us and what they're transmitting to us should be a priority to us. And what Trump said tonight is a priority to me, and it should be to all Americans that love this country and want actual transparency in our leaders. Not manufactured bullshit leaders like Barack Hussein Obama, a know-nothing CIA agent with a trans husband. We are living in a cooked society. The CIA's getting $100 billion a year. What do you think they use that money for? Climate change, climate control, regime change control. They don't want a real brother like Coon-Creed here getting in the motherfucking White House and talking his shit. They want to control the commander-in-chief. It's the Praetorian Guard. They're working overtime, and they are a clique and a cult, and they're still around. Who do you think killed Kennedy? It's been confirmed. The CIA and the Pentagon, the military-industrial complex, and it warped into a group of weirdos. I am complete.
That was fucking beautiful. It was a hodgepodge cornucopia, smorgasbord of insanity, mental illness, conspiracy theories, and delusions of grandeur. Oh, what a wonderful symphony of mental disorders that was. I love it. I need more. More, please.
Hey, Concrete, can I ask you a question? How do you feel about working from January to freaking May to pay the government? How do you feel about that? Do you think the government is above what we're talking about?
I don't think we understand the nature of the problem, nor...
What is the nature of the problem? I would like to hear you frame that, please.
Can I finish my sentence first? Before I explain it?
Sure.
Alright, so please don't interrupt. Thank you. So, I don't think we understand the nature of the problem, nor do we have the moral, ethical, stamina necessary to fix the problem, right? The problem has always been the elite control of the masses. I'm sorry, but your history books have been telling you about revolution after revolution after revolution. And who were the people in power? They were your kings, your landlords, your industry titans. They've always been the same people doing the same thing. And we still let it happen to us. And we get caught up in these fictitious conflicts between right and blue, left and right. And it kept you mesmerized. Did you hear that last submission? The combination of patriotism mixed with conspiracy theory, mixed with fucking little bit of racism, racist hate, a little bit of envy. This is the embodiment of human failing at its most competent level. So we got a bunch of humans failing.
Okay, I get where you're going, Sugar. No. So the question that I have for you, Concrete, is...
Let me land.
Land, please.
We have... Yeah, I am. Just be quiet, relax. You're not my boss. You're not my mom. You're not a fucking man.
That is a man!
Before I have to. Now, we have incompetent...
I hate to correct you, Concrete, but I think Shelley is a man.
Those are...
Regardless of whatever my pronouns are, no, thank you. You're not my boss. You're not my husband.
I didn't interrupt you.
But you're circling. Land, please.
Have some fucking respect, you fucking weirdo. That's your problem. You want solutions, but
You want to put some facts in there or something you can back up? I'd be happy to listen.
solutions. You want to make the world a better place. Start with your fucking self. Start with your fucking self, you fucking lazy American.
I already have.
Undisciplined, you undisciplined, irreverent, fucking...
Concrete, could you maybe just stick to the topic and try to land your plane, Concrete? Thank you very much, Concrete.
You've thrown a lot of things out there with no backing whatsoever, so I'm waiting for you to land your plane.
I don't need you to shut the fuck up when I'm speaking. How about that?
Get your plane landed and I
Shut the
will.
fuck up when I'm speaking, right?
No, thank you.
See, this is the only language you understand. You don't understand civility.
Concrete, just get back to what you were saying, because this is considered harassment and abusive speech.
You don't understand.
Get back on topic, Concrete. You were doing great. Don't get so sidetracked.
And I'm your motherfucking, I'm your ally.
You're in the weeds, bro.
I'm your
Make your
ally.
point.
You're getting sidetracked, Concrete.
Attacking me.
You're getting sidetracked. In Chicago, the biggest gay club is called Sidetracks. You're getting sidetracked.
I don't even know, Concrete is talking, and, I don't know why he was even interrupted,
Well, he twice came back to the same point with no receipts, so I'm trying to figure out where he's going.
I asked you a nice thing.
but it doesn't matter.
So, Ann, can I slightly change the topic? That's okay.
Can I just finish my statement, please?
Yeah, let Concrete land.
Thank you, Ann. I appreciate it. So, I began my submission by saying we don't fully understand the problem. I then went on to explain to you the kings and the business titans and the politicians and the clergy that has been conspiring against the masses since time immemorial, right? I explained to you how the history books are replete with example after example about how laws are used to subjugate the people, and they are used as tools of the elite to do what they want under the guise of order and law. I explained this to you. I tell you the history books have the verification, and you get upset with me and you went over to talk to me where we can talk about solutions. The solution is unification of the people. Stop doing the black and white, red and fucking blue games that they have occupy your time and to fucking confuse you. Stop that. Get out of your lower self, your racist self, your sexist self, your fucking xenophobic self, your religious zealot self.
Clubhouse pontificating spam
But
self?
guess what? You don't understand how to do that because being a religious zealot, being a fucking xenophobe, it makes you feel good. What they do is they ruin the conditions of our existence so much. They give us a little bit of cake, and you take it and you love it. Let them eat cake. That's what they say. They say, don't give them free healthcare. Don't give them free education. Give
Well,
them
how much free healthcare? Because, you know.
Ben, let me change this.
Give them somebody to hate. LBJ said, convince the lowest white man that they are better than the highest black man, and he won't mind you picking his pocket. Hell, give them somebody to look down on, and he'll pick his pocket.
Are you going to karaoke tonight, Cuckoo? I gotta get to karaoke, y'all. Bye. I'll be at Shenanigans in Chicago on Russian Division. Karaoke night all night, every Thursday at Shenanigans.
Who thinks that he has all the answers. But guess what? All he does is sit in his rooms by himself talking stupid shit. Delusions of grandeur.
Projection Mirror says what? Projection Mirror says what?
Delusions of grandeur.
Projection Mirror says
You
what?
want to shut down, but you let that fucking weirdo ramble and ramble and ramble and walk around that.
Thank God.
Naveen.
Here's a theory I brought up in another room here, okay? Just hear me out on this, okay? And I think Adams is here too, and Joby and others. And I want to hear your thoughts. Everyone's pointing Shelley. Everyone want to hear your thoughts, Beaver. So, Beth. So what if the Mar-a-Lago raid was for the documents that Trump just released? Hear me on it, right? What if, especially the one that talks about them slow walking and these emails and stuff, and Trump was leaving office, he was given these documents, and he kept them, and he knew that if he released them while he was there, it would be considered treason and all that stuff while he was out of office and no longer president, and the only time to do it was while he was president, and the whole point of Tulsi and everyone being in there was to find this info and to find more corroborating info, and so there's some subset of this was what he took with him. It makes sense, because they go, holy fucking shit, we gotta get the documents. And notice how Jack Smith spoke before Congress, others spoke before Congress, and people asked him what was the nature of the document. He said, I'm not privileged to speak about it. And even a Democrat said, what do you mean you're not privileged to speak about it? Like, you're no longer in the administration. Like, why? And he doesn't want to talk about what it is because hiding the secret? I don't know.
Well, did Jack Smith just get charged for perjury?
It probably won't, but the interesting thing here is, what if that's the case? That's number one, right? That's the documents thing in Mar-a-Lago, right? Second thing is that Trump didn't bring up the Assad and Warnock thing, which I was hoping he was going to talk more about, but
part of its economic treaties with those countries.
People
And he needs the money
China
that
didn't
comes
do
in
that.
from those countries purchasing other things from Turkey. Turkey's not keeping it because it's a fantastic system. Prior to the United States fucking Maduro up and ripping through those systems, you had 12 nations in the Middle East and in Western Asia buying Russian and Chinese anti-aircraft and anti-missile defense systems. 11 of them have said no and are no longer doing that anymore. Out of those 11, 8 are begging the Americans for their tech, and 3 are in negotiations or contracts with the Iron Dome. It is very fucking clear what happened. The Russians and the Chinese tried to pretend they had anti-missile and anti-aircraft systems that rivaled the American systems or the Israeli Iron Dome systems, and when tested by American tech, they were eviscerated.
Yeah, but the 19th of March 2026, you're right, not the 19th of March 2006, and it's just why it's so prominent about this date, because on that date, an F-35 was actually shot down. And the link is in the chat where this Larry saying probably
He doesn't give up, huh? I gotta give him.
and
That's
the chat
commitment.
and the moderator is in the
That's committed. That's commitment. So they took down one plate.
It's not one place. F-35 place. Unkillable.
They took down one, and let's just be real here. The F-35s are not America's new tech, which is why they're selling them. Right? The F-35s are not America's new tech. America's moving beyond the F-35. Right? It's why it's giving them to the Emiratis. It's why it's giving them to the fucking Saudis. It's why Israel is even onto the F-35IC. Right? Because the F-35 is the current generation of technology. So that's great that they managed to take down one F-35. If I have a defense system and it takes down one bullet and you shoot 50 at me, it's not a sufficient defense system, right? The Iron Dome and the U.S. Patriot systems are fantastic. You have to bombard them with overwhelming targets in order to get anything passed, right?
And you know that in every production there is also a lemon.
Listen, lock everything. That's the point. And so it's easier to plus, don't forget the World Health Organization is heavily funded by China. So China says, hey, we'll provide you the locations. By the way, U.S. is the only country. France, French scientists, UK scientists, all these people use China because they give you the free space, the free locations, but as part of the WHO. They do that, and everyone reports to CCP and they understand that. They go, where's our collaboration? You're a partner company on this.
49 went through.
Wow.
How many drones
Eye-opening. Thank you, King.
A lot of
And listen to Fauci's testimony, if you compare it, when he testified before Congress, and they asked him this question, like, why do you use China? And then he explained what I just said, and, it didn't make sense. It was like, we can find better results. We never had an issue with all that bullshit.
They're sending them one way. They don't give a fuck.
I have to go back and listen to that. I do. I have to go back and listen to it sometimes.
If you are,
That's
you're
interesting.
gonna shoot. It's so great.
When I go back
Then
in.
why they're hiding in caves?
You don't see Trump hiding in a cave. You don't see fucking Netanyahu hiding in a cave.
Well, the reason
Going back to Hungary, I'm just gonna say that what Chicago was saying is not necessarily
Then what should I do?
all of this.
it's not definitively proven. And I will just say that I watched the election. It was horrible the way that everything was handled, especially the way that we have technology. And it made me feel like I it was staying in line till 9 or whatever it was. Didn't matter. And nobody should feel like that. So that's my
I got deplatformed from Instagram. I had to send them my driver's license. I had to send them a selfie of myself. Email verification, cell phone verification, 2 times. And they deleted me, censored me because they don't like my political speech and or my artistic endeavor. And it's just raw censorship. And so even if the populace or, basically we have a state-controlled economy. Approaching 50% of our economy is just all borrowed money. We don't produce any products. We have some services like hotels and golf courses and your gymnasium that you might frequent, unlike Monica. And all I'm trying to say is that if you are 300 pounds plus, laying in a bed of your own filth, defending Marshall Stankin Rankin, a guy who can't even define what a border is, all I gotta say is you could be triple vaxxed, quadruple vaxxed, and 6 times boosted. You might be looking forward to your new future winter mRNA flu vaccine injection from Pfizer. You might like Borla. You might like Bill Gates and Dr. Fauci. I don't know who you are. Hello?
Yeah, Bill Gates, screw him and the ticks he brought on us.
Steve Bannon is forecasting on what's to come. I just want to listen for a minute. If it's, I'll stop it.
Real quick, can I just say something?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I just got a call from somebody who's extremely well connected with the administration, and they're like worrisome that the announcement tonight didn't get broadcasted by like over 30 different news networks. Did you guys know that?
Well, do you remember Seneca Rosemont press conference before the presidential debate in Nashville?
No.
Probably not, because that's when Belinsky, the partner with Hunter Biden, came into the room. He handed a probably 40-page document. It was pretty thick to each of the outlets that were there: NBC, CBS, NBC, all of that. They handed all of them to it, and it said, here is why Biden and his son have conspired, and here's how they did it, and here's the shell companies they set up, and here's everything. And he went through 13 phones he had in his hand at the time, throwaway phones, with all that evidence, and they cut him off from the national network. And I don't know that it aired, I'm in Nashville, so I don't know that it aired outside of Nashville, but we in Nashville knew about the Hunter laptop more than anyone probably in the United States. And they didn't, not one of those outlets followed up. Not one. So I'm not surprised by this. This is how we're being manipulated.
Yeah, I didn't know that, aggressive. I didn't know. But, I mean, on Rumble...
Like 3/4 of the country probably didn't see it. Probably more. Probably like, only like 20% of the country saw it.
But the other day, when he, said, he kind of, like, amped it up, like, that he was going to be addressing us, like, so that maybe people would then look for it. So, I don't know. I think that people saw it.
The question is, did the left see it? Because...
The left doesn't want to see it.
I know, but there's moderates there.
There isn't any moderates anymore.
That's so sad. I used to be a Democrat. I left the party when it left me.
Yeah. Let's see. If it's GBNN, let's see.
Bernie, you're a naval intelligence officer. That was your specialty. Been exposed, and more documents are going to come out every day about their involvement. It doesn't shock you, Pozo, because you know that you declared a people's war on us in May of 2019 and then launched a pandemic. So it wouldn't shock you to know that they've been trying to get in and manipulate the 2020 election to thwart John Trump and put Biden in office. Steve, there's no question, and after what we've heard from the President of the United States regarding this direct attack, again, and let's use the language of MSNBC here, now, that this was an attack on our democracy. This was the greatest attack on our republic since 9/11, and it was done so by the Chinese Communist Party. And so, as such, we should start by seeing an immediate ratchet up to 100%, 1,000% on all Chinese goods. That should happen tomorrow. President Trump drops that down, drops the hammer on the Chinese Communist Party. Then you watch how fast things change. You watch the guys over on, because the first people are going to start calling is going to be Wall Street. Then you're going to start hearing members of the party, you might get Xi Jinping on the phone, right? That's how you actually enact change in this country, and you do something for the American worker. China has to pay for what they did to us in COVID. They have to pay for the bioweapon that came out of that Wuhan lab and the damage that it did to our country. And there's obviously a number of people like Dr. Fauci and others need to pay for that for. There's no question. But we keep going back. The Chinese Communist Party has been doing it for 20 years. It's time for President Trump to make a stand. Jack, you come out of
they were actively either working with the enemy or suppressing the information from ever coming out over years and years and years, including this Michigan situation, which is the one that Jim Hoft and these guys have been working on for years. Now we know that the FBI, and as they said, we can't figure out why the FBI is not interested in this. We know the FBI knew about it and was suppressing. In fact, they've got an email, I think, from one of the participants saying that the FBI at a senior level saying we're running a shadow government to make sure that we can suppress information from getting to Trump. Every element of this, Jack, came from the intelligence community, and if it wasn't for Pulte, and if it wasn't for John Solomon and the task force, and this is just after 3.5 or 4 weeks, this is what they've got. I know there's more coming out, but what are your thoughts about that? About this is systemic. This is not one or two bad guys. This is systemic. And so what needs to be done about it, sir? You're an expert in this area.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And what Bill the Bulldog Pulte, what we promised he would do, he's now
Bulldog
Pulte!
Pulte!
John Solomon, our colleague over there on the task force, and I am actually also hearing, as a matter of fact, as of right now, that there are potentially more documents, more things that have been discovered, but are actually still working their way through the process. And the way that we should actually look at this is just the first tranche of declassification. Remember, they've only been on the job for about 3 weeks now. We're already getting boom, boom, boom. What I hope to see and what I expect to see here is that this is going to start coming faster and more voluminous with each declassification and drop. And so I know for sure that other things have been found. I couldn't tell you exactly what the timeline is, the time frame. They're going to go through a lot of these things. And a big piece of this that I'm told, and I did partake in some of the videos, briefed on some of the material here, that they went around to all the intelligence directors, Steve, as you said, and they said, do you see this document? Is this document from your organization, your agency, whichever it is, your bureau, your directorate? Does this comport with your findings? Do you sign off on this? Every single one of the intel heads signed off. So Radcliffe has signed off on this. DHS has signed off on this. You got, of course, Cash Patel signed off on this. But Steve, this is the exact same thing that now I mean, of course, is usually more the left-wing violence. But we knew that the FBI and Chris Wray were lying about Antifa in 2020. We knew for a fact that he was lying about it. He lied to the president about it in the Oval Office. I reported that in my book all the way back in 2021, along with Bill Maher, because they had the names, they had the networks, they had the financiers, they had all of it, and they sat there and they did nothing.
Jack, I know it's late where you are, and I'm going to let you go and track you down tomorrow and over the weekend, but you were very smart in your framing when you first came on. You weren't saying that tongue-in-cheek. You used the very language that we've been hammered on since January 6th of 2021, that this is the greatest direct attack on democracy ever. Talk to me about why did you frame it like that?
Well, let's go with the greatest direct attack on democracy because, I'm over here, we're doing CPAC UK, and I had a BBC reporter come up and ask me, they said, well, you said CPAC is an attack on democracy. What is that? I said, no, I'm repeating what you guys have said since 2020. You said that we are anti-democracy. You said that we are an attack on democracy, that Donald Trump's election is an attack on democracy, that Donald Trump asking for a fair tabulation of the ballots of the will of the American people is an attack on democracy. That's the joke, and now we come to find that the Chinese Communist Party played a role, and it sounds like a fairly significant role, in undermining our democracy in 2020. So, okay, let's go ahead and use the standard that was set for us by the New York Times, by the Wall Street Journal, by the Washington Post, by the BBC, by CNN, all the rest of them. Attack on democracy. All right, we have an actual attack on democracy. How is this country going to respond? Are we going to get that? Are we going to get the indictments? Are we going to get, the targeting? Remember what they did to Russia? Remember what they did to Russia in 2017 and 2018? The special counsel, we do need a special counsel on this, by the way. And it should be something where, look, even if we don't have the prosecutions on the table right now, President Trump said if prosecutions will be pursued where applicable, but we know that we can take measures to receive, for Americans to receive the remuneration that they deserve from the Chinese Communist Party. And the easiest way to do that, the president can do it right now with tariffs. And by the way, let's go see if the Supreme Court, if all the folks want to up there, if the incoming mayor wants to look at this and say, do you agree that the Chinese Communist Party attacked our democracy, and that's why they're getting these punitive tariffs? It's really simple. quickly, do you foresee the state visit with Xi coming to Washington, D.C. in late September, sir? Well, that's actually something I was thinking about because we know the president had just gone over to Beijing and that Xi Jinping is on his way. I'll put it this way, if that goes on, that's going to be telling a lot, and that's going to be telling the fact that the Chinese are suddenly realizing that they don't have all the cards. The Americans have always been the ones who have all the cards because we have the money, we have the American people, we have the consumer base that they want access to. And if we deny that to them and actually start putting our supply chains and bring our manufacturers back to work, Pierre Navarro, of course, has been on this for decades, then guess what? We can sink them because we are the ones who paid for the rise of the Chinese Communist Party and the People's Republic of China. And when I say we, I mean the financiers, the lords of easy money on Wall Street are the ones who paid for it and underwrote it. And what was upholding it, of course, was the work and the intense labor of the American people. So disintermediate the system, disrupt the system. That's what tariffs do, and this is the perfect reason to do so. Jack, where do we go on social media to find you on Twitter? And thanks, Steve. We're up on X at Jack Pacific, Truth Social, Getter, and of course Telegram. Thank you, Jack. Thanks for staying up late tonight. Tell Weber to seat back London that we'd love him. Thank you, sir.
You guys are bored, are you?
Not bored, but the one question that comes to mind, okay, if China has influenced our elections, they've flown spy balloons over our country, they're buying up our land, they're demolishing industry as quickly as they can. This is all CCTV, it's all documented. All that being said, how do we kibosh this in the wake of the idea that we owe billions of dollars to them for our national debt?
I don't know. I'm sure that there's more information coming out. Actually, I know. Let's see.
My concern here, Ann, is what if they call that debt due? We are at the tipping point where we are barely able to cover our interest. I don't know what our quote-unquote country rating is. I know states get state lending ratings and that kind of thing through the federal government. I don't know how we do on the global stage or how that's rated, but I do know that our deficit is carried, the brunt of our deficit is carried by China. So that being said, Wuhan, COVID virus, spy balloons, all of this, how do we deal with, Xi and the CCP, given the situation? I'd love to hear from a strategist on this.
We deplete their oil resources, and we enact tariffs. Tariffs on them. I think that's what's going on. I mean, what's going on, our involvement in the Middle East, and the capturing of Maduro, all of this was
know what our own oil reserves look like.
What do you mean, Joe? We have reserves that we have, and we have gallons that we've depleted a lot to. But from my understanding is we have a list of what that reserve looks like, and when the Iranian conflict broke out and we couldn't get oil through the Strait of Hormuz, my understanding is we released a lot of that reserve to deflate the price at the pump. So right now, I think our national reserve, and we got to keep in mind that this is a number on the books because they can open up a number of wells at any point. But this is how, Brent oil and all these people keep us over the barrel price. They're only going to release so much because they guarantee themselves a certain number of profit, and that standard prior to the last conflict was $50 a barrel. And right now we've released enough oil out of our reserve to kind of keep us centered around 50 a barrel at the pump, slightly above 50 a barrel at the pump. But when those reserves go away, there's two things that happens. We deplete the oil that our, defense forces and also a human public would need during World War III or that kind of thing. They have to have a certain amount laid back, obviously, the ants, saving for a rainy day. But we have depleted most of that, from what I understand.
Well, first of all, why would we ever announce what we hold, let alone how often or frequently we deplete it? I don't understand that philosophy.
That's a very good question. And it seems like it was leaked by people who were not authorized to do so in order to persuade the administration to stop or slow the war. Because that can only encourage our enemies.
Well, actually, it's right below our feet, El Normo. Hi, El Normo. I didn't even realize it was you. Sorry, hey, honey. It's right below our feet, and we can drill for it at any time. We have a lot of oil here we have not even tapped. So I'm not so much worried about the oil reserve because we can just drop a new line, and with fracking and various different things, we can get into lines and veins that we have never gotten into. And that, I think, is where Trump is positioning us. Playing off what Ann said earlier, I do think that one of the things that's in play here is who's going to control the crude. And America has, depleted 75% of its reserve during this, trying to get through the Iran conflict, and not the Americans feeling it at the pump, largely because we're coming into midterm, and a lot of things are going to affect the control of the U.S. government. But all that being said, we have oil underneath our feet. We have pipelines that have been shut down and could be ordered to be open tomorrow. And we would be the leading producer of crude outside of Qatar. And we've all seen what happens to Qatar. And Qatar did not exist, 30 years ago like it does today. If you go,
Pump that oil, Shelly. Respect.
We will.
I love everything that
and it puts the American people to work. We will pump the
But
oil.
they're not. But Shelly, and respectfully, you do have a lot more life experience than I do. But one thing that I will say, looking at my generational counterparts, they're not interested in doing the same type of work as our grandfathers and generations before. They're not.
Well, I hear you, doctor, but you're not from Texas, and you're not from Oklahoma, and you're not from the southern. I haven't even looked up your profile, but I will tell you there are people that will go out. The well men will go out, and sometimes they're Latino, cards here or whatever, they will get green cards. There are crews down there that they spend their life going from place to place. They're oil men, what they call oil men, and it is a very big industry through Texas and Oklahoma. And there are people that literally aspire to this industry because they can see the world, they can do a lot of things through the oil industry. And I'm just going to tell you right now, there are plenty of people to fill those jobs throughout Oklahoma and Texas, and they're eager. They're eager to do it. They're dangerous jobs, but they're eager to do it. So, my point is, we can't discount our workers there. There are a lot of, I will tell you, if you're familiar with Texas at all, there are a lot of cotton farms that have gone depleted. There are a lot of people that are out of work. There's a lot of desolate area in Texas. There are towns.
So do they have the training to take those available jobs?
They train them as they bring them on.
So why are there pockets of Texas that are destitute with lack of resources, as you mentioned?
There are not pockets of Texas that are destined for people that work on wells. Wells is one of the most profitable industries there are in Texas. You can be a welder, you can be a cotton farmer, you can be a lot of things in Texas. But the ones that pay best are typically the oil jobs. So we're positioned, you know.
Why did Marshall back in here, guys?
Yeah, there are a lot of, I say this because I know Texas personally. I know, you know, those states personally. And I will tell you, there are people dying to be on those rig crews because they pay about 20, 40, depending on where you are in your, you know, in your job ranking. You can start off at $25 an hour. They're high-risk jobs. They're out in the middle of the heat. They're dirty. You know, you get your wrapped around a chain very easily. There's hazard pay. But they travel from place to place, and they work these rigs, and they make a shit ton of money.
Last I heard, $75 an hour.
Yeah, it's a shit ton of money, and there's a actual union for it. I do believe, somebody check me, but I do believe there's a union for that.
Back and play Steve Bannon. I'll play it for just a minute or two. If it's boring, I'll pause it.
Hey, Ann, after this, you might want to look at the Marco Rubio speech that was made yesterday about terrorism and domestic terrorism in particular, and listen to that because there's a lot to be heard there, and it will spark a room. It might not be this room, but maybe the next room. I just wanted to put that in front of you.
Yeah, thank you.
You bet.
Just ironically, I had the speech tonight, Steve, and honestly, what I heard Frida Mitchell say is incredibly important because she pointed out that Jay Johnson during the Obama administration classified voting systems as critical infrastructure. You don't need an executive order. You don't need to do something in an emergency order. You can just say, look, it's critical infrastructure. It's under attack from the Chinese Communist Party, the People's Republic of China, as the president put it tonight. But the thing that stuck out to me was the reference to Barack Obama, because he's been involved in orchestrating much of this, as we know. It goes back to before Trump took the oath of office in his first term. So we have to look at what is his involvement. And I like to go back to Jack says an attack on democracy. That's an important thing. Another thing the Democrats and these networks like to say is nobody is above the law. Boy, I agree with that. You mentioned some names: Chad Wolf, Chris Wray, Bill Barr. Nobody's above the law here. If you were in the intelligence community and you had this information and you sat on it or actively tried to hide it or put it in burn bags, as the president pointed out, not all these burn bags are complete incompetence.
I think the burn bags will be very interesting. And by the way, the reason I brought those people, it's bad enough the evil that's in the deep state, and we gotta lance the ball. But these people appointed by President Trump, Bill Barr, Chris Wray, Chad Wolf, Krebs, who on CBS, That's a fact. They never completed the job. Everybody that's been watching that case, including myself and Michigan News Source and other agencies inside Michigan, know they never completed the job. And we know that the investigation didn't complete. Well, tonight Donald Trump says the reopening of that, Cash Patel and the FBI. And so we really hope that that's true because, look, it's not just that. It was the work at the TCF Center in Detroit. It was shutting down the South County in Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County, and the list goes on. We need to hold people accountable. And the president said it several times. Arrest those and investigate those that are deserving of it. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said. Go find the people that broke the law, hold them accountable, show the American people that, as the Democrats like to say, nobody is above the law. Or what's your social media? Where do people go? Document after document after document. Your thoughts, ma'am?
Dave, I thought that it was a fantastic speech. One of the things that I really was impressed by is the amount of care that President Trump took in saying we deserve free and fair elections in America. This it really came to me as being a speech that was to all Americans. It was not a partisan speech of the Republicans deserve more than someone else or anything points to either end. I'm really looking forward to these.
At least there was some scintilla of cooperation by certain elements of the intelligence community. Is that how we're going to take care of this problem? That there are people there that are prepared to work with the president, work with his administration, and get to the bottom of this and clean it up? Absolutely. I want to point out something that's really important, Steve. Every intelligence chief was extraordinary cooperative. The NSA director, the CIA director, the FBI director, the Department of Justice, and Attorney General Blanche. Everybody cooperated. Everybody dug it. They got a lot on their plate. They got wars and they've got issues all around this country. They're cleaning up crime and solving the border. Secretary Mullen, every single one of them took time and put resources to this to find the documents. But some of the information that we found, the intelligence chiefs themselves said, I know about this. First time I'm saying it. I should have known about it. I think that's where this mystery starts. That's where it goes next. We need to figure out how actionable intelligence things that are important aren't getting to the people who should have it under the Constitution, the people entrusted with our security, the president and Congress. Then we have to figure out why, with a case like the one the president mentioned in Michigan, not get prosecuted. Then we have to understand why did we go 6 years with election machines that people never thought I just heard my partisan.
That's good. Any closing thoughts?
Yeah, you know, the attention economy that the liberal progressives project. I've had people comment on on the media that I put out and say, a liberal is not only stupid, a liberal wants you to know and has to prove to you that they're stupid. They really want to communicate with you and prove to you just how stupid they truly are. And so, if you don't think having a driver's license is a requirement to vote, you're stupid. Because I lived in California. You didn't have to present any ID whatsoever. Cast your ballot, you're in and out. No ID at all. Don't need to show it. Don't get axed for it. And when I was a Republican election judge, I asked to see your ID. And it was very simple. It's, you know, you pull up the person's voter registration in 10 seconds, with or without the ID. So I ran the whole simulation. I didn't detect fraud, but I do not trust the way that the results are transmitted to the election board. Because from all the polls, that data gets sent to a database. I've heard that that database is not even in America, it's in Germany. Wherever the software corporation is that Dominion utilizes for their servers. So the security around election results and then criminal Democrat election judges who are incompetent slaves of the state and their own illegitimacy. The system is broke. It's beyond repair. State of Illinois is $200 billion in debt. The city of Chicago is $100 billion in debt. This United States of America is $130 billion in debt, and all we're going to do is borrow and spend more to try to get accurate voting in this country, transparent, above board, solid, 100% correct, no flaw. I mean, how did Kamala lose? If the election system is completely fixed, how the fuck did Kamala lose? That's what I still cannot quite figure out.
Because it was too big of a mandate to rig.
Well, there's another option that somebody told me who I have some respect for. He said that Trump made a deal. And I said, what? What does that mean? Trump made a deal and Kamala wouldn't make the deal, so Trump got it? I mean, how do we know that this isn't just projection, that Trump secretly cooked the books and fixed the election to win it internationally using Operation Software Pegasus, controlled by Peter Thiel and his super elite LGBTQ Proud Boys? I mean, what is the truth? Because the CIA's got $100 billion budget. The Army, the Navy, the Air Force, they've got $1.25 trillion to play with. How do we know that the whole thing is not completely cast?
We don't,
Typeset.
which is why we need the FAIR Act. This is exactly why we need it.
See, the problem with an act is it's really just a spending bill. And so they're going to go to Palantir and they're going to say, hey, we want you to roll out a federal election protection software system. Utilize the latest AI, pull in all the databases from all the election commissions, because this forces, and there are civil penalties. Plus, the FBI, with this America Save Act, could probably go into the California State Election Commission and do data seizures, even arrests for noncompliance. So the Save America Act could save America, but you know, if it's almost all Democrat, and there's probably 20% of Republicans are actually just Democrats, well, 70% of Congress is Democrat. 30% are Republican, and maybe 1% of those are Libertarian or less than Libertarian.
Where do you get that data? Concrete, I'm with you until you hit that point.
Well, Shelley, I got that data from what's called my brain. And if you think I need to open up ChatGPT and suck out a little water from the environment so I can spit out my thoughts to you to tell you the truth of the earth, I just like to go on mute and pray that everybody has more peace and abundance, and I hope it comes from within, because the truth of the earth is if you don't have an ear, you can't hear what it is that I'm saying.
I'm gonna go on mute because at the end of the day, I have an ear to hear, but I have to have receipts. I've been a supporter of you, Chicago, because you brought receipts, but on this last little point you made, you did not bring receipts.
Receipts. No, I think that I agree with him. I think that's.
I agree with him in the overall concept, but it's sad, and maybe that's a personal thing because I don't want to dwell that long and that hard in that drool.
Well, Shelley, let me just give you a Shelley, if I may. Shelley, I hate to interrupt.
Chicago.
No, I have a great Shelley. I have the solution. I've recently launched a startup partnered with Open Society and Soros for funding, as well as Elon Musk, and it's a biopharmaceutical company. We manufacture vaccines specifically for liberal, progressive, Democrat judges and lawyers only. This is a special mRNA cocktail.
You
Why are you laughing, Shelley? This isn't a joke. This is a startup. This is a legitimate biopharmaceutical corporation. I'll pass the mic to Concrete. Concrete, making you wet, sir.
You are. If I could.
Are you post-op or is getting you wet a euphemism for an erection?
Right now. I don't care.
Concrete, if we could get you into the White House tonight, and we could stop funding the CIA and the FBI and the NSA and the 450 other federal agencies, well, what would your 3 priorities, if you could come onto Meta and Google and say, here's my top 10 list, and everybody did what Concrete wanted the American populace to do, what would your instructions to the people be, Concrete?
Oh my God, this room is so rich. Go ahead, Concrete. He's suddenly mute. Suddenly mute. He was on a phone call earlier. He's probably off smoking a blunt about now, figuring out how to raise his fur baby.
Well, Anne, before you end the room, I would just like to read a little poem dedicated to all the beautiful women and trans women sitting on my lap here on Clubhouse.
I don't know Chicago, but I'm already in love. Okay, go.
Corporeal intelligence is attributed to key 18. It means body consciousness, otherwise known as the moon, and is indicative that illumination is dependent upon bodily states. Until the bodily organs are evolved to the extent that higher forms of consciousness can manifest through them, it is impossible to experience such conscious states. Sleep is also attributed to this key, and it is during sleep that our aspirations and efforts are built into organic structure. Every thought we think and every action has some modifying influence on bodily structure. It is said that the way
Shut up, Kamala.
It is said that the way of attainment on Clubhouse is the way of return. This is symbolized by the moon, which reflects the rays of the sun back into the sun. The crawfish represents instinctive energy. The wolf and the dog represent the same energy, but in higher form as the result of evolutionary modification. Also, the wolf is a symbol of nature and the dog of art because he is a product of human adaptation. The path passes between these two extremes because the way of balance goes neither too far towards artificiality nor allows everything to be influenced by ungoverned natural impulses. The path leads through the well-tilled field to the unknown heights beyond the 2 towers of Clown House, representing present human attainments. The ground is undulatory, representing alternate periods of rest and action. And clowning around on Clown House all day, the stage of unfoldment is organization. And what was Barack Hussein Obama? An organizer. A community organizer! Bullshit. He went to Columbia and got a job at Business International for the CIA doing economic analysis on Brazil. Community. Take it away, Concrete.
Wow, I've never been this quiet.
I love it. The price of admission in this room was beautiful. Chicago, I'm subscribing you.
So, test was for Washington to get that,
Alright, well that's
the nuclear material.
So I'm gonna interrupt you there. I believe everything has a timeline. Do you believe everything has a timeline?
Yeah, so here's just imagine, okay, just imagine if Iran has the nuclear, just imagine if... No, but it's important. One second, you have to look at Trump, you have to look at...
All of those fucking... I don't look how the numbers went right down the fucking drain.
Bro, not talking points. I need numbers.
That's not talking points. It's the facts.
What's the facts? Show me.
Also, Biden claimed that...
Tell me. Give me the facts.
Hold on. Biden claimed all these jobs that he created when he had like a mandatory thing of shutting down businesses, and then they all came back online and he claimed them as him creating jobs too.
Those were jobs that were going to come back anyway.
When was the COVID shutdown? What year was that? 2020. March 20. February 20. Who was president then?
Trump.
Who said that they won't release
You know what the inflation rate was?
That's not an answer.
You do remember, what was it?
He said that I won't
Inflation rate in 2020.
He said I won't release
Before we shut down, what was the inflation?
for $1,200 unless I can put my name on it. Remember that? You don't remember that?
Joe, you gotta let him talk. And you sound muffled.
Joe, you do too much, cuz. God damn. Thank God, listen.
He
What I'm saying is this.
himself down, or you got moved to that?
Thank God you did. He just fucking sound like he's bubbling in a wall.
I wish they would move your bitch ass there.
You stupid, cuz you a fucking
retard.
You
are
hate my new
exactly what we were born to try to make Thunder not to do. Go full retard, and you have proven it. Right?
No, you've proven nothing. No, you're not intelligent enough. You're just a fucking bootlicker. That's all you do. You follow trends.
That's all you got.
You are a fucking trend. You are nothing more than that. You can't debate facts. Debate facts, then. Debate facts.
Why?
I can feel it. Fucking feel it.
You do know the app is meant to cut the distance between both of us, so you don't have to scream. I can hear you.
But you in the fucking chicken.
The national NSA was hiding information from Trump regarding China. I'd be very interested to hear what he says about that.
You know, man, I would also like to know why it was okay for Mark Zuckerberg and his wife to spend billions of dollars in Michigan, in Wisconsin, and all the swing states. And mind you, though the swing states happen to be the states that magically, specifically Wisconsin, Georgia, who at 2 o'clock, and you just, we gotta stop counting.
And let me ask you this though. How many jobs has Trump created, bro? How many jobs has Trump created since he's been in office? I'll wait. How many?
Let me ask ChatGPT for you. What is your point?
The Zuckerberg thing is fascinating. How he basically bought all these mail-in drop boxes all over the place. And by the way,
No chain of custody.
yeah,
Just, people just dropping ballots. All of these states, and I'm sorry, man, but you got Pennsylvania who circumvented the state Senate to go directly to the Supreme Court, a Supreme Court that was appointed by Democrats. There's a bunch of progressives in that court, and they decided to change the rules on the go because of COVID. Horseshit. I honestly believe that COVID was a plan devised by the Chinese and Democrats. They both had a thorn in their asses. It's called Trump. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck, just release this shit. Release it across the fucking world. It'll obviously just kill the old folk. The silent generation. Whatever's left of the silent generation, some baby boomers ago. And these young people are dumb enough that they'll just fucking buy into this shit. And we'll be able to get away with, stuffing ballots into mailboxes that are not sanctioned to hold these ballots. And, at a certain point in time, throughout the night, we'll will stop counting, and when we come back, our candidate will magically have superseded the guy who's already winning, and he'll get more votes than the alleged, and I say alleged because obviously his mom is white as fuck, the alleged black man who ran our country for 8 years.
What we got?
And if you don't know, yes, Barack Obama's mommy is smoking magnesia. Sorry to break your achy breaker. Let's go.
Listen, CLC, I get it, man, right? You hate.
No, to you it's not CLC, to you it's not. To you it's not.
You just became a conservative.
Say my name.
You just became a conservative. Chicken man. Chicken man, whatever your name is. Chicken man, I don't know who the fuck you are.
No, to you is cock. Everybody else in here, I'm CLC. To you is cock.
No. Is that? How the fuck calls himself cock? What fucking straight man calls himself cock?
Because I'm out here fucking you dumbasses.
Man, he's so and y'all complain about that.
But for the smart ones, for the smart ones that sit in the front,
Grindr crashes.
it stands for cock.
This is why Grindr crashes. Because you closet a gay motherfuckers got so much hate for people.
You got a point to break for you.
Because you drank
Projection mirror says what?
What the fuck?
Hello?
How?
Moderators. Moderators. Put me in the queue, moderators. I'd like to get to the title of the room. Gentlemen, gentlemen, gentlemen.
Alright, let's open up the space for them to new voices. Yeah, right. Mary, welcome to the stage, and Rabbi, how you doing?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear the speech tonight or no?
No, I did not. I missed it. I was driving and I wasn't paying attention.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I came in here, because I thought you guys were either playing it or you guys were talking about it.
Oh, so you don't know either, COC? Huh.
No.
Would you mind giving us a rundown, Mr. Matt?
Well, there's a lot to it. I mean,
Well, if you can brief it as best as you can.
okay, well,
Right, please. Summarize it as best as you can.
the main meat of it is, it does look like China was meddling around in our elections. So, according to documents from the CIA and NSA and all the other four-letter agencies, it shows that China actually remind me, did they create the ballots? Did they manipulate the ballots? I don't even know at this point.
They hired, what was it? They hired people.
Yeah, social media people too, by the way, yeah.
Yeah, to fill out the ballots.
Or those, that too, yeah. So they have the addresses and all the date of births and all the information you would need to do what COC has said right now. And then, of course, they leveraged, the media. They literally paid journalists, I guess, maybe inside the media, we'll find out here, but to do the dirty work of making Trump look bad, as we all saw, with his claims about election fraud and blah, 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 other things too. But that's the meat of it. There's a lot more to it. In fact, I have to go through and see some of the stuff.
Well, I definitely believe it. I mean, being from California, I've watched the Chinese Communist Party literally just move billions of dollars here, and a lot of it tax-free, and manipulate real estate markets here in Southern California and Northern California, manipulate our ports by going back to the Clinton era when Clinton removed the military as the main security contractor of the ports and gave it to a Chinese security firm. So, and I see here in certain areas like the San Gabriel Valley, they bought a lot of commercial properties and real estate properties that just kind of sit idle. And again, like especially if it's commercial property, they very shady ways of temporarily or giving waves to property taxes for certain periods of time for so-called civil assessment or some shit like that. I mean, it's a lot. You see with the media.
A whole bunch of malls. A whole bunch of malls. Malls that's like, you know what I'm saying, abandoned. How you gotta abandon malls? That's crazy. Go ahead,
You got a lot of that, and they've manipulated California extensively. I mean, not only the street, but not only executive business and trade and everything, and also having a dirty game in our farming and buying up farms out here. They play for keeps here, and the Democrat Party, at least in California, is taking big money from the Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't forget a spy as well, Chinese spy.
When Chinese investors are buying land, they're military bases. They're buying more land and military bases than ever before. What about the Iranian government? They're fucking buying protected.
And you mind a rabbi? Go ahead, rabbi.
No, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
No, please, always, we would like to hear what you got to say. Go ahead, sir, please.
Oh yeah, man. When we talk about Chinese and the media and the liberals, this goes back to the Clintons too. Clintons had a lot of shady business with the Chinese and a lot of control through the media. CNN, Clinton News Network, and going back to the Democratic primary where Obama was running against her, that was the media machine he had to go against in order just to become the nominee. And when he was fighting that media machine, he dug up a lot of dirt on Hillary's fellow libs that were doing a lot of shady media control with China. You know what I mean? And Obama, that's why he took the money from these rich, LGBTQ people from out the Bay Area who have their money in software, and they said, you know what, we're gonna help fund your campaign. We're gonna give you the money to fight Hillary. We don't want Hillary and we want you, but you're gonna owe us.
Well, that was the second time, Rabbi. I'm sorry to. But so the first time who actually placed Obama on a pedestal was the insurance company head honchos.
Well, they needed the bailouts.
The first time he ran in 2008, the main donors in his campaign throughout that campaign were all health insurance. And then lo and behold, look what happened. He got Obamacare ran through. Because remember, as Pelosi said, well, doing that teeth jawing shit that she does. Well, we just have to pass the bill to know what's in it.
Yeah, I know. There was big fraud behind it, unfortunately. There's a lot of
big time fraud.
There's a lot of insurance fraud.
You want to get in here? Barry, I think you're off mic. You're hot mic.
I concur with what you guys, what Trump's saying for the, what evidence he has. China's, another thing too, all this social media, fucking AI and fucking twisted stories that show the U.S. just losing the war in Iraq. We're losing the war tremendously. That's all China's media campaign there too. So, that's how they fight. The Chinese are going to fucking throw any missiles at us, but they'll play with the fucking media all day.
Yeah, because they know we have dumbasses here that are willing to gobble up whatever they throw. Listen, this Trump. Go ahead, my man.
Oh, no, because you don't know any. I was just going to say, especially because it's Trump on the COC, obviously China's going to be all over that, joining in on the hate of Trump. There's no question about that, yeah.
Yeah, I highly doubt China is a fan of a man saying we need to repatriate our manufacturing. I highly doubt they're fans of that guy.
Harry, are you trying to get in, or you keep coming off mic? I don't know if you want to say something. Mary? Okay.
I'm still waiting for my time to be allowed to talk.
Oh, yeah, go for it. Grab it.
I just wanted to mention that not only that, not only elections, you have allowed a lot of Chinese students in your universities, and basically your universities have been compromised because now they have access to very sensitive stuff like the scientific facts, and they can take away your innovative targets, and that can be very bad for a country to lose as a student. Some of them have campaigns, some of them have these groups, inside universities, and they usually try to absorb people who have been hurt, LGBTQ community, women who have been abused, and it's basically like a cult. And one of the biggest funders is actually a Sri Lankan called Singham who lives in China, and he has been very actively involved with Qatari money. And they have infiltrated USA, and they're fucking with your people and with your country, taking away your resources. And also about what Ravi said, about California having a lot of the communists, and I think there are a lot of affinity towards communists there, because, I don't know, hippies or something, I don't know. I think it goes back to 60s or 70s, and I think a lot of those people, those generations, they are very sympathetic because they have no fucking idea about the real history and the suffering of people who actually go through communism and socialist system. And I think one of them was in the audience. I don't know, but I think Tiger is Chinese, but I have.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he has been promoting communism since he got back in California. So I think he might be part of one of those stereotypes we're mentioning, which is true, Ravi.
Well, Mary, you have now on stage one of the biggest proponents of the CCP. That's Marshall. Go ahead, Marshall. Tell us how beautiful things and how grandiose things will be when the CCP finally takes over, and we're gloriously under the power of those.
So I can't tell whether you're being sarcastic or you mean it. The sarcasm goes right over my head.
To rule over all of us.
Well, then I'm assuming you're being sarcastic.
Marshall, did you hear my question earlier? I don't know if I forget you were.
No, I was giving one of my older dogs food or medication, so I didn't hear anything you said.
Okay, I'd be curious. What is your interpretation of the NSA holding back information to give Trump? What are your thoughts on that? That's what I'm really curious about.
The NSA said internally that they thought that, well, okay. Are you saying the NSA said internally we're not going to give the president this stuff, or are you saying internally they said, hey, we're not going to give him this stuff because we think he's going to leak it?
Well, I never thought about that second part. I'll have to think about that, but I do know.
The only reason I ask is because he does strategic leaks.
Wait, say it again?
I said the only reason I ask is because he does strategic leaks.
So the leaks are only bad when Trump does them?
Yeah, wait,
No, I didn't say it was bad. I said he does strategic leaks, which is
Really funny. Marshall, thank you. I think that's really funny.
How are you doing, C?
I'm good, Marshall. I think that's really funny, Marshall. Honestly, that is smart and well stated. It's funny.
So, okay, so you're saying that,
Holy shit,
I'm trying to unwrap what Marshall's saying here. So, okay, wait a minute. Okay, so Trump does strategic leaks, and he has leaks that he didn't want that happen, right? Is that right, Marshall? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, all White Houses. You can't think of a White House in American history that didn't leak.
Okay.
That is a fact,
Yeah, no, I just double checking. I just want to get it clear, completely clear.
Yeah.
And you're saying this is the one that he didn't want part of leakage of any sort?
I guess the NSA didn't want him to leak.
Oh,
Some of the stuff I read listening to about the deep state indicates that some of these career folks don't want the president to have tons of information because he'll just blab. So that's the premise. If you're asking me what I think of the
You think Trump is a blabber? No, that's you, Marshall.
I think that's wrong. Trump's the president of the United States. He should be able to get all the secrets he wants, even if he's going to give them away. That's his
No. He should be totally getting all the secrets that are supposed to be. And that's the whole point of the PBD, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The PBD is supposed to give him all of the intelligence.
Does he listen to the PBD? It doesn't matter. That part doesn't matter.
He does receive the presidential briefing, but it is kept rather short, and each section is probably no longer than 2 minutes.
That's crazy. We're trying to figure out why they would keep that out. It's just. What do you mean? Why? They didn't keep out. What do you mean? They kept out. You're just catching up, man. I don't know where you are in this whole timeline. Did you hear the press conference? Well, not listen to that stupid.
No, I heard it a decent amount. If what you're asking is, do I think they should have withheld it? No. The President of the United States is the head of the executive branch in the armed forces. Spies fall under the armed forces. It's quasi-armed forces anyway. But the President should have access to all of the secrets, no matter what they are.
I agree. You don't think the military took an action that they should have because they don't trust him? He may tweet it at night
You know, you got
that's not their job. Their job is to serve at the pleasure of the president. That's what it's called. They're not. If you hold on. If you serve at the pleasure, it means he can let you go whenever the fuck he wants. He could not like the fact that you had a crooked eyebrow and fire you, and it would be okay. Because in the executive branch for the armed forces, you serve at the pleasure.
Since when? I just have a question. Since when is? Why is it that people look? Why is it that people who work for the they ought to be working there till the day they fucking die? What is that?
Because the professional bureaucratic service, which came through in the 1880s and late 1890s, it's called Waverian bureaucracy. It's called Prussian bureaucracy. And the idea was that we would go from a situation of patronage under Andrew Johnson, who was Lincoln's second vice president, Grant, Garfield, and Cleveland. Right. So during that time, the civil service was not apolitical, or at least it wasn't advertised as apolitical. If you wanted a position, it was patronage, right? So the idea
Somebody get some more tobacco from Marshall's pie.
In the early 1800s was to create a professional bureaucratic class off the Prussian model that would be able to make sound decisions and would be there through differing administrations. The problem becomes when you decide to withhold evidence from the principal, right? Like the principal gets all of the evidence and they're allowed to make up their mind.
You're off topic, Marshall. You're off topic. You're off topic.
That is his discretion.
Okay, so that's the thing. So someone like Ben is saying he should not receive that information. So I'm assuming if like information was given or held back, say for 9/11, and 9/11 happened, I'm assuming a lot of heads would roll, right? I mean, come on now. You gotta give up information to the president to be able to make decisions. And by the way, this decision, what is he flouting about that is so concerning that you should care about? If he does it,
I'm not saying I care about that. I'm saying because he's the principal, he gets all of the information. For the bureaucratic class in the intelligence community to withhold intelligence from the President of the United States is wrong. They serve at the pleasure of the President. The President should have access to all of the material.
We get it, Marshall. Let's move on.
Hold on. Because it's not about Donald Trump. It's about the office of President.
Oh, it's also about Donald Trump, though.
Two things can be true at the same time. Yeah, what Marshall said is true. On the other hand, I also understand why folks would want to hold things back from him because he's an idiot that's going to wake up in the morning and.
Oh, well, now you're concurring with Marshall, because Marshall says that Trump is an idiot all day long, and he says that Trump is a fascist.
I think he's a genuine certified idiot, John. But, I mean, I guess... So let me get this straight. So, Ben, you're okay with everybody just picking and choosing what information the president gets. So, your president, the next president...
Someone has to protect the United States of America.
It doesn't... You don't get to choose and pick, like, who gets...
I just hope my next president is not as dumb and stupid as this guy.
We had a bomb. We had a bomb. We probably should have...
I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right or proper to call the president. Hold on. I don't think it's right or proper to call the president. Hold on. I really don't give a fuck what I think. To become president.
Can you stop with the pearl clutching, Marshall? Please. Let other people talk. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I could call him stupid because he's stupid. I could call him dumb because he's dumb. Don't tell me not to call him dumb because he's dumb.
Do you know, Ben, do you know what obstruction of justice is? Did you ever hear that term?
What is it? I don't know what it is.
You never heard that term?
How is that related to...
Marshall, when you're done talking?
When someone's in a government position, they hold back information that's pertinent in their government
position, it can be obstruction of justice, and they can be charged with it.
I never
Did you
said
know
that.
that?
I never said
Then why don't you read what the law is and what would happen if someone in a government position withholds information?
I never said that was.
Do you know what that term is, Ben? You've never heard that term in your life?
I think you just want to listen to yourself.
No, I don't need to listen to myself. It's pretty easy. That one, like, that one's a pretty easy one. Maybe you should, like, watch All the President's Men or something. What do you think, guys? What do you think he needs to learn here? How obstruction of justice works when someone's in a government position and they withhold information.
Well, that person is correct.
Pretty easy. That one's pretty easy.
What about documents? I think it's smart. They have to be wary. I mean, he's sending out tweets during the middle of the night. You have to be wary, Abby. I mean, come on. I mean,
Hold on. It's not your job. He got elected by both the Electoral College and a popular vote. That means, as head of the executive branch, he can vote. You can hear me talking. It's not that difficult.
Vote, bro. He did not. Don't do that.
Yes, he did. He did not win the popular vote in 2016. He absolutely.
Hey, we need one mic. Are y'all really excited
we
about
might
this
have
title?
we might have to revote.
Y'all really excited about this title, which is good, but we need one mic. I can't hear 6 people talking at one time.
We might have to redo the 2024 election if this is his claims. I mean, maybe we should revote to see if he really wants to.
You don't get to revote. That's not how the fucking system works. By God, like, take the shit into
Why do you have to take everything seriously? She knows. She was a Jesus Christ.
No, she doesn't know. She doesn't.
Did you take civics, Ben? Did you take civics, Ben, in school? Did you take civics?
No, I did not.
Alright. Y'all, alright. Like, niggas is being nice. If y'all don't know me, I'm the enforcer in this motherfucker. I'ma send you to the motherfucking goo, nigga. All that nice shit that I was doing, that's just cause I can, nigga. Fucking me.
Why?
All that nice shit, bro. That's just small, gang. So niggas can't talk on one. I'm sending you to the goo, nigga, on Crip, nigga. Stop playing with us, bro. One mic, please.
You said on Crip?
Yeah, on Crip.
Crip, nigga, 6-0, nigga.
He said that shit with all the taco meat. I'm just wrong. I don't fucking gangbang, bro. I'm an adult. I'm an adult. Who's man? I'm an gangbang. Who the fuck is that? Man, yo, you fuck.
Get back to the title, bro. Get back to the title.
Oh, the gang is crazy. Grow up, bro. I'm about the family. What about that? Your fault, man.
You sent your ass to the booth.
No, but I hear you. I hear you, Keyway. I hear you, Keyway, for sure.
Alright, let's get back on track. I think Abby was having a little exchange with Ben, if that's okay. We'll let that one go for a little bit, and then see, he can come in behind on that one.
No,
Ben, I was asking you if you studied civics when you were in school, in university. Did you ever study it?
No.
Do you understand how the U.S. government works? And
no, I did not.
Okay, so you never heard the term obstruction of justice. So someone's in a government position and they withhold vital information. They withhold information.
No,
what do you think can happen to them?
I don't know. You explain.
No, I'm asking. What do you think logically should happen?
No, I mean, you know what? I don't
know. I'm asking you. What do you think logically should happen to someone?
I told you I didn't study it. I don't know. You can educate that.
So
I have a style phone right now. Well, man.
Then you can go Lifeline, man.
Yeah. Who's Mike? Can you help me out, please?
You want to call a friend?
You can call a friend.
Hey, Abby, I'm looking at Title 18. Hold on, I'm looking at Title 18, U.S. Code, Chapter 73, Part 1, Obstruction of Justice. I just want to read out a couple of things, and you tell me which one fits best. Assault on process server, resistance to extradition agent, influencing or injuring officer or juror generally, influence juror by writing, obstruction of proceedings before departments, agencies, and committees. Theft. There we go. Okay, so obstruction of proceedings, departments, and committees. Whoever, and this comes from Title 18,
Code 1505, obstruction of justice proceedings. Whoever with the intent to avoid, evade, prevent, or obstruct compliance in whole or in part with any civil investigative demand duly and properly made under the Antitrust Civil Processes Act willfully withholds, misrepresents, removes from any place, conceals, covers up, destroys, mutilates, alters, or by other means falsifies any documentary material, answers to written interrogatories or oral testimony which is subject to such demand, or attempts to do so or solicit another to do so, or whoever corruptly or by threats or force or by any threatening letter of communication influences, obstructs, or impedes, or endeavors to influence, obstruct, or impede the due and proper administration of the law under which any pending proceeding is being had before the department or agency of the United States, or the due proper exercise of the power of inquiry under which any inquiry or investigation is being had by either House or any committee of either House or any joint committee of either House, and this is a penalty, shall be fined under this title, imprisoned not more than 5 years, if the offense involves international domestic terrorism, as is defined in Section 2321, or imprisonment for not more than 8 years.
Well, let me
So
ask
that's
you
what
this.
obstruction of justice is.
Marshall, was it justified? Was it justified not telling the person who has control of the nukes?
He just
At 3 a.m.
you why it's not justified. Because it's against the law, dude.
Okay, C's going. C, are you there? Hold on, you.
I got nothing to say. So.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
Come on,
I got
I'm sorry, Steve. Everybody's getting confused.
No, there's plenty of other people to speak.
No. Yeah, come on, see, because you've been ramming way through.
No, it's Taco Thursday, so I'm gonna get some tacos. I'll listen to you.
Hey, Trump supporters can eat tacos because they hate Mexicans.
John, I don't know where you're from. They eat tacos all the time.
Hey, why? Why would you?
Why would you not eat tacos?
Let me ask you
You're
this,
insane.
Why you want to support the people who make them?
Marshall, why do you take everything so literally, Marshall? Like, people joke sometimes.
Because I have the hardest time telling sarcasm. That's why. Number one, I'm a pretty serious person. Number two, the sarcasm most of the time goes right over my head.
Yeah, that was the kind of sarcasm. That's like funny.
That's
Marshall being funny.
I think
There's like 300 different chemicals.
Yes, that we know. And there's research on that. I'm asking about the route.
Let me ask the people
Not
that are
listed
like,
on the
yeah, they should have never given him any asking that. Is this like, is it only because it's Trump, or are you okay with no information?
You guys are making this.
I would just like to ask, would you mind if I get modded just so I could deal with your trolls? That's the only reason I want
What trolls? What are you talking about?
I have to let you know.
How much? Because I disagree.
Man, I want to hear from you on this.
Jesus Christ.
No. You guys are making this sound like just black troll. I think you guys heard me when I said two things can be right. Two things can be right. I agree with Marshall. No one should withhold shit from the president because he's the president. You guys work for him. At the same time, I can see the reason why these motherfuckers were withholding things from him because he has no Twitter finger control. He has no brain control or mouth control. They are worried that he could just leak or wake up one morning and tweet some nonsense like the most secretive secrets that America, he can just let it out there. So I do understand. However, if you do that and you go shit from him, expect the consequences that could follow.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
Real quick, has he done that yet at all? Has he done that at all?
I don't know if he claims that people were told that.
He has this like picture that he will do it. He said like almost close to, he's, what is it? I don't know. We had 6 years to do that. I mean,
dude. Your boy is arresting folks claiming that they used the box cutter to cut a 350-foot slit on, what do you call it? under section who. So I don't put it past him if he thinks that this is.
You can't arrest people for that sort of shit. It doesn't make it truthful, but you can arrest somebody for that.
He had confidential information.
My point is, if he
literally
got low.
See, that's not the point. The point is, as the chief executive officer.
Are you even letting me finish my own point?
I'm sorry, I thought
said
you were
give
it 31 seconds. If he can stoop that low to arrest folks that he claims cut a slip on something that him and his team fucked up, why do you think he hasn't arrested somebody that he claims did this shit? I don't know if I make sense. Did I make sense?
No.
I think you did.
No, I was having a hard time following.
I ask if you make sense.
I know C got it. Thank you, C. All these MAGA folks
on drugs. He's usually on drugs, so like no one else.
Excuse me, what the fuck, dude? What are you talking about? You fucking, what are you saying?
Yeah,
Like,
may I ask a question though? Seriously. No, listen. So this is the question. How can someone be a mastermind but also be a moron at the same time? That's impossible. Listen, you can't go in there and mastermind the taking over of a nation with the Russians, and then also at the same time be the most befuddled idiot that will just, oh, he's so stupid. Oh, but wait, he's so stupid, but yet he worked with Putin to steal the country from you? That doesn't sound like a stupid person. That sounds like a very wise individual that you allowed to steal the country from you.
He was so wise.
Who is the stupid one here?
That he was so wise, as you claim.
Or the person who knew it was going to be stolen and yet allowed it to happen?
He didn't claim he was wise, he claimed he was smart. Difference.
He was so smart, as you guys claim, that he was president in 2020 when he's claiming that all this shit happened. He had control of the government, had control of the executive branch, had control of all these folks that the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, whatever the fuck that report to him. Yet he's claiming that the only time he was president and they ran an election, that's when they had fraud. When the other two times that we had Democrats, as Obama and Biden were president, and he won, there's no fraud in those ones, right? He's not focused.
I'm
I
not
think it's time. This should happen like 6 years ago. Don't you guys think it's time for him to get over this shit?
Actually, no, and here's why. There was an election in 1876, I'm taking you back in time, and it's important. It was called the Hayes-Tilden election. Rutherford B. Hayes versus Samuel Tilden. And Samuel Tilden was a Democrat, and Rutherford B. Hayes was a Republican. It ended up being a really close election. Alternate slates of electors were sent. People were trying to screw around to get into the House, the same way Trump was. And as a consequence, the left-hand side of the aisle, the Democrats, believed that the 1876 election was rigged, and they believed it was rigged for about 35 or 40 years. From the highest of the high to the lowest of the low. They all believed it. So you have a corollary in history, which is that this isn't going to go away quickly at all if you are sort of supposed to think he's lying, right? It's not going anywhere. At least that's what history tells us. It tells us it's going to stick around for 3 or 4 decades.
I bet you he's not going to stick around once he's out of office, because he's the one that's pushing it. He's the one that's
he's the one. He's the one.
I bet you once he's out of office, this is going to stop.
He's the vocal output for the rest of the nation that is too busy living out their lives paying their bills.
There's no fucking
to come out and say, unlike the progressive left, the right actually holds lives. And you can tell because for 4 years you never heard any pot banging while Biden was, sleeping through the fucking halls of the White House. Motherfuckers wanted to. 4 years came up. Well, first off, I can tell you right now, in Colorado alone, every weekend you can see these dumbasses standing in the same fucking intersections, banging the same fucking pots, holding the same dumbass fucking signs that they probably held back in fucking 2016, 17. It's dumb. Like, how do you got so much fucking time to protest? Who's paying your bills?
Trust fund, baby.
No one's protesting. Everyone's just laughing. I mean, honestly,
Nobody's laughing.
it's embarrassing. No,
What's
actually,
embarrassing?
a lot of people are. He's like, literally, the speech was, I mean, honestly. I mean, come on. Like, seriously, it's 2026. Let's look for the future. Like, honestly, this is, it is just,
I hate people saying that. Is if 2026 has different behaviors than 2025 or 2027.
Listen, I tell you what, Marshall. Let's give the moving
he was
forward
the
to the
president
future. And we can't. No,
he was
see,
the president too. That's
No,
the other
listen.
irony, though.
We can move forward. This is how we're gonna move forward. Okay, you ready? Only American citizens get to vote in American.
And that's what's been happening.
Plain and simple.
The plain thing
That is not what's happening.
Scared.
That is not what's happening.
He's super scared of the November elections. He's trying to play defense any which way. Yes.
I don't know if he's afraid, but it's like
He's scared.
I'm glad something at least
worry
in your
makes
head.
sense because usually in a 4-year cycle during the midterms, the party switches to the opposing side.
Desperado. It's like bothering me. The song keeps replaying in my head. Desperado.
Then why do you have to sing it out loud? Like, sing it to yourself.
I mean, I guess the acoustics are top notch in your head. I don't know what to tell you. You have,
I'm sorry, I don't have as great as a voice as you do. Sorry.
I appreciate. I'm kind of confused. Like, everybody's saying there's no such thing as election interference when we actually saw that in 2016. So the idea that it being preposterous that it wouldn't occur from influential ones, including on our own soil, seems to be, I don't know, fucking just retarded on its face. Like, you would accept the fact that, yeah, there was election interference in 2016 done by, let me see. Oh, yeah, that's right, Obama's administration. So if there was election interference through the president, why wouldn't you say, you know what? We're aware that multiple countries around the world try to weigh in on influences, try to levy influences on elections and voting turnout, including fucking Canada. But yet somehow Trump is wrong about this. But we've known about this for, I don't know, what, Marshall? Like, at least since I've been around in voting and active in politics. So I would say, I don't know, since Reagan. Like, I mean, I'm really confused. They have influence over policies. They try to push policies in the U.S. that they deem Canada is notorious for it. Mexico has done it. A shitload of other nations, because they all want a piece of America's pie. China does it all the time. Literally all the time. They sent
all of our universities. Well, not.
Yeah, they sent a balloon over our country, and they continue to do that.
So I just need 10,000 votes. I just need how many votes do we demand for? Like,
oh, you mean let's stop counting and then all of a sudden 11,784 Kennedy has amassed.
Yeah, it was tacky. He shouldn't have asked. Like, what's the point? He shouldn't have asked. It showed that he was improperly interfering. So what's the point?
I'm just so confused why people believe that
and here's the next chapter. He's doing the same thing again.
Okay, so he did. So he believes it. And it looks like he's posting some documents about China's interference and its influence on our elections, which were notable. Okay, so we have China.
In fact, he actually admitted Russia interfered. He said they didn't interfere with him, and the Mueller report said they didn't interfere. The only thing the Mueller report said, which it left up to the prosecutors, was an obstruction of justice charge. The same charge Bill Clinton caught. So, get your shit right.
I mean, shit, we have China influencing over our private businesses. Disney is another prime case in point. There's a plethora. We have the
Top Gun Maverick is a great one. Only because Top Gun Maverick had a patch originally for the Chinese. The Chinese, because it was going to be released internationally, begged them or told them they weren't going to be able to show it unless they took it off.
Well, that's Paramount's fault.
Well, yes, I agree. I don't think we should cater to them. But I mean, fuck Disney. Disney made a whole bunch of fucking movies based on China and all that stuff that were pro-China. But yet somehow
these were Chinese.
But you think somehow or another China and their bevy of it, like, fuck, we just arrested a mayor that was a spy for China. We just had, what was it, Swallow? You know, the darling prince of
Swallow and his mistress? Not to mention Die-Fi or Driver. Driver was a Chinese asset.
So are these not interferences in our political system?
So is ICE going after Chinese people now? Is that what I'm hearing?
We're not fucking talking about ICE. My God, woman, stick on topic. It's not about ICE. If you want to create an entirely separate topic, do so. But stick to the fucking topic. It's not that.
Actually, to the idiot in the chat, Tiger, who like clearly is, I just don't really give a shit. But I'm gonna comment on this. Spying is not interference. Actually, Fang Fang helped elect Swallow. She gathered funds. She managed his campaign. So yes, that is interference. All the while relaying information about absolutely a ton of shit back to your fucking country. So quite frankly, I'd boot you out just as fast as we did her, or maybe lock you up in prison. Like I hate the fact that we're trying to give carve-outs on the people on the left and those that actually get caught with it and support all the shit and have to own on it. You can't just simply admit it. Yeah, you know what? The Russians can take what's real. It's not a Big Ten. It's just opposition to anything because you said you were self-entitled. You bitch about immigration. See. And you haven't even realized the fact that Obama used the same tools, did the same shit, actually had more ICE arrests under him than Trump will ever reach.
I didn't mention about immigration. I never. Sorry, you're talking to me.
Yes, you just mentioned immigration.
No,
did you not?
No, I didn't. I was
Bullshit. I heard you talk about ICE. That's immigration.
I just said, is ICE going after Chinese people? That's all I said.
ICE is called Immigration Custom Enforcement. It's literally an immigration thing.
I didn't from not speaking the topic. Stick to topic, Marshall. Thank you.
Why are you telling Marshall what to do? If you're not even from this country either.
So if we're gonna
keep it to the topic,
if we're gonna keep it to the topic,
like you like it, right?
Let's figure this out. How is it that Democrats get away with the elections whenever they lose, but we finally get a Republican to say, hey, we believe that there's horseshit going on, and all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose, their heads fucking imploded to their asses, and there's no way of fucking running away from it.
Nobody's head is exploded.
Listen, even Jimmy Carter, okay, excuse me, sir, I did not interrupt neither one of you retards. Can you shut the fuck up for a second?
Act like we give a shit.
Can you let me finish? I know you
call me a retard, so let me
I could be polite and say, yo, you can't let me finish, but I'm being kind to you.
Let me
Let
Cock land. Go ahead. Pause. Cock can't talk anymore. Land, Cock.
Why, do you want him to land on your forehead?
You're on mute, Cock. Does he do that? Does he land on yours?
Probably does.
Can you move this Russian guy down?
I can slap my cock on your forehead. Is that what you want?
Yeah.
Okay, I figured that.
Hey man, go, y'all go somewhere with that gay shit, man. Please.
Oh,
go ahead.
What the fuck? This guy is unreal.
She just wants to say that he has a cock, okay? I'm just gonna put something.
Yo, see, go ahead.
I only want to hear C say the word. So,
what was that, bro? Make your submission, gang.
No, just listen. My question is why is it that only Democrats get to deny elections? Why is that? Why is it okay for them to stand up and scream to fucking Kingdom Come, impeach 45, remember that? Remember during Bush, Gore, remember that?
Not my president.
Not my president.
Bush Gore is the best example, and then Claire McCaskill, who's no longer in the Senate in 2005, objected to George W. Bush being the president. She did it within the rules, but it was still a prominent figure in the Democratic Party claiming George W. Bush rigged an election.
Hell, they even complained when Eric Adams won New York City. And they said it was fraudulent. So, I mean, just make up your own minds. Like, pick one. Pick a lane and stick with it. But you guys are all over the place. You make no sense. And then you go, oh, you guys are just in a cult. Well, the Trumpers are not in a cult. They got their voices heard. They fought for it. They went out and voted. It meant
yourself.
Really? Listen, wait, hold on. So they lost. You guys lost the blue law. So, dude, they can handle that right by and relax.
This sea lady is insane.
continue to.
The retardation is there. This is why you don't meet with your cousins. So you had like a plethora of issues here. Not my president, impeach 45. You did 2 impeachments. You created a fucking false thing of Russia. You did all of these things literally from the left.
The devil, remember that?
Yeah, and then you've had since this administration, you've lost the blue wall, which was literally all swing states. You didn't take Pennsylvania. You didn't take Michigan. You barely won any swing counties throughout the nation. So when you look at this and say, oh, you Trumpers are just blah, 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 you've done this for now 8 years, 10 years now, and now you're thinking somehow or another, this is going to work for you. And you have it. And when everybody else can see, yes, China's interfering. Fuck, they had a balloon over the United States, and Biden had issues on deciding when and where he was going to shoot it down. So what the fuck are you talking about? That they're not spying, they're not interfering, and the idea that they had police stations in our fucking country that they were arresting fucking Chinese people interfering.
What is the balloon thing?
Real quick, one final thing that I was going to say about that before I got interrupted, and this is what happens in Research Jump Up, which is, Brad, it's hilarious to see how, not only to your point, they can't make up their minds. It's hilarious to see them when their own people, like Jimmy Carter, who got up and did a study and found out that mail-in ballots, folks, believe it or not, are widely open to fucking fraud. So, you gotta think.
Only if you don't have a citizenship verification and no signature verification.
But this is the thing.
In Texas,
the Carter study found out that in fact mail-in ballots were susceptible to fraud, and that in fact it needed to be revised, it needed to be reformed, and more importantly, it needed to be at least scheduled out for just military, if at best. Now this is the thing.
But yeah, because it was put together during the Civil War. That's where the ballot came from.
This is Jimmy Carter, okay? A Democrat, a full-blown, legitimate, Democrat while he was still alive. And the guy said that. He got treated like an outcast when he said that. They still considered him a Democrat, but they treated him like an outcast when he said that.
Well, I
Why
moved.
is that?
I moved 2 months
Why is
ago.
it that when Democrats
I
come
live in
out,
California,
look at what they
and
did
I
to
had to go through hell to get my ballot.
I'm gonna end it with this. Look at what they
Wait, hold on a second. You had to go through hell to get your ballot because you moved? It's called fucking change of address form. Like, do some work. Don't be lazy.
No, I did it, but they actually went through. It was not as easy as you say, Marshall. Honestly, that's.
I didn't say it was easy.
I'm saying like
I said you had to register yourself in a different address.
No, I know, but they verified it and all that jazz. Like the things I had to actually. So the things, it wasn't processed. It wasn't just like everyone's trying to say, oh,
Could you imagine C trying to explain her situation at the office to the lady, the clerk, to get her shit changed and what's going on? Like, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
C should not be allowed to vote. I'm just saying.
What's the process, C? What was so difficult?
She had to spell her name.
And stop certain capitals.
You're on mute.
Her name is C, but she signs with a name.
They also just put in the chat that none of Trump's promises came true since he's been in office. So I put clearly tax on tips was something he promised, and he covered that. He covered no more illegals coming across the border. I asked her to tell me how many illegals have crossed the border since his administration's been in. Can you guys think of other things that he promised?
Chevron deference, immigration, economic gains, investments, first step back. Like, what else do you want? We can go on all day.
No new wars, inflation, tariffs is going to bring back jobs. I think all of these, he fulfilled all of those
Do you think he hasn't brought back jobs, Ben? Think
What's the
that's
unemployment rate, Ben?
Yeah, it's a secret, man.
Yeah, I don't know, Ben. I don't know what he did for a living, but he definitely brought back jobs. Businesses have opened up in the United States and moved back to the United States.
Ships are not coming
I think
here. I mean,
those
some is pretty jobs.
those are just very easily Googleable stuff that you're
No, it's
talking
serious
about.
What's the unemployment rate, Ben?
Is it a 4.2, 4.2? Get it. Hold on.
Okay. What's the unemployment rate?
What companies have moved back to America then? What industries and companies have opened back up in the U.S. since I'm asking you. You said he hasn't brought back jobs. I'm asking you.
No, but you're claiming that companies move back, so you're the one that should answer that.
Yeah, so Nissan Motors, we can go through some of the car manufacturers that have now opened up plants back in the United States that moved back from Mexico.
Even Porsche built a new factory here now.
Really? Did they?
And Mercedes got a new present down in Alabama too.
Where did Porsche open up, Robbie?
I believe in the Carolinas.
That's interesting because the tariffs had hit Porsche pretty hard. So interesting that they opened up here. I did not know.
Well, as you know, I went in and I went over to the Middle East, a little place called the Middle East. Have you heard of that place? And they pledged $19 trillion. Okay, it's a little number, as you know, $19 trillion. I mean, have you ever heard of a number for that big? Okay, and it's all coming back to our country. It's going to be fantastic, folks. You're going to see it. Well, look, the golden age is already upon us. Okay. It's just that we have a lot of radical Democrats, okay?
Well, Mr.
And we're gonna get rid of them, folks.
Mr. President, I would just like to inform. I think we should just Moab Tehran, like the United States did Dresden in World War II before the Nazis surrendered. So we can have a stronger hold on that petrodollar in region.
Sure.
And then all that AI money that came with NVIDIA from all the sheikhs from Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi.
Well, the money for the AI is fantastic.
Yeah.
But these people have been sons of bitches. Okay? Look, I was trying to be a nice guy, okay? I said, we're going to bomb you. We bombed them, and then we said, look, let's take a chill pill, okay? Let's stop bombing each other, and let's talk. What did they do? They didn't follow through.
This is pure comedy.
They didn't read the artists. They didn't read the book, sir.
I think these stupid sons of bitches read, okay? Because the problem here is, folks, is these people, they've been killing you for so fucking long that they don't know what the fuck they're doing, folks. Okay?
I know.
These people are just fucking crazy. I'm sorry. These people are nuts, a little loco, okay?
When they pray, Mr. President, they like to hit themselves with like chains. They like to scar themselves when they hit themselves, like when they pray.
Well, scar, masturbate, I don't care, fucking God, I don't care. Look, all I'm saying is Iran is not going to have a nuclear weapon. And as you all know, folks, last year we had those beautiful B-2 bombers, as you know, from St. Louis.
Really
and they flew over. I mean, what a fantastic job these people did. I mean, when we have, as you know, the strongest and most beautiful military, and what they did was just amazing. What they did is, you see these big, beautiful planes, and you say, my goodness, that is just, it's just amazing. But as you all know, the AI race, we can't let China win. We cannot. We can't let China win, because if they do, folks, we're screwed. I mean, you have to think these people are making all of our devices. What's going to happen when AI tells us that we have to say Xing Xing and Ni Hao Hao Xiao Ma? It's not going to be very pretty.
And what if they put COVID in the processors and give it to everybody again? I don't know. You never know with the Chinese.
You're starting to sound very low, IQ. I'm so sorry, sir. Matt, could we possibly moderate so much?
I was just, being on the
I wish I would have recorded that. That shit was amazing.
That was unbelievable. You could literally probably fool somebody with the right landline that you're talking to. Oh, for sure.
Well, I almost got away one night. I called Maxine Waters. I wanted to see how sexy she would sound in the middle of the night. So I called her and I wanted to hear her sexy voice. Because, honestly, I kind of liked what I used to hear her say in Beach 45. It kind of turned me on just a little bit, I will say. But Maxine Water, that predator face that she has, I wanted to hear her voice in the middle of the night. I wanted to make sure that she wasn't going to be doing the gargling sounds that the predator makes. Because, folks, she looks like the predator. I'm so sorry. Buddy Ron, as you know, I was trying to play nice guy. What happened? But let's not make this about me, okay? Because we got a lot of other people, especially Brad. And folks, I know Brad has a lot of people who despise him on this app, but Brad is a very high IQ individual, okay? A lot of people. And when Brad speaks, you should all listen, okay? You should all listen.
Oh, yeah, I have a lot of people that hate me.
Well, I suppose, Brad, it would be love from their end. I suppose they would think it's love.
Tiger says in the chat that America is responsible for COVID.
No, it's not. It was a fucking little bullshit.
The fucking Wuhan lab. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, they wanted to kill off their elderly.
Out of the 8 years that Obama had in office, there were very few in between things that he did during those 8 years. And I'm sorry, Robbie, that I cut you off, but I just want to say this. The cutting of the funding to the NIH, I think it was, to keep doing that gain of function research. That was one of the very few things that man did while he was in office. That was commendable. Outside of that, it's all downhill.
To be fair, Fauci ignored Obama's orders and continued to do the research.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Oh, you're right. Shit.
Yep. He told Obama to go shove it up his ass, and he was going to do what he wanted to. So at the end of the day, you have Fauci, who, in my case, should have. I argued for a long time that he should have gone to prison, but people don't want him. He's Saint Fauci.
Hey, I had a question. Abby, you there?
Yeah.
So, I came across a Supreme Court ruling that had granted Congress full authority to do as they please with federal elections. And of course, we had the recent one that came out that stated that, I guess they turned down Trump's ability to regulate mail-in ballots in California. What happens when you have two separate Supreme Court rulings that in a sense contradict one another?
It's an interesting question. I mean, it happens, but usually
And if you need, the one I'm referring to is from 1980, ex parte Siebel, where there was some state officials in Baltimore that tried to block U.S. Marshals from fulfilling the role of whatever the federal government required them to do. When it came to the ballot boxes, they were put there to basically monitor them. And the state officials, the judges, it was 3 of them that tried to, as the document says, obstruct them from fulfilling the requirements of their role. And the U.S. Marshals locked them up. And they submitted a writ of habeas corpus, and it made it all the way up to the Supreme Court. And they struck down the habeas corpus stating the Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1, the make or alter regulations, whatever that is in the Constitution. They hung their hat on that, and they said that the Congress has full authority to regulate all federal elections because they use the 2 different signature statuses as a way of confirming that states cannot override federal authority, specifically when it comes to federal elections. So it's kind of like the context of what happened in that particular court case in 1880. So when I was thinking about it, I was like, damn, this is interesting because the Supreme Court says that Trump can't regulate it, but you have one court case that says Congress has full authority, and then they gave Department of Justice oversight and supervision by way of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and other acts as well. So I was wondering, how does that even play out? Where you have, like, can Trump just bypass one of them and says, hey, this one, in 1880 it gives me provision to regulate it, full authority. Here it is in black and white. So what are your thoughts?
Oh God, I gotta
Marshall,
think about that. Often, I mean, they've had they've had rulings that have conflicted, but usually they'll distinguish on the facts. There's a difference on the facts, and it's not exactly conflicting statutes. I mean, they've also conflicting rulings, and sometimes the new ruling will weaken the older ruling, but not exactly be in full conflict with it. I don't know if that makes sense. Right. But I gotta look at these two, because I don't know the 18. What's the name of the case from the 1800s?
Ex parte, EXPARTE.
Ex parte, yeah. SIBO. Okay.
SIEBOLD.
SIBO.
I'll put the.
Put it in the chat. Let me look at that, and then let me. Marshall,
yeah,
do you?
I need to look at it too. Although my initial thought is that the power to regulate federal elections is in the time, place, manner clause, where it essentially says time, place, and manner direct to the states except for federal elections. And that's, at least in my interpretation, that was supposed to be reflected to Congress. But let's look at the case you were recommending, because that'll be an interesting way to tell.
I'm reading this. I mean, regardless, you still have elements of the supremacy clause that will kick in, even with the states regulating elections. We have in our Constitution clauses that conflict with each other. Forgetting court rulings, there's always been that argument that states' rights and the supremacy clause fight each other, and there's scholars that will give it to the supremacy clause, and some that will argue that the states' rights will prevail in certain circumstances. Again, you look at the facts.
On pages 384 through 386, or even 387, that part, those pages have like some of the strongest language, because they literally say if there's ever a case where so the position that the Justice Bradley wrote in this one is that states can regulate federal elections as long as there's no regulation that's sent down from the federal government. If the federal government sends a regulation down to regulate a federal election that's being handled and managed by a state, if the state's law or whatever is in place, it shall cease to exist. It's like that type of declarative language. So I was like, oh shit, this is gonna get interesting.
Yeah, but it is, as Marshall said, under time, place, and manner, that our Constitution gives Congress the power to alter regulations regarding time, place, and manner for holding elections. But that's for federal senators, federal elections. I don't know, this is an interesting one. My God, you're giving me like a law school question. Now you're looking.
Yeah.
It really is like a law school question.
Yeah, this is Constitutional Law 101.
So I gotta say this to you.
They touched base on this in like 102. Go ahead, my bad.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, like, I appreciate your scholarship like nobody's business. Thank you for putting it together.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. Thank you as well.
Yeah, he's always amazing with this stuff.
I missed everyone's reaction. Y'all believe us yet?
Oh, I'm a believer, if I try.
Hello, Joe. Up. I mean, it's a lot heavier when you have a national address from the podium of the presidency, making allegations that our largest adversaries have been rigging our elections, and that he alluded to traitors involved with it that were hiding the information during his first term.
Well, boys, the Bugaloo's about to get going. Who's ready to ride that way?
Ding, 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 ding. 11 million documents. We're going to have a treasure trove for weeks of this stuff rolling out. From
11 million documents, weeks. That's going to take months.
That's what's on the website, the White House website, Joe? Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, where the actual files are right now.
Hold on, so they really doing this data dump?
Yeah, I think it's a real deal, right, Joe? I mean, he said, and that's what talking heads on the different news outlets are saying, that it's 11 million documents, and then the department heads will be having their own press where they talk to the press here in the next couple of days.
You know, guys, he keeps saying that Iran not having a nuclear weapon, but I honestly believe that Venezuela was the preface to the end game, which is China. I don't think any of this shit has anything to do with Israel. I don't think any of this shit has anything to do with Iran not having nuclear weapons. I think he's doing all this shit to chokehold China. Who was trying to buy the oil from?
I can see that angle.
Well, you got to think, who was trying to buy oil from? Venezuela, Iran. Who the fuck did he go after? Venezuela, Iran. Who did we send all of our manufacturing to? China. Who's he trying to get the manufacturing back from? China. You know them niggas ain't happy with him. He's fucking with their bread, with their milk and honey that they've had since 19 what? Well, granted they've had it since Nixon went over there and waved his fucking peace signs around and allegedly opened China to the west, but really the opening really happened with Reagan, and they got fucking put on steroids with NAFTA, which NAFTA was supposed to help the American Union between Canada, America, and Mexico flourish, but instead, motherfuckers just took that as a way out to go straight to China, and the rest of Asia. But please, by all means, I'm going on mute. I'm talking too much. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm done.
It's always been about China. Everything's about China.
China.
Yep. China.
Oh, excuse me, it's China. It's China. Okay, China. Joe, come on, you're a very high IQ individual. Okay, Joe, don't do this to me, Joe. It's China. China. It's very simple, Joe.
Yeah, I swear that was AI, if I heard you. It was too good.
So where does this go? I mean, has there been any indictments or charges? I don't even know. Is that the next phase, or I didn't even know what happens next.
Oh man, you gotta think, if indictments are next, then the civil wars.
Well, yeah, that's true too. Good point.
Because you know exactly what their straw man is gonna be, what they're gonna go for. It's gonna be, this is political persecution. This is, this is what he wanted all along. When in all reality, they were the ones stoking the fucking flames of all of this political persecution shit. They love to, what was the word that I'm looking for? They love to project. Because lo and behold, wasn't the dossier alleging that Trump was in a hotel in Russia, getting prostitutes to pee on him? And yeah, turn around and find out it was actually Joe Biden's son who was out there taking $3.2 billion from the fucking wife of the Russian mayor, and he was the one who was actually in a hotel in Russia getting peed on by Russian prostitutes. But we're supposed to believe that it was Trump, really, who was really doing that. But then again, what the fuck do I know? I'm just a cock. A very beautiful, bright, colorful cock at that, I may add.
Is it enough, Beaver? Are you satisfied?
There's never enough beaver for this cock, Joe. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. It's like cowbell. It's a fever that's never ending and can only be fulfilled with more cowbell.
Abby, I put the wrong one in there. This is actually the majority. My bad.
It's okay, I've been reading this. Trying to get an answer. It's different set of facts on it.
Beaver sounds like your problem, Joe. Just give you a heads up. But he's having some ear problems.
Can someone tell me what's going on with the air quality that they say something's coming out of Canada into some
of the fires up in Canada.
Well, we have these forest fires in Canada that unfortunately, it's a clear sign that the earth is upset with us. And, trees are just self-combusting out there in the middle of nowhere. Climate change.
Where are the fires in Canada?
Yeah, I'm in Cleveland.
Yeah, I heard Cleveland got hit really hard with it.
It's like smoky as hell out here.
I'm in Philly and it was smoky here, but it's like, super humid too. But I heard Cleveland has it bad. So where is it in Canada that the fires are? Do you know?
Ontario.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to is coming down from the northern parts of Ontario. Well, they did the same thing, 2 years ago? And do you guys remember 2024?
Yes.
When most of the Northeast got slammed with all of that smoke. Yeah, it's crazy because I'm in Wyoming and I had been in Wyoming for a year at that point. And all of that smoke came down this way, Wyoming, Colorado, Montana, and I mean, you could tell this shit is deliberate. There's no way in hell you're gonna tell me that just out of the blue, you're gonna have millions of acres just fucking combust out of the nowhere over what? Sunlight? They get bombarded with sunlight every day. How come they didn't combust the other day? It was just magically now, all of a sudden now. And it wasn't even that high for them to self-combust. What the fuck are we doing here?
There's parts of Wyoming I've driven through where there's, it's when you drive from like the middle of the state, like from Thermopolis over towards Jackson.
Thermopolis is
shit. It's a shithole, right?
Whoa, no. Wyoming's a beautiful state.
Wyoming's beautiful.
It's very beautiful, and the people are very beautiful. They're very kind.
They are.
Very gentle.
They are. I agree with
you.
you.
Very nice people. And to the Democrats in Colorado that want to come up and ruin Wyoming, go fuck yourselves.
But there are burnt areas. What I was going to say is when you do that ride, you see areas, and I was told that some of them were intentionally burnt.
Yeah. Because, you got to prove that climate change is real. And how better way to prove that climate change is real than by, shoving smoke down the throats of, 20, 30, maybe 50 million people. And in the process, devastating millions of pristine land because, it's climate change, of course, folks. Climate change.
So, how's Liz Cheney these days in Wyoming?
I was actually at her old stomping grounds of, her dad's old stomping grounds of Lusk about a month ago. I don't even think she's in Wyoming anymore, to be honest with you. I think she left. But she's definitely persona non grata here. I can tell you that right now. very clear in evidence. She is persona non grata.
I knew some Dems in Jackson that switched parties to vote in that primary to try to get her in. I mean, but there was no way she was getting back in that primary.
The one thing that I went down to the GOP offices here, and it wasn't like I had, some kind of eye melting or brain melting information, but I did tell them, like, listen, I know you guys look at these electoral maps on on election night. It's like this map is getting awfully pink, and from here is gonna go purple, and from purple will go blue. It's like they're not heeding the warning. And I told them, like, if you guys think that Jackson is not capable of transmuting over to the east side of the state, eastern part of the state, you guys are absolutely lost. All of your cojones. You guys have lost the plot. Democrats are making a push on Wyoming. It's only 3 electoral votes, but trust me, they're making a push on it.
But the college town too, so isn't Cheyenne? I mean, between that and Jackson.
Laramie is.
Laramie.
Cheyenne is the capital, but yeah, Laramie is.
Is that where University is?
That's where University of Wyoming is, yeah.
Jackson has, so many people have moved there. During COVID, it was insane how many people moved there.
Well,
and they were blue people moving.
And, this is the thing. Now, look, you want to move? Great. It's a free nation. You can move wherever the fuck you want. But let's be honest. There's a reason why the place you left is in the condition that is in. And it's because you voted this fucking way. Down there. And it ruined it. So why the fuck are you going to come here and vote for the same shit here? Like, Trump is absolutely 100% correct. These motherfuckers are indeed unequivocally dumb fucks. They are, in fact, Democrats. There's no way of putting it. It's that insanity. Doing the same shit over and over again and expecting a different outcome. That's what the fuck. They truly are insane.
Look at how normal California became. Like, if you watch the mayoral race in LA, nobody voted for a tax increase on that ballot. Bass and Pratt were in the lead. All the in-person ballots, complete opposite. What was it? 90% voted against the taxing. All of a sudden, mail-in ballots come in, and the Indian woman ends up
she took second place, right?
Yeah, she took second place, but more importantly, like, this is the one where I go, there has to be something wrong. Almost all of them had an election or a selection box to increase taxes. I'm telling you, what American truly really wishes that their taxes increase? Like, who votes for that? Who really passes that? And even under Bass's campaign, she had the most turnout for her and had the highest number of people who voted in opposition of a tax increase. So that should tell you that there is something amiss in that election system there, or that turnout, because I can't recall. In my life, I've never voted for a tax increase. I don't. Abby, have you ever voted? For a tax increase. I don't think so. I don't think anybody really has.
No, I cannot think of a time I voted for a tax increase. Unless I'm trying to think of who I would have voted for that was in their platform. I can't.
But then people automatically say, "Oh no, you're lying about it." And but what's odd about it is all the tax increases came from the mail-in ballot portion. So I'm gonna be honest. Unless you're telling me LA is filled with, I'm gonna say stupid people, I'm confused. Why would you just vote for a tax increase? Well, yeah, but why would you vote for a tax increase only through mail-in ballot? Like, why wouldn't you have that significant portion on the in-person ballots vote for a tax increase? I've never seen something so starkly contrasted before in our election system as that one thing. It's mesmerizing. And
I know how.
like,
I know why.
oh, you do? Oh, you may have the answer. Maybe China did.
No, I heard that, no, they ballot harvested the homeless. We have the largest homeless population. And I tried to say it earlier, but I think I got cut off because I was in the red zone. But yeah, we have the largest homeless population. How do you think they're going to get more money? And they went around and harvested votes from all these homeless people. It was reported on. You can find a report. I think it just came out either earlier today or yesterday. But yeah, that's exactly, ballot harvesting is legal in California. So that answers probably more than half of your problems.
Okay. So you mean to tell me that there was so many homeless, they outdid and outperformed all of the non-homeless people that, they voted for a tax increase? Like, I mean, I know you have a ton of homeless people, but I didn't think it was that many.
Yeah, Brad, they come from all over the nation to live here. The weather is great, and they can set up their house anywhere. They can live anywhere they want. They can live like on the bay, just set up their tent, no taxes. Like, yeah, we feed them, we give them everything they need, and the weather's great. You should come and hang out sometime up here in the north.
I had an office in San Francisco. We closed it down. But that alone should tell you that there's something odd about our election system, and that political parties will weaponize it, utilize it, exploit it, and do it. And we have nations. We have caught nations doing it. Like, I mean, shit, Canada was known to do that for the dairy farmers over very specific policies and acts and funnel money in. I find it absurd that people don't believe that, like, China, out of all of them, is just so innocent. Like, I get it. They're retarded, but they're still trying to do stupid shit. Like, we keep catching their spies. We keep catching various entities. We're catching them in schools. They're stealing IP. I mean, these are really not an honorable nation of sorts.
Well, their government certainly isn't. I mean, I'm sure, the CCP doesn't stand or represent the entirety of the Chinese population, but yeah, their government is. You got to think they've been opening up confusion centers in this country since the mid to late 70s, and it's been an onslaught since. Matter of fact, I'm going to say they've been opening up confusion centers here since the late 60s, actually. And those confusion centers are directly on college campuses, on university campuses. So, yeah, and then you got to think, if you look at the correlation when the Confucius centers came in, you take 1 to 2 generations to finally get to where you want to be in terms of high output, in terms of how you're going to target the population. And surely enough, their plan is in fact working, because you got to think, I forget what the popular communist was that said that it would take about 2 generations to get America to fold, because all they would have to do is, basically get themselves in the educational system, and from there they would branch out, and it would be a virus that would be unstoppable, because now that they're being put in charge of educating the next generation of what would be patriots, but instead, what do we have now? Just look around. We have a bunch of socialist wannabes, commie wannabes. I think that, communism, socialism is the way to go, even though history very clearly dictates that there'll be a couple 100 million of them dead before it's all over and said and done.
I thought we shut a lot of those down. I have this memory that there was something that happened that I don't know if we cut off funding, but I thought those Confucius centers, a lot of them got shut down.
Yeah, funding was cut off. But when funding was cut off,
home side, China started to pump money into them. They're still up and going. A lot of them still are, especially in California. If memory serves me correct, I believe there's one in UCLA, on UCLA campus grounds. And I could be wrong, but I believe there's one on USC campus grounds as well.
Wow, I really thought they had gone away. That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Alright, so let's call it for what it is. You guys tell me if you guys would agree with this. Considering that Hollywood has a pattern of showing us the shit that the overlords are, planning to do or going to do to us, not just planning. Who here believes that the Obamas making that fucking movie that they put on Netflix? What was it called? I forgot. Funny because I watched it. I forgot the stupid name of it, but who here thinks that these two were actually sending the world and our country, for that matter, a sign that, hey, this is what the fuck's about to happen to you, motherfucker?
What was your question? What'd you say, nigga?
Do we believe that the Obamas took a shot at letting the population know what's coming next? Is that a better way to rephrase the question? Very well.
Nah, my IQ ain't the height, okay? So I'm trying to comprehend what you're saying, man.
Well, nigga, spark that shot, man. Come on. Get them brain cells stimulated. Let's go now. What's going on here? Hey, yeah, but I do want to say thank you. I appreciate you. You came in early, you know what I'm saying? You manhandled the trolls. You took care of business. You kept it on topic, unlike bitch-ass Matt over there who, decided to give up on his job of being like a mod. We understand he was down and out for the count. He's sick. But Matt, you know what? Everything horrible that happened on this stage tonight and subsequently every other night before is all your fault, motherfucker. This is all your fault, man.
Yeah, no, y'all tweaking earlier, man. No.
That seeing that dude, that fuck, them two was tweaking.
Yeah, them niggas was tweaking, bro. Gosh, bro. But it seemed like they was the life of the room, apparently.
You know what it is, Timothy? Most people come into the rooms when them trolls are on stage because they're not really after a legit, concise conversation. They just out for pure, explicitive, entertainment. That's it. That's all they after.
Hell yeah, that's Clubhouse for you, gang. Motherfucker coming here to troll and laugh for real.
And that's it. Listen, I've seen rooms with trolls on stage cussing each other out, kinds of foul shit on each other's mother, and the rooms be popping, couple hundred people. The moment people start talking about money and finances and shit, knowledge, dog, you start seeing them numbers dwindle. 102, 97, 86. Nigga, before you know it, you're down to a small-ass room with like 23 people, and that's it. But then as soon as you bring back the fuckery, guess what happens to the cat? Oh, here they go. Here come the people right back.
Yeah, you damn right, bro. Like, you spot on, nigga. Okay. Which do you prefer? You like the smart, like, what You come here for the knowledge, just the conversations, like.
Yeah, I've been on this app since season 1, dog. I come here for the conversation. I don't come here to gallivant, to lambast. I don't come here to troll on people. Well, I do troll on people once in a blue moon, but I come here for the conversation, which unfortunately is an art that people do not know how to engage in. Most people don't know how to engage in the art of conversation, and it's sad because they want to be part of the conversation, but they don't know how to do it. They don't know how to get their point to the finish line. It's sad.
Yeah, no cap. How you feel about the race topics?
I'm down with it. I'm so done with it, man. That's one of the main reasons why I changed my name to COC. I was like, I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of hearing about people. I'm tired of hearing about the melanin on your skin, man. Can I hear about the content of your fucking character? Because I've been jerked, I've been fucked over by people that look just like me. By my own people.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, all of this bullshit that I hear in these rooms, like, oh, motherfucker, white people will fuck each other over, okay, for the sake of full-blown impropriety. Like, what are we doing here? Like, now we gonna act like we don't do the same shit? Like, it's just only white people? Like, we supposed to just stand up and then also, you know, this the bullshit, brown paper bag, you know.
Oh man, you're getting off code, brother.
Yeah, no, but fuck the code. Fuck the fucking code.
What's the code?
Happening with every nation. It's not just you or black or yellow. It happens with everyone.
Well, you know what the code is. Fuck these crackers. That's the code. Fuck crackers. You know what I mean? We gotta stop buying all these weeds from these Asians. You know what the code is.
Yeah, that shit ain't gonna stop though, man. It ain't stopping no time soon. You feel me? And we kept them race rooms, bro. That's like you said. That's what the numbers is, man. Niggas, the motherfuckers wanna talk about that shit, man. But we was saying the other day, motherfuckers only talk about black racial shit. You know what I mean? I don't never hop on Clubhouse and see white racial shit. Like, it's always black.
So, I've witnessed white on white violence on this app, I will say. I mean, have you ever seen Mikey? You ever seen Brian take on these white folks?
But he mentioned...
Have you ever hopped on Clubhouse and seen a white racist room, though? Like, well, not a white racist room, a room where they're discussing about racist shit white people do.
Oh, yeah, nah, you never gonna... Man, you know that, man, listen, dog. White people got way too many problems in their lives to be worried about fucking racism. They got the bills. They got that to worry about. You know, they got little Jimmy to worry about. They got to worry about little Jimmy going down to Kensington in Florida and doing a little meth, a little crack, you know. White folk are hurting. Leave white folk alone, people. Please, leave white folk the fuck alone. Let them deal with their shit, you know what I'm saying? It's their turn to just say no, okay? And we're going to stand by it. And we're going to, in solidarity, just say no. Okay? And while they make it through this, we're just going to leave them alone.
So this guy says melatonin doesn't matter and we are all the same. So can white people say N-word? No.
But listen, that's language. That's not...
Can they say N-word?
Nobody should be saying the N-word, my man.
No, can white people say N-word?
Of course white people can say it.
Why you believe nobody? Why you believe nobody?
Anybody can say that, but nobody should be saying that, period.
Hold on. 1 second. Yeah, why did you mention the N-word and the W-word?
Please, hold on. I'm from Iran. Hold on. I would like to say something, please. Please, thank you.
Hey.
I am not Muslim. I am Persian. Thank you.
Say the N-word.
What? Why don't you say the N-word? You want to say the N-word. Say the N-word. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's funny.
Inshallah. Say the N-word. Say it.
Do y'all be saying the N-word over there?
N-word, white guys.
They heard me, man.
Yes, they do.
Y'all be saying, they be
saying the N-word. Yeah. Left and right over there. Oh, yeah.
Far worse things.
So it does
really do it.
Oh, my neighbor screams it all night long. It's a video game.
It doesn't matter even for you, cock.
Why are y'all so fascinated with that word, though?
Because that word is what gives you a power, isn't it?
It's like great.
That word is the symbol of defeat of white men. That's what that word is.
Defeat of white men.
Yes. Because that's something you can do and white people cannot do. It's like what Nazis were trying to achieve. What was allowed to them isn't allowed to others. So that's what that word is. It is your power.
So white too. So
Power, you know.
So you're white
I'm
too.
asking you saying that
No,
it
no,
doesn't
you're
matter,
really you're white.
it doesn't matter. So we are all equal here, and you talking about crackers, and we know what that white crackers, white crack. So can white man say N-word? Yes.
I can say any word I want. I can do anything to.
Say it.
Yeah, they can do anything
Say
they want to, but
Say it.
they are the common white man knows. The common white man knows they can say whatever the fuck they want to say, bro.
That's what you are. That's
what you bring the 50s. What you bring the 50s in 2026.
Look, listen, bro. Listen, brother. Listen to me, brother. Listen. Him and these listen.
Don't call me brother. Don't call me
alright, bitch ass nigga. Listen here. Listen here. I'm alright, you hoe ass nigga. Listen here, you bitch ass nigga. Timothy's talking. So, as I was saying, you bitch ass nigga, that white man, he can say whatever the fuck he wanna say. You feel me? But they know it come with consequences. Hoe ass nigga. You lucky you ain't near me, nigga. I'll slap the shit out of you in real life, nigga.
Timothy, you remember the other day when I said I'm for American and I don't have the empathy or the sympathy for all those foreign-borns who try to create problems and try to do all this stuff.
So we are all equal here.
I told you.
And it doesn't matter, but there are consequences for the world.
Yes, there's consequences for everything, man.
One second. What's the consequences that you're talking about? Consequences and problem. What is the problem? Can you explain it?
It turns into an assault and then people go to jail.
I tell you that they say white people don't worry to becoming a minority. You are going to be treated equally and other bullshit. And you can see in you go. He see. He's trying to silence me. You aren't going to treat it equally. Look at the South Africa and how they're treating.
Nigga, fuck you, nigga. How about that, nigga? Fuck you talking about, nigga? Sit your ass in the goo, nigga. Hoe ass, nigga. Man, how you feel about that, nigga? A black man silencing you, nigga? Hoe ass, nigga. How that feel, nigga?
So
go ahead, Wallace.
So Kuka, I have a question for you. Like, how do you see America in the next?
The fuck up.
Does anybody want to speak to the topic, man? You know what I mean? Let's speak about Trump. You feel me? We don't got to speak about this black nigga shit, man. Let's speak about the topic, man.
Yeah, I just been reading Twitter, a lot of the stuff that's coming out. So there is a released document showing that Trump was receiving information in his presidential daily briefs that Russia was the threat to the election system in or around September of 2020, when in fact it was China. And people in the government were misleading the president on which foreign adversary it was. That's pretty fucking serious shit. Think about intel agencies framing it's Russia rather than it actually being China. And what could that have done if Trump had, made a decision in regards to it being Russia, and it was wrong intel? That could start a massive conflict, illegitimate.
Well, Joe, think about not just right now,
let's go back maybe 30, 40, maybe 50 years. How much intel now, the question I suppose that needs to be asked is, how much crappy intel have our presidents been fed throughout all of these years? All in the name of, these three-letter agencies playing hooky with one another.
You're looking at it wrong. So, a lot of people inaccurately say, like, which country pays the most for influence in America. And a lot of people will point to Israel, and I'll tell you that you're wrong. Massively wrong. Not even close. Israel's not even close to the top tier individual nation. It's actually China through a variety of entities. Malaysia is one of them. A variety of companies that they pay for massive amounts. They funnel funds. They pay for lobbies. They fuck our congressional reps. They get elected to offices. And if you speak out against it, China wages a racial war. And they'll stoke that. And we're aware of this, that China does massively try to influence. They're just really stupid about it, and they get caught a little bit. But this is where Rubio is now cracking down. And rightfully so. We've removed China, any Chinese connection from a lot of our degree programs in college. We remove them as students. We'll deport them. We'll detain them. And China bitches about this, but they're not really going to do anything because they are a paper tiger. But they're just thieves. They're just like grifters on the world. They wouldn't exist without the U.S.'s economic investments overall. They wouldn't be where they're at today because they're tied to the hip of the U.S. economically. Militarily, I believe Japan could take them. And they just have never been proven. They've never really tried. They talk about their technology. They talk about a lot of things, but we're really not that scared of China. We just kind of keep an eye on them, up our assets a little bit more, but we really have them contained. They'll throw something out there like supersonic missiles and think somehow that's a win when they can't even control them. And to be honest, we gave them a brief test. All that fancy equipment in Venezuela, we made it go dark in under a few seconds. So it wasn't difficult for us to pretty much show how far down the chain China truly is. They don't want a kinetic war because they'll lose on that front, and they just don't have really any direction. They're too much ingrained into needing the U.S., which is weird because they seem to be lecherous in terms of stealing over and over again. Their government sends students, they send spies, and they really truly are, like, if I were to do it in my lifetime, I would say they were worse than the Russians during the height of the Cold War. Like, that's really, they're as bad as that. If not, they're probably worse. They're a lot worse, let's be honest. So, I mean, we do need to have it tamped down on them. I don't know if it's another Cold War, but I would rather us go to other nations if we're going to do this, or do more investments back home and start pulling and let China's economy just like kind of collapse. They're not going to be able to build right from underneath them. Yeah. I mean, there's really nothing they can do. There's nothing that they truly bring. Their developments are that. Remember their AI? Oh, we have cheap cars. We're going to do this. Yeah, go buy one of those cheap cars and see how well it lasts. People have already reviewed them. People have already gotten their hands on them. You're not going to like them. They're $10,000 car. They're electric cars. You're not going to like it. You're going to sit there and go, this is a piece of shit. And that happens with everything that comes from China that they try to undercut. It's just trash. It's not up there because they're stealing IP, and then they're trying to force fit it. They don't understand it. They didn't develop it, and they can't control it. And then when they try manufacturing at mass and they take shortcuts. There's a reason your cars are expensive. There's a reason certain things are, because you like driving down the road and having 4 tires stay on the fucking car, not roll off. I mean, I don't know. You can go ahead and cheer on what they're going to do, and I hear people, but then when I actually watch the product, I sit there and laugh at them because they disappear or it's just shit.
Okay, so,
Mike, how do you feel about Tiger saying that you give off small dick energy?
Are you talking to me?
As long as I get to touch the sides, the top, and the bottom, I'm all good. It could be the best 30 seconds of any time, but any person's wife. But we all know Chinese people have a little pimple they piss out of. You men don't really have balls, right? So, I mean, it looks like 2 jelly beans and a Vienna sausage at best. So, even as an Irishman, I beat that.
Okay, so since we talked
Well
about
said. Go ahead, Commander.
yeah, thank you, sir. Since we talked about the China, well, China, they are producing mass BYD electric cars, which is failing, as well as the American cars, which is the Lincoln, I believe that the GMC Denali. That one is also shit, piece of shit. So do not talk about cars unless you make better cars than the Germans and the Japanese. That's one. Two, let's talk about, yes, I agree with you. China is a communist party that is like willing to rise up. And we have the wall, which is South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and the rest of the East Asia, where the Chinese, they cannot actually move or logistically they cannot actually improve or be better for the world, where the US is the dominant place where they have so many alliances there. I agree with that. And the other topic you talked about was about the technology. Well, the Chinese, I must give a credit for the Chinese. They are well advanced than the USA in many aspects. If you want to talk about the TikTok that they actually introduced before the America, whether if you talk about the Alibaba, they made better than the Amazon. Well, the Amazon they actually copy. So we cannot actually say China is a copycat. Yes, I agree with you that they're actually having students in the US and the West and in Europe, and then they're studying, they're working hard, they're doing everything. But what have the Americans done up so far in technology-wise? That's what I'm talking. And the other part, Russia and Ukraine, well, the Ukrainians are doing better. They're actually bringing military operations in technology-wise, which is far much better than the European and the Americans, including the Americans. So this is another topic we have to talk about. So this is I land here, and thank you.
So let's go through this. So the U.S. leads the entire world. It's not even close in AI, aerospace, biotech, semiconductors, defense technologies, NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft, OpenAI, SpaceX, like literally a plethora. We could go down this. Our military produces more high-end tech than China does in massive ways that have reshaped the world. Fuck, you got the microwave oven because of the U.S., so hats off to that. You're more on the, you make shitty drones, you manufacture. That's the extent of what China has. You're manufacturing. Your development is subpar at best. No one is craving, to go out there and say, oh, I really, really want this on that front. Now, you may throw in, oh, it's a $10,000 price tag. You may undercut the price of the market, but then when people actually get the product, they have buyer's remorse en masse. So China is not even effective in terms of that. Japan produces more high-end tech than more development tech. And again, China steals it. Like, that's all they're known for. They steal IP, slap a box around it and say, here you go. And it's not even fully developed, fully completed, and fully manufactured. So at the end of the day, especially with China being this big rationale, it's just the fact that they basically tell their workers, I'm going to give you 10 cents on a sack of rice, and you must work 15 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that's it. Like, I don't really much understand this belief that China is so far advanced in comparison to everybody when they can't even get out of their own way. And once you get out of like Beijing, Hong Kong, you go into the rural side, you see that infrastructure start to fall apart. So in massive ways, there is such a dichotomy there that it's just absurd. And let's be honest, you have ineffective, spyware at best. Like, you're not even, your ships, your naval assets, they have problems at sea. You have problems tracking. You lose shit all the time. Shit sinks. Your planes, they go up, they come down pretty fast. So I mean, really, overall, I haven't seen China be the big threat it is. It does roar, but it's usually an AI roar. I'll say it's not really something that's backed with teeth. Secondly, you have India that could, I mean, honestly hates freaking China. Koreans don't fucking like you, north or south. Like, let's be real on that one. That's for thousands of years of war. And then Japan doesn't like you. Philippines doesn't like you. You've got Australia that doesn't like you, even though Vietnam fucking can't stand you guys. Right. So, I mean, the largest armies in the Asian area do not like you. And, oh, by the way, you're still having land disputes with Russia. So, I mean, yeah, China not being able to expand, China doing its thing, like, you conquered Tibet, you conquered a Dalai Lama. That's your most notable military achievement. Like, nothing more. Like, you spare me if I have this, like, sense of incredulous belief that you guys are somehow more advanced than, I'd say, Japan, Europe, the United States, Canada, I mean, Russia. I don't have that belief that you guys are as high as it is. I think it's just all paper trails.
You're calling me you guys. I'm not you guys. I'm not with them. I'm just like asking you a question. So in terms of military-wise in Russia, they are actually more advanced than European Union, like in scale-wise. That's what I'm talking about. But with technology, with the less what's that called? With less military power in Ukraine, they actually achieved it with the technology. So what I'm asking right now, the Americans, where are the Americans heading right now? Like, are they looking to improve life? Are they looking for? Well, you know, if we talk about the Americans, like, the only thing that prospered America, that lift America up, was the immigrants. So are we pushing immigrants back? Are we saying no to Americans? Like, I want to know. I want to understand.
Wait, are we pushing Americans back? I don't understand your context. What are you trying to say?
I asked the question, what lifted America up was the immigrants. The only thing that raised America up is the power of manpower from the immigrants. That's what really lifted Americans up. So
well, sure, if you count everybody in America either a descendant of an immigrant or an immigrant itself, yeah, sure. But really what lifted up America at its peak, well, it's still current peak, is, and who knows if this is the peak, I'll be dead. I don't even know if this is the end of the peak of America. You have a lot of people saying, oh, it's the downfall. Oddly enough, we seem to keep advancing. But in terms of that, yeah, you can say that everybody's an immigrant. Sure, I'll give you that if you're going to put it in the overall broad historical area. But what lifted America up was an ability to recognize decisions. It's a vast land. Its ability to have numerous resources. Its ability to actually unite. Oddly enough, despite all the diversification, if there is a threat to America, and not just like some bullshit threat, but an actual threat, as evidenced in World War I, World War II, and various other times, even the Civil War, there is a great unification. Even though we may argue amongst ourselves about it, a foreign actor to come in and create a threat, such as like 9/11, Pearl Harbor, we have absolutely no problem setting aside those differences and including those that may be oppressed by the current system. Will set that aside and say, nope, we're going. And we're 10 toes down, we're chest out and ready to go forward. Its drive comes from the fact that women, overnight, when men had to go to war, came into the factories without complaint, without their working in fucking massive conditions that you wouldn't want to do, that your ass couldn't fucking do it, and assembled tanks, bullets, made watches with radium glow so soldiers could see in the night so they could coordinate attacks, packs of med kits. Even during the pandemic, you saw a unification of people actually coming together despite the overall disagreements of how to handle it, what was best. But Americans actually ended up helping each other out in a lot of ways. There were people delivering food. There were people trying to educate. Moms set aside their days and made mini schools in their neighborhoods. Fathers were out there helping neighbors like build and do things. So like America's rise in terms of like it needs its immigrants. No other nation does what the U.S. does in terms of that at the scale it does. It also gives more charity to everywhere else in the world. Americans are called upon to be the most charitable. They're asked to give the most, and they're asked to sacrifice their sons and daughters at any given moment in response to what goes on in the world. So in terms of the rise of it, I would say America's culture is not one that's just based on immigrants. It's a collectiveness of people who left their areas at one point or another for whatever reason it was, and others that were brought here forcefully against their will. But at the end of it, generations later, they still come together and do this. And you can see that over and over again. Like, look at what went on in Venezuela. I mean, shit. Americans gave massive amounts of clothes. You know what people were saying about that natural disaster? They were bitching about the fact they were used clothes. But here you are, Americans are donating the shit that they have. They weren't given like crap. They weren't given holes. They weren't given like, decades old fucking shit.
They were getting the shirts off their backs to out of Venezuela.
Yeah, and then they complained about the fact that they were used stuff. Like, you lost everything. But somehow Americans need to go out and just buy you brand new stuff. They need to go buy Apple bottom shoes or whatever the fuck it is and send that down to you. So
and let's not forget that America is the only country, and by all means, please somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I'm open to that. Is the only country that on a yearly basis takes in 1 million immigrants. What other country around the world on a yearly basis takes in 1 million people? I'll wait for the answer.
There's none, unless you're going to give a whole region. But here it goes further. Americans ask you that you comport to American society when you immigrate here.
We want you to
and we have a problem now because we have a certain population that does immigrate here. Like, we don't have a problem with Hispanic immigrants. Like, they come in, we love, like, I love them. I connect with them more. I just don't like the Canadians. But the Mexican and most other immigrants, I don't have a problem with it. The problem comes is that when an immigrant comes in and says, hey, we want to set up a Sharia town over in Dearborn, Michigan, or in Houston, Texas. And then when the Americans, the entire population that exists in that area says, nah, we're going to pass on that shit. You get upset as you come over here, and now you call us racist, xenophobic, or whatever. And like, Americans are just kind of getting sick of it that they have to sit there and cater to your needs and your demands. And they're like, then go back fucking home. Like, why did you leave? Like, this is a big question that Americans ask you guys that are foreign born. Why do you come to America to recreate the very shit you left?
You left. Thank you. And Brad, you know what's crazy? Look, I've traveled abroad. I'm sure you have. When we go abroad, if you ever notice, Americans, we are always very, very open and willing to assimilate to wherever we're at. Well, shit, if we go to Mexico and we don't know any Spanish, you'll catch us trying to learn Spanish.
Shit.
Because we don't want to be...
Name the last time a white woman...
eyeball out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Shit, name the last time a white woman didn't pretend she was France while being a tourist in France. Come on. Trying to talk in a French accent.
The point is that these folks, they come here and they want us to assimilate to them. And that's the problem that we're having in this country right now. For the first time, we have both a group of individuals that are migrating here alongside while having a domestic political party telling them, inciting them to hold on to this idea that they ought to be assimilated into rather than the other way around. When you got to think, we're the ones rolling out the red carpet for you to come here. You would think the least that you could do is learn the language, bare minimum. And there's a lot of communities that you go into where
mine's one of them. I live next to the border, and Spanish is the primary spoken language.
At the southern border is
understandable. And I did not enforce my beliefs on you. So what are you talking about? I don't understand.
Well, we're not sure. But see, this is the thing. When you go to another country, they're not forcing their beliefs on you. You are forcing yourself onto those beliefs because you are making the choice to go there. No one forced you to come to America. You made that choice on your own volition. So the least that we are asking of is, look, you don't have to assimilate it to any kind of American mainstream religion or any of that. What we're asking is that, hey, pal, if our police officers fucking pull you over, the least you could possibly do is know how to read our fucking street signs, okay? And that if a police officer pulls you over, you know how to interact with him, all right? If you walk into a store, you're not lost being able to read, the English signs. Like, what are we doing? I'll leave it with this. I'm going to end it with this. We have right now a very large group of Americans that have moved down to Mexico City, Mexico, okay? And a lot of the signs, folks, have become now bilingual signs. Sort of like how they've done to us here, because, Americans, you're so bigoted and xenophobic. How dare you have bilingual signs? So we have allowed it. Well, guess what? Down in Mexico, you know what they're doing to Americans? To the small American villages that are starting to pop up, and all the signs that are starting to pop up in English, they're tearing them down. And you know what the ones are telling the Americans? To get the fuck out their country. So why is it that the world can tell America to get the fuck out their country, but America can't tell the world to get the fuck out of their country? How does that work?
Hold up. I'll answer that question. Because America, they're envying the Mexicans. They did not invest in Mexico, while the Chinese did come to Mexico and invested.
Wait, hold on.
That's not the point that I'm making.
Hold on. You said, wait. You said America does not invest in Mexico, that China did. China's only done that as recently. Wait. Stop here. Listen, Osama, whatever. First off, the American military, like, literally, the American mindset for that, bruh. Literally has invested since, like, the fucking Alamo days. Literally has invested in it. We have heavily there. Fuck the cable lines, the water lines, literally supply, electrical lines, oil. We have trade investments that are actually fucking imbalanced, if you ask me. But to cater to Mexico, to keep them at least somewhat solvent. We have done a shit ton for Mexico in terms of that. So your idea that Americans in themselves don't invest in Mexico, and if Mexico was attacked, the holy fucking hell that Americans would have marching down there saying, hold on there, buddy, put that sombrero back on, we're going to take care of this. Literally would fucking wallop anybody's asses. Like, we would gladly do it. We would gladly defend that. Without even...
Brad, give me 1 minute. Listen. We choked out our own timber industry.
Can I speak 1 minute?
So we could be nice to our neighbors.
No. You're not gonna back up Viking. He answered me my question, so I have to answer him back, right?
No, I'm answering your question along with Viking. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, no, you're not gonna have to back up Viking.
I'm not backing up Viking. Viking doesn't need that.
And then I'll come back to your question again. No problem. So in the last 20 years, in the last 30 years, have you ever invested in Mexico? While Mexico thinks you guys are like menacing them, you guys are like extorting them. Like, why did Donald Trump call the Gulf of Mexico, America, the Gulf of America? That's like overpowered. Like
because it is the Gulf of America.
No, it's not. It's Gulf of Mexico.
Louisiana, Mississippi.
No, we call it the Gulf of America, but for a long time it had been known as the Gulf of Mexico. But the Spanish were the first people to settle the area. That's why it's called the Gulf of Mexico.
I'm just kind of confused. Like, you're still... Listen, I'm doing whatever. Wait. So, like, we invest roughly $387 billion annually, just annually to Mexico. We do it through a variety of entities. We have private partnerships. We have trade packs. Fucking shit's made down there, and we bring it back up and give them export fees and processes. We do a lot of shit with Mexico. So in terms of your investment, you better check yourself, because we actually invest more than fucking China does. And oh, by the way, we don't give Mexico shit. I get it, Osama bin Laden. Listen, I don't really give a fuck. Like, this is why we don't care for you guys. Because again, you give your 20-year investment, and we've been doing that shit for fucking decades. Like 150 fucking years. Where were you? Welcome to the party now. Thank you for showing up. That you're like, oh, China, they're investing great. Okay, and they still suck at it. The fucking even the Mexicans don't like their investment. They don't want their trade deals because, by the way, China kind of sucks at that whole thing. It's a little bit wonky, and the people are like, hey, these trade deals aren't really that fucking great.
And their equipment sucks ass too.
Yeah, no one's rushing to buy their shit. So when we look at what we have down there in Mexico, you don't get to have that. And oh, by the way, if it was so great with China, I don't see a whole lot of Taco Tuesdays in fucking China going on. I hate to tell you this, there's not a lot of taco trucks driving around there, or correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure there's not a huge significant Mexican population that's living in China saying, let's go celebrate Cinco de Mayo. Like, I hate to tell you this, but you're just like, again, it's this TikTok liberal. Like, you brought out TikTok as an innovation. Ooh, someone made a social media platform. Gee, where did they get that idea? Fucking Facebook?
Like, I'm sorry, but you do know that. They don't celebrate Cinco de Mayo, right? You do know that, right?
Oh,
Mexico doesn't really
Hold up.
That's
Shall we?
sad.
Hold up.
United States of America has benefited from Mexico. So,
man, I get that you have to take the drunk girl home at night.
No, I'm
You
not
have to
drunk,
bring her into the house.
babbling
Can't you just go to her place?
We don't even know. They don't celebrate Cinco de Mayo. And America has benefited from our relationship with Mexico, and it's a fact.
Dipshit. I never said we didn't benefit from it. That never came out of my mouth, you fucking crackho. Like,
and you said we never benefit from the migrants, right? So should we migrate to Russia and China or US? Like, we need to understand.
Well, actually, we lose with the Chinese ones. We lose with you guys. It costs us a lot. I really wish we would open up. I'd rather deal with India. I'd rather deal with a lot of other nations. I would have spread that all around. I wish our business people had the foresight way back when to sit there and go, yeah, China's willing to fleece their people. They're willing to, torture and do whatever the fuck it is. Like, you brought up Alibaba. Where the fuck is that guy? Where did he go? Oh, yeah, that's right. He had a lobotomy, right?
Jack Ma? Yeah. Made him disappear real quick when he do something.
Yeah, so I mean, just to kind of go through your little rant there, like nothing you goes China that's like some big threat that I have to worry about.
Or should we migrate to China? Like, you tell me.
No, I don't want you to migrate here. I want you to stay wherever the fuck your mother is.
Right. So we should migrate to China then. Oh, exactly right. Thank you.
Hold on. Put a 1 in the chat if Brad was cooking. Put a 2 in the chat if he was not cooking.
Who said that you have to migrate anywhere? Who said that we have to?
Why don't you improve your country?
Brother,
if America's he's not your brother. He's my brother. He's my American brother. He's not yours. You just said it to him. You came on the stage earlier and you asked about whether or not he should be allowed to say the N-word. He's not your fucking brother. You won't defend him. You'll come to this country and fleece him. You'll put a Valero gas station in a fucking black neighborhood and tell black people they're nothing but thieves. You'll tell them and you'll shoot them while a kid's running down the street.
Can I call him Mr. Cooper instead?
You're going to try to tell me that, oh, brother. Take your brother's shit. Go back to your fucking village and try to build that up. Listen, bro. What are you trying to get California now? Leave my Californians alone. They ain't yours.
Right.
Yeah, you said that brother shit earlier, man. You said that don't be doubling down right now.
I'm not gonna call him brother. I'm gonna call him Mr. Coco. Mr. Coco. Okay, can we speak now? Okay, the reason why.
Things are
Hold
cock.
on,
It's cock.
It's cock, man. I'm just saying.
Cock like I think dick like it. What is it?
Yeah, like the dick he gave your mom last night. Literally, cock.
Say, no, give your mom too. Yeah, I spermed on your mom too.
Hey, brother, hold on, before you go, man.
Do not disrespect mom.
Hold on, man. First of all, he can say what he want to say. If you want to disrespect him, go ahead. But two, is that you and your PTR, sir? Oh, now you quiet? You don't got nothing to say?
No, I was asking Mr. Coco.
Is that you and your PTR, sir?
He's in Canada.
Not me.
Yeah, is that you?
He's in Canada.
Okay.
Yes, it's me.
Okay, go ahead, man.
He's in Canada.
So you're what's your name again?
Taking that Bill Nixon auto.
Ravi, he's, I know Ravi, I know him, I know a long time ago.
And what did you have for dinner tonight?
I had clams and lady fingers.
Nice. What's the last movie you saw?
Well, is this an interview? I'm talking to Mr. Coco. And you are interviewing me here right here.
Well, go ahead and speak, man. I said you can speak, nigga.
As DJ speaking to you, turn on the flashlight on your phone and face it straight to your face. And let DJ ask the questions.
When you fart, is it more like a belch or is it more like a fart? This is
about farts, I'm talking about Mr. Coco.
Like it's more of an abortion.
I want to talk to him. Listen, none of that bullshit I need to hear right now.
Okay, but I was talking to Coco.
Hey, one mic on Hamada. Let Hamada say what he wants to say. One mic on that nigga.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Since you mentioned about immigrants, so the immigrants are fucking building United States of America right now. Do not fucking tell me that immigrants are not doing shit. They're fucking paying your taxes.
They're not doing shit.
Listen, shut the fuck up. They're paying your
What?
taxes.
What are you going to
They are picking your fruits, alright?
What are you gonna fucking do?
They are working in your fucking manufacturing lines, so do not give me shit about
They're
this.
working our manufacturing lines?
Go down, relax.
They're working our manufacturing lines? Holy shit, guys, you know what? Americans, we can just sit back. You know what? Collect that fucking money and just sit back and you can let Osama here put together your car. Right?
Exactly, they're paying for your family, man, to feed your, put in your table.
They are? We
Yes.
are? Oh.
Yeah.
So like, what are Americans doing? What are Americans doing? Are they not working?
Donald Trump is fucking rinsing you over, man. Taking billions, all the billionaires are rinsing you. So do not fucking talk to me about shit.
But what about the billions that to your fucking shithole nation? Don't you guys think that?
Doesn't even sound like he's in his shithole nation anyways. Right?
Yeah, he immigrated to Canada.
It sounds like he went to some colonizer's country.
Wait. Here's how bad it is.
Colonizer's country, and he's trying to tell the colonizer how terrible the colonizer is.
Wait. Is this a can I ran?
To go and gossip with the colonizer, right? That's some shit, man.
This is a can I ran? Oh.
Yes.
I just nutted. So this is a can I ran. So this is an Iranian man that ran to Canada. You left your fucking nation. Why? Because I don't know, whatever. You were getting bent over every time you farted. It was like an abortion to you. So like all of that shit happened to you over and over again. And then you went to Canada and then you're like, we're building this nation. We're building it. Bitch, it was already fucking built. We just opened the doors to you and we allowed you in. You think like black people didn't fucking build an agricultural society throughout the fucking slavery? You did things like fucking Mexican Americans after the fucking Mexican American War. They didn't provide agricultural assets. Fucking Asian Americans came over here and provided the fucking railways and development under Great Depression. You mean the ancestry of every demographic except for the English had to fucking suffer. They are the ones that built it. They're the ones that actually contributed to it. And they died along the way. They gave birth to their children along the fucking way. They fucking endured slavery, fucking Jim Crow, segregation, fucking economic hardships, natural disasters, a dust bowl where a government left them alone. They still suffered. And you know what Americans still do? Every time something bad happens, they don't run from danger, bitch boy, like you did. They didn't run to fucking Canada. They ran to the fucking danger. And they served it up. Black, white, Asian, Hispanic, fucking, it didn't matter to them. They consistently do that over and over again. So listen here, Muslim Karen, you should go back to Iran, go build up your fucking country, instead of coming into Canada and fucking up theirs.
But why are you mad?
I get it. You know, they have good maple syrup. But at the end of the day,
Shalom, Goyam. Shalom, Goyam.
Hamada, brother. You need to go ahead and get some reinforcements, man. They cooking your ass in this bitch, bro. Go get your Iranian brothers. Bring them back in this bitch, man.
Excuse me,
Shalom, Goyam.
say something, please? I'd like to say something.
I'm USA, but these guys are fucking what they're talking about. They have no knowledge. They're just like, you know, they're just going to eliminate everything.
What knowledge did you want? You didn't know how much America invested in Mexico. You don't even know how much money America invested in your own fucking adopted nation.
You never fucking invested in Mexico.
Did you know that the majority of manufacturing up there, the railways, the pipelines, all this stuff is managed by American control? That Americans do that? Do you know that Americans are up there now putting out the wildfires, protecting your ass en masse? Well, no. Apparently, America doesn't do anything. But except we have to save the world. We have to carry the weight of the world. All of its morality, all of its decisions come down onto our men and women's shoulders. Because we carry a blue passport with gold letters. You put that on us. You didn't go build a nation. You didn't develop anything. You went to another nation to sit there and say, hey, your U.S. is bad, but you flew to the very democratic side of the globe that actually mimics the United States in so many ways. You don't fucking even get what you're saying. And I get it, Osama bin Iranian, whatever it is, Can Iran or whatever it is. You fucking ran. Your nation's at war. And what did you do? You ran to Canada.
Which nation is in war?
You're a draft dodger.
USA started the fucking war, man. Which nation is in war other than USA? Who started the fucking war?
Really? You know there's 39 open armed conflicts around the world right now, right? Right?
You tell me which nation is in war other than USA? Who started the fucking war?
One mic on COC, man. Go ahead,
Buddy, I would like to ask him, buddy, where the fuck are you so stupid, buddy? What the fuck? Please answer my fucking question, buddy. What the fuck? Why are you so stupid? Alright, well, I guess that does it. This motherfucker drunk.
The guy is in Matrix, man. So what are we talking about right now?
Buddy, what the fuck are you talking about, buddy?
You were asking him something about if he's a what?
What's this guy's story, Rafi? I mean, what is he like? You know, regretting being born? Like he's pissed off that his mom's like getting an abortion.
That's right. Just ignore this. Viking.
Who got John back up?
Man, one mic on John, man. Let's see what he's talking about, man. One mic on John.
He's a troll. He's a troll. Just FYI.
Alright.
It's a you on that.
I'm not speaking the truth.
I just try to give everybody a chance, man. I need these out of here.
You good. We just got this shit, bro.
these guys or whoever like speaks to them in a different language, in different accent.
You are stupid. What the fuck, bro?
So the Viking is up to stupid. I'm putting him in place. But he doesn't understand.
Fucking butt fuck.
Wait. You realize that Americans have different dialects all throughout the entire nation? Like us, there's Southern people, there's Northern, there's Midwest, there's West Coast, there's East Coast, there's Northeast. Like, there's literally different dialects all throughout our fucking nation. Like, you understand that. Shit, half of the time people from fucking Georgia speak, I can't understand them. Hell, half of the shit when Marshall's drunk, I don't understand the Texan out of his fucking mouth. So, like, this idea that, he's making fun, he can make fun of everybody he wants to. Guess what? He's got that right. He did something that wasn't you. He actually says, I'm an American, I can make fun of anybody. It's called comedy. It's actually funny. You should try it and put down the goat udder and sit down there and actually have a conversation with somebody who's like...
Quickly, I just want to say something. If you look carefully at this PTR and what he's dressed in, that's not like a gown from the hospitals that they give you, like a mental institution he came out of a little bit.
Oh shit, really? Are you
look carefully? Look
carefully. Is your ass hanging out there?
He's dirty. That's
all right. Okay, I'll give you the hand up.
That's the right shirt, man.
I'm crazy. I'm fucking crazy.
I was just recently at the hospital. I got the same gown.
They got buying them shirts at the hospital.
Dude, please tell me you're wearing fucking Fruit of the Loom underwear under that, because like your ass is just hanging out.
It actually looks like the same
unless you're used to doing that.
It looks like you just...
Shit up, man.
See, now y'all gonna make that man blow some shit up, man. He finna start applying on the United States.
You know,
and he finna blow some shit up.
Bro, I'm not against nobody. Like, I love everyone. Like, you know, I just speak my mind, right? So if there's like problems around the world, if there's like fucking shit going around, I gotta speak. I gotta point it out.
Okay.
But you know,
hey, look,
what are you doing pointing it out? What are you doing?
Hey, Hamada, look, brother, me to you, bro. This is just Clubhouse, my nigga. Don't come over here to the United States trying to blow some shit up, bro. It's just Clubhouse, my nigga.
Well, then Brad's Quinn was good. Why did you leave your homeland for Canada?
Economy-wise, like, you know, I didn't know about something in my back country, so I came here economically, so I can help my family. It does not mean shit. Like, same thing your ancestors did that thing. You ask a question, I'm answering the question. So
that's
same thing.
brother.
Hold up. Same thing. Like your father did that same thing, like everybody else. It's the same shit. So what's the problem now?
It's no problem. It's a trade-off. The economy, you come for the economy, right? So you have to deal with some other things that you may not like.
But maybe 1 second.
But is it better than where you came from?
No, but
is there more opportunity?
No, he said that he came
I absolutely agree with that. Like, I had choices, bro. I could have gone to Russia. I could have gone to China. But now these motherfuckers...
Wait. Why did you pick the Arabic? Go ahead. I'm sorry. I cut you off.
I just want to ask him a real quick question. Hamada, you said you came here for the economy to make money and want to send it back home. So you take money from this country and you send it back home? That's what you're doing?
Well, it does not mean that. It means like, listen, Ravi. You are fucking switching the conversation right now.
No, I'm saying...
I came here to build... I came here to build a life, all right? Listen. You gotta fucking listen, man. I came here to build a life, all right? So if it does not work for me, that means that I have to fucking go back and build a life there, right? So if I'm hearing shit here in the United States of America, people talking about immigrants, they're doing this, no, man, like you're stupid.
Hey, listen, let me tell you something. Hold on. Let me make this clear. When you earn your money properly, nobody cares what you do with it. I don't care if he sends it back to his home country or whatever. That's his money. When you make it and you earn it, it's yours. But you could do whatever the fuck you want to. You could go into the strip club and spend it all if you want. I don't care. It's not my business. But you can send it all back to another country if that's what you do. As long as you're not stealing or getting away with some nonsense that we don't agree with.
But
then that's cool.
You have to re-stimulate your economy by
No, I respect the law. I respect the law.
You can do whatever you want, man. Like, when you get your money,
Yes, I make my money. I make my money. I respect the law.
Nobody's
I
gonna
respect
say
the country's
nothing,
law. I do my money. I respect the law. I'm not in drugs. I'm nothing. I'm doing legit. Everything is white, clean. Like, you know, I do my work. I do everything. I
That's
respect
cool
everyone.
then, man. That's cool then.
Listen, I respect all religions. I respect all religions, man. Even they talk about politics, they talk about religion. No, I respect everyone, man. I have no problem with nobody.
So
But
that's
you know,
cool then.
that's it.
So what's your problem then? You got a problem with something?
Like, you know, my problem was, let's just go back to Vikings.
There's none in Canada.
Yeah. My topic was, let's just go back to Viking. He's saying, like, immigrants are coming, taking your job, blah, blah. Like, you know, they can fucking work hard, man. They're fucking sitting their ass on laptops and computers, bro. Like, we are doing the hard work here right now. Like, we are the fucking blue collars, and these white collars fucking bitching about blue collars. Can you fucking mind that shit?
Wait, you're not doing the blue collar. Wait, hold on.
Listen,
hold on,
there's too much focus on who's doing the work, right? You can't just look at a person and say, that's a blue collar, that's white collar, that's this, that's that. Right? I know some motherfuckers that make really good money in the trade. Okay? Doing plumbing, doing different things in construction. Stop acting like when you see $100,000 truck pull up, most people don't recognize it. Okay? Stop acting like people in the trades not making money. Okay? So first of all, let's get this shit straight.
Well, wait, hold on a moment. So
respect needs to be given to everyone. Anybody that's working and earning this shit, honestly. Right?
So we can talk about this. First off, you're not coming over here taking the blue collar jobs. Your asses aren't.
He's not taking shit.
Hey, hold on. Dude, I'm gonna finish, dude. Chill. You went to Canada, so you're not in America, like even taking one of the jobs. And when they bitch about, hey, immigrants, no one's bitching about legal immigrants. In fact, we kind of like them. We like people coming over here directly, going through the process, giving their allegiance to America and being part of our society, blending in with our various cultures that exist throughout the United States. We actually like that shit. We enjoy that. Fuck, we have pizza. We love that shit. Thank you, Italians. We like fucking hot dogs at ball games. Thank you, Germans. We like fucking chicken. We like gumbo. We like all of this shit all over. We have foods from all over. Half of the people in Texas eat jalapenos with absolutely every fucking thing they touch. Hats off Mexicans. So, like, this idea that somehow we don't like immigrants or like that, the problem is twat waffles like you who come over here and then want part of the system, take the social safety nets that were provided for the American citizens that were supposed to be dedicated to the American citizens that are there by the government, and then you claim to have a piece of that pie, that you're owed that when you set foot on this country yesterday, and somehow or another you put yourself above that. Then you move into communities and say the rest of the people that lived in that community need to exit that community. And you tell them that as evidence in St. Paul, Dearborn, Michigan, parts of Houston, parts of Texas, California, Washington State, Ohio, D.C. You continuously do this and then call us xenophobic and then racist and all that other shit because, again, it's proof positive that you came to Canada and then said you're the integral part to the Canadian system when, in fact, you're really not. Those that can come here and actually contribute, they don't sit there and say they're the vital link because literally everybody in America does it. 2% of our nation feeds the entire 98%. Literally that. We have 2% of our population that's so badass, they feed the entire rest of us. So before you go down that pathway about who does what, you better check yourself because you clearly don't know how America works or what its systems or what the people are like.
You go fucking pick the plants in the farm, right? In Arkansas and Nebraska. You go and fucking pick the plants in Nebraska and
I'm sorry, I don't speak Iran. Can somebody translate this shit?
He says something about Nebraska.
Nebraska and Arkansas.
And no, He might have gave it to you.
He's trying
He
to
gave
say
it to
that
you
you
raw.
can't pronounce
He might have
Arkansas
gave
and
it to you.
Nebraska.
He might have gave it to you in a way that you think is hard.
Nebraska and Arkansas.
Kansas or Arkansas?
He told you raw and unfiltered, man. Exactly what it is.
Alright, you're not. Alright. Yeah, it is.
Yes,
If you can stay on mute until you fix your mic.
You're just a little muffled there.
So, Brad, do you think you're 2% material?
What? Did he say he's 2% material?
I'm the 2%. You're the 98%, Brad.
You're the 2%?
You're the 2%? We know who you are. Like you act like you're some fucking like little quizzical guy, but you've been on here for 4 years, and we all know about what you do. You're just like one of those paid fucking social media guys from fucking China or whatever that sits there and goes on social media apps, and that's your job. I'm glad you got a job. Hats off. Thank Mark Zuckerberg for creating Facebook and the wave of social media that we have.
Is this CCP?
He's not.
Is this the Chinese Communist Party? CCP?
Hey, Tiger, brother, answer this question for you, man. Why is this stereotype? It may not be a stereotype, but why is it that people believe that Chinese food be having, rats in they shit and y'all be just dirty as hell, bro? Is that something with China? What is that?
Chinese people are fucking evil, man. They're
mute him. It wasn't to you.
You know what?
No, that wasn't to you, mother. That was a serious question. I want Tiger to answer that question, because with their culture, with Chinese food, it's y'all, so I want to hear it from a Chinese nigga.
I said because barbarians do not understand culture.
Nice. So, can I ask a question for him? Agent, let me ask a quick question for him. What Chinese do to the Muslims there? How are the Uyghurs?
Wait, aren't all of you like...
How are the Uyghurs there?
Wait. It's Uyghurs. Uyghurs? Sorry, Uyghurs.
Yeah. How are the Uyghurs there?
You guys do sound so ignorant. All of you guys sound so ignorant.
Who, we?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Calling them Uyghurs is funny, but it's like...
What is a Uyghur? Can someone explain to me what a Uyghur is?
Sorry, I pronounced it wrong. Uyghur.
A Uyghur? What is a Uyghur?
It's the Muslim concentration camps that are re-education camps in China in mass for every Muslim they capture.
Yeah, like millions of them.
You guys are just jealous because China found a good solution to a tough problem.
Well, listen, that might be a fucking solution. Who knows? But like,
it's like the final solution, isn't it?
I mean, y'all think that's okay though, to have concentration camps?
Yeah, re-education camps and concentration camps are a good idea. We should pay attention to that.
That's a solution.
I would put most of you guys in one of those camps.
You are.
Yo, agent, you're coming with me. Shut the fuck up. Okay?
I wish you the best of luck on
I wouldn't put Rafi in, actually.
Why can't I go?
You're worth re-educating.
I mean, if you want to go. I want to go.
You with you.
They teach you Mandarin in these schools, by the way, and I kind of need that, to be honest.
But I'm kind of confused about two things. One, you've got the Chinese guy up here saying like it's the final solution. That's kind of creepy in of itself. Whatever. You guys will probably fuck that one up too. And then you had Humdingerlingalini sitting there going like literally 10 minutes ago caping for China and about how great it was, and then he's like, the Chinese people are the dirtiest people in the world. Fuck them. Fuck that. Like, dude, pick a lane and stick with it. Like, I hate people like you. You flip-flop so fucking much that it's so fucking weird. Like, put that diaper back on and fucking hold it.
Alright, listen, let me talk.
Wait, you're on an American app in America that is fucking designed on a phone, probably built by, designed in America, fucking manufactured overseas in China, but you're gonna sit there and tell me that, oh, hey, I need to let you talk. Like, fuck you. You ain't a U.S. citizen. I don't have to give you fucking shit. Except for the back of my hand and put you back in your place.
Yo, guys, I just want to say something real quick. Good night. It was fun. Continue ripping them another asshole Viking. I always love hearing this.
Nice.
Good night, guys. Be safe.
Okay. Let me get back to the Vikings, alright? Listen, the Chinese people are way advanced than Americans. You gotta fucking understand this shit. If you don't understand that shit, that means you're fucking stupid in the fucking barrel of the United States of America.
Okay, dipshit.
So
How China is so advanced.
Do not interrupt, bro, please. Give me a chance to speak. I'll give you fucking 5 minutes to speak. I didn't know fucking interrupt you.
I don't care. You act like you have rights. You're Canadian. You're not American.
What the fuck? What are we talking about? Are we in the fucking NATO or not?
How
Are we
they
in
are
the fucking
advanced
NATO?
over the
Are we in
US.
the NATO? Are you NATO? Or are you a NATO member or not?
About what?
Are you a member of the NATO or not?
So dumb, guys. This is so dumb.
NATO?
Both of you guys should go to.
Right, okay, so shut the fuck up and listen to me.
Later, do you really want me to turn on to you?
No, listen. Are you a member of the NATO? I just want to know. Is America a member of the NATO or the fucking somewhere else?
We run NATO. We own that shit. It's ours.
No.
We're the landlord. We're the fucking.
No, you don't know own shit. No. You don't know fucking own shit.
It's not our nukes over in Europe.
Are you
It's not our military bases over there. It's not our navy.
Who is the president of Germany? What the fuck are we talking about?
The fuck is fucking blocking me? Are you a member? I asked question. Are you a member of the NATO or not?
Can you move this guy down?
This is Matt's fault. This is Matt's fault.
Amada, say something of some value, please, or shut the fuck up.
I asked question, right?
We don't care about that, man. We don't care.
What about your question, man?
All right, you do not care. Okay,
Say something else.
let's move to the next topic.
Okay, go ahead. Already pointed it out, man. You said that China was this almighty glorious power, and then in the same breath you turn around and say the fucking China's dirty and that China sucks. Which was it gonna be? Answer Vikings question.
I'm hitting on that topic, but the guy is fucking shouting and screaming and.
You're not hitting on any.
Okay. Let's go back to the topic. So let me make you guys understand. Okay, the Chinese people are way advanced than the Americans. Who's speaking right now?
Wait, hold on, AJ. Okay, how is China? How is China? Or the Chinese people more advanced than the American people? Go ahead, tell us how. I want to hear this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coco. Mr. Coco, I'm not going to say brother, but I'm going to say Mr. Coco. Okay, the way the Chinese people are way more advanced than the Americans by the technology, the way they understand, they sent all their students into the universities of America and Europe, including Europe too, right? And they gathered all the information, and these Chinese people are way smarter than everybody else, man. Come on, you gotta fucking give them credit. They fucking introduced TikTok. And now Amazon is fucking copying Alibaba app application, and they come up with so many things, like the whole fucking world. China right now is a manufacturer of the world, the hub world of manufacturing. What the Americans have done right in the last 20 years, they've fucking been sleeping, talking about TikTok and talking about bitcoins and talking about Donald Trump and all that shit. You know what I mean? So people who are actually brains working in the background, they don't see that shit. Or they think, oh yeah, I'm gonna go holiday to the Bahamas, I'm gonna go holiday to the Maldives. That's what they are, man. So the way they're running right now is fucking shit. So you're gonna know that. You're gonna understand how the American mentality is the running. So there's no future there, man. Everyone's gonna fucking run China unless the Americans they fucking grasp and they understand and they work with everybody else that they are actually helping them logistically, all the channels.
All right, great. That was good. Can we have like 10 minutes? I mean, he's not wrong, but could we have 10 minutes not hearing from him anymore? Please.
Shit,
good luck, Agent. How about you talk, Agent?
Yeah, how about you talk, Agent?
How about you talk?
Well, you asked him why China's great. I mean, I could say a little bit. We have Tiger in the room. He's really the expert.
No, you came off my nigga, so how about you say some shit, nigga?
I'm just exhausted. I was gonna leave the room if the retards kept speaking.
But you
I'd
know,
like to win.
nigga, get your ass in the league, nigga. You ain't nobody special, nigga.
Sassy ass.
Nigga ain't nobody special.
Like, he answered the question.
I'm just trying to help the flow of
No, and you responded in a sassy way.
So let me get this straight. So Chinese people are more advanced than Americans because the Chinese send some of their kids to you. Because we do understand that it's not all of 1 fucking billion people in China going to fucking universities, okay? Typically 7 out of 10 fucking people in China never made it past fucking junior high. What the fuck are we talking about, folks? They're a highly uneducated fucking population. The vast majority of
the younger people.
Excuse me, sir, you came off the side of your neck. Okay, and the fact of the matter is that the vast populace that lives in these massive cities have all come from the farmlands, from the inside, from the inside of the country, from the interior. Excuse me. So, to this idea that the vast population or the vast Chinese population is some way somehow vastly far more educated than the American people, I personally believe should be, at least, at bare minimum, looked at with a grain of salt. I don't think there's any data that can possibly back that up. I'm sure that they have perhaps more now young people, which, mind you, they do have dwindling numbers when it comes out to young people, but I'm sure they do have far more younger people who are, in fact, higher education ready than we do, because unfortunately, our youth has, for the most part, strayed away and is lost. But that's not to say that they are, in fact, more educated than we are. We outpace them in access to information. We outpace them in the kind of information, the quality of the information that we have access to, and we vastly outpace them in how quickly we can access that information. Everything that they access has to first be filtered through the CCP channels. We have access to unfettered information at all times, anytime.
So, yes, there's some, they do have internet safeguards and stuff, so all the bullshit that you get in the media, all the stuff you find distracting, there's less of that.
The noise,
there. The noise, right? They have a lot less noise. Things don't get overly toxic, or if they start to, it gets censored and so forth on the approved channels. And this does serve, this is a different value set, so you can argue about that. It's fair to have an argument about that, but it does, I think, serve actually to create a more harmonious, a more unified population that is a little more interested in actually like advancing society, building a society that works, constantly improving infrastructure, the economy, standard of living, technology. These are the sorts of things that I think Chinese generally are interested in contrast to the average American who you guys think are so great. I think there's really a lot to be said for China, for Chinese, even the government policy. I'm not always, I've spent a lot of time in China, and it's fucking annoying when I want to use the internet in the way, even to go on a Clubhouse, right? I have to go through like 4 different VPN things to like finally get one that worked. It was crazy. Actually using Clubhouse when I was in China.
To use a bullshit app called Club.
To use a total.
Are you even listening to yourself, bro? Come on.
Yeah, to talk to you retards was
hold on.
a challenge.
Is this nigga listening to himself, bro?
I think he just wants to hear himself. I don't know what the hell this nigga's saying.
This nigga just said, I gotta go through 4 VPNs just to jump on a bullshit app that has barely 20,000 people using it.
Exactly.
And China is blocking me from using it. I gotta jump through 4 different VPNs. But China's okay. China is
he's bragging, right?
Yeah. They honestly were trying to help me.
So why are you still here then if they're trying to help you?
run to your savior. Run to
I'm
your
going.
5'4" foot,
I'm planning to go
slanted
back
eye
in a couple
savior.
months.
Go back, go back to eating turtles and fucking, doused in wasabi. Go ahead, my man.
This is
Do your
just
thing,
racist
bro.
shit, man. I mean,
What the fuck are you
not
talking about?
helpful.
Racist shit. What is racist? What is you know what is racist? Taking all of our fucking manufacturing and sending it abroad. Matter of fact, I take that back. It's not racist. It's dumb as fuck. We gave an entire fucking civilization the upper hand in order for them to feel welcome into the new world that they felt they had been left out of after World War II. And what did the government that these little tiny twerps put in place do to the rest of the world? It fucked it over.
How did you get fucked over?
Is this guy fucking serious? You know what, you asked the question. Let's get
question. I'm gonna answer this question.
Please, shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to hear from you anymore. Agent, I'll tell you how they fucked everybody over. They fucked over by usurping the world's fucking manufacturing prowess. It's the world that they wanted to die. They had to depend on everybody. Globalization was a fucking pile of bullshit. Because everybody had to depend on one country to fucking pump everything out. So, more importantly, let's just look at what China does with companies like ZTE and Huawei. They go in and they spy on everybody and their mother. Our country doesn't do that. We bring in our multinationals, we plant our shit down, and don't get me wrong, once in a blue moon it is found that, one or maybe two, maybe 3 or 4 3-letter agencies got in there, but for the most part, we don't behave. You don't tell her to and even
is he breaking up or is it me?
You're in the matrix, bro. You're in the matrix.
Oh, thank you. Hold on, let me fix that. Let me stick my cock a little bit further out. Hold on.
I'm not exactly sure what he's saying. But the whole, yes, they're manufacturing, screwing everyone by doing a really good job at manufacturing stuff. It's like, I do think, let me just finish, Hamza.
Yeah.
Yes, I think the U.S. should have done a better job protecting some of its industrial capacity. And that was an internal failure by the U.S. not to have those policies, but to be pissed off at China for just doing a really good job building stuff is, I think, misplaced resentment.
Can you guys hear me now?
Because
I fully extended my
that's what they're trying to instruct.
I'm out of
we can hear you, buddy.
Okay, thank you, Wells. Please don't buddy me, thank you. Agent, so first and foremost, the manufacturing that comes out of China is subpar at best. And we all know this because, unfortunately, America over the last 30 years has been turned into a consumering whore. We are forced to go back to companies like Walmart and Target to continue to buy the same fucking good that should have lasted us more than 2 months. More importantly, when you look at China from an infrastructure standpoint, let's see, they have bridges that fall apart. We have bridges that fall apart because they're old as fuck. They have brand new bridges that are falling apart because their engineering fucking blows. They have empty cities with tons of empty buildings that they are now being forced to bring back down because nobody wants to move in them. Because why? Oh, the buildings are defective and they could possibly fall and crumble on top of you while you sleep. Let's see, what else? Dams that they build. The dams, they have this massive dam that they stand by. It's this massive thing. But unfortunately, guess what? That dam has massive structural failure problems. How many dams in the U.S. do you know of outside of...
Name one. I can name one major one. A major dam in the U.S. that's failed miserably.
That is old as fuck. It was built during your great-grandparents' fucking youth. Okay? Stop it.
Hold on. I want to hear the one that she's mentioned. What is it?
Go ahead.
Well, I keep muted by the moderator. So I guess if somebody doesn't like something that someone else has to say, he'll just get muted. Is that how this room works?
What the fuck, bitch? I muted it so you could say your answer,
You can
bitch.
say so, right? He's opening up the floor for you. What Danish?
Weird asshole.
People are so ass backwards, man. Unbelievable. These are brand new infrastructure projects going up in China that are failing. If we're going to sit here and tell America that, oh, well, your infrastructure is, of course our infrastructure is failing. Our infrastructure is as old as fucking World War II at this point, the vast majority of it. But guess what? When you look at it, holy shit, even under duress, after all these fucking decades, the shit is still standing strong. How is that? You know what that's called? That's called quality. American quality and ingenuity that you're never gonna get from China.
Dude, you have no idea what you're talking about.
No, I do know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about, my man. The fact of the matter is that Hong Kong was built off the back of the British pound and the American dollar, and then China eventually not only was provided with all of the manufacturing wherewithal, it was also allowed to just simply waltz into the WTO while everybody else had to fucking work their way into the WTO. So no, spare me for not fucking dropping a tear for the cocksuckers over at the CCP who were handed hand over fist the world for them to fuck over. Please, spare. We can sit here, and I'm gonna end it with this. We can sit here and show all the pretty sights in America and never show a fucking ghetto, a slum, a Louisiana fucking bayou. We can do all of that.
Hold on. Alicia said there's a room.
Hey, but you should have let that. You should have let that keep.
Yeah, I let him back up, man. I didn't. I should have though, man. It was
he cut me off, but I was willing to get cut off for that.
Yeah, exactly, Coco. Keep it running, keep it running. There's no answer to the fucking question, man.
I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh, I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize a trillion times. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh, I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize a trillion times.
Alright, here we go. Enough of that nonsense.
Alright. I want to put the mic on Alicia, though, because I'm looking in the chat, and she says it's a room of brainwashed, dumbass idiots. I want to know who you were referring to and why you feel that way.
So I came off inflammatory because you were talking a type of way to a woman that was on stage, and you dismissed her.
She dismissed herself.
Okay. I mean, I just, what the conversation can have is two ways. It's having a important conversation and calling people, dumbasses or idiots. So I did that, and I lowered the bar for myself in this chat. So that's what I did.
Really? Listen, the difference between people who are being...
Hold on, Hamada. Hold on, my Iranian brother. Miss Positive came on stage and she made a statement. I was trying to allow her to submit her statement, and I don't know if she heard me wrong or she took it the wrong way, but she was rude. So I mean, I don't give a fuck if you a man, a nigga, a cat, or dog. You're not gonna come disrespect this room. Period.
Okay. I'm here. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Anybody can grab the mic.
So I was talking about the Americans' vision in the next 5, 10 years. Let's talk about Vikings here right now.
Yeah, in the next 5 to 10 years, my man, listen, we're going to start going to Mars, okay? And get ready.
Like Elon Musk is saying.
I'm going to tell you what, if anybody in here is smart enough, they'd be loading up on SpaceX stocks, the shares, because that boy, this rocket is going to be happening on that, but I'm going to go on mute because that's for another conversation.
Can I just say, I am grateful. One second, Hamada. This is for Hamada. I asked you to be silent for 10 minutes, and you pretty much did, and I'm grateful. Thank you.
At least he listens to you.
Let me just share with you guys a little bit of my Clubhouse experience. Right? 5 years ago, when I first came onto this app, I used to do what Hamada and Agent was doing, which was to say, "Oh, China doesn't have concentration camps. Oh, China is good at education. We have great social institutions. We have great infrastructure." I used to argue about this shit with Americans. I stopped doing that. And why did I stop? It's because I no longer have to do it. In the 5 of time, Americans have waken up and they're arguing on my behalf. They're saying, "Oh, China's beating us at this. China is beating us at that." So I stopped doing it. That's my experience, just to share with you guys.
Thanks, yeah. Nobody asked you to share that, and no one has ever said that China's beating us at anything, Jack. Maybe at throwing kicks. What are they beating us at, my man? They are literally a copy and paste civilization. The modern version of China, Tiger, the modern version of China is a copy and paste that they stole from the Western Hemisphere. Let's cut the bullshit out, okay? Now, if you guys want to go back to the dynasties and all of that, yes, you guys have a lot to offer, but in the modern era, the only thing you motherfuckers have done is steal, pillage, and fucking rob. That's it. That's all you guys have done. Cut the bullshit. And on top of that, you guys have created, and on top of that, with the terrible management that you guys have had, especially over the last fucking 60, 70 years, you guys have forced, actually, I take that back. You know what? The management in China has been so shitty over the last, 200 plus years that when you really think about it, fuck, we gotta thank the Chinese experts that left China for the cross-continental fucking railroad.
I'm losing my patience. All I have
Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? You guys chased your own people out. You guys chased your own people out.
Can you mute Cock? Sorry, and let Tiger.
So how many Americans are chased out? How many America towns do we have across the world?
Bruh, you doing a whole lot of bullying on the mic because he's right. China cities, the rapid expansion rate that they have, their rate of growth, their technological sector, they shitting on us. It's not something you could just readily look up because they don't even like to advertise it. But if you go and do the research, when they just opened up, when Trump just went to visit, and we had all of the media go over to China, all of the billionaires went over to China. When they started looking at the cities and compared them to where they were in the 70s and 80s to where they are right now, China's cities have evolved so fast that the people that live in them, they haven't really adjusted to being a high society yet. They still spit and throw trash in the streets because they're used to living in kind of shanty towns and shit.
Yeah, I pointed it out earlier. The vast majority of the people live in those big cities now in the so quote unquote modern China come from the farmlands. They come from the interior.
No, it's not that they come from. It's not that they come from the farmlands. Those are the people. It's just their customs haven't caught up to what we consider as a high society in the city. Their cities are more advanced than ours, in totality. We don't look in America. Stop playing, bro. Stop. Look at our rail systems. Look at our subways. Look at our cities. Our cities are failing The country is failing. It's not even a question.
Yeah, C is right.
I mean, the United States relies on China for like 89% of what comes in and out within commerce and within materials. I mean, it's just insane to think that they are lesser than, because we rely on them for everything, all the products, every materials.
Actually, China relies on the world far more than you think. The world relies on China, believe it or not. China is actually a massive net importer.
Yes.
China is a massive net importer of foreign goods. They have a really tough time. I'm not going to say that they barely grow, but they do have time off their farmlands. And there's a lot of grains that they can't grow in China that they have to. It's impossible. They have to import it. Otherwise, they wouldn't survive.
Little Cock, let me ask you a question. Why is it so important for you to shit on China? Or, you're not.
How do you know he's little?
Well, it looks little in the photo. You don't know that. You're very uninformed to start, but you got a few common kind of tropes that you're trying to bandy about here. But why is it for you important to?
What are the tropes? And what exactly? Where do you get it's important for me to do what? All I'm doing is just speaking on the subject, and the subject happens to be China and their, unfortunately, Communist Party-led government. That's all we're doing here. And it's very clear and evident that without Western help, China would have still been stuck where the fuck they were back in the fucking 60s when Nixon went over there.
Why are you angry about it?
They import rice.
This is anger.
No, it's anger to you?
This sounds like resentment to you.
Does it?
Rice is the number one import we send out. This rice.
Yeah, well, this is the thing that I find hilarious. Why is it that if everybody can have an opinion on America, but America can't have an opinion on the world?
You can have an opinion. I'm asking you about your opinion. Like, what helps you?
Hold on. I want him to repeat that statement. It kind of resonated. Can you say that again, brother?
Why is it that the world can have an opinion on America, but America can't say shit about nobody?
That is crazy for you to say. America has every opinion on every fucking country. Why is it crazy? That is the most asinine thing to say.
Alicia,
that is so fucking crazy.
Alicia,
I agree with her.
Of course you do.
Bruh, we talk about like, what do you? Your statement it had no weight. It sounded good to him because he's been in here all day. But under your cop, that's what
you sound crazy as hell, nigga. You sound crazy, nigga. You better retract that statement, nigga. Come on now, see, you know me better than you.
Come on. We gang bang in the United States. I bang the United States. I don't know.
All day, every day. These colors don't look, nigga. What's up?
I'm with it too. I'm an American. I'm an American through and through. But we talk shit. That's what we do. We talk shit about other countries, but at the same time, we talk shit about other countries. Like, we talk shit about like what you said. I don't know. I didn't get what you just said. Like, it's not a problem that you're talking about China. It's just that what you're saying might not ring true because we got our own issues here. So you trying to prop China in this position that they're this lesser government because they're communist. But you're not paying attention to how they take leaps and bounds ahead of us.
But they're not taking leaps and bounds. Once again, let me reiterate. Modern China is literally a copy and paste of the Western world. There's nothing. More importantly, let me put it to you this way. And I was actually trying to make this point earlier, but I got interrupted. And obviously, I'm not the only voice on the stage, so obviously, other people need to get in there. But I'm gonna end it with this. I can go around with a camera and only show you the pretty parts of America. Okay? And for whoever it was that said that, oh, China doesn't even show us their nice parts. They don't even like doing. That is all they know how to show. Is all their tall buildings. They never show you, however, the ghettos that they have. And folks, man, China's got some shitty ghettos. And when I tell you they are fucking ghettos, trust me, the New York housing apartment buildings, which I am very well aware of because I'm originally from the Bronx, New York, and I had to unfortunately step into a lot of elevators filled with piss and climb all the way up to the 18th floor in the housing project building, only to get out on the floor filled with crackheads. But China has some ghettos that make our project housing look like fucking mansions. Okay, nobody talks about that. And I actually also, and I am gonna end it. This is my last piece. I mentioned this earlier. China right now has a massive housing issue, and you know what the housing issue is? It's that they overbuilt. You want to know why? Because they were trying to overcompensate to try to show the Western world how much they had built.
Sounds like a good problem to have.
It's actually a terrible problem because now what happened is you created a housing bubble for yourself out of arrogance.
That's New York City. That's happening in New York City right now.
Yeah, and you know who's forcing New York? You know who's forcing New York City into that? The commies that got elected to run the fucking city. So let's not complain about it. No. Listen, you can't blame that on anybody else but the retard Democrats and democratic socialists and communists that got elected in New York City.
Can we have a conversation about this or no?
Let me just ask quickly, which is a worse problem? Having not enough housing that you can't afford, or having too many houses to the point that they're just so cheap and you just have to choose which really cheap place you want to live?
Those are ghost cities, Asia. But let me just say this. We've already
yes, because there's a lot of big investment billionaire companies that have built big buildings that are going vacant because of tax laws that they can benefit off of to have them gain just more equity because there are bullshit laws in New York City that protect billionaires. So we have to have that conversation versus just, oh, we're building taller buildings. No, we have to have a conversation about exactly what is happening and who is lobbying and who is benefiting and who is not benefiting off of billionaires building buildings and not letting anyone have vacancy in it because of tax purposes.
Yeah, and who's putting communists into power?
This has been happening for 20, 30, 40 years. This has been a problem for a long time.
My pushback to what Cox, I'm not calling this nigga Cox.
Nah, see, you call me COC. Go to my profile, see what COC stands for.
Hey, COC, have you spoken to this lady before?
Nah, baby, I don't know who she is, but
you're in for a treat.
She'll be alright. She'll live.
You're in for a treat.
Yeah, content sheet. The content, that's what I'm gonna call you, content, for sure. What I pushed back against what you said was that all China did was copy the Western world. You're right, but there's a big difference. They don't have the same government we have, right? So they copy some of our economic strategies in terms of building up their, private sector, their business sector, but they're still a communist government. So there's only a certain level they're going to let their private billionaires get to. Their private billionaires can affect their government the same way that the billionaires in our country do, right? So there's a certain level of this is a 4,000, 5,000 year old country we're talking about. There's a certain level of control that they have that we view in our lifestyle. It doesn't fit with our lifestyle. But the way it works for them, it allows them to build their society quicker and more efficiently than we ever could, because capitalism is upside down here. Like the billionaires, what Lisa was just talking about, we have billionaires that will basically build a building with no real concern and no pressure from the government on filling these vacant apartments with people. The people isn't what they're focused on. They're focused on they're building the building and they sell it and they get the tax money off of it. It's a hustle for them. It's a monopoly game. In communist China, they hold their billionaires to a standard. You have to build this bill.
So what you're saying is that you're not okay with billionaires having the freedom to become billionaires. You want the government to be able to dictate who can become billionaire and how much of a billionaire they can be. Is that what you're saying?
I think
that's what that sounds like. I'm just saying.
What I'm saying is that there has to be some type of stop on what they can control and do, because if you let them have their way, which is what they do, we have an oligarchy, right? They control what goes on. When Donald Trump went over to China, who did he take with him? He took the billionaires with him. Like, our government is it's just a shield for the corporations.
May I ask you a question? See, hold on, Mike. See, may I ask you something? Do you know who Xi Jinping travels with when he goes abroad? Do you know who he takes with him? He takes the Chinese billionaires with him. You know, the same oligarchy that you claim only exists in America.
No, he didn't say that. It exists everywhere.
Okay, you're gonna booty clap.
It does.
Okay, so of course, yeah, sure. Listen, I'm not saying.
I said there's private billionaires in China and America, right? But it's different on what they can do, right? It's different. It's a difference on what they can do. That's all I'm saying. Like they can't go against the Chinese government. They can't go against the CCP. They really are kind of gridlocked on what they can do. They still have more freedom.
You like that?
No. I'm not saying I like it.
Okay.
I think that I think there has to be something in place to stop these motherfuckers. That's why Israel has so much control of our government, because they can pump money into the politicians and buy them. There has to be something in place to stop the way the money buys.
I'm sorry. See, I gotta stop you because Israel is actually not the number one influencer in terms of money into our politics. And actually, this was a point.
The APAC is a huge influencer in our politics.
It's not the number one.
So is
it actually isn't. You want to know who is, in fact? And actually, someone actually mentioned this earlier. Actually, I think it was Brad that brought this up. A lot of us are aware of this, but Brad brought it up, which is that China, in fact, is the number one state sponsor of American politics interference. China is heavily invested, way more than the Jews and the Israelites and AIPAC and, anybody else in that region. The Chinese government, the CCP, has spent billions upon billions upon billions of dollars trying to find ways to not only persuade the American people to vote in a certain way, but to also try to get in cahoots with our politicians.
Do you think it's not contradictory to what you were saying before?
Exactly. What it has to do with my point?
See, I'm asking. Hold on. She's making the statement. I'm asking her a question. What was the statement that I made earlier? What is this contradictory?
You were just talking about how China is just trying to blueprint America. They're just trying to tell us. However, your statement just now
from an infrastructure point, civilization-wise, not politics, not government-wise. Because if they were trying to model themselves if they were copying and pasting entirely and trying to model themselves like the Western world, they would not be applying a communist government to their people.
Okay.
It would be an open government.
Does anyone disagree with me in this room? You can say yes or no. I don't care how contradictory the statement is. You can say yes or no. I don't care.
No. It was apples and oranges, just like he said.
I said Israel, not the Jews. The Jews are separate from Israel. That's one of the propaganda tools people use. I'm talking about the Israeli government, not the Jews. Two different things.
Yes.
All right, brother. Appreciate you clearing that up, my guy. We don't slander the Jews in here.
See, I wanted to that one comment you were talking to COC about. You were like, oh, I don't want to misquote you. You're like, they build stuff. I think you're talking about the billionaires. You're like, they build stuff and then they sell it and then take the taxes. Now, the take the taxes part's a whole other issue. We can get into that comment. I mean, I think the billionaires don't pay taxes as well. But anyway, if they build stuff, shouldn't they have the right to sell it? If they're the ones that built it?
Well, this is the issue. Yeah, you should be able to profit from your building, right? What you have to think about when you're talking about billions of dollars, there is an ethics. There's an ethics and a morality that comes into it. If you just, I'm with you. If you just want to play it where whoever has the biggest guns, whoever has the most money wins, cool. You can play. That's a wild, wild west mentality, but you have to understand what money is and what it does, right? There should be regulations on what you can do with this money and what you can put your money into and cause people to do. That type of money is dangerous. There should be rules to this shit.
New York City has crazy property tax laws, and when you build a building, you can go vacant, and you can put on lotteries. That kind of is a loophole to have vacant apartments, and then you collect just insurance after that. So there's a lot of very vague black holes in our system that is, quite frankly, insane. So I would implore everyone, if they want to really learn about property taxes and like building skyscrapers in New York City and having it vacant, how fucking like the scam that it is and the loopholes that they go through, it is asinine insane.
Wait, so you're saying?
Don't worry, because you know what? Listen, it's gonna be okay, Mike. We're all gonna get frozen rent. We're all gonna get free bus rides. We're all gonna get free meals. We're gonna abolish police.
That's condescending.
We're gonna abolish.
No, that's condescending.
We're gonna abolish the militarized border, okay? And we're just going to allow anyone to waltz in, and we're gonna give everybody something free. And you know what, Mike? We're gonna take it from those dreaded billionaires, those evil people that create stuff. Because you know what? Free is the way to go.
Don't forget
only after we institute the social credit score. We gotta institute the social score.
Someone fucking talk to me about
Mike Wallace, Mike Allen.
Someone talk to
Mike
me
Allen.
about my city right now. Tell me.
Hold on, Alicia. We don't give you the city, Mama.
Democrats.
Mike Allen.
No.
Hold on, Mike Allen. I want to say this.
Ran by Democrats.
Tell me what
Don't talk to them. They the ones running your city.
Don't forget.
You clearly know everything. I'm telling you, you need to go talk to the Democrats that run the city. Go ahead, say my bad.
I'm explaining something that happened in New York City. I'm not telling you anything. I don't have a stance. I'm telling you facts. You were okay. Whatever.
I'll be here, see.
I'll tell you what. Hold on. Real quick. Listen, Alicia. This is the thing, okay?
Alicia.
Okay, you're going to say it in Spanish, but I'm saying it in English, okay? Alicia.
Okay. But my name is Alicia. Thank you.
Okay, in Spanish, correct, but I'm saying
no,
it in English.
I will respect how that's your name.
Okay, all right, that's great. Okay, but you can't tell me what language to pronounce that I can clearly read in English. What is happening right now? You know what? I'm done with you. Go ahead, see.
Appreciate it. So
that's Alicia. That's just her personality.
I'll give you an example of what I like put limits on what billionaires can do, right? Let's say you live on wherever you live. This house, the house you live in, down to you from your dad. He built it. The land he built it on, all that shit, right? A billionaire comes into your town and buys up all the surrounding land. It's pressing. It buys up all the land around you. Everybody, he's presses money onto the people. And this happens, right? He's pump money into your surrounding area and is buying up everything. And you have this obligation to hold on to your father's land, right? But there's a billionaire pressing on you. He's pressing on you. He's pressing on you. And at some point, you're going to cave. You're going to give up. You know, that money is going to talk loud to you. You're going to give up and make that decision.
Probably be triple what it's worth.
Right. So there is.
You don't think the person who built the house would be willing to sell it for triple what it's worth?
What's your point? My point is that the money allows you to put people in situations where they can't really refuse.
Fuck you money, so you can do whatever the fuck you want to do.
So if that's the case, if the people with the billions rule, then there's no rules for them. So anything that you can fathom that you can put a price to can be bought. There has to be limitations on the expectation of what they do, right? You have to put something. You have to hold them to some type of rules. You have to. You have to, or else there shouldn't be rules against monopolies. Then in that case, they should be able to. I should be able to buy up everything and then charge you whatever the fuck I want to because I control the industry now. Like if there are rules to what you should be able to do because of the type of money and what you own. There's rules to this shit. Am I tripping?
So see, here's how I respond. I'll just give you a real world example, but again, it's a flawed argument. But just a real world example. I'm down here in South Florida. Literally, when I moved up here, I was from the lower south in Florida. We just couldn't afford it, right? So we had to keep moving north. We finally moved like 4 cities away from where I went to high school and stuff like that, just because we got the house for the money, right? Bigger house. We were starting a family and shit like that, right? Whatever. Then everything started moving north. They're developing all around us. When we first moved out here, there was like nothing around us, bro. Across the street, there was like a barn with horses and shit, right? There's a big barn with a house, and another house had all this land. So they were holding out. The story was they were holding out. They finally, I guess, got bought out. They tore down the barn. Everyone was sad to see the barn go. It was a big red barn with all these horses. Everyone was sad to see it go. And they bought the other guy's house. You know what they built? They built a high school, 3 housing apartments for nurses, and then a whole nother complex that holds like 150, 200 units. So they built a high school, housing for only nurses, and then another big ass complex for 200 people to be housed. And you know what they bought out? Only 2 families. 2 families. And you're telling me you're mad at the billionaires, but not the 2 families that were holding up enough space to build a fucking high school for the community. They built a fucking high school that my kids now go to. My daughter's starting freshman year next year. My oldest daughter's junior. So they built a high school and housing for over 200. I think the nurses units have 150. So over 300 something people. And you're pissed off at whoever bought them out. I think it was Centex.
I'll say this and I'm gonna mute up. Okay, let's take that same scenario. Those people that held out. Let's switch it. So let me make a different point. Let's say that you whatever you like, whatever a motherfucker likes. Let's say there's a certain type of bread you like. You like bread. Let's just say bread in general. Or any type of good
white bread.
That you like white bread, right?
Love it.
Let's say that I go and I buy up all of the patents and rights to making white bread, right? So you want to sell white bread, you have to sell it this way, the way I make it. I've lobbied and changed laws to where and this is a real thing, where you have to sell white bread the way I say you got to sell white bread. I own all the distribution routes to sell white bread. So I can spike at any time the price of white bread. I control everything that has to do with this white bread that you love. So you have no outlet to go and find this white bread for a cheaper price. You're a slave to the price that I make it. Whatever I say the white bread costs is what it's going to cost. Because there's no check or balance on me controlling this market because I have the money to it.
I'm pretty sure you're describing a monopoly.
No. That's described as so time out. The laws against monopolies are the checkpoints against billionaires. That's my higher point.
Yeah,
that's my entire point. So wait, you're okay? Wait, you're okay with some checkpoints? Wait, so you're okay with checkpoints against the billionaires then?
Well, hold on. Doesn't mean they can't be billionaires.
When you say
checkpoints, you're talking about you want to decide how they're supposed to spend their money.
Time out. Y'all are you're okay with checkpoints if you're okay with
bread.
It's just a hypothetical situation. Yeah, it's bad analogy. It's hypothetical situation.
But we have monopolies, but you're stopping before the monopoly part. So you're stopping.
But no. What I'm saying is the law against the monopoly is the checkpoint against the there. No. It's a checkpoint against the guy who can corner a market because of his money. And I'm saying that is applicable in other spaces, not just the monopoly. There are spaces where you need to check a billionaire from being able to do certain things that's going to influence the way that people behave in a positive or negative way. You have to be able to check that shit. That's all I'm saying. You believe in it, you just don't believe in it.
For instance, like Tesla, like Elon Musk. Elon Musk couldn't go buy every other car company's electric vehicles patents or however they make their electric vehicles, and then hold on to it to where no other car company would be allowed to make electric vehicles. And if you want one of them, you can only buy a Tesla. That wouldn't be allowed. But Elon Musk is allowed to fucking do whatever the fuck he wants to buy shit. He can buy shit. Wants to buy Twitter? Fucking buy Twitter. I mean, Elon Musk can walk literally into any building in the world and be like, yeah, let's buy it. Right? Like, it's wild.
Again, I don't disagree with that at all.
Yeah, he can spend his money on wants.
I'm saying
livelihoods you're responsible for. You make jobs.
I'm saying at the point that you're affecting people's lives in a tremendous way, like building, like I'm going to buy the skyscraper, I'm going to fill it up with empty and vacant housing in the middle of the city, and I'm going to take up all these resources of this city, but I'm going to charge the people who live in this vicinity a rent that they can't afford to live in this place. That there has to be some incentive on you. There has to be some incentive for you as a person that builds to fill these houses. Like there has to be a push.
So see, yeah, you're all over the place because that boils down. See, you're referencing to what this young lady pointed out in New York.
Which is silly, by the way.
Yeah, because the thing is the fact that, listen, these laws were put in place in New York for the following reason. You build a skyscraper, now you're having a hard time filling in. You don't have tenants, so guess what? We're going to give you a tax break where you don't have to cover the taxes that you would otherwise would have had to fill or pay for if, in fact, you would have had a full vacancy on your building. But you don't. So you're going to get a tax break.
That's what the issue is. Because the tax break.
Hold on, see.
The tax break is the issue.
Hold on, see. Now, the tax break is the issue. And you know, for as much as people love to hate Trump says something. And by the way, am I in the Matrix by any chance? I'm in a spot right now. Am I? Anybody? No. Go fuck yourself. Am I in the Matrix? Yes, no. Okay. All right. There was one thing that Trump said to, at the time, Hillary Clinton, who was running against it in 2016, which was,
sorry, I just came back on, but you have to talk about bankruptcy and how much time.
No. You're gonna go on mute. You're gonna give your suck muscles a pause, and you're gonna allow for me to finish, and then you're gonna allow your suck muscles to go run free. Okay? So this is the deal. The fact of the matter is that up until Giuliani, New York City has been ran by Democrats. And the Democrats were the ones who put those laws in place. You want to know why? Because those laws were put in place to help out their rich buddies. Okay? And they're not going to get rid of them. Because as much as Democrats love to shit on billionaires, you know, I remember a time when...
Why are you making this a Democrat-Republican thing?
Because excuse me, sir, excuse me. I did not interrupt you while you were speaking. Not once. So please, have some decorum. Thank you. The fact of the matter is that it does boil down to that. You want to know why? Because they are the ones who get voted in, and they are the ones who are handed the power. They are awarded
via that vote, the power to go and institute these laws. Excuse me, that man was a Republican excuse me, ma'am, that man was a Republican in name only. For those of you who don't know, that stands for
Bloomberg
Rhino.
was Republican after Jimmy.
That was a rhino. He was a rhino, and everybody in New York City knew that Bloomberg was a Democrat through and through, and everybody knew it. He ran as a Republican because the Democrat Party. Excuse me, ma'am, I voted in that election. Yeah, well, too bad. The fact of the matter is that Bloomberg only ran as a Republican because he knew that he was running on the coattails of a gentleman named Rudy Giuliani, who was in fact a true Republican, and he was trying to garner the votes of both the independents who had voted staunchly for Giuliani to clean up the city, and he was also trying to garner the Long Island staunchly red Republican vote. You know what the fuck you're talking about. So please,
I know exactly what I'm talking about.
Keep your sock muscles on mute until I'm done. Thank you very much, ma'am. So,
you are the Matrix now. No, you're the Matrix.
You have to look at. Okay, thank you, Mike.
But what he's saying is like Mitt Romney.
The fact of the matter is, political parties, because these political parties are the ones who put these policies in place. So you can't tell me a party that's ran a city for over 50, 40, 60 years, however many years that party's ran, and they're the ones who put the policies in. And this is the point that I was going to make, and I'm going to end it with this. I remember a time when Democrats used to say, millionaires, all these terrible millionaires. And then you know what happened? The vast majority of these Democrats all became millionaires. And you know what they say now? All these evil billionaires, all these billionaires. You know, it's funny. You can always offer free shit to people on other people's dime. But once that dime runs out, the Kool-Aid gets dry, and there's no longer money to buy more sugar to put in that Kool-Aid. So I wonder how much longer this is going to go on before folks finally wake up.
Are you landing?
Ma'am, go ahead. Let that suck muscle run free. Go ahead. You've been dying to let that suck muscle go. Go ahead.
Well, okay. So what I have to say is both parties have been fucked by money. I'm not saying the Democrats did it right. I'm not saying the Republicans did it right. There's obviously one party to me that did it very, very wrong. But I'm not saying both did it correct. However, corruption is real in the biggest city in the entire world. That the economic central of the world is in New York City. So everything is lobbied, everything is going against, everything is pro-billionaire, everything is anti-whatever it is. Both parties got fucked. However, we can also understand how one is significantly more coerced into let's just say an ideology. So for me, when you just blame Democrats and just Democrats, that's bullshit because I blame both. So, and I think that's a conversation that needs to happen.
That's great. Well, you know what? Why don't we blame Flint, Michigan's water problems on Republicans as well, even though Democrats have been the ones who ran that fucking place for the last 60 years. Let's,
Name a poorly run Republican city. Name one. Name one poorly run Republican city.
Baton Rouge, Louisiana. What are you talking about? Shreveport, Louisiana. Funky, Louisiana.
Shreveport, You said Shreveport. Hold on. Because I actually got family in Shreveport, and the whole 50 Cent investment, $100 million in that downtown area, redeveloped. Y'all had Arsenal for 2 years, and y'all got $100 million in investment. Come on, man. When it comes to Dallas is a Republican ran city because David Johnson, he Republican.
you know, when it comes to the whole state of Texas, is getting more investment. You got $1 trillion leaving here in California. 400 of that billion is going to Texas. Florida, they have a surplus. North Carolina, yeah, Democratic governor, but it's all intents and purposes a Republican
It's a Republican.
So for the last, so wait, time out. For the last 40, 50 years, we're talking about red states and red run cities. He asked a question, right? You're talking about an investment that came from 50 Cent in the last 2 years. We're talking about a state. We're talking about 3 states. Let's talk. Wait, come on. No, wait. You're moving the goalposts.
Right now.
Who said you said you moved the goalposts?
I mentioned.
I'm talking about red run states and cities that have historically had the lowest the highest poverty rates in the country, the highest illiteracy rates in the country, the highest economic disparity rates in the country. We're talking about the Bible Belt South. Red run.
You're talking about Democrat cities,
yeah,
bro.
like Baltimore.
You're talking about Baltimore. You're talking about Detroit. Chicago.
Louisiana.
Milwaukee.
Mississippi. Alabama.
Do you know what the reading is? You know what? See, do you know what grade level brothers are reading at in California? Do you know what grade level brothers are reading at? Right, and that's California.
What about in
This is a Democratic spot in Tennessee.
What about in Mississippi? What about in Georgia? What about in South Carolina?
But that's what about it?
No, it's not. What you just asked me? What about brothers in California? And I'm asking you, what about people in Louisiana? What about the kids inLouisiana? What are we talking about? Y'all are trying to run all across the country.
No. Okay. See, I don't think you understand the point that we're trying to make.
Navy blue New Orleans.
I've already been talking about it.
Come on, bro. Navy blue New Orleans, bro. Most of the investment is clustering down south. New York and California is shifting to the south. I ain't saying Republicans is doing a great, steady job. They're just not as extreme when it comes to getting rid of, I guess, businesses by overtaxing them. And that's essentially what you gotta do. Nigga, I could be a Republican and do absolutely nothing but keep low taxes, Second Amendment, and low regulation. And I could get all investment from the West Coast to Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma,
So that's why you
Georgia,
wanted New York City
South Carolina,
to take
North
care of
Carolina.
federal
North Carolina's
taxes
ranked
for
number
your
1 in business.
states.
North
That's why
Carolina's
New York State takes
North
care of you guys.
Carolina is ranked number 1 in business.
And ranked 45th in literacy for high school students. What are you talking about? You acting like
South is
business.
gonna take
You
over
acting.
dominate.
You acting.
He mentioned ask him where Mississippi ranks in literacy.
Zero. Pretty much.
No, the fuck it doesn't actually. Alicia, go look it up, Alicia. They're actually ranked. If memory serves me correct, they're in the. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but Mississippi, if memory serves me. Okay, Alicia,
Bro, what the fuck, bro?
It's very low.
Alicia, come on.
One mic on the nigga in the corner.
Thank you. So,
nigga, you can go next. I was talking about Daryl.
that
we have a new speaker. Let's allow him to speak.
Right. New speaker. Hey, Sean. What's up, buddy?
Oh, shit. What's going on?
What's up, Daryl? Real quick for context, Mississippi's in the top 10 in child research.
Thank you, sir.
But they're in the bottom.
I'll put myself in the corner now.
They're also probably number 1 for hate crime for lynching black people. Let's talk about it.
What?
Wake it up, nigga. Say that again, man. Hold on, man. Say that shit again, nigga.
They're probably, I'm just assuming, I don't know this to be true, number 1 for lynching black people.
So you're gonna preface it with, I don't know if this is true, but I'm gonna make the statement anyways. They're number 1 for lynching. Nigga, what is happening right now? What the fuck are we doing here? I'm not a pilot, but I'm gonna try to fly this plane and land it.
Let him cook, man. Give him a chance to cook.
Go ahead.
Now you're the one twice. I've never seen the movie Mississippi Burning.
Get out of here with that bullshit, bro. Come on,
nigga, it is 2026. Nigga, you know what? I'm gonna go get this controller.
Alright, for one,
Nah, he not trolling. Let him cook, man. Give him shit.
I want to know what's the movie called? What's the movie called?
Mississippi Burning. Now, let me finish. There was a black boy, a black young brother, that was murdered recently as of this year, definitely this administration. I think the school is called Delta State or something like that.
You talk about Trey Reed.
That was in Mississippi.
Yeah. And it was proven it was suicide. Kaepernick paid for Kaepernick paid for an independent autopsy and never
How
released
the
it.
hell did he get on that damn tree?
What does this have to do with the topic?
I don't know, man. But he wanted him to cook about some shit.
He might have been. We don't know. He might have been able to connect the shit. Shit.
This nigga said,
All y'all been talking about was
this
it
nigga had to stop it, bruh.
Shit.
You just said black people back 30 years with this nigga talking.
Oh, white people did that by lynching our brothers and sisters.
Anyway, bruh, if you want to look it up, the lowest literacy scores in the country, the lowest literacy scores in the country, Louisiana and Mississippi ranked in the highest, the top three, right? So
brothers, stop interrupting me, chocolate brother.
Don't ever call me a chocolate brother. That made me feel highly uncomfortable, man. Like, what's wrong with you?
Like you're a chocolate brother.
Hold on,
That
man.
shit lit.
This man, y'all was talking that red shit, blue shit, all that other shit. This brother comes on stage trying to educate about some black shit, and y'all want to silence my nigga, man.
Some black shit that he
Fuck that shit. Nah, we ain't doing that.
Talk black shit that he
We ain't doing that. 2 minutes on Daryl, man.
No, we'll make him Daryl.
Man, I'm gonna take a smoke break.
See,
I'm gonna smoke up
you
too.
like that dude on Amistad. Let me free. Amistad.
All right, bro. You done with, bro. I give you a chance, man.
You better get the boy before I fry him up in front of all these white people.
Does anybody want to read for the class the link I shared up top? It's a short story.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. All right, let's see. It's loading up. Bear with me 1 second here. All right.
Everyone pay attention now, class.
All right. A college economics professor stated that he had once failed an entire class. That class insisted that socialism. Say what?
Sorry, continue.
Oh, okay, thanks. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. I gotta reload the link. Okay. That class insisted. Let me take it from the top. A college economics professor stated that he had once failed an entire class. The class insisted that socialism is functional and that no one should be poor and no one rich. That everyone is equal. The teacher told them, okay, we will do an experiment on socialism in this group. All grades will be averaged and everyone will get the same grade. So no one will fail and no one will get a 10. After the first test, the grades were added up and divided by the number of students and everyone got an 8. The students who studied intensively were upset, but those who studied less were overjoyed. As the second test approached, the students who had studied a little learned even less. And those who had studied more intensively told themselves that they also wanted a handout, so they also studied less. The average of the second test was 6. Then the third test was given. The average score was 4. To the great surprise of all the students, they all failed. The teacher told them that socialism will eventually fail because when half the population sees that they cannot work because the other half will take care of them, and when the half that worked realizes that there is no point in working anymore because others are the beneficiaries of their labor, then that is the end of any nation. The story may be a fable, not a fact, but the moral is real. Get it?
I can tell you another fable and another story.
Did you understand that, Alicia?
I do, and I understand the story about capitalism, and we can go down that route if you'd like.
Sure, read for the class.
I'm not reading anything, but capitalism breeds.
What does it breed? You envious population. What does it breed?
Capitalism breeds greed. It breeds immorality. It breeds what? What?
No, it breeds ingenuity.
It brings money.
What does morality have anything to do with government staying the fuck out of your way? What is morality? That actually, if we're going to talk about morality, that would be one of the biggest moralities.
Can you imagine getting a girl like Alicia with no money?
It breeds air conditioning, plumbing, medicine, food.
I'm talking about.
Nah, you live in New York City. You got no
You
money.
can take Alicia with no money. You're delusional.
See, listen, you know, let me jump in here for a sec. Let me have a chance, too.
I haven't spoken in a while. So the interesting thing is that most people, multimillionaires, are closer in their wealth, in their wealth loss, if you will. Multimillionaires are closer in their wealth, in wealth disparity to the most impoverished. You don't even know what I'm going to say. I'm actually agreeing.
No, don't take the bait, DJ. Just fight through it. Fight through
kidding me?
Okay, so let them talk. You know what you're saying.
Multimillionaires are closer in wealth disparity to the most impoverished people on the planet than they are to billionaires. So billionaires.
You've been checking the resulting wealthier all over the world, and that never happened.
The socialists, okay, so I'm a Democrat, and I'm actually in agreement with the people who are already challenging me on stage, which is kind of ironic. So, and I was born privileged. What's fascinating to me, however, is that people seem to think that in this capitalistic society, they're going to find the same success that the wealthiest are. It's one thing to talk about socialism when people are all impoverished. It's another thing to talk about socialism when the wealthiest people on the planet are exorbitantly wealthier than what people consider rich folks in this day and age. So this is the problem, is closing the wealth gap. So there's at least some legitimacy and some fairness to the wealth discrepancy issue. And that is what I think is interesting, is it's not that people who are pro-socialism are looking for such great equity and equality, but they're looking to kind of close the wealth gap so that we're not competing with people who are worth hundreds of millions of times more than a decent rich guy or gal. That's all I wanted to share.
Now, can I say this? I'm LA. Why is it we have an issue when it comes to the rich when we make the rich richer? Stop buying iPhones then. Stop taking your motherfucking monkey ass to fucking Walmart.
This nigga said stop buying iPhones.
Hey, see, but he's actually cooking. Let this nigga cook. Go ahead,
Sean always cooks, brother. This is a smart
is on point. Yes,
when it comes to this situation, man, we bang Starlink. We on Twitter. We on Instagram. We on TikTok.
I bet all of us all Amazon.
We on all of these Amazon, Bezos, Dr. Evil, Bezos. We talk the shit about the rich, but we don't say, let me invest in that small business. Let me find that mom and pop situation. How can I get on the internet and find a mom and pop situation? We don't support the mom and pops, where when it comes to the problems and the ills and the issues and the demons and all this aspects, where we have an issue when it comes to socialism, capitalism, cronyism, whatever ism that motherfucker is throwing up out there from a Ivy League, think tank. Because a lot of y'all be getting this shit from the 1% while having an issue with the 1%. Like a couple nights ago, brother lived in Upper Manhattan, and he bragged about how he lived near millionaires, but you have a problem with this socialist problem. Come on, my man. We act very, very, very oblivious. We help the rich while talking shit. I don't get y'all. And plus, DJ LA, you probably don't even live amongst niggas, huh?
So look,
You don't even live amongst niggas.
real quick. Hey, real quick. Before you dig right on. Real quick. We because they know you still won't look. You talking about like supporting mom and pop stores. It goes back to what I was saying earlier. The mom and pop stores will have support. My argument is but see, but this is why, and this is why everybody uses Amazon, because the mom and pop store, the mom and pop store has that can of greens for $3, but I could order it from Amazon for $1.50, right? Because they can't compete. The monopoly that the billionaires have on the industry puts the mom and pop at a disadvantage where they can't make money selling items at the same price that the big corporations do. It's called consolidation. It's called the onus is on us to support. Time out. Yeah, because you're a billionaire and control the line of access to the product. You can charge cheaper than the mom and pop. The mom and pop don't exist no more. So it's not about investing in the mom and pop. It's understanding that the corporations can't be beaten with the current system. They can't be beaten.
Yeah, but what's the best for the consumer? Beat the corporations. Have you ever heard of too big to fail?
Too big to fail.
Let's talk about it. Lehman Brothers, Washington Mutual, Countrywide, Amistad.
Yeah, this nigga.
I'm sick and tired of this tune. Somebody get this tune up out of here.
Wait, but you know when you're buying a cheap quality, when you're buying a cheap quality product, that means
you live in Canada.
Hold on 1 second. I don't give a fuck where you live, bro. Give me 1 second. Let me take 1 second.
We don't like Canada, Hamada.
Okay, alright. Bye.
Nah, bro, been quiet for a minute, man.
I'm fucking.
Go ahead and say your piece, man. Go.
Say your piece about
it. Canada, he shouldn't even be able to talk.
He can talk.
They don't want to hear Canadian stuff, but that's
talk,
okay.
Nigga, don't get to crying, nigga. Just talk.
Yeah, don't cry. Come on. There was a joke about it. Come on.
The reason why you're paying for a cheap product because there was no research happened by the company, the manufacturers. So if you want to buy a cheap product, go ahead, go buy a cheap product. No problem. There's no research. I think it's gonna break down.
All that right there, Timothy, was on you. That's on you.
He sounds like he's from India. He's not from no damn Canada.
Bharti, please don't put that ban on us, okay? Bharti, please. He is not from India, Bharti. He is not.
Do not talk to me like a racist brother.
Do not fucking talk to me, please. He is not from India, okay?
Do not talk shit, please.
Please do not talk shit, okay? Especially about my India. Okay? He is not from India, okay, Bharti? He is.
When you finish talking.
So here's what I want to ask, C and everybody else. I'm not picking on you, C, but you're the one that wants to talk about it, so I appreciate that. So I always find this weird. You ask for there's regulations.
You're so smart. Go ahead, Mark. Mike out talking. I'm all for it, brother.
Wait, so you just interrupted me to tell me to talk?
He interrupted you to tell you that was the most dick-suckingest statement I ever heard. He said, I love when white people talk. That was weird. Get your weird ass off.
This shit was diabolical. This shit is ridiculous. Your fucking clubhouse. Where we go?
So you were like, you want more regulations and and you made the case. But I would ask you this, do you think the public education system is good?
I would say depending on where you live, but as a whole, You know, yeah, it depends on where you live.
Mike, he needs 10 seconds to ChatGPT. Give him 10
Okay, well,
seconds.
a better question would just be this. What government-runs entity would you think the government does well?
Oh, wait. I think you have me like pegged wrong. Pause. Like I don't I don't think the government runs shit well at all because the government is corrupted. Fuck no.
So then why the fuck would you want the government to have their hands in the billionaires' money? Everything they touch, they fucking corrupt.
Because what I believe is there should be it's not that they should have their hands in like what they have to spend their money on. You shouldn't be able to tell anybody how to spend their money. I think there should be protections on on what they can do with their money. So you can spend your money however you want to, right? But there should be protections for people. And that's something that should be talked about. What type of protection? There should be protections.
You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
No, because then you come into an oligarchy situation where the government favors billionaires, and it's an oligarchy.
That's what we have right now.
Talking about
real quick. That's what we have. We live in an oligarchy.
We want as little government intervention as possible. That's what we want.
But you don't have the government intervention.
Right now, our government right now protects billionaires. So.
Okay. So, does anybody remember who Henry Ford was?
Oh my God!
Do we know? No. Hold on. Because we want to act like this. We want to talk about our government as if our government has been cozying up the rich people from the fucking. Hello, folks. Do you know who?
That's how we live.
But this is the thing. See, when you need to build tanks, nigga, you ain't gonna go to the hood because nobody in the hood got the capital to build tanks, nigga. You gotta go to the rich people.
And you know the most gangster person when you Henry Ford and you killed. You know that, right?
Sir. When you want to build tomahawks to shove it up some Taliban motherfucking towerhead's ass, guess what? You're not going to the hood and getting a loan from Daquan. You're going to the rich person. Okay?
But you're gonna get Daquan to fly it and go kill yourself. You need Daquan to fly it. What are you talking about? You are going to the hood.
Tax money, bro. What are you talking about?
Daquan is more busy worried and arguing about who's better in the NBA.
Company is that?
Okay. So Daryl, shut up. Long story short, the whole thing is that this idea that all of a sudden now our government is in bed with rich people, motherfucker. The reason why I'm bringing up Henry Ford,
you're an expert deflector,
sir.
Nobody ever said all of it because he doesn't know Henry Ford kills people. And
you're talking about oligarchy, sir. What, sir? There is no such thing as oligarchy. What there is.
Your point is that our government has always cozied up to rich people. Then we have an
cutting me off. And you know what's funny? I don't interrupt any of you motherfuckers when y'all talking, unless I'm gonna maybe crack a joke.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, CLC.
You always wanna cut me off. There's some bullshit. So here it is. You know what? Now this cock is gonna get real big, and I'm gonna slap all you niggas with it. This is the motherfucking and all governments have always been with fucking rich people. You wanna know why? Because money moves the fucking world. So while y'all broke asses are sitting there fucking pocket watching other motherfuckers, you know what's happening, Dovi? Around you. You want to know why? Because your envy, jealousy, and your fucking greed can't let you fucking see past your own fucking future. Where you have all of the opportunities, the same opportunity that a South African white dude had when he fucking jumped on a plane with $1,000 and went to Canada and then came south to the U.S. You have the same fucking opportunity. You know what the problem is? We get very lazy and comfortable in our own laurels because we know deep down inside how good we got it as Americans. But we choose the easy path, which is to just simply blame people who have spent, God knows, countless amount of fucking hours away from their family members, no sleep, no food.
to get to the point where they're at, and you are now gonna sit there and pocket watch and be envious and jealous of where the fuck they at.
Can I say something right now, which is going to be the most American thing?
And you are
is the right of freedom of speech, and it is the right to have a different understanding from you, and I'm allowed to have a different opinion, and I can be vocal about it, and we can go ahead and protest either which way. That is what we can do in our country, and that is what makes us great, and that is what makes us be able to understand whether or not we move on from oppression or from whatever it is, or not, or make us great. These are the things, these are privileges that we have. So we are saying the same thing. However, I'm never going to succumb
No, don't ruin it. Don't ruin it. You started out so good.
Yeah, you did start
That's the
off
smartest
really,
thing you've
really
ever
well.
said.
I'm not going to succumb to saying I'm just only privileged because so. No, we have to stand by our right and say yes or nay because we have that. That's all I'm saying.
If you succumb, I hope you succumb the whole way.
You know what's so funny about content?
Then you gotta come back to reality. Okay, let's see.
Wait. Well, I'm gonna say this and get out the way. Content had all that to say about pulling yourself up by the bootstraps, and we're Americans and we're so privileged and yada yada yada, which we are. I don't disagree with what he's saying, but at the same, he's saying that like he ain't the same dude that grew up in a dirty ass Bronx in a dirty ass project building that he had to go up them dirty ass stairs and live with all them crackheads in, right? And so me as somebody who's just out on the outside looking in, I'd be like, why did he choose to live like that? Like, why does he, man, he should just do better. Why don't he just, what do you mean he was born in that?
It doesn't define him. It doesn't define him at all.
No, but at the point that you're living in it, it does. So what I'm saying is that, yeah, you can make better for yourself, right? But don't just act like you aren't given certain circumstances that make it harder for you to step out of situations than it is for other people. Like everybody, but he's saying that everybody's Elon Musk, and it's not the case. I just salute people that made it through certain environments.
In socialism, content.
Hold on, Mike.
I am not a socialist. Don't bring up socialism in here. I ain't no socialist.
Yeah, don't accuse him of stuff that he hasn't espoused there. No, I'm not a socialist. Were you done by any chance? I know Mike wanted to say something. I'm gonna respond to him.
It was on Mike Allen, but go ahead.
No, go ahead, content. You can respond to C. Go ahead.
So, see,
you talk about your living situation. You gotta go. Go ahead.
Well, this is the thing. No, I'm not defined by it. And the point that I was making, Mike, you stupid. Mike, the point that I was making was that if a dude from South Africa can jump on a plane and cross the and come to this country through Canada, he's built. There's no way in hell you gonna tell me that me as an American citizen, yes, native of the Bronx, New York, who grew up in a one-bedroom apartment with his mom, cannot make it out of that. There's no way in hell. Because you see, the fact of the matter is that on average, 6 to 7 out of 10 millionaires who are created on a daily basis in this country come from absolute zero, nothing, zilch. Nobody got anything added to scenes. Who were created on, they said nothing. And guess what? I'm actually going to attest to something on this stage tonight that I haven't done since I've been on this app, and I've been on this app since season 1. I myself am a millionaire, and nobody here would ever even believe the kind of shit that I went through before I got to the point that I'm at. And trust me when I tell you, I was even homeless at one point. And I know shit may sound cliche, but the fact of the matter is that, you know what it is? And 50 Cent said this a little while back, and I agree with it so fucking wholeheartedly. Where we come from, we can't afford to be depressed. We have to push through. And the fact of the matter is that you can only afford to be depressed when you're rich. Motherfuckers that are poor can't afford that. So the fact of the matter is that I wanted to make sure that I was not going to leave my kids in a world where they couldn't afford to have feelings, We are raised in an environment where we are told that our feelings have to take a back seat, and the only thing that matters is the struggle. And the struggle is what we are to identify with, rather than identifying with the future that we can build for ourselves. That's the thing. That's the primordial thing right there. Now, Don, I don't need to speak for myself, because guess what? I'm not the only one. There's millions and millions.
That's a real shit you said all night.
Americans that have come before me that have done. If they did it, and there's people still doing it, there's no way in hell other people can't do it.
I mean, that's an immigrant way of life.
Yeah, so once again, if you listen, I know this is the other thing that I have, and Sean and I have been in rooms where we've heard brothers say, "Oh, you know, it's systematic, this, that, the third, and the other." But we see these African, darkly melanated brothers come to this country, okay, speaking like this, okay, straight from Africa, and they land here, and you know what they do? They start to work 2 to 3 jobs, and they don't stop, and they keep going. And they walk, and then you know what happens? 3 years down the road, 3 years down the road, this brother now has 2 degrees, a master's, and he is now, guess what? He is a fucking millionaire. What stopped you? What stopped you from getting out of the projects? I come from a small hut in Gunguntu, Africa. What's stopping you? What's stopping you?
Well, I ain't gonna cap, brother. That's some real shit. So what would you say to the people that, for me, example, I lost my job to an illegal Mexican? What would you say to that?
Of course you would lose your job to an illegal man.
I feel for Timothy, bro, because I'm from California, and I feel for him.
And a lot of people, Yo, listen, there's a lot of brothers that had specifically in states like California, states like Texas, New York, there were a lot of brothers that had landscaping businesses that went under. Florida, a lot of brothers that lost their businesses. So while there's a whole group of melanated folks out here talking about Trump being racist because he's deporting all these people, our own people were being hurt by the policies of the last administration by opening up our borders at the south, at the southern end, and allowing individuals unvetted to come in. There are thousands.
It's because American businesses can't afford paying.
So do you think it was right for that illegal to take my job? Was like
no. I'll tell you what, it wasn't. But you know what was even worse?
Take a cybersecurity class or an AI class or a pumpkin class and get your eyes
I think we have to talk about the minimum wage and how cannot
like
actual Americans.
No, like y'all are taking this as a joke. And I'm being dead serious. I have a goddamn.
But this thing
No, I had a goddamn family to feed, man. I had a whole son. I got bills. And to be replaced.
That's a fact.
And to be replaced by a nigga that couldn't speak a lick of English.
Right.
Is that America?
That's a spit. Welcome to America. As a citizen. Nah, don't get me wrong.
Welcome to capitalism.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Welcome to incompetent administrations. No, that's not capitalism. Welcome to incompetent. That's part of it, Sean. Yes. Welcome to an incompetent administration that realized that there's a whole voting block out there that is no longer voting for them. So what do we have to do? We now have to import the voting block because these niggas ain't voting for us no more.
Because they don't want to pay for it.
After all of the things that we promised and didn't do for them, how dare they? And now
so
what we're going to do is
we're going to right back to the red and blue.
So ridiculous.
Back to the red and blue.
It's not about back to red and blue. It's about all I said.
Neither.
But right.
So like LA.
So remember this. And you gotta remember, Reagan allowed for a lot of melanated brothers and sisters of the Caribbean to come up to the East as well. That displaced the foundationals in the East Coast.
This is ridiculous because
it's not red
the
versus
U.S.
blue.
has sold their.
It's not. It's policy. I didn't even mention parties. No. All I said was administration. That's all I said.
Like George Bush opened up the borders to 6 million. Ronald Reagan opened up for 3 million. Like 3 million. I hate how people think this is like a Trump.
It's policy. That's all I'm pointing out.
Thing. Like,
Man, Sean was the only nigga that genuinely cared about me losing my job.
I live in LA.
Nah, I don't want the next 2 minutes is on Sean. I don't want nobody interrupting that nigga Sean, man.
Thank you, man.
You interrupt that nigga Sean, I'm moving you down, man.
You hear this motherfucker, bro?
Sean the only nigga that really genuinely cared for a nigga, man. Y'all niggas laughed at me, man.
I'm gonna give you some grants in the back channel, y'all. Since you got a kid, and everything, they have grants when it comes to Church for Children. I'm gonna put it in your back channel. But when it comes to me, I feel for y'all. Because I'm in LA, man, where LA used to be 30% black. Now we around 5% now. I know we was never the majority, but when you go from 30% to 5%, it feel that you lost so much ground. You lost 6 times. It then got 6 times more harder.
Hey, Sean, that was 30%. That was foundational 30%.
In the 80s, man. We talking about 81, Boys in the Hood, NWA, that era. To now, we're at 5. And when Reagan opened up the borders to 3 million becomes 15 million. Very quickly. Very quickly. And we have 18 million, Trump can't deport everybody. So even if he'd be able to deport, say, like 4 to 5 million people from now to 2029, he's still got 11 million.
Well, excuse me, Sean, you're a very high IQ individual, okay? But that's actually incorrect. That's fake news. I'm gonna deport a ball. You're gonna see, Sean. We're gonna get him out of here.
So it feels 6 times. I literally said 6 times harder because if you go from 30% to around 5 to 6%, you see how city council is predominantly Hispanic. There already says that this is going to be the first time in 60 years where they're not going to have a black councilman running in these election cycles in LA. Now, when it comes to people that say we need representation, a lot of these black folks is like so contradictory because one moment they say we need representation, but you're bringing in more Rick Chow's, you're bringing more Indians, Asians, Europeans, Hispanics, Arabs. You're bringing in 190 countries of people that do not fuck with black people, will not side with black people. I'd rather work my damn option and try to get damn redneck Phil to give me a job than some Hispanic is going to take care of his people.
But I thought y'all said gave us respect.
I'd rather.
I thought y'all said it. I thought it wasn't.
Let me finish.
I thought it wasn't systemic though.
Let me finish. Because that was never my argument. So I don't know why you just saying that like that's a gotcha question.
Oh, I thought your content was like a line.
Nah, sit back, see, let that nigga cook, man. You know what's up.
Because illegal
immigration. You need to stand on tech, bro. You need to boot that. You need to put that in illegal. You say you was gonna goo niggas that interrupt the show. We need to put it in the goo. You just stand 10 toes down on that.
He said 2 minutes. That was 2 minutes.
Illegal immigration affects black men the hardest. So black women ain't gonna understand it. White women ain't gonna understand it. White men ain't gonna understand it. But it hurts us the most because we talking about blue collar, trucking, transportation, warehousing, manufacturing.
Big facts.
Yeah, they even motherfuckers nursing degrees.
The 1% is killing us, not
what?
Us.
What?
But you helping the 1%. I don't understand.
Right.
Did you hear homie said that the corporation let him go and done put somebody that can undercut him? Like, is that okay? Cool. And that's why I say you guys are dangerous to the black community.
Okay, so Sean,
you are so dangerous.
Let's do.
I want to hear Alicia explain herself. She can sign and
because I want to hear everybody like, why is this so terrible? That's Thank you, Beaver.
It's so terrible because this is what they. What?
No, go ahead, Alicia. You good?
Whatever. I don't care. It's fine. You guys keep blaming everyone else. Whoever's fucking all of us is the 1% and the billionaires. If you don't get that, that's on you.
But you're helping bringing them
done. That's it.
You're helping the. Why you don't understand the correlation of when Bernie Sanders says open borders is a Koch brother's dream, to now he's fucking with open borders.
That's not true.
Hello,
that's not true. That is.
He literally said this.
What are you talking about? It's on. Ma'am? No, it is not out of context, ma'am. That is literally his words verbatim. Why do you guys do that? When you're confronted with the facts, you guys always do this. That's not true. You guys are making it up. You guys are my guy. You guys are brainwashed by Trump.
He's talking about asylum. It's not just. Okay, fine. All right, whatever. I'm gonna
Listen, you know what? All right. Away from the conversation because you wanted to have a conversation.
So this is when Democrats was halfway sensible when it came to immigration. 10 years ago, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. But this is literally Bernie Sanders verbatim saying that this is a Koch brothers dream. And that was the time period when President Obama was literally deporting, transporting.
The Puerto in chief. 3.2 million people deported. Nobody said a motherfucking word. And you know what's funny? You know the same way that ICE is running around rapping, running up on people under Trump? Guess what the fuck they were doing under Obama? They were doing the same shit. And if you want to, you can go pull up the CNN. You can go pull up the CNN special. Where CNN went on a ride.
Yeah, they were riding. It was like a ride along.
And these motherfuckers were kicking in doors. They were doing the same shit that they're doing now. And nobody says shit. You want to know why? Because your king and savior was there. And the thing about you guys is that as long as your guy is in it, they're the ones doing it. It's totally okay. No, listen, I'm okay with getting illegal aliens out of this country. I'm okay with that, 100%. And I stand 10 toes down on that.
Coming to this country for a better economic life is not
That's completely fine.
That's not asylum.
Right, that's not right. That is not asylum. Asylum means that you're being persecuted for your beliefs. Sort of like how the Puritans that left England in the Mayflower were being persecuted. That's actual asylum.
Yeah, or
sort of like
gang stuff.
Right.
But you stop where you're safe. If you're safe in Mexico, why would you stop?
Hold on, guys. Before we continue the conversation, I've had people slide in my DMs saying that I need to move the mic around. Specifically, they're tired of hearing COC. They saying you talk too much, brother. They want you to move the mic around, gang.
Oh,
they specifically name dropped you specifically, so
hey, put a name on it. Why did they back you?
I can't put a name on it because that would discredit me. But they said that you're talking too much. I can't put a name on it, but
y'all niggas.
They said you're talking a little bit too much.
Bro, you from New York. That's y'all calling card. New York niggas talk too much.
But I will say that at least he's been very knowledgeable. I appreciate what the brother has brought to this stage, but people want you to take a back seat, brother.
Yeah. No, let me fix that for you. Ain't no doubt.
Y'all don't even let me finish, man. And yeah, I created the word deportating. Yes. But the video in the chat was Bernie Sanders saying that this is the open borders is a Koch brothers proposition. Like we are helping the corporation. We're not hurting the corporation by letting it be here. Like I said, man, the black community is gonna get its ass whooped the hardest because at least with the white community, they got 197 million crackers in this country. We got 50 million people. You being 18 million, they have 3 babies. You was wiped out within 10 years. Within 20 years, your kids will be completely wiped out. Because now you have them working regular jobs, going to school, learning feminism. The women learn feminism just like the black women. Then you also have the men also doing both white collar,
Hispanic people,
real estate. Yes, the Hispanic community.
Okay.
And that's not helping black people.
It's not helping black people.
Not consider themselves. I'm gonna say this. The Hispanic community.
What the fuck is happening right now?
Let me fucking finish.
This
Boy,
is
I was about to
fucking
say,
racist.
you out of your
It's so
word,
fucking
out of your
crazy.
name, boy. Boy, like I said,
you need to land your plane, though. You flying a lot.
Like I said,
just
bro.
land the plane.
Like I said, bro, y'all be cutting me the fuck off. Like I said, the final death knell for the black community will be 2040 when it comes to immigration. Because we keep voting for dumbass open border candidates talking about this democratic socialist shit that obviously didn't work in Venezuela, didn't work in fucking Cuba, even when it comes to China, they do a state-ran capitalism, so they don't even go 100% with none of this rhetoric neither. I'm done. Motherfuckers are stupid. The black community is done.
You have, like Alicia said, low key it is kind of racist, but
it's very racist.
I'm sure.
It's very. I'm sure.
Yeah,
it's very racist. The black community can't help every other group.
I'll say that
no allies.
Dang, my God. Can I
right? Is that what you said? Black community are reckless,
no
stupid. They can't fucking
so that's
nothing.
why I'm not
So you said
this or that. How beat the ass up? Go ahead, see.
So what I'm saying is, I think, like Alicia said, what you said was racist, but I'm sure there's many members of her family that's racist towards black people.
Yeah,
right? So
no,
it's not.
No, we're not talking about racism. We're not talking about racism. We're talking about the community helping each other. Like you said, that the black community, they are useless. Is that what you said?
Nah, that's not what anybody said. If you don't do it, Hamada, don't do it. I'm trying to be. He's got to be, because he's trying to make me be racist, and I'm not trying to go.
No, to his defense, bro, he was getting like cooked earlier today by hella black people. They was cooking his ass, and it was just him.
Well, you good, bro. You get your shit off. I don't got no problems with my red dye Indians. Y'all, I fuck with y'all. All right, so.
Say, I have no problem with you. I'm talking to Sian. He said black community, like he said, black community, they have no hope in life. Is that what he said?
No,
I just want to get to the point.
The Indian community doesn't rock with us. The Asian community does not rock with us. The Arab community definitely do not rock with us. Hispanics morbidly despise black people. LA is like the prime example where we bang the black and brown coalition, then realize that the brown ain't gonna hire nobody.
Where do you live?
LA.
He's speaking
So you're saying white people?
What
He's not lying. Like white people treat you the best? Is that what I'm hearing?
White people give me a job opportunity more than these Hispanics do.
Thank you.
I can depend on a red
we're fucking awesome.
more than I can depend on the Hispanic community.
Okay,
the Hispanic community is going to only protect their family. They don't. They say "Piche me ate," coño. They're gonna say it openly and proudly.
That's a fact, man. When have you walked into a Mexican store, a Mexican restaurant, any type of Mexican establishment, and you've seen a different race?
Nah, they don't fuck with us.
You don't know the black people hired.
I'm very sorry that you were raised and live in a place that you feel that type of way.
Almost definitely.
Girl, you know that's the truth. Stop.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
She in New York. Can I say this? East Coast Hispanics and West Coast Hispanics are two different Hispanics. Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, you come out to the West and you're brown, you get caught on my yate too. Nigga, you a nigga too. Like, we ain't friends. We ain't family. I remember one of my Dominican homies. He from the Bronx and shit. He thought it was gonna be nothing but love.
Are you crazy?
Hispanic dude looked at him like, we're not brothers, bro. We're not brothers.
Have you been in the Dominican Republic of Puerto Rico? They don't fuck with niggas either. Like, this shit.
Well, bro, Dominicans and Puerto Ricans in New York, they halfway tolerate niggas. You know, they halfway tolerate niggas where you can fuck on their women and all this other shit and mix and blend, but you ain't mixing and blending with Mexican, Ecuadorian, El Salvadorian. You're not mixing with these people.
Well, look, you can mix with them, but you know what? You need to understand their culture first of all.
I understand the culture.
You need to understand their culture first of all. Yeah. So if you can get into the culture, then you have a wife there, man. You have a family. You have a beautiful house. You have a beautiful farm. Whatever you want, you know. Life is open, bro.
So look, I ain't even look, Sean, let me directly address you, bro, because motherfuckers keep cutting me off. I'm gonna just be straight up with you.
Go ahead, Chief.
You got this idea of this black shit that don't exist, bro. It don't exist. It just does not exist. Like this false idea you have that the black community is going to be. But again, you
community,
I'm saying you have an idea of what you're doing is acting out what you think exists. The black community, as you think it exists, does not exist. Have you gone into the black rooms on Clubhouse and see how black women and black men interact with each other on this app?
I live in
Have
real
you?
life. I help.
I'm going to continue making my point.
Okay.
The way that we interact with each other, our community, our culture is self-destructive, right? So this, we gonna all get together and kumbaya shit. We it just don't. What you're saying don't exist,
what you doing
right?
with open borders and immigration?
No. What happens with open borders and immigration is there are people coming into the. You're right. There are people coming into the country.
They come here to work and help us.
Immigration is economy immigration.
They're not coming. They're not coming to help us, right? You're right. But you have this idea that even if they don't open the borders, like, what is that going to do for us? Like, we have an issue outside of the people coming into the country. They're not taking nothing away from us. We already have an issue. We already have a bigger issue than them flooding the country, as they say. Like, this replacement theory you got, like, 9 times out of 10, motherfuckers is going to trying to fuck a white woman. Motherfuckers is having mixed babies. Like, our country is a melting pot of our country is a melting pot of people.
We talking about economics, jobs, and demographic changes, brother.
Yeah, but the demographic change that I'm speaking to is our kids mixing. Like, that's what America has to be. America has to come to a point where everybody looks alike. Like, if I say, if when you think of a Mexican, wait, time out. Let me land. When I say Mexican, there's a phenotype you think of. When I say Japanese, there's a phenotype you think of. America has a problem of a mixed identity. And until that identity issue is solved, we're going to keep running into what you're talking about. So what I'm saying is, you keep saying black. What I'm saying is American. You trying to, like, be this black nation in America. White people trying to be this white nation in America, and it don't work that way. Like, we're going to all mix. This is what it is. We're gonna make
most mixed kids look like Fraggle Rock. They all look like Fashion Bob.
Right. The funniest thing about that shit, that has got to be the most self-sacrificing shit. And Brother Timothy, these are the kind of niggas that's dangerous because they'll open up the border for some snatch, then realize that the snatch really didn't like you either.
The snatch.
Now we stuck with like 90 million other motherfuckers added on top of other 60, 70 million. That's why I said the Hispanics got it on lock, bro, because they don't have to acquiesce.
Immigrants open the borders.
They don't acquiesce.
You are controlling the borders, right? So how the fuck immigrants gonna? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? You do not make sense.
Man, hold on, let me ask you this.
You do not make sense.
I'm sorry.
No, the government controls the borders, right? No, let me ask you one question. Do the immigrants control the borders or the government? This is one question.
We're going to let the Iranian nigga ask his one question, and Sean, we'll let you finish. After that, you can go after Sean.
Thank you.
You can go after Sean, nigga.
Thank you.
All right.
Ask your question, Hamada.
But you know how to say his name, okay.
No, my question is, who controls the border? Is my turn or it's same turn? If he wants to speak, give him a chance. Otherwise, I can answer his question.
Can I get some subtitles before you answer that question?
Yeah, you wanna talk or you mean to answer your question because you said immigrants, right?
Yes.
Yes. So who controls the border? Is it the immigrants or the government?
It's the government. Like I said, I'm not 100% blaming you, but I am not going to advocate for you because you're not going to advocate for me. You're going to help other people in your community, in your circle, in your network. It's self-sacrificing for me to say, okay, you can come in, you can invest in my community, I'll sell you my home, I'll sell you my business, I'll sell you everything. I don't own anything, and now you corner the entire market, then you can be able to say, well, I'm not hiring your black ass. Get the fuck out of here. Even though I helped you 10 years previously, but you never forgot about that.
He's cooking.
I'm done.
He's cooking. That brother Sean, let me tell y'all something, man. That brother Sean right there, man, yeah, that man is a very knowledgeable man right there, man.
We went through it in LA.
Why? Because you agree
Nothing
with
but
him?
facts, man.
We went through it in LA, bro. Like,
Hold on, brother. Hold on. I'm just trying to. If y'all ever want to increase your knowledge, man, let's give that man a follow. You feel me?
That boy just as racist as Alicia's dad, bro. And it's the same nigga. Just two different people.
But the thing is, how can we be inclusive? See, do we have allies? Like,
I ain't saying we no.
You're
It's
from
not
LA,
about
bro.
it.
I'm from Ohio. What about us who live in the Midwest, who don't live in these mixed culture societies where these people look at you differently? You know what it is. You live in New York, you live in LA, you have some sort of, this whole black and brown coalition that I've never seen ever work. Never worked. At the same time, though, you vote for somebody who fucking hates you. It makes no sense. How? That's what I'm saying. I go into neighborhoods that motherfuckers, they don't, you know why they call me, hey, buddy, I'm not your fucking friend. I'm only your friend because I'm spending money here. But will you spend money in my business? Will you reciprocate the same shit? That's the difference, right? That's what I'm saying. If I come to your shop, you spend with me, whether you a fucking white, Asian, whatever the fuck you're from, if you feel like, and a lot of people do, you know how many fucking immigrants that made their backs off of living in the city? It's not even that.
Yeah, making money off the black
How many old white corporations since the fucking 50s? And this is the lineage of that shit. What do you mean from Timberland? You know how long Timberland's been around? You know how long Timberland's been around forever? Who's pumping these companies up? Problem is this though. You build up this culture, you make this culture, but you don't fucking capitalize on it, and everybody else does. And then you sit around and you can't get mad at them. Because these motherfuckers are vultures. They will fight into it. You can't. These motherfuckers, they will fucking bite into your shit. Because you have it. And here you are saying, hey, man, you know what? I created this. They created sneaker culture, all this shit. Nobody, you know what I'm saying? When I was growing up, white kids didn't wear sneakers. They wore Vans. They wore Vans, bro. They didn't give a fuck about their sneakers. So it's a different culture in terms of that shit. What I'm saying is this, though. You don't capitalize on what you want. And you got to capitalize the more. Problem is, you can't blame somebody else. They come into your fucking place, and they do it because you didn't take the opportunity to do that shit. That's the only shit I'm saying, man.
Well, yo, I'm not angry at the. Why do everybody think I'm angry?
Also,
I'm more angry.
Who said anything
I'm more
about my
angry
dad?
at the politician
Who
that
said
allows
something
it.
about my
I'm
dad?
more angry at the politician that allows it.
See,
and I'm more angry at my
Who said
community that
something
just
about
has the
Casey's
right.
father?
See,
Like,
See.
Like, yeah, that's him.
See,
like, yo, you said
Why?
you're in Ohio.
What?
Yo.
Yeah, I'm in the Midwest, bro. I'm in Ohio.
Man, what part of Ohio you in,
You're
man?
Hispanic, correct?
No, who the fuck said that? Who the fuck else said I was Hispanic? Do I look Hispanic?
Yes.
Do I look like a Hispanic beard?
What part of Ohio you in, yo?
I'm from Columbus, bro.
Columbus? I fuck with Columbus, man. I got some.
Talk to me like
I love Cincinnati. I love Cleveland. But I know if I drive out 40 minutes into, Chillicothe or Zanesville, that shit is a fucking ghost town, bro. That shit is a ghost town.
Yo, I thought you was Hispanic because you talked to me like a Latino.
And well, that's your fault. You fucking listen like you want me to be a Latino.
Nah, you kind of like Middle Eastern or something.
No.
I'm black.
Hatred and hard on
I'm
for
black.
Latinos and Latinas. It is crazy. Your hatred is through the roof, and it's disgusting. It's disgusting because I feel sad for you.
Somebody has an opinion.
Sad for you.
It does not mean hatred. It means a different opinion. You guys Americans need to understand this.
No, bro,
If
you
somebody
took up the
has a different opinion, it does not mean hatred or something about America. No, it's not that. It just you need to understand a little bit.
No, that's hatred.
You know how much money?
It wasn't hatred. It wasn't hatred. It was.
That's full hatred. I would never.
No.
I would never.
Well, I like what Yo was saying. One mic on Yo.
All I'm saying is this, right? You have the opportunity, all this fucking money in the hood, all this shit. And you allow somebody from fucking Iraq or Afghanistan come through and monopolize. They own every fucking thing. How? How is that? You think they're gonna fucking hire you? They're not. They have no fucking interest. And what I'm saying is don't hate them because guess what? When, during the Reagan economics and during the 80s, prior to the fucking 80s and 70s, all those stores were occupied by black people. It was mom and pop shops. They were. Crack epidemic hit, and guess what? Guess who came to take over? People who are fleeing their own countries. So it's not a fucking, it's not, it's a setup, and I get it. That's why it's incentivized. So when somebody comes here from Iraq, guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna put their money together so they can buy another gas station. They're gonna fucking put their money together to buy another corner store or another, whatever it
Do you
is.
think that they do a better job has something to do with it?
I don't think so. Because who the fuck needs to fucking do a better job to fucking hand out candy and fucking cigarettes? I'm sorry. It's not fucking rocket science to hand out fucking candy bars and fucking cigarettes. You don't do it better.
You're saying
You took
only
the
the gas
opportunity to
station
take
is
over
just
a place
handing
that
out?
was, it's not. That's why you come here in sandals and fucking, and a t-shirt and a tank top and fucking work at a corner store. Because it doesn't take nothing. There's no fucking nothing. There's no mental, it's nothing to hand out and charge somebody to fucking buy bubble gum and fucking liquor and then say you pray. I'm just being honest. It's nothing. Why is that? Why do you think that if Arabs and Asians all left the hood that somehow the people are going to be destitute? No! People can replace you. I promise you. They won't miss you. You just got to put somebody in there who's going to fucking sell the same garbage that you sold. But you're going to put in some and say, hey, guess what? You know what? We don't sell these things and because of my religion. But you sell alcohol. You don't drink it, but you sell it. You sell weed. You sell tobacco. You sell fucking condoms. You sell dick pills. All this bullshit. I'm just being honest. At what point, though?
What is your point?
My point is this, though.
The fuck is the
Take
point?
advantage of your own fucking neighborhood. Take advantage of it, or somebody else will. That's all I ever say. This is where Hamad.
Yo, what has ever stopped them from doing it?
Nothing.
So
the culture.
But you know, I've been to rural towns, and guess what? I see Indians there too. I drive out to the redneck area, to the trailer park places, and I see the same shit. You know, you're no different. Stop acting like you fucking look down on people who live in the hood. When you, and the majority of these people who vote, they're fucking poor. They're beneath poor. I'm just being honest.
Oh nah, the white hoods, they got the same issues. Like they don't own their corner stores. They don't own their corner stores. Their hotels like are all owned by like Indian and Arab, Middle Eastern. It's the same shit everywhere. It's not just. It's all low income areas. Like in more low income.
Same zone, every single one.
Exactly. Patel owns all the shitty motel.
All of them. Cleveland, Georgia, especially.
You talk about hold up. You talk about Middle Eastern immigrants, Chinese. Do you know most of the Americans property owners are black people? Like in New York. Let's talk about New York. Let's talk about Los Angeles. Let's talk about San Diego. The most of them are black. What have they done to your community? Have they done anything? No. So why are you looking into the immigrants who just came yesterday? While trying to pull the left, like what the fuck are you talking about?
I mean, listen, not everybody lives in New York and San Diego and LA. Some of us live in the middle of America. Some of us live in this fucking the Bible Belt, where we have people making decisions for us who don't give a fuck about us. And you know, regardless of what party you're from, what I'm saying is this though: you can come in, you can get a fucking loan. You can open up a spot. You can monopolize whether it's furniture stores, or corner stores, liquor stores, whatever it is, car, whatever shop. And the problem is, it's not your fault because you're taking advantage of a situation, right? Problem is, where the fuck is, all these people making money in the hood? Why are you not reinvesting your shit? Why are you leaving to go to a fucking suburb where nobody wants you instead of reinvesting to this place, which you're gonna fucking come back to and try to buy from you? You want to move everybody out the hood instead of reinvesting in it. You make the most money in this fucking place, right? Outside of these check cashers. Why not fucking bring that fucking money back and buy these spots up? Buy these places up. And then you get upset because Khalid and everybody else does? That's all they can do.
BB, why do you think they don't do it, BB?
Sorry, I wasn't really listening.
They're scared of the American mentality. They're scared of the American.
BB she was getting to some kind of point, I think, about why they don't do it.
She think black people are lazy.
Is that true, BB?
I mean, I think a lot of things probably play in. I think they're less organized. I don't know. I can imagine, like, especially, let's say, okay, you saying like it's the Muslims that are running like the liquor stores, or it's the Koreans. Maybe because they don't steal from themselves, you know, they keep like their bookkeeping. They're sort of more interest. Well, I don't know, you know.
Wait, but they do. That's why you moved here. Like in your country, you were killing each other. You were bombing each other.
They're doing a job,
you were
and if they're doing it well, there must be reasons for it.
Shut the fuck up. Nobody's bombing each other. You know, the Americans are bombing everybody, every country, so just be quiet.
What do you mean? I'm not Hamas. I'm not Al Qaeda. I've never bombed anyone.
You gotta fucking understand the history. You gotta fucking understand the history. Americans are bombing every country, so you gotta understand that shit too. You gotta
check your back channel, bro. I'll give you some grants. But see, and that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, it's gonna be very, very tough to defend you. That eventually the black community is just gonna say, one of these days, 2036, 2040, around the range when your kids start growing up, then the parents start getting arrogant because they see that their wedding's coming up. Yeah, it's gonna be very hard. It's gonna be very, 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 very hard.
How black people profited from you owning everything in the spot, and you do nothing. You don't reinvest. You don't hire people from there. They never needed.
I do. Like you. That's what I'm saying. Are you a half breed? Are you your daddy white?
No, I'm black. Who the fuck are you talking about? Because I'm
Isn't half breed a no word?
Ain't that fucking crazy? Which one here? A couple motherfuckers? Did I call you a couple times? Which one here?
Half breed is crazy.
I had to fucking I sent you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, gang. That's
no
love.
problem, big dog. Like I said, I'll send you my contact as well. We'll make sure that we'll figure out what you need to be able to do. But when it comes to that, I do help my community. I teach the youth because I know no crack is gonna do it. So I gotta do it. Somebody gotta do it. So when it comes to the Midwest and the South, a lot of you guys are gonna get West Coast, East Coast problems because you're dealing with people that will bring their cancerous views, their cancerous politics down south in the Midwest, where we will open up your shit to any and everybody, just for them to talk shit. See, you was getting at it with the Hamas dude in the bottom. Ain't that a bitch? Where y'all thought was gonna jump me, and then y'all wound up arguing with each other. I came back in the room, y'all going back and forth and shit. And that just shows you that black people has no allies. No one is going to be on your side.
100%.
That's why
I agree.
Should focus inward on working with each other, regardless of politics, political views.
So, yeah, that's that blackity black shit. That shit died in the 70s and 80s, bro.
When did it die? When did it die?
Blackity black shit. No, him and
tell me what.
Sean is the leader that we've been looking for, man. He's the leader we've been looking for, man. We need to praise this brother right here.
Don't worry, I'm gonna be in the White House.
Don't worry.
That's why. Don't worry, I'm gonna be in the White House 2026. I'm gonna be the deporter in chief.
I got a question. So, are you an American or a black person, or you both? You both, right?
Pardon me.
Are you an American or
I'm black American on both sides? Texas on daddy's side, Louisiana on my mama's side.
All right, so you're black American.
How many generations?
Okay. All right. Now,
since the start of this bitch.
For sure. But I can tell he's from,
What's the story?
He's in the language. So, okay, so at what point do you, so until the end of time, we just have to have an identity as black Americans? Like, we just always going to be a nation within a nation?
No. The black community needs to set up corporations, nonprofits, and actually tap into this capitalist corporate system that we're in. A lot of the times we got.
You're not answering my question.
They have been.
We have.
But they have been. You're not tapped into that community,
bro. Come on.
I'm asking you a philosophical question.
We have a lot of black baby boomers that was able to acquire properties when it was 5, 10, 20.
Bro, that's not what I'm asking.
Property has now became too overly expensive.
That's not what I'm asking. You answering all. What are you? What's
so
the
it led to the cause of death. So it led to the cause. What am I wrong about? Like houses in LA was
because
they're
ask you a question.
800,000
Let me ask you the question again. Let me ask you. Bro, can I ask you the question again?
Dick spot in
Then
Ohio.
just give the man a chance to speak. So
No
ask him
shade,
let him ask you a question so he can understand you.
I can buy your whole block for 100,000.
He don't want it. He don't want it because it's a hard question for him to answer.
The fuck?
So in this country, for the remainder of what this country is going to be until the end of time, we have to be a nation within a nation, right? So we're going to always be the black nation in America. That's what your idea of our like existence in this country.
Where else would you rather be a black nation?
We are.
Say it again.
What other country would you rather? What other country?
I ain't going nowhere, Mike.
Right, like the black Americans are richer than I think it's like 80% of the fucking countries in the world.
See, Mike, you have the Mike has the
Give the man a chance to answer the question, so you guys can answer him back, right?
So Mike has the opposite of what Sean has, right? Or they're like two identities. Mike believes that he could retain his white identity and still, so there'll always be white Americans, there'll always be black Americans, and then what do y'all do with the rest of everybody else? We just kick them out. So until the end of time, it's always going to be the white nation in America, the black nation in America.
Channels. Get your citizenship. Get your citizenship.
So then those people should just have their own community always. So then those people should just be the Mexican Americans or the Indian Americans. It's never going to be an American. You understand what I'm getting at? You see what I'm saying?
It's going to be a Chinese American and Indian Americans. That's what it's going to be, bro. African Americans, the rest of the world, they're fucking shit. That's what the Americans look at. Other people.
Man, shut your sad nigga ass up.
What the fuck?
Fuck out there, bro. Arm in your bitch ass backyard.
Again, y'all ain't hear what I'm saying.
With the lunch. See, y'all luckily y'all ain't got my ass in the White House. Y'all just got to with your bombs with the lunch. Fuck y'all. Goddamn sand niggas.
Let's get a new speaker. How about Taco? Taco, would you like to share?
Yeah, what's the topic right now?
Supply and demand law of economics.
Supply and demand in reference to?
Do you think that there's always going to be a white nation and a black nation in America? Like, do you ever see Americans just saying, "Oh, I'm an American," or is it always going to be, "Oh, I'm white American," or I'm black American?
Yes,
I'm American.
I got to say something here. I think the dichotomy you just drew here, where you say it's white or black, is a little self-centered on black, in consideration that the black population is so significantly smaller than the other groups in the country. Like, you guys are third in majority, but somehow you go, well, America's going to be white or black.
Throw whatever else ethnicity you want to throw in there. Whatever the second one is. Like, what is that? Like, don't center black people. Okay, let's say Mexican American or Indian American. Do you think that American is an identity of itself, or do you have to have these subcategories that identify you, or is it just American?
So see,
American is an identity.
I think an ugly nose is what dictates it. Nobody like an ugly nose.
Alright, see, so this is how I'll break it down for you, see.
What the fuck is an ugly nose? What the fuck?
Alright, so this is how I'll break it down.
It could
be too wide. It could have too much of a bump. It could be turned up too much. Jesus.
We don't care for that shit, nigga.
So see, this is how I would say how I would answer you. See, and it's a valid question, right? And I think what you're missing the point. You're coming from the question from point of divide. When here's what I'd say. You asked, is it okay? Are we ever going to call ourselves just Americans, not black and white Americans? Well, yes. See, we do that. Like, if me and you were to go to Europe, we would both identify as Americans. Or if me and you were to go to Africa, we would also both identify as Americans. Now, in America,
black and white is unique, right? Like, we don't call French people white people, they're French people. So black and white, and this is what we got to start rethinking our minds here. Everyone says the country's 60% white and 15% black. No, it's 75% American. Right? 75% American. You guys aren't the third. Black people aren't the third minority class in the country. Everybody thinks they are. They're not. Americans are the vast majority of people in this country. Now, white and black is uniquely American because it kind of has to be, right? It's a necessary evil, so to speak, right? And I'll approach it from just a white perspective. If an Irish immigrant and an Italian immigrant came here when they were kids and they grow up and they have a baby together, the baby's not Irish or Italian. The baby's going to be American, right? So now what is it, right? So, and now in America we have this kind of unique way where you're a New Yorker or you're a Texan or you're an Arkansan or you're a Californian or you're a Floridian. So we kind of have these little states that we come from. But to the outside world, you're just as American as I am, dude. And by the way, I think you can tell. And I'll use basketball as an example. I'll just use the NBA because we all know those people. We can look them up and we can see them, right? Like, I don't know how old you are, but do you remember like guys like Hakeem Olajuwon?
Yeah.
Hakeem Olajuwon looked African. Karl Malone looked American. And now, think about white guys. Manu Ginobili, Dirk Nowitzki, they look European. Manu Ginobili, these people look European. It's just because they're white. Like, Putin looks like a Russian. So what I'm saying is that this white and black thing, you're kind of coming at it from being like, well, are we always just supposed to be black Americans? Well, fuck yeah.
Well, Mike, who created this statue of black and white?
Like some of these other countries are not acknowledging that there are black people in there and they consider them different.
That's different, bro. Completely different.
Who created this black and white? Tell me.
It was the Iranian guy. Remember the Iranian guy who came to the group and he fucked up everything.
Our eyeballs.
Why did he hate Iranian, bro? He must be Israeli.
No, I don't hate Iranian. I don't hate Iranian, but there's one guy from Iran, he came and he said the N-word and he light up the whole conversation and that's what we are.
Because Arabs are racist as fuck. They're so different. Just like
No. You're fucking bullshit. Just shut
what
the fuck up.
It's not bullshit. You can ignore it all the fuck you want. It's not bullshit just because you say it is. Stop fucking pretending it is. Stop acting like it doesn't happen in Libya. I fucking read. I know. You can. My friend. It's not though. It's happening in Libya. It's happening in Sudan. It's happening in Morocco. It's happening in Algeria.
What's happening? What's happening? I missed it.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
What's happening exactly?
It's BB. You know what's happening right now.
A lot of people are some sick fucks.
It's a slave trade that's happening right now. That's why Boko Haram and Al Qaeda all coming to Sahel states. I know. I look into this shit. I'm American.
Boko Haram, they're Africans too, yeah? They're Africans, alright?
Are they though? Are they Arabs?
No, well, they're Arabs and Africans too, yeah.
But you
I agree with you.
You kill them because they're Christians?
Yeah, well, I agree with you. Yes, they're crazy. Yes, they're crazy. Yes, I agree. They're crazy.
Yo, man. Yo, I rock with you, man. You know, whatever I said earlier, my bad. I didn't mean to call you a half-breed, man.
Because I'm not one. Either way.
I didn't mean to call you a half-breed.
All Americans
and I'm not lying.
are fucking, or like a third breed.
Fuck that.
Like I said, Yo-Yo, because I can fuck with Yo-Yo's military. I can tell Yo-Yo is not going to be super inclusive just to be like super smarty, liberal. My problem is the black community, we have so far liberal motherfuckers that will get mad at Yo-Yo for defending himself when the foreigner want to act all gully and disrespectful. That's how I know that nationalism is going to expand in the black community. Because, damn it, black LA, we do not fuck with open borders. We know that the whole situation is rigged. We don't fuck with any other group that's gonna talk shit, cause a sack full of niggas that expect us to go and vote, protest, and fight for your initiative.
That's true.
Did you vote for Spencer Pratt?
Yes, I voted for him.
Why?
I did.
Nice.
Directly.
Why? You need somebody who's competent.
Shit up, bro. We need to start shaking
You need somebody who's competent still. Fuck shaking shit up. I need somebody who knows what they're doing. Karen Bass is terrible, but I need you to put somebody in front of me who's not a fucking social media or whatever the fuck they are. I need you to put somebody in front of me who's capable, who's competent. That's all I'm asking, bro.
Yeah,
If you put that, I'm with it, bro. I'm with it 100%.
I don't
Because
disagree.
I don't believe in the I don't. I'm a progressive, but I'm a libertarian.
So
I need to know, why are you gay?
What?
What?
No, don't mind that. Yo, some serious questions. Yo.
Wait, what, Timothy? Why would you mute me?
Because you sound stupid as fuck.
What the fuck is you saying, man? Is that what you came off mic to say?
Yeah, I did.
Why you marry your brother? Why you sleep with your brother? You inbred?
Damn, oh, no, you got 6
Why you sleeping with family members, motherfucker? Why you sleeping with family members?
Alright, this how we gonna do it. Since y'all wanna do it like this, we gonna do it like this. One mic on Ann and one mic on Yo for the next 3 minutes. Y'all go ahead, go at it. Anybody interrupt, y'all get to move down.
That's bullshit. What you saying?
Oh, so now you don't have shit to say.
Who?
You gotta give the name. Give the name so everyone can
Go
speak.
ahead, Ann.
This is between Ann and Yo. Anybody else, y'all getting smoked.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. My question is this,
I thought that you were gonna go first.
Now, my question is this, right? You feel American, right? Because you took a picture behind the American flag, right? You feel patriotic because you own 2 or 3 fucking flags. You probably wear American flag paraphernalia in your pants. You probably got a fucking mud flaps, right? You feel patriotic. That makes you feel that way. But what the fuck do you care about America itself, the land? That's the problem with you. A lot of you, it's all symbolic. All you care about is, yeah, I'm American. But what do you care about the fucking land itself? When motherfuckers are selling protected land, they're selling land near military bases. And all this shit, yeah, it's a lot of fucking motherfuckers who have American flag muff, which is disrespectful. The whole hat, everything. What I'm saying is this, though. What is it that Trump has done to prevent all these foreigners from buying this land? China investors are buying so much land. All this shit. They're buying all this land in military bases, and he don't give a fuck. He's buying protected land. And y'all supposed to be the people who love outdoors. Aren't you outdoorsmen? You fish hunt? You don't give a fuck about the EPA? You want to eliminate the EPA? You want hunt? Don't you hunt and fish? You don't care about the polluted waters? You don't care about the lakes and rivers? You don't care about the land, to protect the land in America? That's what I'm telling you. You only give a fuck about all the symbolic shit. It's all symbolic to you. You don't actually care about the land because you let the pipeline, right, run all through America and destroy so much fucking sacred land. That's why people in rural towns are drinking frack water at this point, right? They can't even drink it. AI data centers are fucking them up. But you don't care about that shit. All you care about is the flag. All these people live in these towns. I'm just being honest, bro. It's all symbolic. You can wave and you can stand, all that shit, but you don't give a fuck about your fellow American. That's all I'm saying. All right, I'm done. Now I'm gonna stop.
Well, yo, I'm gonna ask you this. Well, go ahead, Ann.
So first of all, under whose presidency was all of our land sold off to foreign entities?
George Bush and Bill Clinton.
And?
Donald Trump.
No, and Joe Biden. Okay.
And Joe Biden and Obama. Yes.
Okay. And so, what do you think? So our allying with Israel for this war with Iran, and with the U.S. capturing the guy from Venezuela. What do you think?
Maduro.
But why do you think that that all happened?
I have no fucking clue.
Okay.
Oh, you tell me.
Okay.
What?
So it's all about depleting, well, in my opinion, depleting China's oil resources. So as we know, China gets their oil from Venezuela because they have the best oil, and also he then, because we captured him, he then gave our intelligence all
all of the information about the last election and how China had intervened in our elections, which is the documents will be, I think, in the next few days that they're going to be released. And then with Iran, the Hormuz Strait, that's where all of like the ships like take the oil to China. That's why we've like blocked off the Hormuz Strait so that there's no oil being able to go to China. So to me, and then the tariffs, the 100% tariffs on China, I mean, I really think that that's how we're going to get back at China for everything. So what do you think of that?
What I'm saying is this, all right? In 2024, China bought $12 billion worth of soybeans from American farmers. You know how much they bought in 2025? Zero. This notion that you think China relies on America, it's just, you gotta get over that shit. They really do. They went to Brazil, they went to Argentina, they go to these other countries, you gotta stop, bro.
But brother, yo, are you paying attention to
That's why.
Yo, are you paying attention?
It's a fact.
Yo, brother, yo. So I have the list of investments of firms that are global entities that are shifting back to avoid the tariffs. So when it comes to the soybeans, essentially they had to sacrifice the farmers in order to be able to get the other investments from pharmaceuticals and also the trade deals. And now China is buying 20 billion in soybeans. That trade deal that was passed last month that nobody paid attention, that nobody wasn't reporting outside of, I guess, Trump's loyalist, diehardest, most convicted people.
Hold on,
let me finish. Let me fucking finish. Like I said, when it comes to this situation, I don't even all the way like Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump is an East Coast schnook. But when it comes to the business aspect of trade deals, shit. I have business people that's in West Texas and Louisiana drilling for oil. Now, when it comes to that aspect, we are selling oil to Japan, selling oil to the Southeast corridor, and the Venezuelan oil that's being processed and sold to China in dollars. So what we're seeing, all these transactions when it comes to oil is protecting the petrodollar. No different how when Obama got rid of Gaddafi was threatening the petrodollar. No different how a situation when it came to all these skirmishes from the Middle East since the 1910s, all based on petrodollar protection. Now, when it comes to Ohio and Indiana, you guys are seeing lots of new plants being popped up. And the funny thing about soybeans, you have Louis Dreyfus, Elaine from Seinfeld, her family's investing $500 million in Sandusky, Ohio. When it comes to soybeans, you also have Intel investing in Columbus. You also have steel plants that are coming in and investing inside the United States. Got Rockwell Automation, they done shut down their Canadian plant to shift it to Ohio and Michigan.
What about
so I would ask you this, yo. So do we allow some of the deserted towns that has been depleted since NAFTA, 80s, free trade with Ronald Reagan, do we allow them to be empty and dilapidated? Don't you think those people would want some jobs and new plants?
100%. But what jobs?
So I don't disagree. Disagree with.
From Ohio. I want to see more manufactured plants in Toledo, and Chillicothe, and Mansfield. You know, Mansfield makes all the toilets. They used to distribute that.
Well, I'm not missing that.
I want that, bro.
I can actually buy your whole block. That's the beautiful thing about
Ohio. He made a claim that China didn't buy any soybeans last year, and that was wrong. Just as a.
Oh, they did. 2025. 2025.
No, and I knew that
Yeah,
it was like you from the start. Buck the Buckeyes, maize and blue, baby.
Yeah, they bought
that ass every year.
Get your fuck the Wolverine.
We sell China, right?
I knew I didn't like you for a reason.
No, they bought like up to 12. It was up to like 12 million metric tons or something like that, or whatever the number was. But there was like a posture where they agreed on waiving the ban on like, I guess, minerals or whatever. This was last year, and then they agreed to purchase the metric tons. I think it was up to like 12 or 16 metric tons by the end of the year, 2025.
So listen, farm bankruptcies are up 46%.
China.
Farm
China.
babies are 46%.
Yo, I give you a
Family
chance.
farms are
But
being
you can just say you were wrong instead of just pivoting.
No, I'm not wrong at all. Farm babies are 46%. Who
Yeah,
buys
what you said
family
was
farms?
China bought 0 soybeans from America.
In 2025.
Yeah,
In
just told you.
2025.
They bought 12
They
trillion
bought
metric
12
tons.
billion. They bought 12 billion in 2024.
Brother,
Show me your source. Show me your source.
I just told you.
I'm gonna show my
I don't give a
source.
fuck what you told me. Tell me your source. I don't believe you. Who are you?
I'm gonna show my source. I'm gonna show my source.
Who the fuck are you? You or your...
I'm going to show my source. I show my source.
Hold on, so we can just
how the tariffs forced it.
He's saying that America didn't sell China any soybeans in 2025.
I don't even eat fucking soybeans, but I care about this trade deal.
Do you think China is different to American oil or anyone? Is that what you think?
I'm about to have me some like
China. I mean, do you think China? Yeah. China. Exactly. Do you think China has independent over America's oil? Is that what you think?
Well, China's investing $1 trillion inside of it.
Well, okay. They're investing in.
They don't rely. They don't care about the strip.
So China is trading $1 trillion. They're pumping $1 trillion in our fucking economy. Like I said, the tariffs worked. The funniest thing about it is a lot of liberals was trying to play that gotcha shit and try to say, "Well, see, look, they try to act like they won on the tariff fight in 3 months."
Show me the manufacturing business open.
I have the list in the chat. You're not even reading the chat.
They just shut down Tyson. They shut down Tyson Chicken in Nebraska.
8 train.
He doesn't care.
They shut down Carrier in Indiana.
Like, he doesn't care.
Man, I got the list of investments in the chat. It's $8+ trillion. $1 trillion in trade deals. $4 trillion how the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar is going to invest in the United States. $2 trillion how Japan and South Korea is going to invest in the United States.
So these are their own companies, essentially. They're buying America, is what you're saying.
Oh my God.
The job was...
They're buying America.
You gotta fucking
they're buying America. This is their plan. Now all of a sudden
y'all made the argument. Y'all made the argument that these companies wasn't going to come back to invest in America. It did. Now you guys shift the argument.
But wait, hold on, yo.
Yo, sucks.
So are you saying that when America's companies go manufacture in China, we're buying China?
No, because they get the better deal. We get screwed.
You're passing in oil to China, so China can fuck you over later on.
Fucking God.
Think about it. Japanese companies come here. They hire all Americans to build their factories and to sell their items. Isn't that the whole purpose of the
so
tariff?
they don't have to
So they can dodge the tariff to invest their infrastructure here?
Yes.
That was the whole purpose of the tariff guy.
Motherfucker didn't understand trade. Like, you listening to people like Paul Krugman. Paul Krugman give you static economics. Like, corporations are not going to let 12 quarters of eating the tariff because they don't like one motherfucker in the White House. If that's the case, they'll be fired. They're publicly traded companies. They're not going to let 12, 13, 15 quarters of no risk mitigation action at all. Like companies like Toyota, they shut down their Mexico plant to invest inside Houston, Texas. That's 2,000 direct jobs, 10,000 indirect jobs of construction to build this shit up. Like I said, man, a lot of these rinky-dink towns in the Midwest is going to come up the furthest. Yes, there's a situation where companies did shut down plants. That's because of their profit margins wasn't strong enough. But companies like GM and also Stellantis investing $13 billion in Michigan. I think people in Michigan that's right now should get ready to have staffing agencies and get their capacity of trucks, dump trucks. That's what I'm doing for my people in Texas, people that I know that's in Louisiana. I'm telling them getting staffing agencies, getting dump trucks, getting involved with HVAC, blue collar, plumbing, electrician. The construction is going to finish in December. $2 trillion of construction. Brother, y'all, I would like for you to track down oil and gas permits and 1,000 electrical plants that's going to be finishing construction this year.
So it's not a matter of when. You guys pretty much ignore
the AI is going to take over all the dump trucks and all the semi-trailer trucks like all over America. No, Walmart are doing the same shit. Yeah, you fucking laugh, man. You fucking laugh, bitch.
Walmart.
They're gonna fucking take over Walmart. Your driving skills. Now you know how to drive, right? Okay, now you're gonna have a semi-tractor running up.
I don't like how foreigners that are not on U.S. soil speaking on our fucking soil. At least with Yo-Yo, me and him can have a back and forth where we disagree, or we may not see eye to eye, but at least he's in U.S. soil.
I'm here.
You're not even fucking in the land, man.
Where are you from? What the fuck? This whole time?
Canada. I'm from Canada.
Fucking
Man, I don't know what the fuck is going on in Canada, because I don't give a fuck.
Canada got them wildfires going on right now.
They're very happy people.
Canada burning right now.
I put the link in the chat how $1 trillion trade deal is a record, and it's literally created a trade surplus. Like, damn. Like, some of y'all motherfuckers is fucking hilarious. It's fucking hilarious.
Wait.
Yeah.
God damn, bro. Fuck. You're in Canada, bro. Relax. How many jobs is this shit set to make? And if it's good, you think I'm gonna hate this shit?
So when it comes to
that nigga in the pool. You in the swimming pool?
Hey, man. Let that nigga get his shit off, man. Let that nigga get his shit off, man. Get your shit off, man. Nigga in the corner. Okay, man. One of y'all, go ahead, brother. If he interrupts y'all, I'm gonna move that one.
Bro, it's funny as shit where we don't let shit play out long enough, where we want stuff now. To be honest, Trump won't even see most of the capital rotating in his term. 2027 is going to be a big year due to the fact that you have construction that was being greenlight. Mind you, Yo-Yo, you mentioned about how he cut regulations. He had to downsize the government in order to bring in these multi-trillion-dollar deals from overseas of companies that have to be able to avoid a tariff or figure out what they're going to do to mitigate the risk or just leave the whole United States market. But they're not going to leave the market. Oh, no, we overconsume. So they'll talk to the Department of Commerce, work out how they could get a Section 301 tariff exemption through Howard Lutnick, Department of Commerce, and be able to construct, build, or just buy an existing warehouse, an existing manufacturing plant, and be able to expand it out that way. Now, I'm seeing the areas all over, I see areas all over my town where I live by Lockheed Martin Base, by Everett Air Force Base, and they're doubling their manufacturing capacity.
Because of a war.
Shit, we're bringing in 10,000 more people.
Well, because of a war, too, you know?
Bringing in 10,000 more people.
How many battleships are being built in China compared to America? We can.
And the funny thing about it, Madison,
it's the 400,000.
The funniest thing about it,
job shortage in terms of welders and.
So Madison in the chat says, how will the average American get their money back from the tariff fiasco? You won't, because the corporation pays. I really told everybody last year, the corporation pays it at dock.
You really believe that? They don't pass the buck. You don't believe they pass the buck?
When the inventory comes at dock, the corporation pays it at first. Then they choose to either pass it down to the consumer, or they'll absorb the tariff.
So it keeps the item within price range for market value.
The market will dictate price.
Like if you look at what happened in 2025, like there was a lot of pressure from Walmart, Costco, Puma, Adidas on China to absorb the tariff because the tariffs were getting crazy. They had no more profit margin. They were forced to stop buying those items.
But the thing is, they're not going to keep passing down to their consumer. A lot of them had foreign trade zones and bonded warehouses. So with bonded warehouses and foreign trade zones, you can cut the tariff in half. Take from somebody that's in logistics. when it comes to the scenario of the manufacturing plants, they worked out the exemption where quarter after quarter they don't eat or have to pass down the tariff because they're building inside the United States to avoid such tariff. Like I said, we've been doing this free trade shit since the 80s and 90s where we forgot when it was made in America, built in America. Buy American, build American. Tariffs was a situation where it created instability in trade, but the corporations and CEOs and CFOs, they can't allow that to be eroded over 12 quarters. They'll be fired if they don't figure out a way of either we're going to absorb the tariff, pass down the tariff. If we pass down the tariff, how much can we pass down the tariff? But the main premise is to build. And I'm seeing manufacturers popping up left and right. Pharmaceutical companies, they got 100% tariff. But you see Johnson & Johnson investing $50 billion, Novo Nordisk investing $50 billion, Roche from Swiss investing $50 billion inside the United States, Pfizer $70 billion. So a lot of these companies, they're building domestically in the United States. We will see this fully be constructed in 2027 and 2028.
Yeah, the whole part is that when people
So
say,
pharmaceutical companies.
Oh no, here goes another one.
I was listening to the chat because I can tell that a lot of people didn't follow up nor did the research.
They don't know.
But the same pharmaceutical companies that
I have a question with this. What about a company that does come online, like, Texas Instruments has been around for over 70 years, and they have made huge investments in our state to bring in computer chips, being able to manufacture those right here in this country, and hopefully get our dependence away from Taiwan. Taiwan makes 91% of all computer, chips and things that go in everyday appliances, including phones and etc. So, America needs to capture that and continue to bring that kind of manufacturing over here. They're doing that. Texas Instruments is doing that, and I'm proud of that company because they've been able to hold steady with the times. And so that is a company that I like. I'm sorry? Do I like Terra? I don't think so, because mathematically it doesn't benefit the consumer.
What do you mean mathematically? Use the math. Use the math.
Let her finish, God.
Brother, hold on, brother. Well,
Hey, let her finish, man. I'm smoking y'all if y'all interrupt her. Go ahead and finish. I think that's all she had to say.
Can I go after her?
Yeah, you can go after her. Let her finish. Go ahead.
30. Hold on, brother. Give me a minute. 30% of Americans cannot make their everyday payments. You have a ballooning debt. Americans having to live off their credit cards and all these other things. So, that stuff follows. I mean, tariffs are not good. That's why they were ruled as illegal. That's like a tax. Nobody wants to, raise your hands in here if you want to pay extra taxes. Nobody, right? So that's why people find ways to avoid taxes. Nobody mathematically wants to pay a tariff. I'm sorry, who wants to pay, 10% more in groceries? Who wants to do that? Or 15% more out of the dollar? Nobody wants to do that to pay for items such as car parts or other items such as aluminum and other things that are taxed much higher just simply because of the need of what is manufactured with aluminum, billet aluminum, and other products. So I'm on the money with this kind of stuff. And I would suggest people follow things like copper, aluminum, and everyday items, and you'll get the idea where that math follows. It hurts everyday people, and that's what I'm trying to say to you, brother. We're not doing algebra here. It's basic common sense stuff. And, 1 out of 3 Americans don't have a meal. That's quick for you, right? 1 out of 3 Americans don't have a meal to eat. I said tariffs are illegal. They were ruled to be so, and they are like an extra tax. They're like a tax. They were ruled to be, that was ruled to be illegal, brother. You like tariffs?
No, it's not
Do
true.
you like paying extra taxes? Anybody in here, raise your hand. Put one in the chat.
Just as a factual matter.
It's not.
Like when you get
Why do you think they don't pass the buck? What the fuck?
let her finish.
They kick it. Hold on, brother. They kick it down to us, the consumer.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
We're the ones that eat that, right? ones that have to pay that high price. Why the big companies, they're able to get that money offshore, right? They're able to take their dollars. Do you get what I'm saying? So that ain't fair because your everyday American, cannot protect his or her money.
The tariffs aren't illegal.
No, they're illegal. It was an extra tax. It was ruled to be so.
No, the Supreme Court only weighed on how he did it. So there's tariffs on China right now. He's able to do it a different way, using different federal statutes.
Emergency powers.
What I'm trying to say, I'm not saying that all tariffs are illegal. I'm saying at the mathematical percentages, watch this, the percentages, right, in which he charged the public, the Supreme Court said, we don't want to pay these percentages. You can bring your percentage down. You can still charge some kind of tariff, but you can't charge the percentages there. That's why they
looked at that. The mechanism that he used. He can't use the. Yeah, he can't use the.
100%. Come on, brother. He was.
Never mind.
I mean, brother, look, I'm saying, he got no tariff on
We're just telling you you're wrong.
We just learned about
I'm wrong.
Okay.
How much did Trump make from tariffs, and where did that money go to?
Oh, just so we could just.
How much did he make from tariffs, and where did that money
go? Can you
go?
relax real quick so we could just clean this up?
Fucking damn, we're not trying to learn nothing. And the thing is, you guys benefit most because most of these investments is in y'all damn rinky-dink ass states.
So is it like putting a hand up to respond or just jump in? So I wanted to respond. I mean, yeah, the person that was.
One mic on you. Go.
Go here. If I can.
We're good. We're good. Yeah.
One mic on the nigga in the corner, man.
Thank you. Now, appreciate y'all. Man, yeah, all this stuff, and even I want to talk to the room, but I want to also talk to everyone in the room outside of the people on the stage, in the sense that we're fucked. We all are. The person that was speaking that I was trying to ask them, her, or they, them, whatever, what does mathematics mean for you? Oop, see, here we go. Responses to that. Not that it fell in, not that it whatever. No, wait, can I talk, or, because I was shut up.
Clock it.
Can I finish? Wait, I was asking a question. My question was, hey, what does mathematics mean? That was the little thing that I was shut up for. So,
hey, we not,
here we go. See,
we're not gonna do this game. So we gonna let that man speak. You feel me? And he gonna speak, bro. You got 2 minutes, gang. Say whatever you gotta say in your 3 minutes, bro.
Hey, can you ask him?
I'll take the 3 minutes of it. Well, hold up. I'll wait for my 3 minutes. Go ahead and say what you need to say.
No, we're just asking you don't ask questions so we can get over with it so I can go.
That's fine. So after you said what you needed to say, my 3 minutes will start now. It's I'll stop talking at 3:30 and
first of the new 2 minutes. Is that what you said?
I was just trying to follow the rules.
Okay. Do you want me to go first?
I want someone to tell me what the rules are, because clearly I've been trying to follow them.
He said you got 2 minutes uninterrupted. Go.
Someone said 3 minutes.
Alright, look, gang. Damn, my nigga. Damn, bro. Y'all finna. Damn, bro. I'm not trying to get like that with y'all, man. It was going good. You feel me? Let's keep it good, bro.
Thank you. No, it's good. 3 minutes.
No, yeah, for real. Get your 3. Get your 3, bro.
I will. So what I'm saying is that with this conversation, I think it's both beautiful, but it's also sad. It's sad in the sense of that we, as black people, I'm assuming, we have so many things with this country that have done us wrong that we can't even get the mind understanding of what we should focus on. And I understand that we as a cohort, we as a group, we as a collective, there's people that have never even been to college. There's people that have never even been to six-figure thing. There's people that have been with six figures and are still out of rooms that get shot by police, right? There's still an ecumenical aspect of what it means for just to be black in this country. And also what's sad to me in my observation, I think I got one more minute, is that it's sad that we as black people have also tried to use segregation as like, I'm FBA, I'm not an African, I'm not a Caribbean, I'm not a whatever, I'm born here. I do understand that the lived experience is different, but I also think that that way to segregate is a facet of racism, and we do that. And my biggest question is, why are we not talking about whiteness? Why are we not talking about the fact that there's a white pedophilic felon that's in our current space right now? We have $1,000 phones. I don't care what your space is. I don't care how much you make. I don't care whatever. If you're talking on this thing, you have a roof over your head, you have electricity, and you have a phone or a computer, even better, that you can talk to people and whatever. And so with that same level of communication and grouping and group thought, we can do so much more. We land the culture. We from Jay-Z to the way that we can make so much shit move, we can influence so much. But when we look at the polls, when you look at the way that people vote, we don't. And that's my bigger thing. Thank you for letting me talk. Sorry for taking too long. Thank you.
Can I say something to that? Because I agree with you, brother, up until the point where you talked about the level of delineation. Because it is not us who came over here and decided to align ourselves with white supremacy. So in some ways, immigrant communities of color have done that. So I think that led to some of the division that we're experiencing right now. And that's not on black Americans.
I agree in the sense of that, like, white supremacy was bled on us, but I do think that we have adopted it, and it's become so, even Shirley
I gotta correct you. He's not a pedophile, the president. That's just a lie. Unsubstantiated.
White supremacy and racism is such a thing, and it's been so co-opted that it seems like it's normal. And to your point, but yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So you've been to a sundown town, brother? Sundown towns still do exist, and so if you're a black person like me in the South below that Mason-Dixon line, you scared as hell out to 1:30 in the morning. You're not getting out of the
So I'm literally in Alabama right now helping my mother who's sick. My mother is Caribbean. My father is from...
It was actually my turn. I was
so
after
don't
him.
say that racism don't exist.
So just as... Well, I'll be really quick here. So just as a factual matter, the Supreme Court spoke that presidents are not allowed to use the IEEPA to authorize tariffs like these broad universalized tariffs. So they can put tariffs on countries whenever they feel the need to. They just can't do it this way. They can't use the International Emergency Economic whatever act, right? So the IEEPA is what the Supreme Court weighed in on. So there's still tariffs on China right now. There's still tariffs on Canada. There's still tariffs on whatever other country we got tariffs on. He just can't do it this way.
Thank you for that.
Correct, because those percentages, when I looked at all that stuff, a friend of mine,
it's not about percentages. It's about this. It's about this.
He did the math. He's in college. He said, look, guys, the dude is educated, and he said it does. The percentages, you have to look at the hard percentages in which the public was charged. It was crazy.
This is why
he did the math. He's in college.
This is why I asked her about math, and I shut up.
Read the links of the investments. Nobody to read the links of all these multi-billion-dollar investments, multi-trillion.
They don't want to read,
and that's my point. No one wants to read.
We don't, because like I said, man, we don't got like Donald Trump. Like I said, I told you, I think he's an East Coast schnook. But when it comes to the situation of having the tariff as a relocating tool, where you don't relocate,
he's the best president we've ever had.
You'll be hit punitively with
Oh
these
my
tariffs.
God.
Like I said, can I finish? Because these gonna help you niggas in the South.
I never got to finish.
Bro, you literally said thank you for letting me speak, and you went on mute.
No, I said let me speak. I was very...
No, you got to finish. Shut up.
Okay, fine.
Can a real man finish?
Yeah.
Can a real man finish?
A real man can.
Can a real man finish?
Yeah, me. So, if I could... Thank you.
Oh my gosh, man. Fuck y'all tweaking. I know it's early. I know it's... I don't know what time it is where y'all at, but I mean, come on, guys. If you guys gotta drink some coffee, you feel me, go smoke a blunt, go sniff some shit, do what y'all gotta do to start acting accordingly.
God damn. Like I said, man, I put the links of investments, man. Pfizer, 70 billion, Novo Nordisk, 50 billion, Roche, 50 billion, AstraZeneca, 50 billion. AstraZeneca is investing also in Baltimore, for all places. Then you also have Johnson & Johnson, 55 billion. $2 billion going to be coming in Houston for that. Then you have, you got another Houston investment. Toyota has shut down their Mexico plant to do the Tacoma pickup truck in Houston. So this was a relocation tool. The job wasn't to have it where companies just bleed out revenues and profit sources. This was a situation of relocation. How can we force the companies to relocate right back? You have $600 billion in pharmaceutical investments. These are CapEx spending. This is not Donald Trump saying this. This is not me just hoopla and cheerleading and clap. No. This is me that's forced. I invest in stocks. I have to figure out what companies and corporations are investing here. And I have a whole list of $8 trillion plus of all the investments that's coming.
Well, Sean,
So, like I said,
you and I both know that that's not the average American. Come on, white or black. I mean, we've had these conversations. But you know, and you know what's wild? I know, baby. And you know what's wild to me is that they don't even like really get it for real. This whole thing, even in terms of racism, like it's some kind of superpower. Like it's supposed to ruin my fucking day. It doesn't work like that. It's done real damage. And it still does. But the people who catch it the worst are usually the people with the least. And that's the part. Like, history doesn't disappear either. Every generation ends up dealing with the last one left behind. But I don't let others define me, just like you don't. You don't get to steal my peace. I'm still going to build. I'm still going to create. I'm still going to make money. I'm still going to love my people. And I'm still going to keep it pushing. But the crazy part is, like, in terms of affecting me, when half of the time, they're the ones getting played. They looking at us sideways when they should be looking up. You mad at the wrong people while somebody else is cashing checks off the division. It ain't even black and white half the time. It's green. Like, I've been in rooms with the real white people. Like, the real ones who have real influence. And trust me, power don't move the way that people think that it does. All this culture war stuff that keeps everyday people fighting each other, the people making the biggest decisions are usually just protecting their own interests. While everybody else is out here doing the free labor for them. I hear y'all caping for them. So while you spend your energy hating black people, immigrants, whoever they told you to be mad at this week, somebody else is moving the pieces, making the money, laughing all the way to the bank. That's why I don't trip off of it. Like, I don't respect it, and I damn sure don't excuse it. But it's kind of sad. Not sad enough to feel sorry for their behavior, but sad that somebody convinced them to dedicate their whole life to fighting people who were never their real problem. So I'm still going to wake up black. I'm still going to win. I'm still going to create. I'm still going to build. And there are people carrying a bunch of hate, and that's their burden, not mine. And when we think about what's really going on, when you listen to Toni Morrison and when you listen to James Baldwin, it's like racism, yeah, we get the brunt of it, but it affects everybody. That's the crazy part. The reason we didn't have universal health care in this country was because of racism. The poor whites didn't get it either. That's why, because there was a book that was written and they calculated that we would die off within 2 generations as long as they don't have health care. And that shit perpetuated for years and years. And now when you got to pay 20%
with Medicare, they said they did the numbers and they said they won't go to the fucking emergency room if they still got to pay a 20% copay. And these motherfuckers are still towing the line, voting against their own interest, and getting mad at us. And we don't have the power. We don't control your wages. We don't control what's. I'm sorry.
Who are you talking about specifically? These motherfuckers that are voting for their own interest.
Who am I talking about? If you don't know, baby, you'll never know.
Oh, that's a shame.
Saying what she's saying, brother. If this is like country time lemonade right now, right? Or if you have an espresso, you can drink one of those, whatever. At the end of the day, man, all I'm trying to tell you is what this lady is essentially saying, brother, is you got to get together. You got to think right. You got to think, brother. You have to think about what she is saying.
I'm saying that people are being used as pawns. There's something called the Bacon Rebellion. The Bacon Rebellion happened when indentured servants, poor whites, got together with the enslaved, and they decided, look, these slave owners, they're playing both of us, and that's when they created the overseer. And you know what they did? They didn't give the overseer any money. They didn't give them any land. What they gave them was, you're better than them. And all of a sudden, they felt powerful. And all of these motherfuckers with the real money stepped on all of us. And that's the part that we don't realize. So that's what I'm talking about. A system that's designed to keep everybody in their respective places. And if that includes you, it includes you. So I'm talking to the people who don't even realize the system that they're living within and that are pawns within that. And the queen is the one who runs the board.
So would it be like Magwell is the owner of this house, and he gives Beaver and Himothy a green bean to give us some power, but he's really using us as pawns?
To a certain degree, but unless you're making money on this bitch, it really don't matter. I'm talking about the color is green.
Well, how does Peter factor into it?
I don't know, but Sean and I have these conversations all the time in terms of the stock market, and we understand what's really happening within this system, and if you're not listening to him, then I don't know, because he gives some great tips on a daily basis. I gave one in January of 2023, and I talked about Novo Nordisk. I talked about GOP1s. Okay, now they're GOP3s, and if you didn't buy it then, I don't know what the hell you're doing.
And the thing is, when it comes to this situation, the tariff forced the companies to reinforce their investment. I put the link of investments of all of their scaled CapEx, both tariff and demand. So like she said, 2023, then you also have RFK Jr. doing the peptides. I'm looking at the scenario of what is each department doing. Because a lot of people, they put in somebody in office, they're not even looking at the departments. They're not even looking at the people that they voted for, who or what executive orders. I'm tracking executive orders. I'm going to put all of Trump's executive orders in the chat. Could I track every single one so I could be able to figure out who is going to get a government contract or who is in the hunt for a government contract? Trump is going to buy 10 nuclear energy companies, 10 quantum computing companies. I bought Dell when he said buy Dell. I am up hundreds of percentage, and I'm up very largely on my call options. No Kia is going to be on the table.
Who in the hell is selling testosterone these days? Because that's the next buy. The announcement that came out today, that ain't got shit to do with hypermasculinity. It's about who's producing that and who's going to get that next fucking government contract.
Exactly. So I'm looking at Largo. Largo got a Department of Contract for $150 million from the Department of War, and that's LRGO, Largo. So on this, USANY, Donald Trump Jr., and that's why I wonder for the people that did vote for Donald Trump, do you track Donald Trump's stock portfolio? Matter of fact, I'm gonna put his portfolio.
No, I tracked Nancy Pelosi's before it was a thing. But just like that boy, Tom Steyer, the Democrat in California, and he's running for governor or whatever, he made all of his money off the prison industrial complex, okay? And when they pivoted to detention centers, you had to buy GO stock. That shit went up 28% in one day. When they start talking about immigration, we got a new play now. It's not the prison industrial complex anymore. It's detention centers. If you're paying attention, you're paying attention, or you're not.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, I track.
If you're paying attention, they're building them everywhere, and you see pieces going down the dang on highway that they have on these massive trucks. So they're building something out here, and it ain't to haul no animals, and it sure ain't to put somebody somewhere. It's to put people somewhere, and that ain't good. It's pretty bad.
So I done blessed y'all with the executive orders of Donald Trump. It's all organized for you, lined up, and I also put his stock portfolio in my PTR, where that's all the stocks that I tracked and invested in. So, like I said, I'm not gonna lose in these next 2.5 years. Like I said, I tell everybody all the time, I don't necessarily like Donald Trump, but I benefit from Donald Trump. Where it's a situation where I'm not gonna be left behind, bro. I'm not gonna be left behind, man. Like, to be honest, I haven't missed yet. And it's gonna get even greater and better when motherfuckers start drilling and processing some of that Venezuelan oil.
You know what you're talking about, Sean? You talked about negotiating the other day, right? So they're stopping data centers in the whole state of New York, right? Because data centers is this big problem. But you know what they could have done? They could have got tax abatements in terms of property taxes. They could have got sales taxes during construction. They could have got permits and impact fees. They could have got utility revenue and sold it back. They could have got water revenue because everybody's paying attention. Well, you're using if the water is going to cost more, it's going to do this. Put yourself in the game. Deal with the land leasing. Deal with the revenue sharing agreements. Say, if you're going to make money in my community, we're going to make money too. You can even lease the fiber that they're doing. And none of these communities are doing that. But instead, all they're doing is railing against it and stopping progress.
Or not getting access to, like you say, market share, equity, tokens, tokenization, some aspect where you have equity involved. You know, people say we need equity. Well, that's the equity. That's the new equity. Now,
it's not just the people pushing back on these data centers. It's entire cities that have massive city halls. It was hundreds of people. You know, folks out here really don't show up to no dang on city halls. I'm just going to tell you, they'd rather eat pizza than go to something like that. I'm just saying. And all of a sudden, all these people showed up. They didn't like the fact that data centers, and they're noisy, very noisy. If you've ever been by one, it's like, who wants to hear that outside your door? You're paying $5,000 a month, $10,000 a month, whatever this lady was saying. She said, "Look, I pay a lot of money, and I hear." Who wants to hear that? And you're paying all this money. What in the world? That can't happen.
Well, I agree with everything that you're saying, Ashton. All I'm saying is it's more effective to not just rail at the community meeting, but to go to these corporations and say, hey, we need community investment funds. We need equity, profit sharing. We need local hiring. We need renewable energy projects that increase local energy capacity. We need you to expand our broadband. We want revenue share tied to your future campus expansion. I'm saying to sit at the table and make the deal versus railing. And you're right about everything you're saying. I'm not saying that you're not. I'm saying it's coming anyway. You can't stop the capital. And so I'm saying, so just be a part of it and get yourself a seat at the table. And before it gets to the big community meeting, you got to get in the back door and say, look, this is how we're going to do this, okay? And my people are going to profit from it. We're going to benefit from it just like you do. And we're going to be cool in the meeting. You cool, I'm cool. And so that's all I'm saying. I'm just talking about strategy.
Well, the state of Texas has already said, if we want these things built on our soil, you're going to have to buy into the grid. You're going to have to buy infrastructure. You're not just going to. So those are things that the state's already telling people. I think the public now has to catch on to understand they can, like you said, tokenize this stuff, mechanize it, whatever the case may be, modernize it. That's what we have to do in this state. We have to move forward, data centers and that kind of stuff. I've always talked about some of the effect on water, but there's also a better way to cool those. You could use a dry ice method, kind of like argon gas between two window panes. It stays solid, it stays consistent. Dry ice doesn't break down. It stays a consistent temperature and can be controlled under compression. So in other words, if the ice is compressed under pressure, you can
use air vapors to create purified water. You can
negotiate that stuff so tough that you can make enough money where you can just fucking leave. You be like, you know what? Y'all can have this crib. I'm gonna rent it out, and I'm on my way, and I'm still collecting my checks.
Yeah, and I hope people are looking at the links
but
that I
I feel
gave.
bad for the people who live next
I
door.
hope-
The ladies pay $10,000 a month. Would you want to pay $10 grand a month, and all of a sudden, I'm serious, y'all. If you are in the country, and all of a sudden,
We need more fat hoes.
So I hope y'all looking at the links in the chat, man. I'm giving y'all the fucking solution that y'all need. I'm giving y'all what y'all fucking need. Cause I'm doing the research that I know a lot of y'all motherfuckers didn't even know existed. That's sad.
We like it. I do.
It's sad. I put the link in the chat, man. Save this. Ain't nobody else gonna get this shit to you for free. The fuck? That's why I said it's gonna take a West Coast nigga to say the day. You know, the East Coast, East Coast. No. You know, I have no problem with the East Coast and shit. You know, I got love for y'all, but it's gonna take a West Coast motherfucker to say the day.
Thanks to that, my friend. We have a stock exchange coming online. We're not too bad out here either. Please don't forget about us. We're not
I love the South. Well, I love the South, but unfortunately, we're gonna fuck your shit up too. But I put all the link lists of the investments. I cited all my sources. I then gave you executive orders so you guys can actually know what the hell is he doing instead of a damn media narrative spin. Like a lot of motherfuckers get their shit from social media, and they're getting their shit from like neighborhood talk, shade room politics, like shade room talking points. And you're not really thoroughly reading what the fuck was actually signed today, where you're looking at whatever wild shit that Donald Trump done said. I'll give you that. Donald Trump is a very eccentric person. Just from looking at him from the TV aspect, very eccentric. But when it comes to the big business and corporate deals and public stock trades, shit, you better take advantage of this shit. Nancy Pelosi's shit has been beating the stock market and hedge fund quant.
I've been tracking her on autopilot for the last, ever since there was autopilot. She's killing the game more than anybody.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's better than Warren Buffett.
Warren Buffett can't
I'm better than Warren Buffett. I'm at 42% on my portfolio.
And that's what I'm saying.
And that's basic. That's basic forecasting.
And that's why I'm teaching these little motherfuckers in my neighborhood in Vegas, LA, how to trade stocks and how to be able to look at certain things financially, business-wise. When you're not financially literate, a lot of the times you suck like a motherfucker in politics. You suck at politics when you're not financially literate. And that's my viewpoint, because, you know, when you have it where capital just leave all across the damn state, you realize that, damn, this shit is fucked up. The fuck is going on here? Yeah, your city needs Title I funding because the property tax is so goddamn high, or industry done left. They got to get Title I funding from the federal government. You got all these motherfuckers that don't necessarily want the city to be built up, so they can mooch off of the Title I funding. They get $2 billion a year. Shit.
Dude, do you remember when Vlad from Robin Hood got in trouble about GameStop and he was in hiding?
Yes.
Do you know who he called? Do you know who the fuck talked to him the first time? I'll put the link in the chat. He called me, and I had to interview him and make it all right. And it was me and my girl. And we had to interview Vlad to get his ass out of hot water with what he was doing. Because I'm a spokesperson for Robin Hood.
Like I said, man, that's why I don't want to burn no bridges. He said, how much money did you put in Trump's cryptocurrency? No, I didn't put no money in the Trump cryptocurrency. I'm investing in his direct stock trades. So Intel, I made a killing. Intel was literally $20 a share. Then when he recommended $34 a share, now it's at the 100. So no, I don't invest in cryptocurrency. If I want to invest in cryptocurrency, I'll buy like SoFi stock, which SoFi is a legitimate bank that is connected to fintech that'll be integrated when it comes to tokenization and the Clarity Act that Trump will pass. Trump will pass the Clarity Act. But no, I don't invest. See, Tony thought he got a gotcha question on that. Mr. Smith, I didn't invest in that.
Don't do nothing crazy. I always tell people, banks,
Don't be doing nothing with no Cash App, with no Chime, man, stick with what I call legacy banks. I know that maybe sound old school, maybe that's, whatever. My grandmother said, if I can't touch it, I don't want it. I don't want no Ethereum house or whatever the hell somebody was trying to tell somebody on the phone. I busted out laughing. It's some kind of digital card or something. And I said, well, what is it? And, we're thinking it was an actual home. No, it's some reality, whatever. It's weird. So no, don't invest in things you can't touch, things you can't hold. If it's not gold,
put your money inside the drawer. Put your money inside the damn sock drawer.
Put your money in a. Oh no, I didn't say put your money in a
James
drawer.
Brown told Eddie Murphy to put $1 million in the backyard.
Well, I mean, but in real reality, you want something, that's something you can touch. So as long as it's something you can touch, you good. But all this, hey, go invest in Bitcoin, man, whatever. No,
we got our own credit union. My sorority, we got our own credit union.
Madison, can I ask you a question, Madison?
Absolutely.
Are you a lesbian carpet muncher because you said your girlfriend like Ashton?
No, I got a wife. Listen, nigga.
Because Ashton's a lesbian. Ashton's a lesbian too.
No.
Ashton's a lesbian, so I didn't know if we had 2 lesbians on stage. I know. I'm asking for clarification. If you 2 were both lesbians, I didn't know if you were married.
This ain't got nothing to do with
I'm not. Who is
Yeah,
that?
but Ashton's gay. She's a
No, I'm not.
Hey, don't come in here trolling.
I thought that.
No, I'm not.
Don't come in here trolling, nigga.
On
No,
crib.
I'm not.
On
You got
crib,
me
gonna be.
messed up.
You just got here, nigga. If you gonna troll, nigga, give it 30 minutes before you start trolling, nigga.
I got you. Timothy on crib, bro.
I'm gonna tell you what I do,
But
Muhammad.
I was just asking if Madison and Ashton were dykes together.
Let me answer you.
I know Ashton's a dyke, so that's why I was asking if Madison was a
Well,
dyke.
that's not fair to say that.
No, that's
No, but like not the dyke that like blocks the water, but like carpet bunch of scissoring dykes.
I'm gonna tell you exactly what I do. You know what I do, Muhammad? I do what the fuck I please, and I do who I please whenever I want to.
What is she talking
Madison Ashton don't even acknowledge that. And him doing shit. You let him to call it these women dykes. And I said, I ain't never attacked.
That's because Ashton is a lesbian.
Well, that's not fair.
I got a whole dude sitting over here.
Oh.
No, you're wrong, bro.
Oh,
you're wrong.
Good, man.
Now, me on the other hand, I get to do whatever the fucking whoever I want to, whenever I want to. That's what I do. What else you want to know, Muhammad?
Oh my God.
That's who I am. I do as I want.
Ramen in the goo, man. He can't.
There have been situations where me and Madison may not see eye to eye where we clash heads, but I ain't never hit no low blow like that. I ain't never punched no blow.
It's not even a blow. You think I feel that? Like, I love my life. Hey, Muhammad wish he did have my life. He wish he could just be in the room or fly on the wall to see the shit that I do. It's amazing, baby.
Just
and I don't shy away from it.
Just pulling your legs down. That's what he's doing right now.
And shut up, Habibi.
We're cool with lesbians. It's the GBT part, But the L, we're cool with.
And the L.
Yeah, Muhammad probably ain't had no pussy since he came out of one. If he did.
People, God, dog, for no reason. Like, what in the world? And I don't even know him. I don't even follow him on this app. He's been blocked some time ago. That's why I was like, man, who is that? If you block, that means I don't want to talk to you. And at the end of the day, if a person cannot treat people how they would like to be treated, that's what the good word of the Lord said.
I was actually surprised when you said you had a dude, though. I wasn't gonna lie. I really thought.
No, I have a guy. I don't hang around a lot of women. I live with a man because I live with a dude.
Problem.
Better for me.
No
I don't got no problems. Hey, I don't got no problems with no dudes. I live with one, and so it's the best thing.
But when he said that, I was like, how dare you tell them damn dykes? I mean women.
I don't have any problem with them either. Mine is in Australia right now. So
it's on crib, nigga. I respect you so much, Timothy.
I use my real name. I don't hide behind
on crib, yeah, on crib.
And you see them hearts?
Where you from? Muhammad, do you have something to say
I do.
relevance, brother?
Yes, Ashton dresses like a man, and her man is actually a biological female.
Man, what's that you claim?
Brother, you don't know nothing about me.
That thing got a pussy between its legs. Just because it dressed like man don't make it a man, Ashton.
He has nothing.
Why
Oh,
are you attacking me? But
All
why are you
he's trying to
attacking me,
do is
though?
punch down and just try to pick on Ashton for no fucking reason whatsoever. He ain't got nothing else to say.
I don't know nothing about that. I don't know him. I swear to God. I don't follow him on this
Yeah,
now.
no, he's
man. I don't know nothing about him.
He doesn't.
Man, I shouldn't have brought him up, man. I thought he was gonna say some relevance or something.
Crip will wax his ass. You know what? As a matter of fact, since you saying that, let me see what I can do about that. I'll be back.
Ripacola.
This he's pulling you today. Try you pulling him.
Hey, Habibi, we ain't trying to hear you right now, bro.
Habibi, I'm in Canada, bro.
You still Habibi.
Yeah, I'm in Canada. What's up, bro? What's up? What's going on?
Let me chime in.
What's going on, bro?
What am I gonna be?
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me. Yo, Timothy, thanks for putting me up. This is a good conversation. I heard the whole thing. I kind of feel like we all kind of agree on the same thing, essentially. Like, voter fraud, there's a lot of corruption, people are being lied to. I don't think that any of us really disagreed on anything here. What's the disagreement? I just want to chime in and, get into the argument. Nothing. All right, so let me get in this.
Actually, we don't agree, D. In terms of voter fraud, there haven't been a lot of proven cases, and the cases that have been proven are mostly Republican. So there's that.
Oh, okay. So yeah, good. So I want some agreement. I wanted to get in the chat, get in some arguments. But Trump proved it. I don't think so. I think voter fraud has always been known. It's always been around. It's we all know the system is rigged. Who even really believes in the vote for the citizens itself? Unless the Electoral College, I don't really care about who wins the popular vote, because Trump really proved that the popular vote means nothing. It's the only thing that he really proved.
But he won the popular vote.
That's not what I heard.
Right,
that's not what I saw in the news.
Exactly.
He won the popular
I heard that he lost the popular vote.
Do you know the origin of the Electoral College and why we have it?
He got 77 versus 75 million.
So many words, basically, through all the textbooks. What I heard was that we're just too unintelligent to be eligible to actually have a vote.
Right. You are actually half. The founders did not believe you were even capable enough to do it. Thank you. That is so refreshing to hear that. That's half of it. The
I
other
wonder what y'all gonna do when y'all lose in 2028. Elon stole it again. Elon stole it. Elon, thank you, Elon. Thank you. 2032. Y'all still can't win.
What, JD?
Because y'all let too many damn Hispanics, and Hispanics are gonna put Marco Rubio in office. This is gonna be hilarious, bro. It's like you done imported one people that's gonna backstab you in the long run.
I know, they're killing the gang.
Hispanic community don't gotta do nothing. The only thing they gotta do is just have babies and just die.
Question.
The team having children.
And keep voting Republican.
Wait, are you saying that the Republicans are gonna lose or Democrat?
No, I think Republicans gonna win the long run because Hispanics is gonna put Marco Rubio in office.
What? Dang, Trump.
Democrat. I'm a Democrat.
Marco Rubio's not crass. When you hear Marco Rubio talk, he's boring. He'll bring it back to boring politics. When it comes to Donald Trump, people that hate him and love him find him to be entertaining.
But when it comes to Marco Rubio, might be the only member of the cabinet that's actually qualified for his position.
Well, I'll tell you.
I'm not saying that I'm not a fan of the way of his politics, but I actually think that for his role, he's qualified for his role. I think he's an intelligent person. Again, I don't agree with his politics. I wouldn't vote for him.
Well, the black.
But I think he would be a better man. We just talking a regular citizen right now, man.
Yeah.
I think he would have been a better president than Trump, but he definitely would be boring. You know what I'm saying? But maybe we need a boring president.
That's what I'm saying. Anybody could have been a better president than Trump.
You know what I'm saying?
Chaos and controversy.
What? what they want, what they need is terrible.
Man, people gonna vote in the damn personality. People always been California. We voted the Terminator twice, back to back, repeat. Man, motherfuckers want a personality. That's why the Democratic Party, they should get Mark Cuban, because Mark Cuban is a TV personality, billionaire businessman.
He's like this. This
Or
Bezos.
Bezos.
He was married to a Kennedy too, so that's why he won. So what's going on?
This is poor thinking, though. Honestly, this is poor thinking. Like, we've seen what we can get with somebody who's not a politician, who's a quote-unquote business.
Mark Cuban is a lot strategic.
That's cool, man. That's cool. Like, that's all good. I love the NBA. I'm a Rockets fan, so I ain't down with the Mavericks. You know what I'm saying? But I think Mark Cuban is a cool dude. I like him. If it means anything, I like him more than Trump. But no, we don't need any. We don't need any more.
Mark Cuban changed his mind and decided to run in the primary. Did something happen?
I'm saying, Maddie, we don't need no more of these things.
Let me look up because I ain't see that. He said he is not running for president.
Yeah, I ain't heard nothing about Mark Cuban saying he gonna run for president.
Sean,
we don't need any.
We don't need no more oligarchs.
And Mark Cuban, and Marco Rubio. That would be the
best. Don't learn how to be a politician.
Mark Cuban is too busy sucking Trump's ass over this fucking pharmaceutical deal.
For the Democratic Party, either Mark Cuban, Jeff Bezos.
Jeff Bezos. What the fuck?
I got a question for everybody. No. Yo, chill. Right. No. You're talking about Marco Rubio. Who here really believes that Marco Rubio at this moment is relevant? At this moment, I don't hear no one in the news, no consensus that MarcoUbio is making moves. Maybe JD.
Well, right now, they took him on mascara. Nigga to wear mascara.
Let's be honest, outside of Amazon itself, Jeff Bezos has been unsuccessful in every other fucking venture, including Blue Origin.
How many things he got in the account?
Yeah, like I said, he's successful in Amazon, that's it.
Yeah, but why did he receive a
Elon's made him look like a fucking joke in every other endeavor he's been in.
Like I said, Marco Rubio is if Donald Trump is able to get 53% of the Hispanic man vote, Marco Rubio can get 60%.
Well, Marco Rubio isn't as charismatic as a figure as Trump, and he's not going to get out here and say some of the same type of things towards the Hispanic community.
Yeah, he'll just guzzle down water.
He might support people. He might push the violence, but he won't say the same things. Like, he's a much safer, like...
I hope the little part gets hit by everybody's all.
Let me say this. What you guys don't know,
we really need to have Hispanics in the damn room. They're the ones that's going to make the most...
Hold on. Whoever sits in office, right, has to have the same bloodline to the king. If you don't have the same bloodline to the king, you're not getting elected.
Wait, what king? What king?
What's his name? I think it's King George on the internet. Everyone in the presidential cabinet.
Charles. No, it's not. You guys talking about King Charles?
It's King Charles, right? It's a proven fact. DNA.
I was gonna say it's definitely not.
You're not getting
Charles.
King Charles.
That's Charles.
Hold on. I'm curious. I want to hear this. Go ahead. I want to hear this.
Okay. What do you want me to say?
Thank you. Yeah, just look it up. King Charles, right? Every president is proven have the same DNA, the same family line to King Charles, right? Obama's a distant cousin of Trump. Trump's a distant cousin of Abraham.
That's not true.
If you're not in the same line, you're not going to be president.
No, if you want to get it right, it's Lyndon Baines Johnson, Truman, it's Bush Sr., Jr., Obama, and Dick Cheney, and Bush Jr., they're all related. They're all like fucking 13th cousins from some Civil War fucking commander for the Confederacy out of Kansas. So no, you have the shit mixed up.
Okay, well, like I said, man, I don't believe in those conspiracy theories.
It's not conspiracy. Go on Google right now and say, is Obama, Dick Cheney, and George Bush Jr. and Sr., Lyndon Baines Johnson, and Truman all related, and it will say yes. They're all distant cousins from a Civil War fucking commander from Kansas.
How has Obama benefited?
Simple as that. If he was,
how has Obama been a continuation of George Bush by continuing the war in Iraq and Afghanistan and starting the war in Syria? What are you talking about?
This is the same
Nation building, destabilizing countries.
I can't even believe
Yeah,
that.
it's crazy. It's crazy in 1998 that Iraq, Saddam switched over from the U.S. petrodollar to the euro, and the day we took Baghdad, we switched back over to the U.S. petrodollar. It's crazy we did that. It's crazy that we went in and destabilized Afghanistan and funded all the fucking terrorists and trained them all with our Green Berets and left billions of dollars of munitions behind. You know, like, because we can't fund fucking terrorists, we can't arm them. You know, even though we do this in all of our fucking proxy wars. And then as soon as we leave, the Russian Federation tries to come back into Afghanistan and they're being shot at by M16s and M4 carbines. It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy how we left all that shit behind.
just prove why Rubio.
How do America benefit from that?
How do we benefit by destabilizing Afghanistan and killing 3 to 5 million civilians and 1.5 million combatants, building up their entire military, training them with Green Berets, and then leaving billions of dollars in munitions? And then as soon as we leave, the Chinese Federation, or the Russian Federation, and the Chinese military tribe invaded Afghanistan, and they're being shot at by well-trained fucking Afghani soldiers who were trained by the U.S. military and left billions of dollars in munitions. How does that work? No, it's crazy.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when Gen Z finally figured out who Osama bin Laden was and how now
I'm a millennial.
And they, well, whatever.
I'm probably as old as you.
It's
crazy.
None of it is
man, like I said, bro.
If anybody
crazy.
can tell you in this room what
That's
it is,
crazy how we destabilized
if
Syria.
anybody can tell you what it is in this room,
It's crazy how we took over the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, she went on mute. So it's crazy that we went in and shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Hold on Crip, Sean, be quiet. Or Timothy gonna boo me.
Crip. Hey man, I told you to stop repping my shit.
Like I said, man, bro.
Since your ass
go ahead,
Madison.
You
I was just saying, and I mean, you know, if we're talking about all those elements that he thought he was addressing, if anybody in this room knows, it's Patty, and if she's not talking, I'm not listening to bullshit. But I mean, basically what we're experiencing, I mean, it's late stage capitalism. The whole fucking world is on fire. I had to look at the wildfires today in Canada, and because I have an app, because I live in California, Watch Duty, and I pulled up the fucking map. And the whole thing is on fire, and like nobody's paying attention. And people still say that climate change isn't real. And it's like this shit was not happening 20 years ago.
Man, these are arsonists. I don't have to believe that either. These are arsonists.
But there has to be something to burn, sweetheart. There were arsonists back then. There has to be.
You got white people fucking off thousands of acres. So I don't have to disagree on that.
I'm just saying, and these are the things that are right in front of our faces, and we're acting like it doesn't exist.
Hell, the arsonist, when it came to eating fire here in Cali, that was a white boy. He was like in his 20s.
Well, yeah, exactly, the Palisades. But I'm just saying, there's so much cognitive dissonance to the degree whereby people are just really, I don't know if they're just afraid, if they're just pulling the cloak over their eyes, and they want to believe that everything is cool and everything is okay. The shit is the emperor has no clothes, you know, and all of a sudden one person says, look, he's naked. And it's like, no, he's not. But he is. He really is. He has no fucking clothes. You know what I was talking earlier? It's like the level of respect, like the real powers that be are not even the things. Remember when Dave Chappelle gave up his deal for $50 million? Does anybody remember that?
Yes.
He walked away from Hollywood. He had an amazing television show, and he said, this is bullshit.
He came back to Hollywood?
Yeah, he finally did come back, but his explanation was, he said, I have seen... Well,
he had a mental breakdown, yeah.
No, he didn't have a mental breakdown.
He did say he had a mental breakdown, man.
He didn't have a mental breakdown.
That's
he
what he said.
Saw what was behind.
He said I had a mental breakdown. You know, pull up the interview.
Why are you even fucking talking while you're talking?
I guess we'll have to put in the interview where he said he had a mental breakdown. And he left the country to get back to
Timothy, open up the borders, bro.
That's what the fuck he said. I'm talking about what actually happened.
Yeah, he said, Dave Chappelle said I had a mental breakdown.
Put your real name up there. We'll listen to you. Behind whatever it is. Your opinion and your mouth has no use in here Go use it somewhere else. Do what you're good at.
Man, that's crazy.
So do y'all want him gone? Do y'all don't want him around?
I'll just
Like,
come back.
what is it that y'all got with Muhammad?
Yeah.
Is he just too ignorant? Should I just move him
Definitely
down?
too ignorant. Yeah. Yeah. Gotta explain how they shut down the Strait of Hormuz in Iran so they could run out of all the fucking reserves in China, which took 2 months up until June 8th. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Like June 8th, they ran out all the reserves, and then we opened back the Strait of Hormuz. Almost like we're gonna control the Strait of Hormuz for the next 20 years until we can start building high-grade silicon chips here in the United States by 2030, and then Taiwan means nothing to us. But we can also destabilize the Chinese Communist Party and keep them from invading through police actions into Taipei. But it's crazy, you know. But I'm just a midwit. I'll go to the audience if you want empathy on Crip.
No, one mic on you. Keep going.
No, you go ahead, Master.
Man, I'm eating my dinner, man.
You can't
I'm
bump
done.
your way out of
I
it.
want
Let
to
me
hear
tell
your
you.
brilliance.
You cannot bomb your way out of everything.
No, we can. We can.
No, you cannot.
We did in Dresden, Stalingrad, Hiroshima, Nagasaki.
Man, they fucked up Dresden. They fucked up Dresden.
The beaches of Normandy.
This war has proven that it cannot be fought with bombs alone.
Yeah, we did in Iraq where they have free and fair elections today.
It's not the same war. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know.
Oh shit, Petty the Warhawk? What? Petty is the Warhawk?
And still don't have the control of the strait. So
we did control the strait. We do.
It's taking a long time.
I'm starting to like me some Petty. What?
If the strait is shut down, what happens? Then China doesn't receive natural gas and oil. That's what happened.
Patty has
Which China
Are
has
you
been
aware there's
building
more
up.
than one way that China gets fucking oil from them?
Yeah.
So you tell me the other way that they're getting shit smuggled in and out the country.
Real?
Oh yeah. They use other flagships from other nations and they smuggle shit in. They're getting it from Venezuela. They also have a pipeline. They have a pipeline and rail system that comes in from Russia, Patty. We all know that the majority of their fucking oil comes in from Russia. Russia also pipes it in from Iran.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah,
You're
okay.
just talking. I've been listening to you the whole time.
It's crazy, Patty.
This room sounds stupid.
Crazy that analysts were saying.
Bieber and fucking Matt wouldn't even go for it.
Crazy that analysts, Patty, were saying that China was going to be out of their
Whoa, wait, whoa. She just threw hella shots. I don't know what the shots was for, but shit, I don't know. Muhammad doesn't reflect any views or any shit in this room. He's just a guy that I allow to speak because I allow all y'all to speak. So I don't know what you talking about, Patty. I don't even know you personally, but that was a crazy ass statement.
She runs another room and she wants everybody together.
I know Matt and Bieber. I don't know you, Timothy, and I hopefully, I know they wouldn't be stupid to put somebody stupid as a mod. But I know Matt and Bieber wouldn't go for this dumbass shit. This is dumbest shit that he's taught. The dude that's speaking now is dumb. He's dumb.
I mean,
aren't you
personally, I'm just a fair person. I believe I let everybody talk, whether we agree with them or not.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. But he's dumb as shit, and he's talking like.
Patty, do you guys feel threatened that everybody's coming over to this room and leaving your all's room?
No, not at all. I'm not threatened at all. We still get up and
talk while you're on stage right now. Trying to say that this is.
I'm in the room in the morning.
All right, man. This is not what we here for, man. Like,
well, you can say what you want, bro. You know what's so crazy? I actually come in here for an hour in the morning, and Timothy probably will tell you. Matt and Bieber will tell you I come in an hour in the morning just to support them because they support my room as well.
Oh, God. I be seeing you all the time.
You dumb bitch. You dumb bitch. I open the room when I feel like it. I don't open the room every fucking day anymore. You stupid motherfucker. And guess what? As soon as I open the room, it always goes up. So go fuck yourself, bitch.
Man, Patty, man.
Oh, God, Patty, you run a great room. I be seeing your room. Like I said, I don't know you personally, but Beaver and Matt, they speak highly of you. I done been in your room a few times just listening. So, I mean, everything you said is valid.
Room many a times.
We all know Muhammad is a troll. He can say some trolling things 90% of the time, but 5% of shit he say, it has a little bit of validity. The other 95% he be tweaking. But I just try to let everybody talk, but all the, personal shots he threw and shit, I don't agree with it. That's why I threw him down. You know what I mean? So hopefully we can get back to a real conversation.
Now you can have him come up with his dumb ass. You need to have dumb people talk so people can see just how stupid some people are in America. You know, America's not a bunch of smart motherfuckers. There's a whole bunch of dumb bitches like him that run around with bad information. And that's why we're in the fucking situation we're in now. So dumb bitches need to be up here so everybody can hear how stupid some people are when they vote. They don't know shit. They don't know policy. They don't know fucking America.
Well, shit, not everybody's struggling, though.
And if you don't know, fucking ask somebody who does. What the fuck?
Well, Patty knows her shit. She talked to
She
her.
does.
Me and her, we never agree. We never agree.
If you guys know America, which country actually recognize America? If you guys know America.
Man, we ain't trying to get your ass.
I'm asking a question. Let's just be real.
Pashtun, sand niggas up in
Can I speak, please? Can I speak, please? Which country, foreign country, recognize America? Let's talk about that.
Jesus Christ. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by recognize America?
I was saying that, there are people who know more about America, right? So which country recognized America when it was established the first time?
What do you want us to say, France?
Well, very close. You're very close.
Yeah, it's actually France, yeah.
Oh, that's not the right question.
No,
Yeah, France. Or you want to say
You were here
to
for
say the Persian part?
gone to bed.
Which country?
Yeah, Persia. We already know. But also France.
No, that's not the right answer.
Yeah.
No, seriously. So which country recognized
the Pashtun people? The Pashtun people, yes.
No, you're not very close.
Who's Pashtun?
A little bit, not too much.
Yo, Himothy.
Yes, sir.
Check your message. Them bullets do some more shit, man.
I'll answer the question.
There's a lot of people in here. This is crazy.
It was actually Morocco.
Yeah, this shit is cracking.
Yeah, this place is popping.
We need a couple more liberals.
We used to have the same thing when JB would come in here and crash out. And
we need some crash out kind of liberals, man.
And then Nathan and Chillism would do the same thing.
Yeah, this President Trump room is becoming very docile lately. Usually we used to have good crash outs.
Well, that's because it's too fucking early in the morning to do this shit, man. Because usually me and Petty just argue back and forth, but I ain't got time to be arguing.
Usually in the morning it happens because it's like twilight hour,
Yeah, and when it gets to a certain time, people would rather, crash out and troll than, have the legit conversations,
Unfortunately, they castrated
At least be creative. At least be creative with your trolling. At least put some thought into it, and not just come in here and try to pick on somebody like Ashton. That's some bullshit.
I didn't pick on Ashton.
It's weak and it's pathetic.
I said that she was a proud lesbian woman.
She's not lesbian. That was kind of fucked up.
It was fucked up, period.
Yeah, Ashley didn't do nothing.
Yeah, she dresses.
Yeah, why would you do that, Mohammed?
Talks like a lesbian.
Like, you was supposed to pick on me or something, bro. Like,
what do you mean? I mean, it's still early.
Fucking weak.
Yeah, it's very early.
Because I would hurt you.
You the type of nigga that hit it.
Mary said he.
Shoot him.
Every time I sent him down, y'all told me to bring him back up.
Well, usually he has, at this time when the room is going quiet, he's quite good at reviving it, so I don't mind. But, you work
this shit was on life support when I
oversteps the line.
It's
I mean, I can care less for numbers, to be honest. It's about the conversation at hand.
But the thing is, he's got like 100,000 different accounts, so you
We'll have a
can
website called www.f-number.com if you guys need an alternate account.
You know what that is? That's some mediocre white boy bullshit. That's what it is.
Yes, very much.
Just trying to
Yes,
be relevant.
Madison.
You have a false sense of identity. You think you've been coddled all your fucking life, and you think you're better than what you are.
That's
and
it,
all you have to do is try to
figured
wave
it
the
out.
flag when nobody's listening to you because you're trying to be fucking relevant. Because you don't know who the fuck you are.
Yes, that's
so
it,
you're still trying to figure it out. So all you can do is try to polarize the situation. That's all the fuck you got.
Oh, you're so masculine, Madison.
I'm whatever it is.
It's really like. It's really enthralling to listen to you speak.
And to have every privilege
it's so
on the
edifying.
planet, and you still don't have
Such a deep intellectual philosophical speaker, Madison.
So
I
do
am
we want to
punching
have?
down.
Do
I
we
agree,
want to
Madison,
have
toward
10 minutes of WWE? Is this what
No, we're fine.
We want to spend 10 minutes.
She is right.
Just have a WWE.
There is a semblance of
get
truth
it
in
all
what
out.
she said.
Everybody just.
I do punch down towards people like Madison. I agree.
You
can't. Do we all just want to? Do we just want to just let out our grievances at this point? Just for the next 10 minutes, everybody just say how you really feel.
Yeah, come on, let's
just
get
it all out.
Yeah, let's bang it out.
So we can get back to the topic.
Bang it out and make Madison straight again.
He came in here.
Yeah, let's bang it out and make Madison straight again.
Nobody's trying to do that. Ain't nobody got no energy for you. Are you fucking serious? You're nothing.
You still fuck dudes. Don't lie.
Exactly. I do what the fuck I want to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't do it no more.
Wearing boxers and shit.
Let me move it on.
Let me move the conversation.
He's living through everybody else's life vicariously. Okay, because he ain't got one. That shit is wild. We were having an actual conversation, and he came up here with some random shit.
I was trying to explain.
How sad is that you have nothing to offer except to come in here and just say something inflammatory, fuck with somebody who is paying you no attention whatsoever, just to try to punch down. That's a sad ass life, and you have to do it behind the anonymity of not even knowing who you are. You can Google me, bitch. Who are you? Nobody. And now I'm hearing about all these accounts. Are you fucking serious? Like, you really don't even exist. Like, you don't have a life.
Mercy.
What the fuck?
Yeah, he has legit like about 100 accounts. If I was to kick him, he'll just come in with another account.
But see, that's the problem with the way that history has been thwarted and twisted in the United States. And it's a problem. It's about this false sense of identity. It's the mediocrity of failing upward. Like, every time they fail and they get another fucking promotion. And then they don't know what to do after that. They really don't know who they are. But more importantly, they don't know who they're not, because they've never had to really, really work for anything. So they do stupid shit like come in here and try to be relevant, and that's their life. You know, and that's the problem. That's part of the problem with the U.S. is that it affects everybody. It doesn't just affect black folks. It affects them because, like I said, that's why they had all the problems with the H-1B visas. It's like, we don't really want to compete in the real world. Talk about DEI and cushiness. So once you've had it like that your whole life and you're still a fucking loser, God, you don't even have a reason to be a loser. What the fuck?
And that's why we need to automate everything. And that's why we need to automate every damn thing. That's why everybody that's in the situation, like white boys that are unqualified, the black people that are trying to get these positions, Hispanics, all these people need to be automated.
Bro, are y'all trying to outspeak each other, man?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I said something.
All right. All right, you go first, Sean, then. You go first.
Because it was really, it's really a joke, but I'm so serious. I can't wait till the government automates everything completely. I can't wait till corporations automate robotics, AI agents, agentic systems. Because, like she just says, mediocre white boys and all these motherfuckers that's in these positions, okay, let's get rid of them immediately. Fired. Gone.
Yeah, I mean, their sense of self depends on this.
And we'll just have that time discovered.
It depends on this social hierarchy. Then every move toward equality can feel like somebody's taking something away from you, even when they're just asking for the same thing. You know what I'm saying? The people
But when you get the same thing, what happens
the people
next?
who truly hold
You actually
power,
have to compete.
the people who
You actually
truly
have to work.
Well, exactly, but the people who truly hold power don't necessarily benefit. You know what I'm saying? The same way that they benefit themselves with the promise of status, it keeps people invested in the system, and it robs them of who they truly are. That's like one of the biggest conversations that we haven't had about identity. Like,
what do you think of the middle people, right? Middle people who are fighting to place themselves in the middle of the system. You have people in communities
well, at
who
least
really
they're
feel
fighting
good
for
being
something.
second rate.
At least they're fighting for something. At least if you're
But
in the
that's
middle,
what's
you're
keeping them
fighting
at the
for
top,
something.
right? Like there's people who literally say, "Hey, I'm cool with being third rate as long as I'm better than black people. Hey, systematically, it doesn't matter to me."
Pretty much, and
Latinos,
you know what that does? That limits them. It really does. Like they're really stuck inside of that paradigm, and when they really do have to compete, the reckoning comes, and then it's like, woof, we're almost there. We're not quite there yet, but it's coming.
You know what's more painful? Is when you go your whole life thinking that you're something, and then when you finally get to the top, you realize you ain't really nothing.
Sir,
I think that's the lesson learned.
Then you gotta do shit like troll other people and come in rooms and say,
Search my Instagram, search it up. You can tell me. But let me ask a question though.
Because the Japanese community also hate black people too, and also white folks. So,
hey, I hate
Asian communities. Nah, they ain't got no love for no black folks. Where was the Asian community?
I never said Asian community had love for black folks. You can argue about that. I'm not talking about that.
Y'all fake as hell.
Never said anything about Asian people loving black folks. I don't know where that came from. Nobody said that. I don't think anybody with the right mind says any Asian person loves black people.
And why are you inserting yourself in black business? Exactly.
That's not your business.
So
I talk about Japanese business and Takaichi, how she buying weapons from the United States.
Hey, I got a question, guys. Chasey asked a great question in the room because Muhammad is chat banging. Muhammad, what do you contribute that is interesting? Did anybody else hear anything other than the bullshit that he spewed that Patty just, decimated? Like, was there anything of value in anything? Because I love interesting conversation. So I would love to hear this compelling, stimulating, interesting thing and learn something. So did anybody else hear anything? Because I did.
Wait, how did she decimate my fucking position by saying, "You don't know what you're talking about, you're stupid. It's just a bunch of dumb people in America coming on stage and just spewing all this propaganda bullshit."
Okay, so go ahead, Muhammad. One mic.
Yeah, I want to hear how she decimates my position.
I want to hear.
Go ahead, Patty.
Go ahead. No, go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No, I want to hear Patty decimate my fucking position.
Because you're dumb. You don't know anything.
Go ahead, Patty.
You love to decimate your position. Number
Yeah, go
one.
ahead. Go ahead about 1998, switching over from the U.S. petrodollar to the euro.
Okay, so you want to hear?
Saddam Hussein being appointed by George Bush Sr.
You can't tell her.
Yeah, I'm stating my position. She wants me to do it so bad. Like, George Bush Sr.
He has no idea
putting
about what
fucking
he was
Saddam
talking
in
about.
power, then him switching over to the U.S. petrodollar to the euro, and then as soon as we take Baghdad, we fucking switch it back over to the U.S. petrodollar. It's crazy how Halliburton got all the contracts, which you hate that,
No,
don't
it's
you? Because
not.
you didn't
No,
put
it's
Daddy
not.
Bush.
You know why Halliburton got all the contracts?
Yeah, because Dick Cheney and George Bush Jr. were in fucking power.
You don't understand anything.
I know. I don't understand the logistics of how Halliburton was able to fucking move all the fucking oil in Iraq. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Yeah, go ahead and talk about how Dick Cheney was running fucking Halliburton.
So number one, Dick Cheney was running Halliburton.
Yeah, he was.
Reason why
cousins with George Bush Jr.
Halliburton got the contracts because this thing called
Who's a large fucking stockholder? Yeah, who's a large stockholder in Halliburton? Is it the Bush family? Isn't that crazy?
Why don't you just let her finish her thought instead of
She's not making points.
Instead of you're not making points.
I never make any points. She crashes out straight.
Every time you tell me to bring you up, you start crashing out, gang. That's why I leave you in the audience.
Patty doesn't know what she's
Put
talking
him in the
about.
audience so I can finish what I'm saying.
Yeah, you go ahead, Patty.
I gotta put you in the audience so she can talk, man.
Patty, this is not your stage.
Girl, ain't nobody talking to you.
Why y'all?
We're just ugly bitch chat.
People want
Yeah,
to
let
do
Patty
when you
talk.
start crashing out.
I'm gonna go ahead and change the title to War.
So let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and explain why Halliburton got the contract. Because I worked as an acquisition officer and a logistics officer, a senior logistics officer and acquisition officer. Halliburton got all the contracts because it's this thing called Log Pack 3, Log Pack 2. So when we have emergency type of situations like a 45-day war, Halliburton's the one you're going to call because they already have the clearances, they already have the talent, and they already have what we know if we need. Like if we needed bath and laundry, they're there because we got rid of quartermaster that was bath and laundry at the time. When we needed HESCO tents because there was no barriers when we're running into a war, they were the ones that had the HESCO tents. A lot of people don't realize how big Halliburton actually is, the talent that they actually hold. The only reason why it became so fucking controversial because the vice president had a stake in it. But guess what? We were gonna call them whether he had a fucking stake in it or not. Stupid motherfucker.
Hey man, that shit still looks shady as shit.
I get it, it does look shady, but it's not shady at all.
Well, Patty,
It's not.
Can I be your friend? Can I be your friend, Patty? You know, Patty is well accomplished. Definitely well accomplished. Well, thank you.
Well, why are you keeping Rich in the group?
Well, part of it.
If I go ahead and bring Rich up here,
I think
y'all just gonna crash out, man.
Yeah, but when you keep interrupting people,
That's crazy. That's crazy, Timothy, that Halliburton was the only company allowed to bid on the contract. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. That the guy who's running. Hold on, let's do it. Go look it up. Go look it up. The only company. Shut up. I'm giving my submission. You gave yours. I was an audience. Move over to the audience, Timothy. Move over to the audience. While I talk. Timothy, move her down. All right, cool. So there was one company that was bidding on the contracts and allowed to bid on the contracts, which is what made it so fucking crazy. That's why everybody was crying outrage and clutching their pearls because fucking George Bush is a huge stakeholder in fucking Halliburton. And then who was running Halliburton at the time before he got elected as the vice president? Oh, Dick Cheney. Oh, wow, they're cousins. That's fucking crazy. Grew up in the same exact fucking town running a multi-billion-dollar fucking corporation who then bids on the only fucking contracts to go into fucking Iraq and Afghanistan. So great.
Again, that wasn't the only contracts, and they didn't have to bid. It's called a no-bid contract.
Yeah.
When we go into a war,
that's what I said. No bid contract. Nobody's allowed to bid.
No, you just said
only Halliburton. Only Halliburton.
No, it wasn't only.
Yeah, Halliburton got it fucking carte blanche. They didn't have to.
No, it wasn't. It was more than just Halliburton. Halliburton could only do so much.
They got like 90% of the contracts, and you're like, oh, it's not 100%.
You said that was the only contract.
Oh my God, it was the yes. When it comes to transporting oil, bringing all the fucking like base,
and again,
all the materials in.
They had.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Guess what? There's a guy on this app right now that has a.
It's crazy how Obama got elected, and then Obama continued the wars, which he said he was going to stop.
You don't even know.
And then he started the war in Syria.
Nav's father had a bulk of the contracts as well.
Crazy
and
to
he's not
think
KBR.
that Obama, who's related to Dick Cheney and George Bush Jr., continued the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and then started the war in Syria. It's crazy. Took Daddy Trump to stop it all.
In all fairness, I think I just want to say this, the initial point she disagreed with you on, Rich, was the China one. I think you're talking about China.
Oh, no.
Russia.
Dude, she said that's not the only way to get oil. Yeah, we agree.
Rich. I think hold up. You were saying like how Russia has pipelines, Russia and Iran have pipelines, and China, that's why they want the strait closed, and to hurt China. I think, Patty, that's what you were disagreeing on. The Iraq shit, cool. But I really I want to hear both sides of how China's either benefiting or not benefiting.
Oh, they're not.
Or is if America is America who does this hurt more, China or America?
China.
The straight zone.
Yeah, because China relies like over 70% of their imports from like Middle Eastern oil.
It's like 29%. It's 29%. It's 29 for the Gulf States and Iran combined. It's only 29%. They get the majority of their oil. They get the majority of their oil from Russia. It's only 29% that comes from the Gulf States and also Iran. But hold on. When you only have a 2-month fucking reserve in China, they're fucked when we shut down the Strait of Hormuz and you remove 29% of their oil. What we should have done is we should have blown up the fucking pipeline, just like we did the pipeline coming out of fucking Russia. We should have blown up the fucking pipeline, which, you know, we will never fucking admit to, maybe 100 years from now. We should blow up the fucking pipeline going out of Iran into Russia. We do that, Russia's gonna get pissed off, but it's also gonna fuck China too, because Russia's already fucking hemorrhaging for the war in Ukraine.
That's what you said. Patty, would you disagree with that?
No, she doesn't.
Yeah, I would totally disagree with it. The reason why,
Yeah, she doesn't know why.
No, I know why.
No, you don't.
Are you stupid?
I know. We don't.
Stop interrupting her,
Don't
man.
even work for Patty.
I'm gonna stop.
Crashed out on your boss too.
Just let her go.
Stop interrupting
One of my bosses was General George.
Yeah, we know.
When he was in the went to be the chief of staff now. My other boss, also the CENTCOM commander, you stupid dude.
Yeah, we all know, Patty. We all know. You're a secretary. Go ahead.
Rich, you laid your point out.
Tell secretary. You are a secretary. You are a secretary. Tell us why we.
Rich, I'm gonna move you down. If you don't let her finish, y'all are just. What the fuck is wrong with y'all, bro?
Rich, this is
Let the secretary talk. Go ahead. Hold on.
God, bro. I'm about 10 seconds away from booming this motherfucker, bro.
I'm an overrated secretary.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call me. But guess what? I helped do the operational plans when it came to Taiwan. I've done the operational plans for North Korea. And indirectly, I have done the plans for fucking Iran. You know why? Because if you go into Taiwan... Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
We don't use typewriters. But whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I just pencil whip the shit.
Rich,
I know more about geopolitics.
No, she doesn't make any points ever. She's never made a point in her
No,
entire
because
life.
you talking over me.
Go ahead,
Why don't
Patty.
you let me explain it? Is your feelings gonna be hurt? So number one, we knew what was gonna happen with this war. The only thing that hasn't happened yet, and I'm gonna let y'all simmer on this, is a Strait of Babel. We've been doing this since 2002. We have been doing this in our war colleges where we've done simulations of a war in Iraq with real-time data, real-time maps, and real-time equipment knowledge that we may know based off of intel. We have not won a single war. Not one.
Okay.
We knew the 3 pillars. I know the 3 pillars like the back of my fucking hand. Can you tell me one of the pillars and what was going to happen? We knew the GCC region was going to be attacked. The only thing that has not happened that we predicted is the Babel Strait. But guess what? Guess what came out last week? The Babel Strait. There is issues right now. And guess what? That's going to be higher gas prices. That's going to be higher goods and services. You stupid bitch.
Well, Patty, this is Sean. I'm not going to troll you. Hello, Patty. I got a question, Patty. Hello?
Go ahead.
Hey,
So the question...
Is this something in the air? Is this something I'm missing right now? Like...
Oh, yeah. I'm not trolling, Patty. When it comes to this situation here, is there an exit strategy? Is there an end game? Can we bomb the shit
Let me
out
tell
of
you
the
what's so
situation?
crazy about this situation. You can't bomb the shit out of shit. What's going to happen in this war, if we were to ever put boots on ground, would be 1,000 people die a day. Our estimates is supposed to be 1 military personnel for 30 people in fucking Iran. We cannot sustain that war. There's also the need for a fucking a draft.
Well, like I said, those energy weapons,
we have energy weapons. The Pentagon has admitted that we have energy weapons. Something that people has been saying that we don't have energy weapons. Well, the Pentagon mentioned that there was energy weapons. When will that be deployed? When the autonomous drones will be deployed? Maybe we gotta wait for that $55 billion autonomous drone budget and Department of Defense budget in October to come into play. So, you know, maybe we need robotics to come into play. Cause boy, military draft? Shit. Congress gonna co-sign that? Because this shit is overdue because, one, you can only do this shit up to 90 days when it comes to doing this shit without any kind of funding from Congress. And like I said, thank you, Patty. Thank you, Deep State Patty, for giving us our daily briefing. Military Industrial Complex, Patty, thank you.
Lights gone.
Yeah, come on, Peter. What's your input?
Yeah, I don't believe no
They
damn
keep putting Rich Cam in the goo, although he's the only one who's got something to say. I don't know. This room is a little bit too biased for my liking. But
it's not about even being biased. Every time I bring him up here, the whole stage just starts crashing out.
No, actually, he kept interrupting everybody, so that's a flat out ass.
Well, it is Twilight. It is Twilight hour.
I'm just taking notes.
So,
I'm just taking notes.
People get offended.
We usually just get through it anyway. It's kind of a good way to wake up people who sleep.
I look at it like this. So.
All right, man. It seemed like half of y'all want him in the goo, half of y'all want him on stage. It's which one is it?
Put him on stage. Makes him
the way dialogue works. The way dialogue works is you talk, then I talk. Then you talk, then I talk.
That's how it's supposed to go, and it typically goes like that when it's not just me, but for whatever reason. So this is what I don't understand. Hold on, no, this is what I'm not understanding, bro. When Beaver and Matt is here, and when it's us three, niggas don't do all this crashing out shit, bro. But for whatever reason, I'm the only one here, and specifically you, Rich, you want to crash out.
No, when Beaver and Matt are here and Beema's not here, they leave me on stage because I invigorate the conversation. Because most of the time this room is on fucking life support because it's filled with midwits. So the thing is, we had a guy who came in one day into this room, and he said, "Let me tell you how World War III is going to break out." And he went through all his started out his argumentation. And I said, "Hey, if you don't mind me asking you, you're in the Navy, what's your class?" And he's like, "What?" And I was like, no, what's your class?" And he's like, "My MOS." And I was like, no, your class in the Navy. What is your job description? What did you do in the Navy? And we had to drag it out of him for fucking 10 minutes. And then finally he's like, "I was a cook on a ship." Patty's a fucking secretary.
Goddamn, boy.
Yeah, she's not a fucking Delta Force operator. She's not Tier 1. She's not a fucking analyst. She's not, you listen to these CIA analysts who are coming out talking about the whole point is shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. You know, these retired guys are saying the only reason we're shutting down the Strait of Hormuz is so we can stop. Hold on, Peter. Merci. The only reason we're shutting down the Strait of Hormuz is so we can cut off fucking China's ability to invade fucking Taiwan through a policing force. Merci, kus. They're shutting down the Strait of Hormuz because they will run out of their reserves, and then they have to realize their reserves, and they have to fill them back up. And the longer we do that, and the less likely China is to invade fucking Taiwan, because they recognize that the second they fucking take touches their whole fucking 2030 initiative, that we will shut down the Strait of Hormuz and fuck them. And in 2 months, they will be completely out of fucking oil and fucking natural gas reserves. So they can't do that. But Donald Trump, hold on, Ty. The whole thing is by 2030 we are going to have Kus. Merci, Kus. Kus, Charmota, Kus. Merci, Peta. So the thing is, oh my God, Peter. I know, stop being a fucking retard, Peter. You fucking white SIM card IRGC agent.
Okay, land your plane, please.
Okay, the point is, by 20... Oh my God, I'm not an Arab.
Land your plane. Let him land his plane, Peter. Let him land.
Peter, I'm a Yehudi. I'm a Yehudi, you idiot.
Bro, land your plane, Rich.
It's a joke name. The reality is that we are still setting up for our fucking our higher grade fucking silicon chip manufacturing here in the United States. And by 2030, right now we have to. Can everybody just shut the fuck up? Right now we have to protect fucking Taiwan. The reality is, if we don't protect Taiwan, they take the manufacturing for high-grade silicon chips in Taiwan. We're completely fucked. No more missiles, no more fighter jets, no more tanks, no more GPS systems, nothing. It's all fucked. It's all manufactured there. But by 2030, hold on. Moin, shut your fucking shutter with them.
No, I know. I was trying to warn you.
All right, man. All right.
Okay. If we get the manufacturing built up by 2030, we can say, fuck you, Taiwan. They can have Taiwan. And the reality is the Chinese government does not have the fucking engineers to even run those fucking plants anyways.
Okay.
Now, Rich, I don't want to hear you you stay off your damn mic. Do not talk for the next 5 minutes, please.
And you know
I got a question for him.
That's the way he speaks.
That was a bunch of
Yeah, it's a bunch of TDS.
Rich!
Oh, listen to them all crash out.
They talk, but you just talk, bro. Let them talk without getting off mic.
I got a question for you. Hey, I got a question for you, Muhammad. Are you?
No, hell no. We not. Hell no. Go ahead, Peter. No.
I'm not crashing out.
No, fuck that, nigga. Now I'm really finna turn up on y'all niggas.
Y'all paying attention.
This is what I'm finna do.
This game ain't real, bro. You gotta pay.
I'm not agreeing with him. I have a question.
You heard me say class, and he wants to know about the Navy. No.
Okay, I actually sailed in the Straits of Hormuz. So I have a different opinion.
What was your class?
I was an operations specialist.
Okay, so they're going to listen to you a little more than I would the cook or the secretary. Good.
Oh, way more.
Yeah.
And I'm an Iraq vet on the ground. Listen.
T.Y., make your submission, please.
But that's it. I'm not getting into y'all's crashing out. This is crazy. I don't agree with it. I actually have 2 coworkers who are over there, and I got information from the ground, the KC-135 units. Fuck the news, fuck what you read. I got information on the ground, and it's very different. I'll just put it like that. And these young people might not.
Those military people to tell him his data. For example, where he works on this stage. And when he said that I don't want to, or bullshitted him, he doesn't work at the police.
Yeah, Peter, we know that
No, stop cutting them off. I'm gonna move you down, Rich. Do not cut them off.
What do you mean? I was agreeing with Peter.
All right, but I don't want to hear you talk.
Oh my God. Are you done, Peter? If Peter's done, I was just gonna address Peter. Yes, we agree, Peter. Nobody's sharing classified information with somebody that's
So this is not a reason for you to open it as a weakness of the person, because he cannot if he wants even.
I haven't heard
Especially with you.
It's just a stream of consciousness. It's just ad hominem attacks, and not one fucking point. The Strait of Hormuz was not a thing until now.
No. It's always been a thing.
So in terms,
it's been a thing for thousands of years.
So
because it is closed now.
Let her finish, man. What the fuck is wrong with y'all, bro? Like, what is come on, what is wrong with y'all for
Let's
real,
hear
bro?
from some new people on stage.
Go smoke some weed. Go drink. Go do something, bro. Let Madison finish, bro. Peter, I know Matt and Beaver speak highly of you, bro. So don't be in this bitch tweaking, because they're not here, gang.
They took his green bean away.
Let Madison speak, bro. Like, y'all gotta stop tweaking just because them niggas not here, bro. Like, because I can get like that, too. On my mama, I can, bro. So stop playing with me in this bitch, bro. On my mama, y'all keep playing with me, G. One mic on Madison, please.
Yeah, I don't get it. Like, this is not my area of expertise. I like to learn and listen. And I haven't heard a coherent thought that is staying on topic in terms of whatever the fuck is being discussed. What I'm hearing is a stream of consciousness, people just spewing shit and just saying shit. What is the subject matter and what is your point? And so all my understanding is that they didn't have this leverage point up until now. They didn't even fucking realize they had it, which I don't even get that part. But now all of a sudden this is the point of contention in terms of the Strait of Hormuz and what's happening. We're in a worse situation, it seems, and there doesn't seem to be an exit strategy whatsoever. So can anybody speak to that, why we're here, and how we're going to get out? And I really don't want to hear about what the fuck is going to happen in 2030. We're in 2026, and people are having issues in terms of the economy and what is being done about that. Anybody got any answers?
Yeah, I got the answer.
Yes,
So China... Hold on, I have the answer, Peter.
It's not going to be discussed with you or before the result. Exit strategy is named correctly. Exit
I have a genuine answer.
I
can explain what's going on, why they're ramping up.
Exit strategy does not allow it to be shared with you on this stage now.
Nobody can understand you, Peter.
Yeah, nobody can.
Because they don't let
me.
Let's take.
No, it's because your English is poor.
One mic on Peter, man.
Speak German for us. Deutsch.
Exit strategy's name is clear. Exit strategy. It needs to be unpredictably till the end. Till the end, because it is a war. Exit strategy is the last step. And the enemy should not be aware of that. At this point, when you ask about exit strategy, your intentions become clear. Your intention becomes clear.
Do you want an honest answer, not anything?
I want to hear from the Moeen nigga that wants to always come off mic. Say something of relevance.
Moeen.
Yeah. So, Madison asked why we're here in the first place. How far do you want to go back, Robinson? You let me know. If you want to give me, I can give you a quick brief.
Oh, I'm aware of the history in the region itself. I'm just talking about with this particular administration.
I can answer that part.
Yeah, you want to go ahead? Because I might take it too far.
Yeah,
I think he wants to know how her oil prices are going.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because this can be a short answer or a very long one.
I'm not.
Maybe
3 minutes, man. You got 3 minutes to make your submission.
I'm not electric, so it's not my prices. I'm fine.
I got you.
I wasn't talking to you, Rich. I was talking to Moeen, bro.
Oh, Moeen said
Moeen got 3 minutes.
No, I'm going to give it to Mohammed. I'm going to let him take it.
Yeah, pass it to me. What's the torch?
Oh, Lord. Okay, go.
Yeah, because China's ramping up to take Taipei. Once they do through their policing actions, then they're going to control all the high-grade silica chips, and we're fucked. If we get the manufacturing done here in the United States by 2030, then we can say, well, we'll wash our hands with Taipei, and they can take it all they want. They don't have the engineers, the scientists to even run their manufacturing. They've been trying to produce high-grade, military-grade silica chips, and they can't fucking do it. They're a bunch of fucking retards because they stomp out fucking creativity. They don't let anybody fucking have creative thoughts. That's why they see all our intellectual property through fucking master's programs. The reality is that we have to control the Strait of Hormuz so we can fucking stop China, and so we can build up our fucking supplies of high-grade, military-grade silica chips. But, you know, we're going to, and that's what we're going to do. And the reality is, Peter, unfortunately for you, with the IRGC, we're going to appoint some top brass. He's going to play ball just like we did in Venezuela after we took out Maduro. Hold on, pussy, shut the fuck up. Oh, Jesus Christ.
He calls you IRGC.
I don't know why you shut up, bro. Like, seriously. They're going to appoint some top brass that's going to play ball like Saddam or fucking Venezuela, and we're going to do the same shit. And he's going to play ball, or you're still going to have the IRGC, just like we still have communism in fucking Venezuela. Just like fucking, Cuba is going to allow for fucking, companies to start investing into fucking Cuba. I mean, because of the fucking threat of them coming in with fucking tier 1 operators and stealing the fucking president. Raul Castro's hiding out fucking calling all the shots anyways, even though he's not leading the place. Yeah, I mean, we're going to control that, and we're going to control fucking the Strait of Hormuz as long as we need to until somebody plays ball. And that's what we're going to...
We will never ever
Question for Muhammad.
see the Strait of Hormuz as an Arab. We would
One mic on D.
Okay.
Peter, you can go after D. One mic on D.
All right, Muhammad, I kind of agree with everything you said up to the point. I just want to know, how is that going to be executable? Because it sounds good and dandy. It sounds wonderful. It sounds like a doable plan, but I don't think the execution would actually work into fruition.
Well, I mean, we're dealing with the fucking mullahs, and we're dealing with the IRGC, which are radical fucking Muslims. They're 12ers. They're waiting for the Mahdi, and they're waiting for the 12th Imam to show up, which is never going to happen because they thought that their fucking 12th Imam was the fucking Mutajaba, and fucking his father, and they both got fucking killed. Mutajaba is fucking dead. The motherfucker's not alive, or he's missing a leg in his balls, is what they think. So, like I said, we're just going to keep applying pressure until eventually they actually sign an agreement, and somebody steps up and becomes a multi-billionaire to run the fucking country, and he's going to do whatever the fuck we want. He's going to be our little puppet. And then whenever China decides to fuck with like people like the Philippines or Taiwan, we're gonna say, hey, cut the fucking tap off. We have all the fucking Gulf states. We have Iran under our control. We say, you know what? Let's shut down at 29% of oil and natural gas.
Well, FYI, the puppet's already been selected.
Shut the fuck up,
Peter. Shut the fuck up, Peter.
You shut up.
Hold on.
I said Peter can go after. You can go after Peter.
Thank you. What he said about United States, you can do whatever you want with the Strait of Hormuz. But if an Arab, you give it to an Arab after winning that strait, there would be no compromise like Muhammad. Okay? You can take over it for yourself. If UAE
nothing you said makes sense anymore.
Have any claim for that, we would set their homeland on fire, not a Strait of Hormuz. We would erase them from the earth. It is not their place. It is your place or me.
No, I'm actually Iranian myself. No. I'm actually Iranian myself, Peter. I'm actually Iranian myself. I actually have an Iranian name.
I never said that.
Let Peter finish.
Okay, he's
not done.
Because they want to take over the Strait of Hormuz.
That's incorrect.
That is correct.
Hold on. Beaver is back. Beaver, don't you damn leave me alone again, bruh. You left out this goddamn room, and when I tell you the minute you left, they started crashing the fuck out. Don't you ever leave me in a fucking room alone by myself, man.
You did good, Timothy.
Yeah, stalling the conversation every time you started going.
Yeah, you held it down, but I never thought I'd be happy to see you.
I think he is. I
me too. I was like, where is
Peter, I never said an Arab's gonna take over. I said
don't worry.
I said one of the IRGC brass is gonna end up taking over. Somebody's gonna step up and say, I'll be the new Ayatollah.
You are not United
And then we'll say,
States
okay, cool.
You are an Arab. You are not United
States. I'm a Jew, Peter. I'm a Jew.
On this stage for me.
Oh my God.
No, he's an idiot. Don't worry.
I'm not an Arab. I'm a Jew.
One mic on Marine, man. Go ahead and say.
Hold on. Timothy, you don't even understand what Peter says.
Yes, I understood everything Peter said.
I don't know. I'm Iranian. I don't even understand what he said.
Yeah, he said you're an Arab. You think Arabs are in control. I'm not an Arab. I literally.
I don't. Yeah, that's
Peter, I have a fucking
cherubim. Peter is insane.
Peter, I have a cherubim in my PTR. You have a cherubim.
This isn't the way for you to talk right now. You gotta listen sometimes.
You don't need to understand this.
First of all, he's not an Arab.
You don't need to understand.
Second of all, Strait of Hormuz cannot be controlled by any Arab country because majority of the important part is in the Iranian side.
We can hit that
so
from
why are you crying?
We can hit the
you cannot articulate that emotion. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet.
They need to take
now
it off of hard.
One mic, man. Say what the fuck you want to say, please, bro.
He's interrupting. You have to understand. The Strait of Hormuz can only be controlled by Iran. If you want to keep crying like a little child,
shut the fuck up.
you can't do it. No Arab country can even.
What is your problem with me then?
Geographically, it's impossible, dumbass. Stop crying.
Why are you calling?
Say what you have to say, man.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Geographically, it's impossible for any Arab country to control it. Okay. I'm Iranian. I know it pretty well. Yeah, he's crying for no.
China not even being in the conversation. China's not even relevant.
Unless the majority of the important part of the Strait of Hormuz is the Iranian border. Go look at the map.
One mic.
All right. So China is not relevant in this conversation at all. If China was relevant, they would be more active when it comes to the war in the Strait of Hormuz of Iran. China, the most that they can do is have the little Premier Li or whoever that person is go on stage and then ramble about what China says is a warning against the United States. Beijing is not involved. Beijing is pulling back. Beijing turned against Russia. They were supposed to be helping Russia with Ukraine, but that didn't work out. And Russia and actually China hate each other for the most part. North Korea tried to help out Russia with Ukraine. That failed because malnourished soldiers who don't even know who's Ukrainian or who's even Russian in the battlefield killing their own men. So with that being said, the Chinese military itself has no war experience. They lost against Vietnam. They would lose another war again, and they don't even have the capacity to even stand up to the plate. So again, China's not relevant. We should keep China out the conversation. The only time China can be relevant is if Iran somehow, by some miracle, were to exchange, oil for yuan, and that's about it.
Or they can wait till next year until they have their first online nuclear aircraft carrier, which is based on an old Soviet fucking era.
Yeah, and they drop a dirty
aircraft carrier, which is outfitted with a fucking nuclear reactor, and then by 2030 they're supposed to have like 5 of them. That might be a problem. It's almost like we're preemptively fucking doing this because China's gonna have that.
By the way, they can already make a dirty bomb.
2027 is when they're gonna have their first nuclear aircraft carrier online.
When somebody defends your position, but
I'm not an Arab. I'm not talking about Arabs, bro.
No, I am not talking about you. Wait a moment. Somebody defends your position, say that this is my homeland, but attack the other person who is defending or not at the same time. This amazes me. This just can be possible from another Iranian.
Doesn't it seem like a gross
Peter, you don't represent Iranians, to be honest, on this fact. A lot of the things you say are fucked up. You're over emotional, and you want to just.
You are emotional. I am just speaking.
You can't articulate anything.
You can barely speak English.
I have articulated enough to get the medal.
It's fucking embarrassing.
You have premium account. The opposite side. I have the medal. I have got it seriously. You got it with money.
Fucking Iranians.
The premium account comes with money.
It's time for cake. Peter, it's time for cake.
Okay, time for a cake for the premium.
Okay.
That is for premium members.
Timothy, can I say something real quick?
No, I want to hear from somebody else, please.
I was going to give you some good information, but okay.
I did have a quick question. Does it not seem like a gross miscalculation that we somehow shine a light for an enemy on a power that they didn't even realize they fucking possessed when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz? Like, they have not been trying to regulate this bitch all this time, and all of a sudden they realized, oh my God, they have a hell of a bargaining chip. Was that not a miscalculation?
No, because they have been.
No, they knew they were going to use Hormuz. They also were supposed to use Babel. The thing is, Babel's coming into play soon. That's what they were talking about last week in the news. There's been activity in that area. So,
yeah,
it's been known. Even going through the pillars.
So, Timothy, can I go yet?
Am I better?
Yeah, you are now.
So we knew they were going to attack the GCC regions. The problem with this administration is they didn't take the advice of their CENTCOM commander. The CENTCOM commander went to Congress that summer, and he spoke to Congress on what it would look like with Iran. The reason why we have to go through the Armed Service Committee and the Intel Committee is because we want them to understand what our operational plans look like in the courses of action and what would be like where we would stand as a nation or even globally. And that never happened. Now, when Trump went and bombed and said, I'm getting rid of the uranium, that's one thing. But then when you go into the street, and that was not the answer. I think he thought that the generals didn't know what they were talking about. He was going to go with his own plan because the Southcom commander at the time said, I'm not doing this. He was fighting back and forth with the Southcom commander, and he was able to get the Venezuelan president out. But there was no change for the Venezuelan people. So, like, I don't know. Like, I don't think it's a good idea. I think it's stupid because now we have more issues than we bargained for. The amount of money that we spent, right? We did a calculation with the $30 billion. With $30 billion, do you know how many kids we can fund to go to in-state tuition to an in-state public university in the United States with $30 billion? Y'all do the calculations. We could have paid for so many people, invested in our own country instead of fucking go to war with a fucking country and lose. Let me tell you what's so bad about this shit. We've opened ourselves up. When they talked about Jordan losing their THAAD, we took the THAAD out of South Korea and we moved it over to Jordan. That opened us up on the China, like the gate. Korea's part of the gate. Korea, the Philippines, Taiwan, Japan, and Australia. The countries that we have fucking access agreements with.
By the way, mind if I continue on her point? She's pretty right on most of the things, but there's some stuff I could add. So, you guys have to remember that Iran is a geopolitical card that America needs. At the end of the day, no matter what you do, even if you don't care about Iran, you don't care about the Middle East, you still have to recapture that area, put it under your own control, put it under the American flag. If not, it'll fall into the Chinese flag. That's the problem. You don't want that card to be in their hands.
Yep.
And if you let that fall in their hands, the American life, American dollar is going to suffer at the end of the day. So this is a problem has to be dealt with right now. And unfortunately, we don't got any way around it.
Momo, what's going to happen when they do get their nuclear aircraft carrier on?
Well, hold on. They can already do it right now. They can already do a dirty bomb. Y'all know what a dirty bomb is.
Yeah, we know what a dirty bomb is.
I
You
are not on the right track, Moin. When this Muhammad approves you.
Okay, so I'm actually Muhammad. I'm actually Jew. Peter. It's a troll account that I troll Muslims with. So how bad is it going to be when China parks an aircraft carrier in the Strait of Hormuz and says, bring it America?
Nobody won't give a fuck about Americans anymore. The American dollar is going to fucking collapse. So and everyone's going to hedge for the Chinese now.
So this is how much
Iranian and Russia.
Okay, so American power, y'all listen, y'all Americans, you want your country to be on top of the power. Trust me on that.
This is how much the United States thinks about China. In 2013, they had all the information on how to build the F-22s and the F-35s on a server. Now, what they were smart in doing is not having the molecular bonding for the materials and also the radar fucking coding on the same server. So in 2013, China starts siphoning it off from these servers, and then they built their Chengdu J-20s and their Mighty Dragon and the Shenyang J-35. So what they do is when they first hit fucking Mach 2, Mach 3, because they don't know the process for the molecular bonding for the aircraft, they start peeling apart. So the United States has been thinking about this shit for a long fucking time. Everybody's like, oh, China's playing 8D chess and playing 20 years in ahead. Like, we had the forethought to take the molecular bonding and have it off server so they could just siphon it all off and then build their fucking jets and they just peel apart when they hit Mach 2, Mach 3.
So is that he is a terror with this icon?
So yeah, once the Chinese get involved,
I am a terror with this.
Yeah, if they park a nuclear aircraft carrier in the Strait of Hormuz and we have to bring our aircraft carriers in there.
This is going to be a Cuban Missile Crisis. It's not going to be fixable.
How many aircraft carriers do you actually think we have?
I don't know. It's like, what, 6?
And then what about rotations?
Yeah,
so you don't understand.
Yeah, so China parks a nuclear aircraft carrier in the Strait of Hormuz. What then happens? What then happens?
So the Chinese, I don't want to sound racist, but the Chinese will
answer when nuclear aircraft in the Strait of Hormuz.
One mic on Patty.
Next.
One mic on Patty. Rich, I'm gonna kick you, bro. I'm getting tired of you, nigga.
So we are having logistic issues. I know y'all heard about a UN emergency. They were trying to get food out to the street. Now, what y'all seen on TV with these kids and these pictures, no, that wasn't the issue, but there was an issue. We can't even get APS stock into the area. APS stock. We have fucking Air Force stock in Oman, and we're threatening Oman. Like, we're so fucked right now. Y'all really don't know the big picture.
Well,
like, just...
Mind if I interrupt? Sorry, Patty.
Go ahead.
But it's going to be even worse. Excuse my French if I'm using it. We're going to be more fucked once the IRGC gets their hands on those weapons and the Chinese start helping them too. So, yeah. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. But we're going to be more fucked if it further escalates with them getting those nuclear weapons.
You both are right. Like,
I'm not disagreeing with it. So
yeah, we both are actually right. I mean, Patty's right when it comes to this war. Like, honestly, wasting so much money that can be used in other things, and on top of the extra $20 billion in infrastructure loss through the war as well. But aside from that, but also you, Mullen, that this war is actually absolutely necessary. That if we don't intervene, then China's going to be in control of that strait.
Yeah, that's a Cuban Missile Crisis you cannot fix.
Right. So I think it's a necessary inconvenience that we have to sacrifice. Sometimes we have to sacrifice what we want in order to have what's better for us. I mean, at the end of the day, and it's sad. If we think about the drone warfare, people kept asking the U.S. military, why are you using drones in the warfare? You know, it's not necessary. You're going to kill them. Blah, 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 blah. And the answer was simple, is that, well, if we don't use drones, then Russia's going to use drones, and China's going to use drones. So we have to use drones. We don't want to use drones. It's a sad reality, but we have to get to this level.
It's a dog-eat-dog war.
It's a dog-eat-dog, right? So if China were to park a nuclear, machine out there in the Strait of Hormuz, it's just going to become a, end game for all of us at the end of the day. So I think the bigger threat would be this whole end game where if the war were to break out over in the Strait, we all lose.
Well, on the positive side, Americans, hold on, Peter. On the positive side, Americans got the majority of the Iranian people on the inside on their favor. So that's on the positive side. Americans do have the favor of the majority of the Iranians inside. So y'all are ahead of the game, at least over the Chinese, because the Chinese are not that famous inside Iran. They're pretty infamous.
United States are allies. They don't give unusual.
The Iranians inside much prefer the American influence than the Chinese influence. So we're all winning on that side.
Comparison that never happens because China and United States on the unusual weapons. They are allies. They are
no sense what you're talking about.
They are allied together.
That makes no sense. I'm talking about the social fabric.
And the other guy
makes no sense.
You.
If that makes any sense, someone explain to me.
Using you. He's manipulating you by believing you.
Any sense, somebody say something.
China would give them shit. China would give them unusual weapon.
He turned peace into a terrorist force.
Yeah, I don't. It doesn't make any sense.
Secret IRGC cyber security or something, because sometimes I really want.
He's going into all this conspiracy Alex Jones type of shit.
He's definitely.
What conspiracy? President Trump went to China.
یه دفعه یه چیزی میگی یه دفعه یه چیز دیگه میگی اصلا معلومه چی میگی.
بذار بگم چین به ایران نمیده وقتی آمریکا نخواد.
Makes no sense.
این داره یه فرض اشتباه رو میذاره جلو، بعد اون یکی داره از این میسیوز میکنه. من این نمیفهمه.
You just concentrate on your own narrative and leave other people to have their own. It's none of your business.
Yeah, this is gonna hurt you.
That is my country, it's my business.
Yeah, let's listen to the Iranian guy that actually knows what he's talking about, better than Peter.
Peter doesn't understand.
I am talking just this point. Based on the assumption that you have, that is a wrong assumption.
Hold on. Let me finish. It's gonna hurt, right? Your anger towards America is overriding the reality that China don't give a fuck about you or no one. If China controls the strait, we all are fucked. They don't give a fuck about Americans. They don't give a fuck about Iranians, Israelis. They don't give a fuck about nobody. You don't understand. These people are monolithic.
He understands everything.
It's a language barrier.
He understands everything.
Let me land. All right. Listen, you don't understand that in China, they're already ethnically cleansing the minorities. They're saying there's no more ethnic groups. Everyone's going to become Han Chinese. You subscribe to the CCP. Do you want to live that life, man? Do you really want this shit? The CCP controlling birth rates, killing kids. That's crazy, man. It's sick. So at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, the fact that you're in Clubhouse even debating this argument is allowed. Why? Because China don't control this shit. But if they do, your ass will be mute.
Hold up, D. I have another topic to add up on top of this bullshit. What's going on in China and the Middle East? Can you fucking believe it? Like, you know, when Russia had a war with Ukraine, they been depleted with the oil, right? So they had to build a pipeline to China. What did China ask from the Russians? They said, no, we want it in the domestic price. Can you imagine, like, domestic price? Like, the Russians going to build a pipe, while the Chinese are demanding the Russians to sell the gas for the domestic price. The Russians just eventually refused, while in their vulnerable position, like, they needed that money. That's what the Chinese did to their own alliance, the Russians.
Listen, Hamada, with China, there is no such thing as negotiation. There is no partnership, right? At the end of the day, China don't believe in anything that is fair. Their whole philosophy is steal, kill, and copy. That's all that matters. Russia is a tool. And also, the Chinese still hate the Russians for what Stalin did to them back in the, 40s and 50s. The whole Cultural Revolution was from them. So the Chinese really hate the Russians, to be honest with you. At the end of the day, you know, if they control the Strait, if China controls the Strait of Hormuz, it's going to be a shit show, to tell you the truth. It won't even last a few weeks. Everyone's going to die out. Even Chinese are going to die out. They don't even have the intelligence or even the social fabric to control it properly.
Well, they're going to choke out, mind if I interrupt? They're going to choke out majority of the companies y'all probably work for. Because they're going to run up the costs.
Mullen, real quick. We don't have to starve China out. We don't have to defeat China.
No, they will starve you out. You think they're nice people?
No, yeah, the Chinese are fucking ruthless bastards.
They are not
They
bad.
kill everybody that fucking talks bad about their country. They have 10 million Muslim Uyghurs in Xinjiang. I mean, they're making a pick cotton for fucking Nike. It's fucking wild. I mean, they're fucking horrific. And they're the last person we want running the fucking world.
Even the Chinese don't want to live in China.
این ترور داره اینو میگه. China is good.
What the hell? Peter, you Chinese or something, bro?
Peter, do you like
China is not our enemy as much Russia.
Peter, do you like the 10 million Uyghurs in Xinjiang that are being tortured?
I don't know why Bieber, like,
That is their homeland.
Literal fucking chattel slavery going on.
I called his mother in here, BB. Beema's here. She needs to take care of this.
It's not good.
It is China's homeland is their homeland. They are not as good as United States. For sure, United States is lovely, but
as an Iranian, I fully disagree with Peter. You guys can disavow him and find him a legitimate Iranian voice.
They are the second international power.
Peter lives in Germany.
It's best not to get stressed about it.
Who did you say is better than the U.S.?
U.S., Peter?
I said they are not as good as US, but they are the second international.
Peter's
power
actually
to
Afghani.
recognize them.
Peter's from Afghanistan. Don't believe it.
He would be called Afghan, not Afghani.
Oh yeah, he's an Afghan. Well, Afghan is the language.
You're not even an
They usually have some
You
class.
don't deserve to.
I don't believe you're Turk because to a country.
Peter's here to give us the Iranian perspective. So when Peter speaks, know that we're getting the Iranian perspective.
I'm an actually Iranian. Peter's perspective is the reason why I'm afraid for my country's future. So I'm here to protect y'all from this.
So let me ask you, Moen, do you think that so the perspective, so you're saying that it's a split perspective, so my question to you, Moen, do you think that his perspective is more prominent in your country or yours? Because even if yours is the better position,
there's actually another side to this. There's another perspective.
So there's the third side.
Yeah. So there's two dominant sides. There's the pro-American side, and then there's another side that's a very nationalistic, that says Iran has to be independent, but they have no logic because Iran technically cannot be independent without an actual support to develop itself. So hold on. He's basically a minor side. He's a stupid minor.
I promise you, there is nobody else on this planet like-minded me.
I'm not going to ask about... One second, Peter. It's okay, Peter. Moen, my question is not about the correctness of the positions.
I'm splitting them. They split into like three major groups. Sorry.
No, that's okay. So my question though is, one second, Peter. Moen, do you think that Peter's position is the dominant position or the majority of the country, or do you think there's he takes them?
Majority come to even on the Islamic side. There's a splitting side they call the reformists. Those reformists are still what that apply to America. Then China.
I thought it was 80-20.
No. I'm talking about the split within the regime. I'm talking about the split within the regime.
Support and or disavow the
reformists are those
which are different.
There's a majority part, like there's a major
part.
Hold on, be quiet.
You are my enemy.
Quiet, little boy.
You are not here.
So be quiet. So there's a problem there. So there's a split. There's a reformist that would still rather plead to Americans than Chinese or the Russians. That's the thing. So even within the regime, there's a massive fracture where they split to. Yes, there's a part of the regime that would lean towards the Russian and Chinese, and then there's another part of the regime that would lean towards the American side and the Western side, and then there's the absolute revolutionists, such as me. They say completely ruin the whole fucking thing, rebuild the pro-American system.
Absolute revolution is interesting.
So let me ask you a question. Did Trump fuck up by doing this?
No, I think he got too hesitant. He got a little cold feet midway, but I'm thinking he's getting a little hot again, so I'm optimistic.
I don't know.
But in regards to blaming Trump for IRGC being fucked up, that's incorrect. IRGC was fucked up way before Trump existed in the political sense.
You are the reformist. I don't believe you as a revolutionist.
I think Trump fucked up with this. That's my opinion.
Well, you could argue that. You could definitely argue that. But I'm being optimistic to say he got kind of cold feet.
He's not trying to save the Iranian people. That's the problem. He was trying to stop the uranium.
That is the narrative you like to run by, because as a minority in America, it would hurt you very much to sort of have that feeling that he was letting you down, but actually going and supporting the Iranian people across the world. I understand where that's coming from.
This is about America first.
It's actually the operational plans that they use.
No. It's a very typical narrative run by the American blacks. But It's not gonna. It's your country. So either way, it's gonna be in your benefit to have a liberated Iran process. Whether it's like Trump is doing it for us or he's doing it for you, it's gonna benefit both sides. So I think, like, just take.
Hold on, BB. Did you just say American black?
Yes,
I think
she means leftist.
She's a racist.
She said American black.
American black leftist.
You know what? But this is the thing. If it was about the Iranian people, why didn't he use the proper course of action?
This ain't about Iranian people. This is about America first.
So whether he's doing it in one go from the beginning,
I'm not gonna
or he's doing it slowly, it's happening, Patty. It's
Okay,
quite good
so
for both
you
sides.
look at War College, and I need you to look at the Iranian simulation.
Okay, Rambo.
So if we were to ever try to go into Iran to help the people, we would have we would have sent our MEUs, right?
I think it's just
after
good to
MEUs
have
within 80 seconds. I want you to understand, okay? So first you go off with a bombing campaign. After the bombing campaign, you send in MEUs. After you send your MEUs, you send in 80 seconds to secure the area. And then after 80 seconds, that's when you send your ground troops. None of that happened. You know why? Because that was not the course of action chosen. The course of action was to get rid of uranium. That's it. It was nothing extra. Now, along the way, yeah, they got rid of the Ayatollah. But guess what? He just wants somebody to fall in line. That's it. It's not about saving the people.
Why would it hurt you so much?
Thank you. I was
Can we just let Patty finish?
It's amazing how all of us are.
Just 1 second. I just want to finish. Let Patty go. Finish. Thank you, Patty.
It doesn't hurt me at all. The only people that's hurting on here, and I feel bad for y'all, because I do have empathy for the people in Iran, but that's not our course of
100%, you're right, Patty. But listen, no Ryan wants American soldiers stepping into their, career.
Yeah, but
I'm just so glad that Patty said everything that I already said.
But you don't get to decide that. If we're going to war, we decide what the course.
But who are you? Who are you?
I am American. I'm American.
Hold
I'm
on.
Persian.
No, hold on. You guys are right to speak about America. Hold on. Y'all have to respect her.
Like 5 minutes.
No, don't.
Hold on. We're going to let Patty finish, but apparently we are American blacks. That's what we are.
Well, are you American
apparently.
Chinese?
You said we are American blacks, but I'm gonna let Patty finish.
Was that wrong? Are you American Chinese?
No, you
are
said
you
American
Persian?
black.
Are you American?
You made a
American
mistake.
black.
You're addressing
No,
us
I didn't.
incorrectly
I said that very
in any
intentionally.
window.
And why am I not allowed to? Why am I not allowed to say that? Like, what?
Just get it
what
straight. Just
was
say
it
Black
racist?
American, African American. Yes.
Yeah. So
Yes.
what's wrong with that? Is that
It
not
is
the
racist.
case?
Because we know the game.
Why is it racist?
You're playing
If you
games.
call
it's
me a British
racist to
Persian,
describe
would
a
that
group
be
of people.
racist? No. If someone called me a British Persian, would that be racist?
Because we know the innuendo. We don't play the game.
Well,
we know what
that
you're
is
doing.
not how it works.
We know what you're doing. You don't have to beat around the bush.
Because she's saying most African Americans are Democrats.
No, that's not what she said at all.
That's exactly what
That's
she's
not what she
implying.
said at all. You know what she
Progressive
said?
liberals, leftists.
Patty, one mic on Patty. I could have sworn I said one mic on Patty.
It's not intentional.
And you go down. I could have sworn I said one mic on Patty.
She did not have to say that. She could have said Americans would be pissed off, because a lot of Americans.
Oh, Holy Spirit hates her.
A lot of Americans didn't want to go. No, and I'm Muslim, so go ahead and go on.
No, you went in the Matrix.
Well, check
Yeah,
this out.
you believe in the Holy Spirit.
Yeah. I know what you're trying to say, though. But regardless of the fact, all you had to say was Americans would be upset. You said American blacks, because we're not doing what American blacks. It has nothing to do with American blacks. It's Americans. The ones that voted for Trump didn't vote. They voted for no new wars.
Honey, but I do agree with you. Mind if I say something? Who said that
No,
you
you
right
can't say something. Let
You
me
remove
respond,
him.
then you can respond.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's
Sorry.
come back.
That was rude.
No, go ahead. Let him.
mind if I say it? Sorry. So, honestly, doing the right thing isn't always going to be easy. So, I totally understand your perspective about America being involved. But unfortunately, this is a problem that has to be dealt with. Unless you have a better solution how to deal with these lunatics and these religious lunatics. If you do, you let us know, honestly.
Let me tell you what's so fucked up about this whole situation, and y'all don't hear this, right? I have friends that are senior leaders. You know what a lot of them say? Just blow that bitch up out the way.
I 100% agree. I 100% agree with you. As an Iranian,
we can't.
I would love for that to happen.
How long have you been inside Iran? Have you ever been inside
You gotta blow that shit up. Those little cockroaches.
He has never been inside Iran.
You can't do anything with them. You gotta blow. That's the only. So, getting rid of their leader didn't work.
Clear based on
Getting rid of their commanders didn't work. I said blow that bitch up, rebuild the whole thing from scratch.
Patty, have you ever heard of people that are as genocidal against themselves as the fucking Iran?
No, who said you're gonna bomb the city? See, that's the thing.
They don't understand what the fuck they're asking
blow that
for
shit up. Who said blow up the city? Hold on,
for American bombing.
He's just gonna narrate.
You want to bomb your own people, though?
No, they don't bomb the cities. The military bases that we're talking about, the granite. So look, they're granite mountains that they build rocket complexes under them. They're lineages of fucking scientific magnificence.
Bro, you guys have no
the only thing that you started working on those. Mr. Florida, mind if I finish?
We're gonna go, and we're gonna go hard, and we're not gonna regret it.
Mr. Florida. So I hope you understand that those rocket cities under the granite mountains, I don't know if you understand how hard granite is. Those rockets are not penetrating them. And they're gonna constantly build facilities under those granite mountains because you cannot get rid of them. And once they could already do dirty bombs. I don't know if you know, Mr. Florida, what a dirty bomb is. But they already have 450
basically just like a regular
boxes
bomb,
of those low uranium ready to go. Okay? I don't think you understand how jihadi these people are. I don't think you understand that for them, dying is a glory reward.
They are inside your hand.
Becoming an American like yourself is a reward for them, Mr. Florida. Do you understand? So if you end up in Iran, Mr. Florida, your head is a prized position. So I'm trying to protect you from those type of people who are chanting death to that suit that you're wearing.
He is completely false.
I'm done.
He has never been inside Iran. I promise you. If you see the background without knowledge, I promise you, he has never experienced any education system or maturity inside Iran.
So I have a question then. If you want us...
I'm all fussing up Farsi Hafizanam, so you can understand that I speak Farsi. I'm all fussing up
Farsi. It's irrelevant to life experience inside Iran.
Let her speak, goddammit.
So if you want... whoever said that they want us to just blow that shit up...
Specifically what? No, we gotta talk about specific. Beg your pardon. We have to talk about specifically what up? Blowing what?
So the joke is, and it's a joke, and it's a dirty, terrible joke. But they'll be like, a lot of leaders be like, the only way we gonna win this war is we blow that bitch up.
No, come on, don't be ridiculous. Nobody's gonna say drop a nuclear bomb right in the middle of Tehran.
They always say that.
No, come on, Patty, don't be ridiculous.
I have a major right now.
That's insane.
But that's what we say.
No American politician ever said we're gonna drop a nuclear bomb right in the middle of
That was a setup, Patty. Do not say anything else. I don't know who the hell this moment bitch is.
Genocidal Iranian, apparently.
Well, that's how it is.
I'm just talking about war fighters, or that's what they.
And we should ask you how it is, huh? Interesting.
I'll just preface by saying this is all for entertainment purposes only. This is not financial advice.
It's not for research purposes.
I'm sorry, that was kind of funny. B-mode.
Did anybody see the ad that, I guess it was Tehran, of Trump lying in a coffin painted on the side of a building?
Exactly. And those regime members does that, and they are less than 5% of the people. I promise you, on my life, they are less than 5%. That what they are.
Okay, go back to Iran. We'll see if you're right.
Okay. I would go, no problem.
Okay,
First,
go.
I would explode all of them, then I would go.
Okay, go. Test it out. Okay, Mr. Florida, where did I explode and go to Iran? Let's see what happens.
I am telling you about my experienced life inside Iran. They know that better than me, okay? You don't need to approve or reject me. The Americans have their independent assessors for the data. They are less than 5%, they are fully armed, and they cannot do shit. For example, all the information of me and a lot of like-minded are saved inside their system, but they don't have people to go after me. We should let them remain in this position. They should not find people to use those data that is saved inside the governmental computers. We should not let them have peace in Tehran ever again. Tehran with peace has ended for them.
Stop yelling at
Tehran
us.
with peace
Stop yelling at us. Go do it. Okay, your problem, your country.
Hajkolam is finished.
Okay, go do it.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, see you then.
Bye. Go get it.
Bye. Go to Iran and do your mission.
I was waiting for you.
Go, okay. Go do your mission. Stop telling us.
I was waiting for your advice. On this stage.
Yeah, I have a question. So Peter, I'm not on any side of this equation. I'm just saying the reality.
He's in nothing like that.
Another guy in this room came in. Listen. Like another guy in this room came in. He says you have two options: either you go out there and fight, or you run away, right? And when situations become really dire, the best option is to find a safe place to go, right? So we really don't have the room to argue, because the reality is that either America is going to either control the strait or China. And there's no other way around this. It's never going to be one way or the other. So, Peter, we have to just come to the decision of which would you rather choose. Would you rather have America or China? Which,
United States and Iran serve China.
Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy. So, Mr. D, have we all run into the conclusion that this man is insane?
I choose Xi Jinping over Moin as a more Iranian royal.
Okay.
I choose the president of China over.
Did you eat already or no?
Yeah, but listen.
Are you eating grumpy?
فهمیدی چی گفتم؟ یه اون به فاجعه رو گفتم رئیس جمهور چین رو به تو ترجیح میدم تو منافع ایران.
That's stupid.
Without the argument.
تو منافع ایران رئیس جمهور چین رو اصلا
I promise you I will mute. Just let me.
Yes.
One mic.
Mute very soon.
BB, can you translate what Peter's saying in this terrorist language?
No, I don't understand.
We can do that after, but let me finish.
Fuck you. Let him finish. Let D finish.
Just really quick. Okay, so you said China, right?
They've been like this all night, Beaver. They've been tweeting all night, bro. Not even night, all morning.
Man, it's night for me. It's crazy. All right.
Are you pro-regime?
Hold on, BB. Let me finish. So Peter, you're saying that you choose Xi Jinping, right? I can respect your decision that's your decision, right? So Xi Jinping, you're saying that you BB. Damn, we're trying with you, man, and you don't have room to talk. All right, come on, Peter, wait. So you say Xi Jinping, right? All right. So Xi Jinping representing China, right? Representing the Communist Party. That also represents the ideology that your freedom is honestly what is basically nothing to them, right? America, where you have at least freedom, you can practice your religion, right? You can speak your language, you can have your identity. That's what you're saying. You rather choose China. Why do you choose China over America?
No, he's saying he chooses the leader of China over the Ayatollah. Let me clarify my position. He asked me a question. Okay.
All right, so Peter, please go ahead.
I'm here pro-America. Nobody's listening to me.
He asked Peter. If your name's not Peter, you shut the fuck up.
What if our name is Peter in real life? He asked me a question. Let me answer. First things first. First, United States, as the police of the whole world, I believe that I am an Iranian, and I love both Iran and United States distinctly from others. Distinctly. But when it comes to the third choice, it is China undeniably. Also, Americans also approve that. China over Moin. This is the point. I believe China, United States and Iran are different. China is distinctly after that. Okay? But I still prefer China over Iranian reformists. Iranian reformists
I've never been a reformist.
Iranian reformists is my
never been a reformist.
enemy.
He's
All right, Peter, you're saying that you rather choose China because you'd rather not see a regime change in Iran. Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to.
No, I want to see the regime change. These reformists is the barrier in front. They live in the West. They show you their lifestyle, but when they go to Iran, they cannot do shit like they do here. But they defend Mullah. They know the whole situation. They know.
So, D, you were asking him a binary, USA or China, and he keeps saying China over.
USA over China. USA over China.
I understand.
Okay.
Which side, yeah.
I speak your language. I come to your stage. I don't recognize China even.
Okay.
In comparison to you.
Okay. So that's what the argument is all about. The war with the Strait of Hormuz is not about trying to attack Iranians or create a genocide. That's not what the purpose of the war is about. The war is really to deter China from becoming a bigger threat to the world, because we believe in our freedoms, our liberty, religion, race, creed, art, creativity, right? That's our ideology. That's what makes us human, right? So if China gets in control of the Strait, which they are actively have been doing for years, trying to get this control of the Strait, and other administrations have not been intervening. That is the reason why we are in the war in the first place. It's to stop China from the spread of communism and a global power where everyone is underneath the Han Chinese and we're in a slave state. Simple as that.
What evidence
So
do we have for
I
that?
understand your feelings, Peter, and I understand.
My problem is Mullah.
China's been trying to control the Strait of
I
Hormuz.
empathize with you because I can empathize with you because yes, true indeed, America is fucked up in many ways when it comes to the war. It's not fair. Like every other country, it's not fair. I can't name one country on this planet who's right, just, and moral. Everyone's fucked up. If you give the power to Venezuela, they're gonna be fucked up too. Japan, they're gonna be fucked up too. Everybody's fucked up. But you gotta choose. At the current state, the way the world is looking right now, I'd rather choose America over China, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I know America's fucked up, but I'd rather be in the States, man. I like my freedom.
When did China try to get hold of the Strait of Hormuz?
How are they getting installed of the
years.
Hold on. It all started with BRICS, and they were
It all started when you lost your mother. No love for yourself, no respect for another.
And with the blockade of the U.S. petrodollar, they wanted to replace the U.S. petrodollar with the yuan to trade it for oil in the Strait of Hormuz. At that point, if Iran trades yuan, then that means the United States dollar is going to collapse, and then they wouldn't want to make a world where the United States would have to buy yuan in order to get oil. Simple as that.
Yeah, that's. They've
Not
never
correct.
About this strategic influence, linked towards United States, undoubtedly. Since I called you the police of the world, you deserve to police.
Okay, what facts, data, or statistics do you have to prove that I am not correct?
Yeah, D, you're not correct.
They're all this whole shit cake.
Kick Ali down. I think he's had enough stage time on this thing.
The thing here is the reason. If United States worry about Iran not doing business in dollars and only doing in yuan and the other currencies, they wouldn't have sanctioned Iran for 45 years. Do you get it? Like when you sanction a country, it's very obvious that they are not going to do business in dollars, right? So you cannot sanction a country and be worried about the petrodollar not being in circulation in that country.
So there's a paradox here. Do you get it?
Ali, the paradox is that the United States and Iran. And I'm responding to you. The paradox is that you believe that everything has to be fair, and that the United States is supposed to be best friends with Iran. This is a dog-eat-dog world, right? This is a dog-eat-dog world, right? Ideologically and spiritually, we are two different people, two different countries. We represent two different things. We are not friends. We can work together on paper, but we're not friends, right? So when it comes to the tariffs, those tariffs are rightfully deserved, rightfully so. If it was the other way around and Iran was on top, they would have no problem with tariffing America. We know the game.
I don't expect any friendship and shit, okay? I'm just telling you that if United States so worry about petrodollar not being in circulation in Iran, so they wouldn't have sanctioned the country. Like, I just give you the hint to go and study, you know? That's it.
Very nice.
You've been doing this for months.
You gave Federal Reserve a hint.
You read up from the script. It's very cute, but it's time to move on.
Very smart of
me. It's time for your mentorship over Federal Reserve.
Federal Reserve, Florida. Why do you think that D is not correct? Florida also gave your own.
You can beat them.
So what you're saying, Ali, is that the United States is worried about Iran, so we make a tariff upon Iran to protect the petrodollar. That's what you're saying, and that's where I'm wrong.
Holy
shit. So you're saying that what I said about China getting control and China spreading, that's incorrect because America is more trying to protect the petrodollar by making tariffs on Iran. So that's what you're saying. I'm trying to make an understanding here.
Has the Strait of Hormuz been open or not open for like mostly free enterprise over the course of the last 10 years already?
The Strait of Hormuz was never open. It was never free.
Oh, it was never open?
No, it was always controlled by IRGC that chanted death to America.
Listen to me. When I say open, listen. Technically, on that standpoint, yes. But what I mean by open is that open as in free-flowing traffic with no problem at all. Anyone can go in and get as much oil as they want. It's not open in that sense. There's always going to be a restriction. There's always going to be a fee.
Mind if I say something?
Was there a fee? What was the fee before the war kicked up?
Google it up. Google it up. Iran's getting paid somehow. Iran is getting paid. Iran is getting profit. Google it. I'm not ChatGPT.
No. You said there was a fee, as if there was some sort of like a toll pass cost.
I didn't say there was a toll pass. I said that nothing is free. Like you can just.
You're just looking for a way to backtrack because you know you're fucking.
Oh well, no, hold on. Can I say something? So it was having repercussions. No, so it was having indirect impact. So it was causing indirect damage. So what was happening is that Strait of Hormuz was used basically for shipping a lot of terrorist weapons to Oman, Yemen mostly. It was used to ship a lot of what's it called? They're called a ghost fleet. You know what the ghost fleet is in Florida? It's illegal oil, basically, that gets traded up for goods, weapons, and all that stuff that gets shipped to terrorists all around the world.
Illegal according to who?
Say that
illegal according to who?
Illegal because it's being used to buy weapons.
So that makes the oil illegal.
According to who?
According to the world, for a regime that chants to death, America is not allowed to have weapons. Yeah, you guys are you're advocating that you want a regime that chants death to America to have weapons?
No, I'm just asking you to be arguing.
Is that what you're defending? I'm just asking you that.
I'm just looking for like facts to support your arguments. Okay. It sounds like you guys are just fucking conflating and making a lot of.
Ask me a question. No, answer me.
I'm good. You guys are making up too much bullshit.
All right. If you want to, I don't have a way to start. If you want to talk about the proxy.
Hold on. I want to get something right. So Florida, you're telling me that they're just spreading a bunch of lies on this stage?
Yeah, exactly.
I think they're just a bunch of dumbasses.
Exactly. I do say the same thing.
Shut your fucking mouth, Ali, you fucking motherfucker.
He's calling Ali the dumbass.
Hold on, let me speak. What the guy is talking about, what's his name? Moin, talking about ghost fleet, same as the Russians. You know, when the tankers, the Ghost Fleet, you know, they're shipping back to Iran or India or China. The same as like the Iranians are shipping their Ghost Fleets like with weapons and oil to Yemen. That's what he's talking about.
No, he's saying bullshit. Like when it comes
And
to
at the same time, he wants to play smartest. He's the dumbest, but the smartest.
When it comes to selling weapons,
Adopt yourself with the scenario.
America itself sells weapons.
Still cut each other off. It's crazy.
When it comes to selling
Each other,
products,
there is no each other.
when it comes to selling products, every country sells products. So Iran does the same thing, America does the same thing, China does, Russia does, Germany does, everybody does, okay? Selling products is very normal, but when you sanction a country, it's very normal that there is no business between you and that country because of the sanctions you exposed, okay? You imposed. That's it, that's the reason. But yeah, when it comes to selling weapons, everybody knows that America...
So why did you take over the American embassy and hold them hostage? So who started that?
Y'all really don't.
So okay, I don't want to use that type of words. Y'all make your own judgment.
There's a history behind it. We already talked about this 100 times in this room. Okay, everybody.
People are smart. Don't make their own judgment.
No. Like ask Florida. Ask.
Yeah, you took their people hostage, and you're wondering why you're being sanctioned.
Everybody knows.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah, you chant death to America. You burn their flag. You wonder why you're being sanctioned.
I don't remember.
Yeah. You don't remember burning American flags in the middle of Iran?
I don't remember myself.
Oh, okay. No, I can show you images. People can search it up.
No.
Okay, it's okay. You can work on your memory.
I don't remember myself.
Okay. But I've seen it. Yeah. People above you have done it.
Say that.
Well, here is the problem that the Iranians face when you have that kind of stance. Let me help you there, sir. So, if the United States of America wasn't trying to use its standard around the world for every other leader of their ancient countries to follow, America wouldn't be in this war. And then on top of that, the Israeli lobby has co-opted our government to send our children to war for them. Because I don't see any Israeli IDF troops out there chasing Hamas. I don't see it, right? They report everything else to influence and bias the view of the American people, but they're not showing the IDF soldiers out there today that are doing the job of Israel, right? But it's called a U.S.-Israel war. Our country has got fucked over by Israel, and the sooner with them, the better off. I'm done speaking.
Yeah, talk. I'm putting a video in the chat. Please make sure that you are watching it. You know, this elaborate.
Yeah, Mr. Ali is asking you Americans why America is sanctioning Iran after holding their people hostage, chanting death to America, supporting proxy groups to kill Americans, bomb American barracks, put American soldiers in danger, killed 13 American soldiers. Ali, you know Iran 13 American soldiers right now, Mr. Doug?
Oh,
but we also know why.
Well,
that was part of their pillar.
Well, they deserve to be sanctioned.
And then another thing that we did as America is what we did was take a lot of those soldiers off those bases and move them into apartments. Did you know that?
Yeah, but
within the cities of these GCC countries.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you want to say it was okay for them to hold your people hostage?
No,
it was okay to bomb. No. Yeah, it was okay to bomb your barracks and kill American soldiers and Navy members.
Crisis, we know why the Iran hostage crisis came into play. I don't know.
Those Americans, the embassy staff are peaceful people. They were just sitting in their place. A bunch of jihadis decided to rush their walls, like a bunch of thieves and thugs.
So Mullen, one of the things you have to recognize what ends up happening here is with people like Florida and Patty, they'll sit here and despair that you guys are a bunch of idiots, you know, or just talking about that you're from authority. Like, when you make a statement like, hey, this has nothing to do with the RGC, we're going to take somebody from their brass from the RGC and appoint them to be our puppet, and we're going to control the Strait of Hormuz to force them into this. And then somebody like Madison sits there and gives you X's the entire time and thumbs rolling eyes. But then a minute later, Patty comes off mic and says the thing that you just said verbatim and she gives her hearts and laughing emojis and smiling, and you realize that, wait a minute, they're not actually fucking talking about us. They're talking about the ideology that we hold to, the ideal that we trust in Trump or the American fucking government, or that, you know, we're actually going to do this shit. And because we're on the wrong political fucking side, they want to excoriate you and fucking just talk down and be like, nobody should listen to these idiots. And then they literally reiterate exactly what you say.
So that's not true.
That's exactly what you did earlier, Patty.
That's not true.
No, you did. You said exactly what I said.
All right, literary small.
Verbatim.
So the only reason why I don't feel like we should go to a war in Iran is because you guys got 95 million bodies. Throw them at the fucking country. Leave us the fuck alone. We don't want our fucking kids in those fucking wars. You ain't been outside. Why don't you go fucking deploy? Go fucking enlist. The military.
Aren't you a secretary?
Okay, never mind.
I didn't know you were in the red zone. Sorry.
Actually, if you
bitch, I've been deployed.
She's
6
not
times.
necessarily wrong either.
Patty, if you pay attention, I sent you a video, Patty. You're gonna understand that Israelis really want you to they want to push you to war so bad. They want American soldier to be dead. I just sent you the video. I also sent the video to the.
By the way, Ali still doesn't mean. Hold on. Hold on. I need to make a statement before y'all continue. And none of y'all, not even none of y'all, bro. Bruh, I'm tired of y'all saying all this bullshit. Ain't none of y'all the life of the room shit, bruh. Cut all that shit out, bruh. Y'all gonna put some respect on my nigga Beaver name and respect on this fucking Trump house. If y'all don't want to be in here, get the fuck out. We don't need you in this bitch. Fuck wrong with y'all, bro. Put some respect on my nigga name and put some respect on this house. That's it.
Yeah, sure.
I agree. Patty is right. I can understand where she's coming from. She's not wrong. So to go against and argue with her is kind of pointless because she's right. The war is pointless. Many people are dying, wasted of money, the economy getting hurt by it. Honestly, it's heartbreaking. I have a little brother who, we all have family who are boys who are going to possibly be deployed if there's a draft. Hopefully they won't be. But I can also understand the other side of the argument where this war is an absolute necessity. We cannot not go to war. Because, again, we talked about it earlier. If we don't do this, China's going to do it. They're going to control it.
No, China.
Right? We don't build drones. Someone else is going to do it. And that's the reason why the war. You don't have to like me. You can hate what I say. But this is the reasoning behind why it's happened.
You're getting away. I think the part that you're getting away from is that prior to October 7th, right? Let's just go to October 6th or October 2nd, right? America had no conflict with Iran, right? But Israel, however, had a plan to decimate Palestinians, right?
Beg your pardon, America had no problem, but the Iranians had problems with the Americans.
Hold on. No, sir, right? America had no problems with Iran.
Agreed.
The deal was already set in place. Hold on. See, you don't have to ad-lib. I don't need your sound bites while I'm talking, sir. Respectfully, thank you.
Gotcha.
Because I'm very brief with my statements. I don't cut anybody off. I can listen to a conversation. But there was no problem with America October 2nd, right? America and Iran had already had a deal. Obama put it in place. You didn't hear Joe Biden say anything about Iran except for the propaganda that they needed the American people to hear about. Oh, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon, right? All of this was the fodder, right? That's leading up to Israel and America war. Don't forget that. It's not just America. It's U.S. and Israel. How did it become U.S. and Israel? Doesn't Israel have a military? Why can't they fight their own battles? Why are they using the American military might to fight their wars? America didn't fight any war for any country unless they benefited. America gets no benefits out of this. This is how our government is co-opted, right? The decisions that are being made in this country are not by our government. It is by Israel and the Israeli lobby. That's what's happening. Y'all can skip around this and dance around this shit. I'm not going to go for it, right? I'm not going to go for the propaganda from these weak-ass media stations that a lot of people are getting their information from that try to paint the picture as if Israel is safe. And I'm gonna land with this. You ask any Israeli, are there bad Israeli? Are there bad Jews? I swear to God to you, they'll either kick you out of the room, bounce you down, and they'll never say that there are bad Jews. I'm done.
Yeah, they only suck your money, suck your tax money. So, and China is not going to do any war because it's what they do for thousands of years. Okay, they're gonna stay in their country and invest on the middle class, then invest on technology. That's it. You have to do the same thing. Have a good day.
I like to respond.
China doesn't need to go to war with anybody for no reason. What are you guys talking about?
I like to respond
America's
to
America's the only country that profits off of war. We're the only ones. We're the only country that needs a war for us to sustain either power or position. We're the only country that has to do that. China ain't running around the world doing shit. Russia's not running around the world. Russia's not running around the world, not causing
the Philippines
in Ukraine.
Ukraine, yeah.
Hold on, Ukraine is Russia. Hold on. See, you don't know history. All of those countries, Crimea, Ukraine.
They don't sell munitions to Russia.
Excuse me, sir. The Soviet. If you don't know what the USSR is, you should be quiet.
All right, so
hold on. Let me ask you a question. One second, guys. Did you hear about? Just one question, and then you go ahead. Did you hear about the Chinese?
I'll let you go ahead, I just have a question for Doug, because Doug brought up a good point, Israel. I like that debate. It's really necessary because, number one, I'm starting to see a lot of Americans switching flag to Israel because now it's popular. And when Donald Trump leaves office and Israel is no longer relevant, Israel is going to not be talked about. I can agree to that. Now, on the topic when it comes to China, yes, China is involved with a lot of corruption. Look at what's happening in Africa. And you're black, though. I want you to understand that Chinese people do not like black people. They really hate them. They have China dolls on. Listen, black people little black monkeys. Listen, you said that you can listen to someone speak, but you're not doing so. Be the man that you say that you are.
A monkey?
All right.
No, I said the Chinese call black people little black monkeys. They actually have a word in Mandarin for it.
Kitty, chill, relax.
Yeah.
Right. So do your research on China. Right. They don't like nobody. I'm not saying just black people. They don't like anyone who's not Han Chinese. Look up what's happening in China on Weibo. You see Chinese people playing around dolls of babies, beating them on the ground, doing horrible stuff to it. They call it the Natasha doll. Right. Again. China kicking out Africans in the streets, blaming them for COVID-19. Sit in the streets. Do you think they love black people? No. China killing Uyghurs in the camps. Can you justify that? No. China kicking out little girls, killing babies in the one-child policy. Can you justify that? No. So we can't play that game and act as if China's a saint, all because you're listening to the YouTube videos that continue to talk about the bad things America do only. Every country is not shit. America ain't shit. China ain't shit. We gotta pick and choose which is the least not shit country to choose. And I choose America. Why? Because they guarantee freedom. But everybody, I'm gonna be honest with you, listen. At least we got freedom. At least we can have a religion. I can go to church. I can protest the government. I can disagree. Right? In China, you can't do that shit. You ask them, if you go to China right now, there are Taiwanese people in China who are being captured, put in cages, man. You can disagree with the government one time, your ass is getting chopped. I want to hear that shit.
Okay, but you're nobody's sitting up here.
No, bro. You gotta give me a chance to speak too, right? And then I'll land, and then you can speak. China also, they are actually a country that is like, they're against Christians. They're burning the Christian churches, and there's no religion other than the Buddha and atheists in China. That's one thing. Another thing also, there is have you ever heard of the China debt trap? Trap in what should we call it? The country Tanzania, yeah, and Kenya too. Same thing. What they do, they build a port for you, and if you can't pay it back, they take over for 50 years. That's what China is doing.
Okay, we know that, right? So you're not saying anything that's not known, right? What we know about China, right? America does it. Russia to do that, but these countries are taking the European model and they're spreading it in their region, right? The region of the world where America has benefited for over 80 years, right? That's what they're doing. They're finally telling America, saying, listen, man, y'all been running around over here fucking up this money over here, and we should be getting it. This is what the war is about, right? Not the war in Iran. This is what the war, this economic war, these tariffs and all this other shit. America has to sustain this position. And if America doesn't do these things, America will not survive. Neither will we, right? We live off of the exploitation of other countries. That's how we get to do all this shit that we do over here. Had it not been for America and its tyranny, we would not survive here. We would not survive here. And these countries understand that now. That's why the first war began with this economic war. Russia annexing Crimea, Russia invading Ukraine. These are all the proxy countries to America that are too close to its borders. Russia took them back. Period. That's what the fuck happened. And last thing I'm gonna say is this: you can continue to spew this liberal rhetoric or whatever they call that shit, conservative, liberal. I don't know where y'all get this false notion that this world is built on Disney. It's not. There are countries that exist that are ancient, that know how America developed, that know how America got its power. Y'all only position is coming from the lens of American ideals and American standards. That's why you think the way that you think now. And it's wrong. America can't dictate to the world how it should be. And I'm done speaking.
One mic on my wing.
Alright, appreciate it. So, Thug, I don't know. The reason why America is so great is because it was able to enforce the world from being all fucked up. It's the only nation in the world where it can actually influence other countries into being correct on the right path. We can talk Japan, we can talk Germany, we can talk a lot of countries. We can talk South Korea. And you remember West Germany versus East Germany. Guess where people wanted to be? On the American side. If you think being passive is going to keep America great, I don't know about that. If you can come up with a scenario where by being passive, you're going to keep America great, you let me know.
Okay.
Because you want the best of both worlds. Not do a damn thing and still be powerful. I'm not sure if it works that way.
I don't know where you get that passive from. I don't know where you just created that.
Yeah, because you don't want to be involved in Iran. That's where I got it from. You let me know if I got it wrong.
Okay, so tell me this. Here's a question for you. Tell me which country.
You're asking a question about a question.
Hold on.
That's not how it works.
Hold on a second.
Yeah,
no, I'm not. Your position is irrelevant. It's truly irrelevant. All this because I didn't say any of that about being passive. I said we exist in this. We get to do the things that we do because of America's tyranny. Keep going. This is my country. Keep going. Keep doing what you got to do. My whole point is to say that you can't tell other countries how to be. Who is the country on earth that keeps America foot to the fire about its treatment of its black American citizens? Getting shot unarmed. Decade after decade after
Bro,
decade.
That's an internal issue. That has nothing to do with geopolitics.
Who keeps them honest? Who keeps them honest?
That's America's business. We're talking geopolitics.
How come Iranians internal, not Iranian internal issue? Why do you have double standards?
No. Iranian internal issue is death to America.
Look at China. How
Iran's issue is death to America. That's not an internal issue now. That's an internal issue being exported. America is not exporting their black crimes and persecution of black people and all that outside. That's an inside problem caused by politicians that are corrupt. That has to be done inside of America. What Iran is exporting is death to America.
No. But America also.
Well, I don't know.
Y'all just said a lot of black shit.
I'm a black American myself. Hold on.
Said black crimes. We're importing.
Well, that's what Thug is. No. Nobody's saying exporting. I'm talking about, Thug is talking about comparing terrorism that's being exported out of Iran into into internal conflict of the black community. That's complete. Yeah, of course. That's
crimes are being exported, and you're
that's what he's comparing. Boy, you're misinterpreting what I'm saying.
No, you're bullshitting, boy. Like,
no, I'm not bullshitting. That's not how you talk. If you wanna use proper English,
you guys
go ahead.
Hear the perspective from a black American.
Okay, that's the end of your vocabulary. I totally understand.
Let me hold on, relax. I got it. So Thug, as a black American man myself, I from Gary, Indiana, who also has a grandmother who's a Jackson as well, and a Smith family background, black as you can ever be, black and you can ever think about. Listen, when it comes to the black issue in America, that is our war to fight. We fight that. We grant that freedom ourselves. No other country gets into this peace but us, right? MLK, Malcolm X, Ed Medgar Evers. All of our historical leaders have fought this war within our country itself, to give us what we want. No country can do it for us, and we cannot expect other countries to do it for us either. Now, with the domestic issues that happen in China, with domestic issues that happen in Pakistan and other parts of the world, do other countries intervene? No. America only intervenes when it benefits them. Other countries do not intervene in other countries' affairs. When shit happens in Brazil, do you see Argentina or Mexico say shit? No. So we should not expect other countries to come in and then, back up black American people like us, because we can't expect that. We don't do the same
this
thing
is
to them.
not a black conversation, yo. What the fuck are you talking about?
This
I'm
is
trying
not
to be understanding.
me and Thug argue all the time, but y'all motherfuckers, what's not gonna happen? Y'all not gonna be saying no black this, black that. I'll tell you that.
This shit is fucking crazy, yo. This ain't no black shit, yo.
You brought it up.
You were the one who brought it up.
They started this black shit. When they
no, you gotta listen to what Thug said.
You know what? I think BB started this whole thing. BB, she got the whole American black thing. So she got it.
American black.
Before Thug came in this room, I think BB started this whole issue. But all right, moving on.
BB said black Americans. That was her exact quote. Black Americans.
She said American blacks.
Yes, the American
blacks.
When it's Americans, we all American.
Right.
Americans don't want to fight your fucking war. You know that, right?
We'll move on.
We don't give a fuck about what's going on over there. We feel bad people are dying, but we want to fucking sip our tea, just like the Western Persians do. We want to fucking go to the beach. We want to go shopping. We want to buy our eggs at less than $10. We don't give a fuck.
Hold on. I want to second that and say we really don't give a fuck. I could care less. Y'all could kiss my ass if it was up to me.
So here is the thing, you guys are right. This is an internal American issue, as it is the internal Iranian issue, and so this was what we were exactly talking about 1 month ago, last week, that Iranians came here to say that you should bring democracy to Iran, but you understand that it's an internal issue. And what America should do is something like China. They shouldn't spend $1 to $2 billion each day for war, and they should invest it on their own middle class to have a progress.
You let Americans decide, Ali. Don't worry about what they do.
Yeah, you don't.
And let me tell you something about them American blacks. They make up 20% of the goddamn military. So our black ass will be out there fucking doing the thing that you won't do.
Yeah, Moin, did you hear that?
Yeah, as an American, I did.
I'm not going to respond to that. Ali, already. So Ali, what you're trying to say is that China is doing the morally just thing by investing in other countries, and America is the big bad devil that's blowing up other countries, is what you're saying, right?
No, I say that China is focused on its own population. They invest on their own middle class instead of raging wars, and they benefit out of it. Instead, your government goes and wastes money for wars that only reduces American reputation, that people are not interested anymore to do business with you guys. That's it. So
okay, so do you ever read hold on, Hamada, be quiet for a second. Just let me talk. Ali, or thank you. Ali, when you look at the Chinese, have you ever watched Chinese news? Do you speak Chinese? Have you ever lived in China?
No, I never lived in China.
No, you didn't. Okay, so that makes a lot of sense of what you're saying. So,
what about
back to the table? Listen. As someone who has lived and speak Chinese, I can tell you factually that your image of China
is what you see from the CCP propaganda that you watch on CGTN. The reality on the ground in Beijing is that they are investing Chinese soldiers going into Russia, fighting Ukraine, right? Chinese soldiers negotiated with North Korea to bring in soldiers to fight Ukraine. Chinese investors going into Africa, making shady, nasty deals with corrupt African leaders, taking their rights, land, resources, racism all throughout Africa from Chinese CEOs who are actually whipping African people in their freaking companies. And you're saying that China only focuses domestically? You sound like a CCP propagandist.
100% is pro-Iranian regime too.
Yeah, you sound like a person that watches CCTV news every day and have this glossy image that Chinese people, or I don't, maybe it could be an Asian thing. Maybe you think that Asian people are just somehow just morally great. Everyone's drinking tea, you know, studying and writing kanji. You know, that's your image. In reality, listen, the reality of China is that they are just as much of a dog, ready to fight, ready to do anything necessary as America. The only reason why China does not drop bombs is because they can.
They can't. No, because they don't have to. They don't have to. No, they don't have to. China's position.
Hold on. Let me finish, and then you can speak. How about China, Iran actually? Why are they interfering into Lebanon, Iraq? Like, you know, are you telling me, like, you know, you're all like peaceful people, like, you know, you're all bubbly and happy and
Timothy, can I get in?
No, I'm not talking about bubbling and happy and stuff. You know, when America enters rage wars in the region, you're gonna expect some destabilization in the region. That's it. Like, America starts all these wars in the Middle East, and these are the consequences. So every country, you know, just tries to defend itself. And just try to have a bird eye view and look at the matter. Like, look at the last 200 years. Like, name me number of wars Chinese people have waged. And they've been
Ali, let me respond to Ali, and I will set my mic. And then I'll let Kitty go next. So I'll respond to Ali, then I'll let Kitty go next.
Hold on.
All right, so Ali has
Hold on. Nah, that don't read. You can go after Kitty.
Oh, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. So, yeah, to build on what Dee's talking about, the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, China funded and built that one. In 2018, an investigation reported data transfers to servers in Shanghai at night. Also, they published that there was microphones in the building. China denied it. The AU tried to publicly downplay it. But yeah, so they went into Ethiopia and they were like, hey, let's build this big giant building and we're going to do something really nice for you. And then 2018, they had a janitor that came in the middle of the night and he found the servers were on. And he's like, why are the servers on? So then he reported it and they found out that they were kicking on the servers and downloading all the information from the bugs all over the entire building in like desks, chairs, walls, all this kind of shit, where they were secretly monitoring the entire facility and then uploading all the information to Shanghai and then eventually getting it to Beijing. But yeah, so I mean, and then they had to come in and I think it was a company from Finland or Sweden had to come in and like replace all the servers and they had to debug the entire facility. So yeah, I mean, you know, the Belt and Roads Initiative and all this kind of shit. I mean, if we don't stop China right now, we're all going to be speaking fucking Mandarin. We're all going to be subjugated under them. They're all going to have, you know, social credit scores. And every time you jaywalk, they're going to drive down your social credit score like a credit score. And then every time that you say criticize somebody like Xi Jinping or the new leader who comes after him, they'll take you and they'll put you in fucking jail. And then they'll bring you out back like they do with their own citizens, and they'll shoot you in the back of the head while they line all of you up. So good luck. Good luck.
Again,
That's a great fear-mongering. That's a great fear-mongering tactic. That's a great fear-mongering.
This is why we destabilized Hong Kong when President Liam tried to put forth an extradition bill in Hong Kong over the man and woman who were engaged and went to Taipei, Taiwan. He shoved her off a fucking ledge. Then he comes back and everybody's like, "Where's your fiance? How's the baby?" And he's like, "Oh, she stayed in Taiwan." And then they go and find her dead body. And then they say, "Well, we need to prosecute him." They say, "Well, we can't do that because he killed her in Taiwan." Then they say, "You know what? We'll get an extradition bill." And then the guy who ran a anti-communist bookstore for 35 years in Kowloon ended up disappearing, and 2 weeks later shows up in Beijing reading in Mandarin, saying how he hopes and wishes and prays that Hong Kong and Kowloon and Chinyi and Olympia Park and all these areas will return back to the rightful country of mainland China and the Chinese Communist Party. A guy who ran an anti-communist bookstore for 35 years in Kowloon, which I personally knew, fucking disappeared and then ended up in Beijing 2 weeks later. It's fucking crazy. This is why we destabilized Hong Kong and caused all the riots of 25% of the population of 8 million to go out and riot and protest and fucking burn the place down. And China eventually just fucking forced their way in with fucking police and they took over.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to happen.
They're going to take South China to see the Philippines.
I yielded to several people.
Hold on. Timothy, you have to listen to the mod. The mod said Kitty, then me, and then Thug.
That is true.
Right? Yeah. So let's see. Ali asked me a question. Ali says, when has China ever waged a war in the last 200 years? I will answer that. The wars that China wages.
Name the countries.
Is you said name the countries?
Yeah, name the
There's
countries.
several countries. You can chat GPT, but I will name you a couple of wars that did happen. Ali, let me speak. Hold on. Let me speak. Listen, Ali, could you ask a legitimate question? Because I would respect your argument more if you can disagree with America without glazing China.
Okay,
but you can't do that. You cannot do that. So I have to talk to you like this because you're the kind of person that cannot admit anything wrong with China because you disagree with America. So I'm trying to question your side. So let me speak. Wait. So the war that China wages against people, I've already named it once.
Yeah.
Again, the war against Ali.
Dude, wait.
What? Dude. Okay.
You got to tell them what countries China waged war against. That's what we're waiting for.
They haven't waged a war.
Alright, this what I'm gonna do. Y'all ain't say shit for the last 30 seconds, so now I'm about to pass the mic to Thug. D, you can go grab the mic after Thug.
Appreciate you. Thanks. So, listen, I don't think anybody denies the role that China plays in the world with its conduct, right? They didn't go into African countries with military troops on the ground, kick their leaders' ass, take over their resources, and tell them to start speaking Mandarin. They never did that. Now, can you say China is doing shady deals and mistreating their whatever? Okay, you're right. Facts. Nobody's arguing that. You keep creating these false narratives about how we think about China. Nobody's giving you any attention to it because we don't disagree. But what what it looks like the consensus is when it comes to America does things that it doesn't have to, right? America doesn't have to get into a conflict with Iran. America doesn't have to tell Iranians how they should live. These people are older than 1776. All right, let's get technical. The Iranians who are truly 100% Persian by history. How are you going to sit up here and tell the people who have our ancient history how to live their lives, what they should do, how they should conform to the standards of what this newly created government of the United States of America wants to dictate? It's asinine. We are going to continue to have enemies. People are going to continue to plot against America's demise. We're going to always be unsafe whenever we travel outside of these borders because of the standards that America tries to enforce upon the world. And I'm done speaking.
Thug, you just named everything that America does that China has also done. That every country does the exact same thing. The only difference, again, and I'm not. But you didn't let me finish. And I agree with what you're saying, right? I agree with what you're saying. America did a lot of fucked up stuff. But what you're talking about is that every country is basically going to do the same thing or has done the same thing. The only difference is that America can do those things. There's no righteous country. And you're right. True indeed, Iran has been around longer than America. And you're right. True indeed, America has done a lot of fucked up shit. But what country is righteous? What country, if another country is going to be the world leader, who do you think it should be?
Liberia. Liberia should be the world leaders. Liberia should be the world leaders.
Why Liberia?
Liberia should be the world leaders. The same reason why they arrested and locked up Charles Taylor, right? They took the Liberian president out of government, locked him up in the ICC because he wanted to stand up to America. Right now, Bob Johnson, right, the founder and former owner of BET, invested in resorts in Liberia. He's trying to get black Americans to invest in Liberia so that we can slowly get into the politics of this country, raise our children there, and hopefully form a military that we can stand independent in this world. That's what this whole idea is. But you mentioned that in this room, with these ideologies that I'm hearing y'all spew out here, that's a dumb idea. You would think that is a dumb idea. The last thing I'm going to say is this. I know my ancestors left behind a blueprint. And that blueprint tells me that even though I'm not going to be alive to see the progress or the goals that we're trying to reach as black people that have survived this treacherous nation called the United States of America, I'm always supposed to be lock in step with creating the environment or creating the conditions for the next generation of black Americans that's coming behind me. That's my job. All this other bullshit you talking about, black Americans from Indiana and all this other bullshit, you care more about matching China's atrocities that they've done in the world with America's atrocities more than trying to solidify the position for you to get some money to pass down to your lineage. I'm done speaking.
Hey, D, do you mind just reading the chat for me, buddy? Thank you.
Yeah. Let me touch it a little bit. Can Totem Pole get in and touch it a
I'm going
little
to
bit?
respond to Thug because Thug, he said a lot of stuff.
All right.
I'm
gonna let D. We gonna let D go. After D go, Totem Pole, you can go.
All right, can I go?
You can go after Totem.
Okay, cool.
All right. But I respect Thug a lot because I hear the passion in his voice when it comes to his heart towards the next generation of African Americans, our people. I understand that. I feel that. I'm with you on that 100%. My mindset is not that different from yours. It's just the practicality of it happening. I'm more worried about if another nation were to rise up. All that we worked for and built to get to this point would probably crumble down, right? And that's the reason why I keep talking about China and other nations that are, a threat. Because for African Americans specifically, because Dougie brought it up, the United States and where we are now is the furthest that we've got to, and I can't see another nation rising up to do it for us. Either we do this now or we don't have nothing else. And I would love for your idea to come to fruition. But the reality that Liberia, being able to be at that point, I just can't see it because, again, who are the powers at play? And I'm just looking at the reality that it's no match. But I really appreciate what you said on Lemo.
All right. Let me get in on this. It's good to hear your voices this morning. I want to talk a little bit about industries and identifying industries for black people. Medicine, law, government, engineering, software design. These type of industries, we need to be identifying, and not only identifying, logistics. These industries, agriculture. We need to be focusing on these industries and rooting our children into these industries. Our children need to know how to read by the time they're 3 years old. Know mathematics. And also understand trading in the markets. These are things we need to be teaching our children from creation. We need to be designing black children. When I say designing, I mean intentionally birthing and designing We need to be working together as family. What do I mean working together as family? I'm talking about our wives working as accountants, working on software, working on our websites while we're out working business. What do I mean business? We're not looking for jobs from Anglo-Saxon white people. This is our land. We're indigenous Negro.
How the hell did this happen? Brother, what the hell are you talking about,
Yo, this shit is fucking crazy, yo.
That was wild, bro.
I like the land. I like the land.
Can I go him a
I like the land.
Hold on.
I
want to give him a chance to clear up what he was saying. But brother, please speak to the topic at hand, gang.
Hold on. He said Liberia. I have to go against that. Our women we need to 10x our population. We're 47 million. We need to be 10 times that amount. 470 million black people in this country. This is our country. Birthright citizenship. It's our country. It's our land. America's where it's at in the last 250 years because of not because of the Anglo-Saxon, but because the indigenous Negro, who was here far before the Anglo-Saxon ever came to this soil. This is our land. Not only is it our land, it's our country. And we need to 10x our population, and I'll stick my totem pole right there.
We got
Shit
the black gray Cardone on the stage.
All right, Timothy, go ahead. Read what I was going to read here now.
Go ahead, man.
Okay, cool. I don't know what the fuck that was. I think this is what BB was talking about when she said black people. So, okay, the CCP took power in 1948.
Come on, man. You was good until you said that last part, brother. See, I gave you a chance to talk, and you throw shade on my peoples, man. Somebody pick the mic up.
I mean, I'm not a rich defender, but can you blame him for being pissed about that last submit?
I mean, I don't know the point of it, right? I mean, he could be correct in whatever submission, given the facts, but, the conversation now is about the global politic. Like, we was trying to expand this conversation on, who understands the global position of, like, how do we survive all of the things that America is doing? How do we survive it, right? A lot of us are not doing well in this country right now. A lot of us are not, right? I know I, for one, am doing well, but a lot of us are not doing well. So the influx of immigration, that's causing this transition of financial stability in this country, I look at it every day here in New York City, right? The plethora of Spanish-speaking people in what would be considered a middle-class standard for them is growing. Right? You're seeing less and less black people that used to be in those positions are now being replaced with the Hispanics or the Latino, whatever you want to call them, right? Or let's just say the foreigner, right? The immigrant. These positions are being replaced. In the next 20 years, guarantee your children will be looking for jobs from people who are not homegrown Americans. That's a fact. And that's all over the United States. The people who will be employed will not be homegrown Americans. They will employ their own people. That's what's happening in this country. I'm done speaking.
Genetically superior. 10x the black population. Start loving our women. Start producing children. We're genetically superior. 10x our population. Marry our women. Create industry. We don't need the Anglo-Saxon to control the country. 10x the black population.
You are the superior.
This conversation is very uncomfortable for us non-African Americans,
Yeah, let's move it.
Hey, man, I'm not gonna cap, man. That brother came in here to push an agenda, man. I don't know what he's trying to push, but he's pushing the agenda right now, man.
Why are you letting him?
Shit. Freedom of speech.
Shalaikum shalom. Praise be Allah.
Hey, what Doug said is absolutely right when it comes to the immigration replacement, the cheap labor trap that people are getting put in. The same thing's happening in Canada. The same thing's happening in Japan. These corporations would rather pay a fraction of the price for labor than actually pay the citizens worth the wage for livable in their countries. And I can understand that. And I'm thinking at this point, with this next election, if it's going to be a democratically elected official, we're going to go back to square one with Joe Biden's agenda of the great replacement, where we all will lose our, and it's, I don't want to sound like that, but we're going to lose our position to people who are willing to work for a fraction of a dime. And that's happening all throughout Canada, and people can't even afford food, they can't even get housing assistance. Food banks are all filled up with people who are already poor. The marginalization of rich and poor is so widened in Canada that if you cross the border from the northern states, one house in Canada for the size of 1/3 of America is $1 million, while the American house is $400,000. And that gap is absolutely insane. So hate me all you want, but this is a big problem.
Yo, let me get in there, brother. Yo, Beaver, like I said, I've been going around Clubhouse for about a couple of years, telling these people that this election was rigged. And they're like, where's the evidence? Where's the proof? Because these people are fucking stupid, bro. It's obvious that the election was rigged. If you have fucking eyes, you can see the election was fucking rigged. Y'all know I've been standing on this shit since 2020. So now that they need the proof, well, now it's provided, what the fuck now? It looks like I'm smarter than all these niggas on Clubhouse. Because these niggas is fucking stupid ass sheep that they're stupid, bro. The fuck, I don't even know what to say. You guys are fucking stupid, bro. Whoever, what proof? The CIA declassified files? Come on, download the White House app, bro. Download the White House app so you could get the fucking shit directly, bro. So I'm like, come on, bro. This shit. So if you could see this shit, right? It says it have more votes than Barack Obama. Do you guys really believe this shit? People just really believe this shit, bro. Yeah. So now Donald Trump will serve a third term. They need to he's gonna serve another term. This is why I said Donald Trump will still be president after 2028. That's my other claim. And when it happens, I'm gonna come back here and call you guys stupid again. Whoever doesn't agree with me. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm right about fucking everything, it seems like.
You're an imbecile.
So
You're a goddamn imbecile.
So I was gonna say.
How the conversation is over, they're calling me.
I'm an imbecile when I've been saying. I've been saying. Come on, brother.
Wow, it's almost like Nicolacious was running.
Hold on, I'm trying to say something real quick. Can I go?
Yo, let me respond to him.
So real quick on the Canada thing.
I'm gonna let whoever want to respond to him. I'm gonna let him respond, and you can go right after Mother.
Okay, so on the Canada thing, I think we're mixing, our own views with and ignoring reality, right? Canada has structural issues in the construction industry because of Canadian regulations, right, which limit housing in some of their largest cities like Vancouver and pushes up partially some of the prices, right? The second thing is Canada has been underbuilding for decades the amount of houses that they need. So part of the reason why Canada is so much more expensive to buy a house in compared to the United States, Texas, all these states that have cheaper housing, they build aggressively, and they also have a lot more land. And even from a structural perspective, you look at Canada, they have 3, maybe 4 major cities. Americans have elections, which helps to keep prices down a little bit. So, and we talk about even like the trades in Canada, the fact that you guys have to recertify every 5 years or get a new one every 5 years. Americans don't have that structure. Our structure is fundamentally better when it comes to the housing market. So I think blaming, immigrants or whatever, I think is not a sound argument when you are completely ignoring the facts of what drives Canada's housing prices up. I just thought that was a ridiculous statement. Anyways, thank you.
Yeah, to respond to this fucking idiot right here, right? This is a problem with some of these black niggas and shit. They're fucking dumb, right?
He's not black.
You really believe, not you, brother. You believe.
No, he's not black.
Yeah, who? I'm talking to the
Dominican.
Told something. Who cares, bro? Same shit. This is a problem.
No, I'm not black. I'm Dominican.
I'm not talking about you. This is a problem, right? When Joe Biden ran, Joe Biden has a is said to have the most votes in American history for a president. When I saw that, right, because I was paying attention to the 2020 election, so I'm like, yeah, Donald Trump really won. Donald Trump was leading, and then boom, I blinked my eye, and then the tally board just flipped, bro. I was like, what the fuck? And then I'm telling these people the elections are rigged, bro. Like, nobody was outside for Joe Biden. Everybody was outside for Trump. Why do you guys think Joe Biden was more popular than Obama? This guy's calling me an imbecile. When I was saying the 2020 election was rigged, people were calling me an imbecile too. But now this fucking dirty ass Dominican nigga right here calling me stupid because I'm telling him what the fuck is gonna happen before it happens, bro. Shut your ass up, bro. You don't know shit, bro.
You're a chimpanzee.
Bro,
I'm not a fucking fool.
You don't know shit, bro.
He's not Dominican.
Chimpanzee.
I was talking to this dude, bro. He's a fucking retard. He's the type of nigga that believes Carmelo Anthony's innocent. A dumb nigga. You feel me? He's a stupid nigga.
You're a chimpanzee.
You feel me? He's a dumb nigga, bro.
Well, I mean, in his defense, he is a black Hebrew Israelite.
See, he's a black Hebrew Israelite. You think he's a black Hebrew Israelite?
Yeah, he believes in Abba Ibn.
His mind is corrupted. He believes that God chose one.
But he's allowed to believe whatever he wants,
brother. You're allowed to believe. You're allowed to believe.
You're an ignoramus,
people, bro. This guy believes that God chose
No,
one.
it's ignoramus.
Okay. Can't even say the word.
Yeah, it's pronounced ignoramus.
He's a dumb nigga. What you expect?
Can someone define ignoramus for me?
An ignorant, foolish person.
Can't we criticize on any other person's belief? They can believe, but we can also criticize. This is also alright.
Yes, you can. Can you believe rapists are good for people?
No, I mean,
okay then, bro. We can't just believe in it. We can't just believe in it.
Yeah, but Peter, you did say you would choose me over Mullen.
Given by Mullah, that you need to respect my religions, I won't respect yours, and you need to respect
nobody needs to respect
we can't criticize.
We don't need to respect
shit. Respect
there's only one truth. There's only one truth. No matter how much things people believe, there's only one truth, bro. So that means a lot of people are fucking wrong. We don't gotta respect shit.
But you have the right to criticize, of course.
You see the cross on my profile? I really want these to assess myself if I'm on the right track. When I receive these two cross, I love that. Cross one.
Okay, Spider-Man.
What? What the hell?
I don't know what Spider-Man trying to say, bro.
Ain't nobody.
Cross on my profile. I love that.
Bro, let me finish. Nobody understands what he says, bro.
Exactly.
I am telling you, nobody understands.
Yeah, Habibi.
I understand.
That's the Arabian pootie tang, I think.
That's the Indian Habibi. That's the Indian Habibi.
You open the mic.
That's the Persian pootie.
Is Iran?
Hey guys, I want to talk like you.
Yeah, Peter has a white SIM card and he fights for the RGC every day.
Yes, I have SIM card by Bundes. Hey, Beaver, you there? Even by Bundespolizei.
And Trump has all the receipts and nigga.
Yeah, Beaver's there. What you calling his name for?
I'm calling both of y'all niggas name because is the title true or is y'all just, trying to
my nigga
gaslight people?
The title is
I didn't see I was gonna say I didn't see
it's true.
No news on that.
Because they didn't want to broadcast it, bro. Because the news be trying to silence Trump when he speaks about the truth.
This nigga be saying the dumbest shit, man. I swear to God.
Who, Trump or me?
You.
Oh yeah, you a dumbass nigga. Is this Mr. Washington? Oh yeah, this is Mr. Washington. You's a bitch. I forgot. What the fuck?
You came with me in real life, though.
What the fuck? You a bitch.
You foolish ass nigga, man.
Yeah, but the title is true, man.
Get that little nigga.
Yeah, I fuck with it. One mic on Mr. Washington, man. Talk your shit, man.
Appreciate you, bro. But yeah, man, I just was trying to figure out if the title was true, because that would have been an interesting. Damn, bro, this stupid ass nigga can't stop. But yeah, I just trying to see if it was true and had some validity to it. So that's it.
I believe it does have some type of validity, but they would know better than me. I believe he stepped away from his phone for a little bit.
Most stupid figured out.
This the dumb nigga that was calling niggas stupid for believing this shit. Now that's why he's all shook. Is it true? Is it valid?
No, it's just no, Kaz. The thing is Kaz. The thing is when you be talking, bro, you don't back up nothing that you say.
Back up shit, nigga.
That's stupid. You gotta reference what you say, bro.
I hear you, brother. Look, I'm gonna respect that point, but here's the thing, bro. If I tell you that there's a red cat behind the house, bro, I don't gotta prove it to you, bro. If you wanna really know, go behind there and see for yourself. But the thing is, now what I said is coming to fruition, bro. What I said basically, now you see what I said was valid in the first place. So I don't gotta prove shit. You need to catch up, my nigga. I don't got time to go back to bring a nigga forward that's slow, my nigga. The fuck?
Well, you do have to back your claim, bro.
No, I don't, brother. I just have
Why,
to speak the
though?
truth.
We're trying to have a conversation, though.
Because here's the thing, right? Because when I speak the truth and I back my claim, which I do, right? Stupid niggas will never understand this shit, so I'm not wasting my time. I'm just gonna wait for the shit to hit.
Alright, bro, but help us out understand so we can understand your perspective, so we don't have to sit here and disagree with each other all day.
When I seen the 2020 election, right, I gave everybody why. I said, if you know, right, there's a Smartmatics voting system that was used in Venezuela, right? It was used over there to switch votes. Now, there's a company called Sequoia that bought that system in 2005, I believe. And then Dominion, you know, we all know who Dominion is. They bought the company Sequoia. So I gave the line to how they would get that same source code to the people that are rigging the votes. But hold on, people hear that? He's stupid. He's stupid.
Okay, well, you could have said it in the first place. Okay, that makes sense now.
I've been said, it doesn't matter how much facts or valid logic you're using, bro. People that are stuck will always be stuck. The slow people will always lag behind. It was valid. You can look up everything I just said. I've been saying this shit.
Okay, so you have to come up with a counter argument, though.
If you laugh and giggle really loud, it makes you right.
Isn't Dominion the company that won that lawsuit because nobody could prove that their machines were fraudulent? They won billions of dollars in court, right?
Right, they won billions of dollars in court.
Here's the part people don't get.
Nothing can be proven.
Here's the part people don't get. Here's the logic people don't get, right? If you're in a group of people and you're trying to manipulate the system and one person comes and calls you out, guess what? Your system is going to make him look like a fool. Well, he doesn't look like a fool to me, but your system is going to make him look invalid to the stupid people. So it makes sense to why they got sued, because the people that are in power are not trying to allow it to happen, brother. That's all it is.
No, Dominion sued them. They didn't get sued. Dominion sued them and won.
I got one serious question real quick after y'all talk about.
If you look at Trump last night, he didn't say anything about those.
No, he didn't. He didn't. He's going to. The files are going to drop. He didn't go into every detail. I know these details.
But I do got a serious question for everybody in the room. Has Cass proven to all of y'all that education, we need to invest in education?
Okay, that's a little disrespectful, though. Okay?
This room can know that we are well overeducated. I'm convinced this room shows the American fucking country and the entire world.
Yeah, it seems like we need to invest more money. Just keep dumping the money into it. Don't build the family structure. Don't build like mother and father fucking households. Don't birth children out of wedlock. Like maybe we should do that. Maybe we should
get any more
morals and values and character back into our kids. But we should just dump.
One mic on the Cracker Pepe.
Oh.
One mic on the Cracker Pepe.
Oh, I already said what I was going to say. That Trump didn't say anything about these systems that were used in Venezuela, and so I don't like when it comes to his claims regarding election fraud. It's not. I'm trying to be nice this morning.
I'm not making none of this.
You said you're trying to not get deported.
I said I'm trying to be nice this morning.
Oh, I thought you said you're trying to not get deported.
Just be mean, Pepe. Be mean.
Yo, Pepe, Trump doesn't need to account for everything.
Also, isn't it like 3 in the morning?
Like 5 people.
Why aren't you?
It's 5 o'clock, almost 5, and I wake up at usually between 3 and 4.
But yeah, we should just spend more money on each individual pupil, seeing how we spend more than every other country on earth for each individual child. We should just dump more money into it, not like fix our fucking, society. We shouldn't fix the ideal that we legitimize the ideal that, women can just run around with like 3 or 4 kids and be single baby mamas.
Women need to stop wearing wigs because it's cancerous.
Maybe they should get married to like good men and not fucking dip out since they like initiate like the majority of divorces, and seeing how marriages only last like 5 years on average, and like 70% of men get divorced in the first 5 years, and it's mostly initiated by women because they just say, "Oh, I'm just not happy anymore," or maybe they should keep their legs closed and not get impregnated by men that aren't actually going to stick around and have fathers in their household.
This isn't a therapy session.
Maybe we should do that.
Go cry to a therapist about your wife.
All I'm saying is we spend more per pupil than any other more on every student than every other fucking country in the entire world. Yet we have some of the worst fucking educational system in the entire world. It's crazy. But yeah.
I'm not gonna cap. I think that education shit is a scam. I think college is a scam.
No,
you're better off going and get a trade than going to school.
We're not talking about because we're talking about the
What are you talking about?
Timothy, we should just throw money at it. That's what we should do, like Patty said.
What you're talking about, education, you need to know the basics, right? But in terms of education, people refer to learning history and shit like that. Bro, I could tell you exactly what happened in Harry Potter, and you're going to be educated on Harry Potter, which is not fucking real. You get what I'm saying? So people don't know the difference between education and real intelligence, and people that bring up education, they're usually fucking stupid, but go ahead.
Okay, so intelligence is based on the ability to problem solve within a time frame.
Correct.
Yep. IQ.
That's what's really important.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But we need essential education.
I just said that. You need the basics.
We need dads in the house.
You need
That's
the
what we need.
basics.
We need to get rid of all these things.
So the long story short is, you guys all understand then now that nothing that Trump recently declassified proves voter fraud at all, right?
It's crazy how like these people that are raised in like 2-parent households with like a father in their house, they're more successful on average, And
the definition for the minimum education is different. The basic level has
We can tell, Patty, you're the smartest one on the stage.
It's about like black people when we're talking. You guys were like talking about Iran and shit, and I've been listening. Now you're talking about baby mamas and whatever stupid shit. Like it's
bro.
That was a white man that changed that subject, though, Pepe. That wasn't black people that
y'all
started talking about
that shit.
That was rich.
No, you let Tom Tempo start this shit with his blackity black nonsense.
Tempo came in and said some crazy shit. I mean...
Yeah, by the way, this guy repeatedly accounts and comes to room. I don't understand him.
There is a bridge between education system all over the world. For example, if you think about the education in Iran, we are the most educated society of the world that needs this scale of revolution. You can ask ChatGPT or Google, simple search.
A lot of people don't have the education to be open to education because, again, from what I heard from the other guy, Rich, it sounds like his education is just one-sided, all about how women are bad, men are righteous, women need to be blah, blah, blah. So to be truly educated, you have to actually listen to who you disagree with, and understand their position, even if it's uncomfortable. I can listen to all of you guys who I disagree with and still be cool with it, even if there's slurs and insults. There could be some valuable information that I'm getting from you guys.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you're educated, brother. Because you don't have to start trying to make fun of people because you're educated, brother.
I'd be embarrassed.
You're intelligent. But you're not a woman, though. Women tend to do this a lot because they're fucking women. So they're...
Get him, Patty.
No, I mean, I'm married, man. Like, my wife, man, look, I'm just all ears. I listen, I hear it, I can understand the perspective. I might disagree, but there's a time and place where I'm like, okay, maybe there could be something right? So that kind of helps in my debate. But it's not even about being smart. It's just like, hey, look, I can just hear you out. I'm going to hear your disagreements. You might scream and yell. You might call me names, but there could be some value right there. Let me try to understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, you're about to You were about to say that in the last 200 years, the list of countries America attacked and China attacked.
Oh yeah, so I'll answer that question for you. So
You want the list?
So about the I don't want to bring that up because Timothy, we already squashed the whole China topic. I hate to bring that up again. Like it's kind of tiresome. Just ChatGPT. That would be my best friend. Like I don't want to be the one to try to answer that question for you. I ChatGPT'd it myself, and there's a list of wars and blah 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 that comes up. So just do that too. All right, that's ended. Thank you.
I've done my own research.
There is another alternative. You can give me email address I can send to.
No, thank you. Stay there.
All right, so back to the topic of voter fraud. I think the biggest voter fraud is how people can lobby. We call lobbying, but in reality, it's just, what do we call that? In other words, we call lobbying. It's like other countries call it fraud. Other countries call it embezzlement. Other countries call it something different, but we call it lobbying. What do you guys think about that?
So these are three different
allowed
things.
to lobby against. They're the different things, but there's in the sense
three very different things.
Fraud, embezzlement, lobbying. I call it all the same thing, crime, basically.
And well, you shouldn't do that.
I'm gonna do it anyways. Cry about it with somebody else, man. I don't have the words for it right now.
We can't engage in a conversation with you.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The question is going to be simple. It's going to take at least one IQ. Can you answer this question?
It only takes one IQ to not call those three things the same thing.
Should lobbying be still allowed or not? Let's argue that debate because I want to move on from the China topic.
Yeah, because you were wrong about China. Anyways.
Yeah, but again, should lobbying still be allowed or not? Should rich people should invest in politicians to sway voters, to sway legislation or law?
Lobbying is a natural consequence or order of politics. There's no way to do politics with. So the only question becomes, to what extent is lobbying reasonable and or justifiable and should be legal? Can there be limits on lobbying? Yeah. But should it be legal?
Well, that's the thing, is that they just like how we have freedom of speech and we can use our money to spread our voice, corporations are allowed to, and lobbies are allowed to do the same thing. They collectivize, so it's kind of, that's like an age-old problem he has in America. Like, but how can you limit it? Because obviously there's special interests that have a much larger voice than the rest of us and can basically put in people in office that have their best interest in mind as opposed to like the everyday Americans.
Someone asked the question, what's the difference between lobbying and bribery?
Well, then you would have to ask the question.
Why not just look it up? Well, D, you're a smart guy. I'm sure you already know the answer.
Yeah,
just go ahead.
You say bribery, but
I'm not against that.
But if you were to, for example, if let's just say the everyday American, they care about like affordable health care, affordable housing, I don't know, law and punishment, whatever shit that just like every American might care about. Well, we are electing them to serve our interests. Now, if you are a farmer, let's say you work in agriculture and you it's like beet farming, that's what you farm. Why can't you also advocate for a politician that will best serve the interests of people people like yourself in that industry? You can, but some interests, they have more money to spread a message and advocate for a certain politician. Why? I mean, they can do it just like we can do it. They just have more money.
If that's the case, right, and we talk about voter fraud or just fraud in general, the fact that, let's say Elon Musk, a billionaire, can just lobby his way through legislation, votes, right, or not votes, but, passing a bill, it just goes to show how little power we do as citizens have. I'm not against it entirely because I understand America's a capitalist country, and lobbying is another form of capitalism. It's just a way to the game. But if you really want to have more power, I think, to the people, then lobbying should be abolished. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think the question is how do you put safeguards on the megapolies and those that are wealthy and powerful so that they can't I guess you'd say have a disproportionate say on who ends up coming into office, so that that the people who come into office just serve them more so than the everyday American. This is a question that's been discussed forever. I don't quite know how you would do that, because once again, we all have a voice.
Yeah, well, there's two things here. We're talking all about lobbying, but if you want to talk about money and politics, it's much more about election law and campaign finance for impact than it would ever be on lobbying. I don't think most people above a certain age would want the AARP not be able to lobby. I don't think that, many types of groups that are not representing wealthy people who have influence through the lobbying process is where your best start is from about, making it fair across the board. It's much more about election law than it is about lobbying.
You understand that, Daniel? One of the biggest fears I have is how we can tiptoe out of democracy into communism so quickly in lieu of just having money. As much money as you have, whether you're on the right or the left, you can really buy your way through anything. I think that lobbying is one of those gray zones that I don't like to debate because it makes me sound like a liberal, which I'm not. But again, I do see the side where, okay, anyone could put in billions of dollars towards a cause, whether it can be, legalizing, something crazy, and the laws pass without anyone say so. Because again, look at people who are unofficially elected, like Ramaswamy, or people who were just put in place, like J.D. Vance. I'm all for the Conservative Party, but in the same time, Peter Thiel did invest millions of dollars for J.D. Vance to be where he is today.
And what about Elon Musk what about Elon Musk handing out $1 million checks? Is that okay?
Checks to I don't have any education on that point. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. In the 2024 election, he handed out $1 million checks. He's under investigation.
Wait. We're just going to skip over the false claim that Vivek Ramaswamy is an unelected leader and that J.D. Vance was just put in place.
No, we're not skipping over it. I just rounded out his list.
Yeah, Vivek Ramaswamy is not a political leader. He doesn't have any sort of political power. He was never elected into leadership whatsoever, and neither does he have leadership capabilities. Number two, J.D. Vance wasn't just put into place. He was voted for.
On Doge? He was voted for on Doge?
On Doge?
Right, like the Department of Government Efficiency, he was elected to be a part of Doge. The same place that J.D. Vance argued.
Once he's voted into the administration, he can partake reasonably and legally in any of the sort of like priorities, programs, or initiatives that the administration wants to put him in.
I see.
And that should be okay, no matter who it is. If we don't like him in those positions, we should have considered that before we started voting him.
You didn't vote him in. Vivek Ramaswamy was appointed.
Yo, Pepe, did you see the files that were dropped yet?
No, I haven't.
So I just went and...
Oh my God, the president was elected and then makes appointments. What are you talking about?
Hey, I just opened the files, right? So I'm just reading the first file. And not to my surprise, look at my PCR. Look at who was talking about. The same shit I just said. And I didn't even see the files yet. So no, he didn't say anything about Smartmatics in Venezuela, but those files are talking about that, right? So even what I'm saying, and I didn't even know, I didn't see the files until like 5 minutes ago when I clicked on it. I haven't even seen all of them. I just clicked the first page, the first batch of documents.
You mean that thing 20 minutes ago when you were telling us we were all stupid, you hadn't even read the documents?
No, I already knew the information. The documents just dropped. Like
the CIA note on Venezuela and electronic voter manipulation. It's summarized. What I'm telling you is what it is. Have you read it yet?
Brother,
have you read it yet?
Information.
Have you read it yet?
I knew this information.
Have you even asked to put it through ChatGPT yet?
So, brother, I didn't just learn about this because of today or yesterday.
Have you put the document through ChatGPT yet?
Did you read the whole document yourself, or did you just use AI?
Have you read the whole document yet?
Do you know all the information regarding it?
Do you know what that document is about?
Yeah.
What's it about?
I'm just saying what it's about. It's talking about what I was talking about.
You said something about Smartmatics.
Okay, Venezuela, bro. Do you see all the documents, bro? What the fuck?
Yeah, but this is about Venezuela, not the U.S.
Are you dumb? Where did Smartmatics come from?
It's not about the United States.
Where did Smartmatics come from? I didn't. Stop talking, bro. You don't know nothing, bro. I'm just saying these documents happen to be speaking about the same place I was just speaking about for making those Smartmatic systems, bro. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
Guys, can you run through the whole purchasing and also where it came from and originated? Florida, I don't think was here.
Okay, so I basically said Venezuelan engineers made a Smartmatics voting system which was used to switch votes for the president of Venezuela. In 2005, a U.S. company, Sequoia, bought that whole company and system named Sequoia in around 2005, and then Dominion ended up buying out. So basically, that gives a timeline.
They bought the same rig system.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, that gives the same timeline to how that whole sort.
That's where the Dominion system originates from.
All the way to Dominion, bro. It's just common sense at this point. And then you can fact check.
And that's what it says in the documents, which is exactly what Kaz has been saying for like a year.
So wait,
because he researched that
definitively confirmed
the corrupted electronic voting system in Venezuela was purchased by another company, and then that company then bought it and now became Dominion. That's his point.
Like,
Venezuela, which was proven by the CIA.
I got you. So this is obviously
Dominion we use in the U.S., which has the same software.
I understand. So this is obviously fuel for conspiracy theorists.
No, he's been saying it for a year, and they just released a document confirming what
conspiracy theorists.
One mic on Florida.
Thank you. This is fuel for conspiracy theorists, unless it goes on to show that there is definitive evidence that there was, in fact, a successful execution of large-scale voter fraud due to the changing of the votes within the United States. All we're doing is creating the Pepe Le Pew sort of like fucking meme where we're just putting a whole bunch of shit on the fucking wall and pinning it all together and creating a giant map and causing mass confusion. This is fuel for conspiracy theorists, but there's no evidence of any sort of actual voter fraud.
So the systems that were used in the systems that were used in Venezuela that the CIA said were rigged in the elections in Venezuela were purchased by a company, and then they were purchased by another company, and then became the Dominion systems. You're like, oh, well, like, that doesn't mean they cheated. They just bought the same system that they can manipulate elections in Venezuela. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I can't really talk.
You realize that, wait, hold on. You realize that a conspiracy is three or more people conspiring. A conspiracy theory is just a theory. So he's showing you evidence that the same rigged fucking bullshit system that the CIA says was illegitimate is now the same system we use in the U.S. So you're like, oh, coincidence? Okay.
Fucking retarded. Rich, the same company that created Zyklon B is now owned by fucking Bayer. Does that mean aspirin is Zyklon B?
Zyklon B.
Oh my God, bro.
It's a D-licer, and it was made by the Faber Corporation, which was broken up. IG Faber, which ended up becoming Bayer Corporation. And
Bayer bought IG Farber. Does that mean that?
No. The Faber was broken up into multiple different companies in the Nuremberg trials, and they were broken up and sold into individual companies, which is now the Bayer Aspirin Corporation. So yes, they were responsible for creating Zyklon B.
you know what he
There's
sounds
also a
like?
seed company, which is HB, whatever the fuck that company is, the big seed company, the largest one in the world, is also comes out of the harbor.
This is how he sounds like.
Cause you have a voting system in Venezuela that the CIA said rigged, and that they manipulated, and now it's the system we use in the U.S.
So
and Florida's like, well, you have to show it.
Lord is here's the thing, right? You could look up. You could go on ChatGPT. Don't even answer this question. Like, who made the Smartmatic system? It's gonna give you an answer. What company bought that system out? It's gonna give you an answer. What company bought that? It's gonna give you an answer. This is all facts. But he sounds like this, right? If person A has HIV and has sex with person B, and then person B has sex with person C, he's saying, I need proof that person C too. You're a fucking dumbass. You're a goofy, bro. And I hate niggas like this because they're fucking sheep, bro.
I hate niggas like you because you're a fucking sheep.
It is crazy that Kaz spent the time to actually research this like a year ago. It was right. And then it comes out in the release that that's the same systems that
but the reason that Fox News lost a giant lawsuit over all of these allegations is because there's no evidence.
You're missing the point. If there's a corrupt system, then it's going to they're not going to win.
We have much different regulations and laws that oversee all of this.
Yeah, the United States is so Florida. Your position is that the United States has never done any kind of fuckery.
That's his position.
Or rigged elections or fucked with elections in other countries, and they wouldn't do it here.
Is that my position?
Yes, it is. It must.
That's not my position.
Is that
they wouldn't go into the Crimean and Donbass region and try to fight against the KGB.
That's a good straw man, but that's not my position at all.
I know. It's crazy.
It's a great coincidence, but that's not my position.
It's a coincidence.
If that's not your position, why do you believe that because Dominion won the lawsuit, that automatically exempts them from the allegation?
There's no evidence to support the claims that you guys are trying to make.
That's why.
I wanted his submission. He's saying, y'all, that is not his submission, so I wanted his submission.
At the end of the day, this document does not confirm that large-scale electronic fraud was successfully executed.
Will you concede if it does?
Florida. Read it to you.
Will you concede if it does?
He won't.
He won't. That's the problem, bro. It doesn't matter if he saw a video of them doing this shit. It doesn't prove anything. Like, come on, bro. He's a fucking dumb nigga, bro.
But the documents that were dropped last night don't prove anything.
Daniel, here's what I'm saying. The documents were dropped last night. I don't need those documents to know what the fuck happened, because there's other documents that tell you exactly what happened. There's other
Show me one.
Show me one document. Positions, right?
Show it to me.
Show it to all of us. The old DNI spoke about this.
You've got 150 people on this room right now who would love to know one piece of evidence you could show.
If they wanted to know, they would have went out.
No, just we're all sitting here hungry, waiting for it.
What are you talking about? Go read the documents.
Oh, I'm reading what they wrote last night. Did you know? Hold on, I'm talking now. Did you know that in the documents that you're saying you don't care about now that you were saying before we were all stupid because it was all proven last night? Hold on, I'm talking now. Okay? So, no, I'm talking. Excuse me, sir. I'm talking now. Those documents that you just downloaded now for the first time, do a Control F and type in the word Russia and see what it says. And I'll just wait.
What does it say?
No, you're right in front of it. You've got the documents.
I'm not right in front of it anymore. What does it say?
It says that Russia meddled in the 2020 election. The documents that Donald Trump touted last night about thinking China was meddling in the election actually proves that Russia was not a host.
You're shifting the
wait. So Russia interfered in the 2016 one.
Not just 2016. It's
dude, I'm talking now. Shut your fucking pussy mouth. I don't want to hear yours in the morning. Put that nasal shit back down your throat. Swallow that fucking cough before you. So the idea that all of a sudden it was Russia for 4 fucking years, 8 years, that interfered with everything. but you had a Russian P-tape. Trump was colluding with fucking Putin. That was your fucking narrative for 4 fucking years. And now all of a sudden, the idea that, there wasn't, the 2020 election went off with out of fucking hitch, without any interference, and you just got on here and told 2 people that well, whatever, there is no interference. It was a perfect election, and then told Kaz to go search for Russia through documents, shows that you're just fucking retarded. You're just doing doublespeak, and you're following a fucking TikTok CNN trope.
Hey,
shut the fuck up.
Hey, Viking, can I add to what you just said?
Go ahead.
Hey, let me say this real quick. Everybody keeps arguing over the elections being tampered with, and I do believe they were. I'm gonna be honest. I believe that damn near every election we've had has almost been tampered with. We can go far back and look at the George Bush election with the hanging chads and the votes that were floating in the ocean. Nobody's saying shit about that. Nobody's talking about that shit. So my whole point is, yes, there has been a need to have a fair election and to make this shit where cheating doesn't happen. But now it's convenient for him to pull this shit now when this shit should have been pulled 20, 30, damn near longer than that.
So why nobody else did it? Why it take a nigga y'all hate to get up and show the intricacies of the fraud in this country?
Because he's not part of the system. That's why I've been telling niggas.
But what I'm trying to tell these people is they're like, we'll take the message as long as it's not from Trump. Well, why the fuck does it matter? He's the only politician, president, willing to call out the fraud, and y'all are like hating this nigga for it.
Well, no, I don't think he's the only. I don't think he's the only president. I just don't think nobody else. They're not listening to anybody else. This has been going on now for decades, where people have talked about voter fraud, but nothing gets done. Nothing gets done about it.
Who talked about it? Give me a politician.
I just told you the George W. Bush election.
No, they didn't advocate for fair elections. They didn't advocate for fair elections after that.
You don't think John Kerry? You don't think John
Kerry advocated for fair elections?
Hold on, you're yelling over me. Let's have a conversation.
I'm asking you a direct question.
I'm trying to answer it, but you're talking over me. What I'm saying to you is this. It's been going on. People have voiced this before. Maybe not as loud. Hold on, listen to me. Maybe not as loudly as Trump is doing it, but they have been voicing this. The problem is, no one is doing shit about it. No one.
Okay.
Because the election, hold on, last thing I want to say, the election is set up. The election is appointed.
Why y'all mad at Trump? This not his world.
I'm mad at the system. Hold on, listen to me. I'm mad at the system because the system is playing games with all of us.
Okay. I like that.
It's like a play. That they appoint who they want in for their specific reason and give us the illusion that we actually have a process in it, and we don't. It's like 2 choices in a row that's telling you to pick one that's leading the same damn direction. We're getting hoodwinked and bamboozled in this shit.
Okay, I just want to say this. Okay, you've been a long time, bro. Hold on. Let me just say something so we can have a dialogue, right? I just want to say this. I like the answer you gave because I don't really care if you like Trump or not, right? It is about the system bamboozling us way before Trump. Like, and everyone's blaming him for what the system has been doing. And now he's talking about it, and people are like, oh, well, it's ironic. No, it's not ironic. He been telling y'all that this shit is not legit, right? And every time he does, they fearmonger us with, like, he's trying to fuck up the democratic process or rechange the Constitution. Like, this shit needs some change. We need some structure. We really do.
We need the whole system needs to be rebuilt.
You just did a bunch of unnecessary bullshit. The fact that y'all allow Trump to fool y'all, bro, this needs to be studied, bro.
Wow.
This man is a con artist, bro. And
we all agree to that. No one said it against it.
Okay, so
I agree with that.
So if you agree with it, why the fuck are you saying you believe it?
I'm saying
I believe what he's saying because he's exposing the fucking government. He's exposing the people that never.
Both of y'all can't talk at the same time.
Exactly. Okay, think about this, right? What just happened in Georgia when the feds raided when they stored their election ballots in Georgia, what just happened or whatever. Tulsi Gabbard, she's the head of intelligence. What department? Somebody help me out. What department does she run? She's
you should know what department she works for if you want to talk about it.
No, I'm a little bit high right now.
But
hold on, wait, let me finish. What the fuck is a spot?
What's a car? Let me teach you how to drive.
It's what I be saying about people that want to talk about Trump too. Y'all end up falling flat on your face because, like, someone exposing fraud and exposing Social Security fraud, exposing Congress, exposing Congress, right? Exposing.
One mic on the lady in the corner.
Let me get it out there.
One mic on who? Me?
The lady in the corner.
Thank you. I'm in the corner. I just want to say this, bro. Y'all are so focused on Trump. You're not focused on. Oh my God.
Hey, next person to interrupt, I'm moving you down.
Y'all are so focused on Trump that you are not making any sense. Miss Fifi, I love you in the chat. You say he's the biggest fraud, whatever of all time. Wrong. We got the Clintons. Every dollar they've made has been through some type of fraud. What do you mean? Oh my, yo, could you shut the fuck up?
No, because you dumb as shit, bro.
How the fuck am I dumb and you don't know what you're talking about? Oh, what's the lady name? We don't know what the fuck you're trying to say.
You need to quit
Stupid
calling it the
motherfucker.
for that
And this is why when people start talking about how much they hate Trump and how big of a fraud he is, I know you don't know about any other politicians. I know you don't know how this country works, because if you did, you wouldn't be mad at Trump. Once I learned what was going on, I realized Trump was trolling all of the people in politics. And you guys too. You're dumb as fuck if you hate a man that has exposed so much that he's exposed. First of all, you're dumb if you hate anybody. Let's just start and finish there. Why the fuck do you hate someone you don't know? I know why, because the media told you to. And we live in a country where you all think you're smart, but you follow the media with no research. Reading headlines. I read a headline that said Trump is trying to push a false narrative about election integrity. As if we have election integrity in this country. And instead of addressing that, y'all are like, fuck Trump. Wait, what about all the votes we've done over our lifetime that have not counted? Fuck that too, right? Fuck Trump so much, you guys are ready to sell the country out because you hate him. And I think it's weird, and y'all are a bigger enemy to me than a bitch from Iran, Iraq, a Muslim. It's you motherfuckers in this country that say fuck this country because Trump is running it. You're weird.
Completely two different countries when it comes to the level of
Hey, hold on, dude. I was in the queue after her, bro. Let me get this out. I was in the queue, bro. You talk shit and I was in the queue. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Alright, since y'all both crashing out right now.
They want them from Iran.
I was after her, though, bro.
I know. I didn't say you could talk either, man. My shit really freezing right now. Y'all got my shit over here freezing like a motherfucker. Y'all crashing out, my shit freezing. I'm finna go ahead and pass it to my nigga D, and you can talk after D.
I'm trying not to start.
I'm gonna leave in like 5 minutes.
The National Congress of
Shut up, Peter. Shut up, Peter.
Muslim
Iranian. I can't get my phone freezing,
from Iran. Muslim
man, hold on, man. My phone.
And adopt easily.
All right, thank you, Peter. Just quick, before I leave, Doctor, I agree with everything you said. You said it wonderfully. You articulated very well about the whole Trump effect. Just one question for you. Do you ever believe that a person who exposes the very thing that they go against, they actually do themselves? When it comes to the Epstein file, when it comes to voter fraud, when it comes to corruption, is it really far-fetched that a person who actually talks about those very things do those very things?
Well, with the Epstein files, what was Trump and the Epstein files doing? Did you read them?
Just asking because Donald.
No, I'm asking you. Let's break it down. Let's break it down. You can't just make a blanket statement and ask me a question and think I'm gonna just answer it.
So
I'm asking you a question. What was Trump doing in the Epstein files?
But
Did you read them?
I'm
asking you a question. If I'm going to answer your question, I have to be able to qualify what Donald Trump has done. Check mark off your list what he's done. So what was he in? I'm asking you a question. What was he in the Epstein files doing? No, I want to talk to this guy.
Someone else, please, because
I want to talk to D. I want to talk to D. No, I want to talk to you.
Come to me, because I can answer this shit for you.
I'm asking him what was Trump in the Epstein files doing?
All right, I'll answer it, and please answer my question. I'll answer you first, Doctor.
Molesting 13-year-old girls. Next.
That was not in the Epstein files. Go ahead, D.
Okay, so Donald Trump in the Epstein files is exactly what's in the Epstein files, okay?
What's in there?
Allegations against him, being involved with, what's his name? Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, God. Okay.
Right, so I brought that
moderator, Timothy, I just want you to know I refuse to answer someone's question that lies and doesn't know what they're talking about.
Get back on you when it was supposed to be my turn.
Why don't you ask D? He asked me a question. I'm trying to move him. Timothy, what's wrong with this guy, bro?
What y'all on, man? It's 8:30 where I'm at, bro. Have some decorum, man. Smoke some weed, bro.
Decorum is not letting a person talk.
I won't disrespect him.
Yeah, and I agree. Timothy, I just want Mr. because Mr. wanted to answer the question. Can you show me in the Epstein files? I'm going to pull up the PDF for you.
I'm going to be real.
Can you show me where Trump was molesting 13-year-old girls?
Because I'm driving. I can't pull the shit up. But let me
okay, well then, let's move on. What was your point? I do want to discuss it.
Okay. Y'all are tweaking, man. Y'all tweaking. Let's all take a deep breath. You feel me? Ashallah.
I just want to say this, fam. You keep saying, young lady, that this man, we hating on Trump.
I didn't say you was hating on Trump.
Let me land without cutting me out. You keep saying that we hating on Trump and that we shouldn't hate anybody, right? But this man just said he's okay with Joe Biden having cancer. This man said that Rob Reiner deserved to die. This man insults people when they die, insults people when they're alive. Even his own people that follow him like Ted Cruz.
Who gives a fuck, nigga? Give us your feelings.
My point, hold on, shut up and let me land, bro. My whole point is this. All this hypocrisy and shit you pulling about this man like he doesn't have a $5 million settlement for sexual allegations with this lady that he did, like he doesn't have allegations of molesting 13-year-old little girl, like this man doesn't have Elon who helped rig the election for him, like we don't have evidence that this man is tampered with the stock market by these bullshit-ass allegations. And the war has ended, and it started back. It's ended again. It started back, manipulating the stocks with that shit because the stocks move according to war is doing. So all of the shit that this man is doing, you still on here cooning and buffooning, trying to defend this man's character when he's been a con man his whole fucking life. If you look at his whole record of every fucking thing he's ever done, it's pulling game and running cons from his bullshit where he got a Trump Bible, a Trump watch, all the bullshit that he does that fails business-wise. And you motherfuckers get on here and coon and buffoon this rapist, pedophile allegation. I'm going to say allegedly, because I don't know.
Yeah, but if you don't know what the fuck
I'm going to say this. I'm not paying $5 million.
I don't know, but I'm going to sit up here and grandstand. I don't know.
$5 million to someone if I don't know. If I didn't do it, I'm not paying $5 million. Are you?
Are we listening to somebody that don't know?
Are you going to pay $5 million to someone
that you don't know?
I'm a fight, and I'm not paying you shit. If I didn't commit a crime, I'm not settling for it. I'm not giving you.
That's not how the courts work.
No, Timothy. Listen, fuck the court.
Timothy, listen. It ain't no fuck the court.
Okay, y'all are getting pretty long-winded, man. Let's try to keep it 3 minutes.
Oh, it's 3 minutes for me, but it's $10,000 for her. Fuck out.
I only talk for 3 minutes.
I need to get into your voice, man, if I add something. Yo, Chris.
Yeah, but can I just say something with you real quick?
Okay. I'm gonna go.
This guy wanted to talk about talk about rape and stuff, and he said he don't know. He said allegedly.
No, I'm saying he
also,
did.
someone.
Stop cutting her off, man. I'm about to. Oh man, y'all. Ooh.
Yeah, do your job.
Lord have mercy. Ooh, man. Chris.
Also, someone in the chat said one notable FBI memo summarizes interviews with the woman who alleged that Epstein introduced her to Trump when she was a minor, and that both men sexually assaulted her between the ages of 13 and 15. That is not in the Epstein files. You made that up.
What would have happened?
You got that from one second. This is what, yo.
Every time, this is what I'm gonna do now. Every time y'all interrupt the speaker, I'm gonna give that speaker an additional 3 minutes, bro. So she got 3 minutes, now she got 6 minutes.
Thank you. You notice how every time I say something that's not in the favor, you notice how every time I say something in the
Get your bitch ass down, nigga.
You know,
I'll slap the shit out of you in real life, nigga. Fuck you talking about, nigga?
Yeah, don't let him get you down. And these are the people that hate Trump. They eventually want to fight for nothing when we could just talk this thing out. So let's talk this out. Lady in the chat, please bring up the Epstein file document that shows this FBI note. I've read the Epstein files. I haven't seen anything new in there that we didn't know about Trump, right? They said, hey, he walked in the damn dressing room of the fucking Miss Teen USA, right? Didn't say he raped anyone. There's a lot of things that y'all just be saying that's not true. We had Bill Clinton do a congressional hearing and say he never saw Trump around any of those little girls. But y'all not mad at Bill Clinton because he admitted to being around those little girls. And once again, no outrage for the real players that we can prove have done stuff. Instead, you guys rather get mad at allegations. Now, I'm going to say this. The Russia collusion report showed that the Obama administration used Russia for the elections, but they blame Trump. And if you don't believe me, I can pull up the Russia collusion report on CNN from 2020.
Please pull it up.
Hold on, here we go.
Hold on, no, I'm gonna need you to wrap it up, because I got someone else I'm gonna talk to.
I'm about to wrap it up right now.
Because I believe
I'm gonna say is anything that I say, I have proof for. I don't like arguing off feelings. That's why I asked this dude to show me what Trump did, even with the business fraud. The banks said that they would loan him more money. You know what happened? An appraiser went and overvalued Trump's property. Trump cannot appraise his own property. He had to use an appraiser through the banks. So why the bank appraisers going down for fraud? I know why. Because this was a witch hunt for Trump. Because he was exposing all the money that you people, right, a lot of you government workers were stealing. And now you're fighting, kicking and screaming, trying to get your money back. But bitch, get it in blood. That's all I got to say. Posting the Russia collusion report in the chat right now.
Jesse, did you read all 7,500 emails in the J-mail?
All that had to do with Trump, yes.
Hold on, brother. You can go next, Greg. One mic on Daniel.
That nigga don't even want to
pulling up something relevant, so just give me one, okay, Timothy, because I've got something that's related to what we were just talking about.
Go ahead, Greg. We'll get back to Daniel.
No. Let me put it this way. If I would have 50 friends, black, white, Asian, Hispanic, Christian, whatever the fuck, 50 friends of mine, they're making a living off of credit card fraud. That's what they do all day, every day. And I'm telling you, I work from 9 to 5 and I pay my taxes. Who would believe me?
I don't know, but I know your voice and I know who this is.
I would believe you.
You would believe that from me hanging out with people that are committing credit card fraud all day, every day, never had a fucking job in their life. All they're doing, right, is causing chaos. All of them. All 50 of them. But somehow, when I'm telling it's not me, I just You know, Fridays I meet up with them. We have a coffee. You know, talk about like motorcycles and big titties, right? And then I'm on my way because you know my wife is waiting, the kids, and Monday morning, man, I gotta be on time at the office. Who would believe me? That's what Trump is doing, right? I don't know. What? Who's talking about what pedophiles? Not I have enough to do with it. Who would actually believe this guy called Trump? As much as all these sick satanic motherfuckers that are getting selected and not elected to be the president for the next 4 years, all fucking involved in the shadiest, darkest fucking shit with kids and fucking rape and sex parties and the freakiest of the freakiest, bohemian growth and all that shit more. Somehow y'all still believe like, no, Trump, no, not Trump. Trump is the only guy. He's the chosen one that goes on to church twice on a Sunday. That's what y'all believe. Y'all, I told y'all motherfuckers, the fucking COVID vaccines, here we are today. Y'all ended up fucking with the complete danger moderate.
Trump said don't take the vaccine either. He said take it if you want to.
What is he insinuating with take it if you want to?
That you probably shouldn't take it.
But he couldn't say it literally.
No, because he doesn't run the country. Congress does. That's another thing. Remember when the country was shut down and Trump begged them to open the country back up so people could get their money back? I saw then the diminishment of his power. He has no power, right? We walk around here like he just can do it. He can't do shit. That's not executive. If it's in a judicial or the legislative branch, it's over. Congress controls the purse, right? He begged the lady over the USDA to release food stamps, emergency food stamps. That bitch said no. I have to ask the treasurer. The treasurer said no.
And they did all of that just to like basically pout like little kids just because they wasn't getting their way.
Yeah, and the point I'm trying to make is those same people turn around and get the whole world to hate Trump, right? As if he's the one doing these things. No, you guys are sending money to other countries. You're stealing money through USAID. The same way Trump became a millionaire off of his presidency, these Congress people became millionaire off of their careers in Congress, right? So that's
Trump
why
was already a millionaire.
One sec, exactly, but they said he got richer. So this is the thing, though. One person can't do it, but everyone else in politics can. And that's the issue I have with y'all. That's why I ride so hard. Trump is not doing nothing different than Hillary Clinton did. He ain't doing nothing different than Obama did.
And
but for some reason, exactly, y'all just don't like him. And I'm telling you, all these people are just as crooked, if not more crooked than Donald Trump. But y'all can't seem to grasp the nature of all of them are fucked up. Y'all like, well, he's shut the fuck up. You don't know. And all the military operations going down, Trump is being briefed on them after they've happened. A lot of them.
And that shit is
crazy. You're not insinuating that they're like actually all doing the same thing?
I'm insinuating they're all doing the same thing, but for some reason, these people can't see past Trump. They're stupid. I'm not gonna lie, y'all are making me feel like y'all are stupid, just like y'all calling me stupid. I'm off. I have the intellectual capacity of a chicken. I've been reading the chat, right? Calling me stupid. I think you all are dumb if you think Trump is the first one to come in and do fraud. If you think Trump is the first one to make money while he's the president, like you guys sound dumb to me.
We sound dumb. One mic on Daniel.
So, Timothy, I'm really glad you had this room. Really, really glad you had this room. And it just proves the point that we all see things from a different place. You said somebody can have 3 minutes. If somebody gets interrupted, you'll give them another 3 minutes. I hope that applies across the board in what I have to say. I don't have to be emotionally disturbed or have a derangement syndrome to take issue with a man in the presidency pulling in billions of dollars for himself and his family on a scale that has never been done before. And the idea that they're all just corrupt, so he's just the best one. He just took it as far as he could take it, as somehow that's a virtue, has basically shown me like how much your belief can overcome all the facts in front of you. The man who comes in to drain the swamp has actually created the biggest swamp in the history of the country. I don't think two wrongs make a right, even if you could prove that Clinton and Obama were just like him. I know that's your position. Nothing I could say would change your position on it. But unfortunately, the facts are there. The receipts are there. We know how much Donald Trump and his family have made in the first 2 years. There's nothing like it. No Burisma, no, like, even the Kennedys, like, has nothing to compare to Donald Trump. So I'll just leave that, and then I'll finish up my 3 minutes. That in the group, I put in the Senate Foreign Intelligence Committee review of the 2016 election and the Russian interference of it at a military level. And do you know who was in charge of that? That published that they still leave up there for some ridiculous reason? Mo Rubio. So people don't have to be deranged to be against Trump. They can just look at the facts.
True lifting. No answer.
Shut up.
No reaction.
Shut up.
Don't spend any energy.
Peter, eat a hamburger. Just let somebody. Yeah, Daniel, you're totally right. You know, Trump made all those money, and what is for American civilians? You know, gas prices and inflation. That's fucking crazy.
So a couple of things. One, Trump had over 500 businesses. About 15 of them were what you would consider failures. 6 ended up in bankruptcies. Some of you need to learn what bankruptcies really are and how they've been used and how they're used in the corporate world. Bankruptcies are often filed there, and basically he used the laws. So you were pissed off at a civilian actually using laws that helped boost his thing. You weren't mad at Buffett when he did his little shit with Conoco, Phillips, what else? There's a whole, you weren't mad at Bill Gates, with the fucking Zoom and et cetera there, or any of the other entities, Bezos with his fucking investments. Even Elon Musk has some failures, but apparently a guy that has over 500 businesses to his name, and then his name is actually syndicated around the world. He was the first to actually do that. I mean, damn, he must be some sort of epic failure. Then you're saying he makes billions of dollars, which, yeah, he did make about $2.5 billion, somewhere in between there.
Sure,
but that, I believe, was all through.
Daniel, you just said you ain't want to be interrupted, bro.
Democratic left.
Y'all just said y'all didn't want to be interrupted, but y'all interrupted him.
Tolerate.
So you literally made an assertion before you spoke.
Timothy, you're right.
So, and then you're complaining about his cryptocurrencies, that he made the investment, which, I mean, shit, there's a lot of people that are making money off of cryptocurrencies. I'm kind of confused about that one. And in fact, a lot of you hold rooms on cryptocurrencies to say, here, invest, XRP, fucking whatever there is. You're out there touting this shit, like, oh, get your money up, get this way, and you're bitching, and the guy who's, like, showing you how you can do it, you're kind of pissed off at. He's making it easier for you, so you're pissed off at that one. He's actually endorsing it, you're pissed off at that one. So, you know what? I'm going to agree with Jazzy on here. You just really don't. You brought up the fact of the Epstein files and his name being in there. Yeah, he's talked about a lot by other people, but none of the allegations that you have been stated on the stage have actually been found in the Epstein files. So, I mean, you just kind of ran with whatever, like, someone said somewhere online. That's what it sounds like. So you can't cite where in the Epstein files, you can't give the page, you can't give the document. And you say he's a grifter. Yeah, he is. He's a typical American. America is what you make of it. It's not supposed to be easy. It's fucking hard. And you have to actually go out and get yours. He got his. And you're pissed off at a guy who actually didn't. Then, prior to that, you're like, well, he had connections in the past with Epstein. Yeah. So did the entire Democrat Party. Literally, the Democrat Party. You weren't mad when Epstein was under Obama and got all those African warlords, the ones that were committing fucking massive genocides, the Houthis and the Tutsis, Rwanda, all this shit, warlords, RUF, all of those. How did Epstein get their money unfrozen and get them weapons? I'm confused on that. How did he make his fiscal mark in Egypt? Oh, gee, wonder there. Was he the only fucking person to actually get into, I don't know, Afghanistan and basically during a conflict and be able to profit off of that? But you weren't worried about that. You weren't worried about any of this shit that actually brings concerns when it happened under other administrations. So,
Your faux outrage, your fucking bullshit, it's just narratives. You didn't read anything, you didn't really look down the pathway. Your only argument is anything but Trump, and you want somebody to blame. Well, I hate to tell you this, that list of who you want to blame goes back a long time and goes to a shit ton of people, just like Jazzy said. So if you're going to be pissed at the very laws that a man followed to profit himself, I'm kind of confused at it. So what? You just want to make sure that you just get to pick and choose who you want as a winner? Because I thought America was really built differently, but it sounds like you guys don't want what America is. And if you're pissed at him for succeeding, that just shows that A, you're just kind of jealous. B, you're really not well informed. And C, you're not one of those people that'll go out there and try to grind it. Because if you're mad at his access or his accounts or his ability, yeah. Did I go to Trump College? No. Did I buy a Trump tie? Fuck no. I didn't care to. But you know what? A lot of you on the left that come up here screaming about him do stupid shit and invest in stupid shit all the time and buy stupid shit. In fact, you guys bought vagina hats and then paraded around fucking DC saying not my president. So, I mean, you guys looked retarded and put pussy hats on. So spare me about the investments and what anybody who supports Trump does.
Done. I'm sorry.
Can I go after Pure?
It went blank. Go ahead, finish up.
Fuck off.
Well, y'all gonna stop skipping me.
Oh, had he landed? Had the gentleman landed? I heard him still talking. Okay, cool.
Yep. Who said we gonna stop skipping you?
That's me.
Oh, somebody else next?
No.
That's cool.
Let you go, Peter. Go ahead. Get it all out.
I'll go after Mister.
But
I'm not on the left.
We'll go whenever Beyonce starts singing.
Oh, that's me. You can go after me.
Okay.
Here's the thing, guys. Just think about it.
Ali, it's not your turn, baby boy. It's Pure's turn, okay? If that's okay with you.
Darling, okay, yeah. Go Pure.
What up, Ali?
Yeah, I'm not on the left.
Mute your ass up.
You go to kindergarten, man. You just fuck
okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not gonna scream and talk over you. Okay, so I'm not on the left or the right. What I do know is that if the bullshit is wrong, it's wrong, whichever side it's on. I used to be a staunch conservative Democrat. Now I'm like, everybody is fucked. Everybody's fucked up and everybody's fucked. I'm not any more mad at one person doing some fucked up shit than I am the other person doing some fucked up shit. Choosing fucked up shit, one fucked up shit over the other is just, it's I can't even talk. Shit.
Yeah, the most fucked up shit is
She not done.
Yeah, it's right now the American.
Sir.
Be quiet. You have Peter. You quiet.
Let me just. Yeah, so, I mean, all of this back and forth is really childish. It really is, because we both know all of the fucked up shit that both sides have done, right? And to sit up here and act like Trump isn't grifting America and isn't doing, some of the most diabolical shit. The role as president. Trump's not the fucking president, nor is half of those other people that you said the president of the United States, by which a lot of people put their faith in. Yeah, some of those other presidents did some fucked up shit, but this is kind of cool. I mean, I just turned 60 years old, and I was born for Nixon. I was born for a lot of the fucked up shit. I was around for Reagan and his bullshit. And in my lifetime, this shit is absolutely diabolical. When we really have to figure out what we're going to do, there's no way that gas should have been $7 a gallon in LA. There's no way that bullshit should have happened. There's no way that
inflation should have jumped $2 and $5 for various food items. For as long as I have been born, that shit has never happened before.
Why do you sound like a little pig? You want to say that you are not a little pig?
Why do you put two hands on shoulders? Why do you put two hands on shoulders?
Shut the fuck up, man.
What the
fuck, man? Why y'all can't shut up and let people talk, man? Shut the fuck up, man.
Let Pierre go. Let Pierre go. Let her land. Go ahead.
Yeah, let people.
Okay, I'm gonna land in just a second. I know I'm probably triggering some people, but and the fact that he's still crying about the 2020 election when he had people crawling through the fucking window at the White House, getting shot in the face, and people were like, no, they invited her in. Oh yeah, that's the way I usually come in someone's home when I'm invited, through the fucking window. And then you want to pardon those people. So no, I'm not more outraged. Exactly.
Right. So he can't pardon a dead woman.
People.
You brought up a dead woman.
Yes, I did.
But you said that he wanted to pardon them. He can't pardon her. She's dead.
Just let her get it all out, man.
Okay, my bad.
Don't be so obtuse.
Okay.
You know exactly what I meant.
I was just wondering.
Okay. You knew better. You just wanted to be funny. You just want to be funny, Jazz. It's okay, love. I still love you. I'm like, no, she can't do me like that.
I'm
no, but
joking,
you guys, we really, I know. We got to get it together, you guys.
We got to love each other no matter what.
I hate to see us fight back and forth like this. We just need to get our shit together on period.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, Pure, good morning. We do need to get our shit together.
Good morning, love.
You sound, and no disrespect, this is actually, I don't know if it's a compliment, but it's just an observation. You really sound like Maxine Waters over the phone. You should do it first.
I do kind of, now that my voice is kind of fucked up.
Yes, you don't normally sound like
I just came off of a 12-hour shift. It'll be better in just a minute.
Did you used to smoke Salem's?
No, I sound like I smoke a pack of Pall Malls a day, right?
No, not a day. It's like about a week. You sound like
about a week.
About a week. You do a pack a week. But
let me get in here and get a shower. I'll sound better in just a minute.
But you know,
like, you're not about to come and skip me. What you doing?
Oh, you was waiting in line, bro.
Nigga, you just got on stage. What you mean?
My nigga Blake came in popping his shit.
It's January 6th every day for me, dog. I'm coming through the window.
But hey, Blake, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I'll shut her.
Cause after you was Coco, honestly.
Yeah,
right there was Johnson.
Let Coco go.
I'll stand at the back, man.
You can tell y'all stand in the back of the bus, nigga.
I'm gonna stand down. I'm gonna stand down and stand by.
Go ahead, Coco. I honestly, I'm tired of even going back and forth with people about everything that's going on. And I don't know. So all I'm gonna say is why don't people know how to win, no matter who's in office? Why do people focus so much on the presidency and y'all don't even be knowing y'all fucking mayor or the people that run your town? Like literally the things that y'all be mad about in your that's locally, but for some reason people don't want to vote locally. They don't even want to pay attention to what the fuck be going on, and then they be mad about what the fuck be going on in a city or in a state. Like just vote locally, man. But go ahead.
I thought Jazzy was before me, but
it's my turn.
Okay.
I'll be quick. No matter who the president is, you see how me and Pure, we don't agree politically, but we can laugh together. That's the joy of this shit, right? A lot of y'all want to condemn people that voted for the candidate that they chose, and that's just what it is. That's who I chose. I had family back in the day died for my right to vote, for who I wanted to vote for, right? Another thing I wanted to say really quickly is you guys should analyze maybe how Donald Trump got rich during this presidency and see if he moved anything around. Also, Trump doesn't run the systems that fuck us up, like the inflation. He tried to get the Fed chair out of there. I don't know if you guys remember, he tried to subpoena him, and the Fed chair kept refusing the subpoenas, right? Because he had inflation through the roof. The president doesn't make the inflation rate, guys, right? When Trump got in office, eggs were $8. I remember because he said, I'm going to bring the price of eggs down. I remember. So who rose the price of eggs before Trump got in office? The only problem I have with the Trump criticism is blaming him for things that's out of his control or that he didn't do or that he can't fix. You want to blame him for being a grifter? Fuck yeah, he's a grifter. But you can't blame him for the inflation rate and shutting the government down and all the things that people were blaming him for. He didn't do that. But unfortunately, what the newspapers put is the Trump administration. And everybody under this motherfucker in the government right now is under the Trump administration. And I think we have to realize that. You have to stop being intellectually lazy and learn other people's names so you can blame them. Does anyone in here know who the chair of the Federal Reserve was? Anyone know his name? I'll give you 5 seconds. Anybody on stage?
Osama bin Laden.
It was Jerome Powell, right?
The rest of egg is irrelevant to him, I think.
And these were the things that Jerome Powell were doing, fucking up the economy, right? But no one's gonna blame him. We're gonna blame Trump. Come on, guys. Be a little more, smart. Use that brain that is so big in your big ass heads. All right? Let's use these brains. Because the other people are getting away with murder. Literally. Hillary Clinton, Benghazi. Nothing. Nothing happened to this bitch. Corrupt as fuck. Stealing from Haiti. Y'all don't care. If Trump don't do it, it's not a crime. And that's the problem I have. If you don't understand my criticism, I'm not defending Trump. I'm defending that he's not the only one that has to go. If you think he gotta go, wait till you find out what the rest of the motherfuckers done did. How this country's been fucked up before he got in office.
So you do think he has to go?
I think they all gotta go. And that's my thing. I'm willing. 1 second. I'm willing as an American. I'm gonna land here. As an American, for the sake of this country, so y'all can shut the fuck up, I'm willing to let him go with the rest of them. But we all gotta make a compromise, right? If he go, they all gotta go. That's it. Thank you.
I am so surprised hearing that polarity from Doctor. I think the reason why people push on Trump is the same reason why people push on the Democrats. You pick a side, you have enemies, winners and losers. So it's like, at the end of the day, whoever you support in your party, the other party is going to be the enemy. And no matter what the other party says or does, nothing can change your heart or mind because the person you support will always be the angel. But I like what Doctor said at the end when it comes to the polarity, that, okay, if he's fucked up, they all are fucked up. And that's the problem with Democrats that I see more largely than Republicans. At least on the Republican side, they can talk about how fucked up they are, and at least they can admit that they're fucked up, right? They'll tell you exactly what we are and what we do. As far as on the Democrat side, it's like she said before, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Joe Biden. They would just forget that Joe Biden really just launched off more weapons into the war into Russia, pushing us even further into more war. But we just forgot about all about that. Or what about the allegations of Joe Biden touching upon little girls, right? They totally forgot about that. But for some reason, Donald Trump's the main issue. And the same thing with Whoopi Goldberg when she was on the news channel on, The View. Whoopi Goldberg was found to be in the Epstein file. She was the main one criticizing Trump, saying, oh, well, he's in the Epstein file over 1,500 times. And then when her name came up, but when I'm in the Epstein file, it's just a mention about me. He can talk about me, but it doesn't mean I'm actually involved. And she got all of the people supporting her. And suddenly, everyone on The View was looking at Whoopi Goldberg like a victim. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. So yeah, it's the bullshit game of picking and choosing a side, and that's what makes us divided as Americans. And
wait, I was at the doc. Wait, I was.
It was Coco was next.
Thank you. I was actually at the doctor. Thank you so much. So I don't really want to. Speaking on just the topic at hand, the whole voter fraud thing, and also the whole conflicts of interest that I brought up in the chat earlier. Donald Trump is the only president in modern day history to, and it's also more of a ethics complaint, to have as many ethics problems as he currently has. Also, the amounts of conflicts of interest that he has had, even in order to just enrich himself and his family, mainly through cryptocurrency now. And with it being a new venture, of course, with it's not really ways. I guess the legislative branch is still trying to figure out ways and regulate it and all that stuff. But the way that Trump has been able to enrich himself and his family has mainly been through some of the things that the Trump organization has done, both domestic and internationally. But the big bulk of that comes from the cryptocurrency. And never before, at least in my history of being politically aware, I'm in my early 30s, so, I was just able to vote what I believe Obama's second term, I was able to vote. So with that being said, never before have I ever seen the amounts of conflicts of interest that are public. This is not just things that I'm just pulling out of my ass, out of my eardrum, from a leaf next to a tree, to a firehouse. This is all public information. The amounts of conflicts of interest just with the cryptocurrency alone should raise more than one eyebrow, in my honest opinion. If you want to look at the facts and talk about the facts, and I'm a type of person that looks at my, while I'm driving, the only time I need to look into a rearview mirror is if a bitch is riding my motherfucking tail. I don't really have time to be looking at my rearview mirror any other, or if I'm trying to change lanes. But that to basically say that, looking at the now, looking at modern day, looking at who is our president now and what's affecting us and the types of things that this president is trying to implement in regards of still talking about the 2020 election, still everything that he has even said about the 2020 election has been debunked repeatedly over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, even from people in his own party. Okay? So with that being said, you want us to believe that the same person that wanted to come up with over 11,000 votes back in 2020 from Georgia, when Georgia kept repeatedly telling his ass that no sir, we don't have these votes. I don't know who the fuck is in your, I don't know who was in your corner telling you that we got these votes, but sir, you don't have these votes, sir. Try again next year. I don't know who told you. I don't know what secretary or advisor you got in your corner telling you that you could just call Georgia and say, hey, find me over 11,000 votes. I only missed Georgia by under 11,000. I need 11,000 votes. You can find me 11,000 votes. All I need is a little over 11,779 votes. That's all I need. That's all I need. That's all I need.
Say that.
Yes, he did. It's on record. It's on. No. Jazzy,
it was recorded on a telephone
Jazzy,
call.
you know how I get Jazzy. You know how I get Jazzy. You know how I get Jazzy. I didn't interrupt you. You know how I get boo boo. So with that being said, he did in fact say 11,779 votes.
Show me.
That's what you said. It's on recording.
Yeah,
why you can't just show me?
It's on recording. It's on recording.
Yes,
it's on recording.
He was on a phone call with Kevin.
Okay,
show me.
What about got the phone call.
He did say that, Jazzy.
Show me the phone call. Why y'all act like I'm trying to prove you wrong? I just said show me.
You want me to play it for you? Cause I can play it.
Literally, I never heard it before.
Do we still? Oh, one moment. I got it
all.
here.
Like y'all act like I'm trying to. I'm like, show me. I never heard him say that.
Hold on.
If you can show me, how can
What is it that's being asked?
Trump said, find me 11,000 more votes. You can find me 11,000 more votes.
Hold on. Okay.
That's not what he said on the phone call.
Well, that's what I want to hear.
We still have the tapes.
Where's the tapes? Just shut the fuck up and play them.
Be quiet.
Why do you say that? No, I don't know. I mean, sure, we can play this many, many times above the 11,779, and many of those numbers are certified, or they will be certified, but they are certified. Now, those are numbers that are there, that exist, that beat the margin. So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break. You only lost the state by 11, by that number, 11,000 votes, and 779. So, with that being said, there's nothing wrong with saying that, that you recalculate. Mr. President, the
He did not say find me 11,000 more.
It's not done.
So what? Oh my God.
Hold on, wait. Why are people talking? Okay, one moment. It's almost done.
Lord have mercy.
No, this isn't social media. This is Trump media.
Yeah, you're right. It is from media.
It's really not. Look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have. I have to find 12,000 votes, and I have them times a lot, and therefore I won the state. And look, ultimately, I win.
Okay, I'm just gonna pause it right there.
So did he tell them to go find more votes?
One moment.
You say he told them to
He
go
said,
find more votes.
He said, I need to find
He said his big ass need to go find them. He didn't tell nobody to
He
go
said, I
find them.
need to find 11,780 votes. He did not say that.
But that's not what you said, though, Coco. The first
Come on, man. How you think they gonna shut up?
779 votes. Isn't that what I said?
Coco, no, you
Is
said.
that not what I said?
Coco, can I speak?
Is that not what I said?
No, that's not what you said.
I said,
Coco,
he
what
needs
you
to
said.
find.
Coco, you don't have to. Coco, you don't have to. Coco, you don't have to yell, bro.
Please do not let me go up on
You don't have to yell,
because
bro.
I will on anybody.
Coco, that's
Coco, you
not
ain't
what
gotta
you
yell.
said.
Do not. So what did I say then?
That's not what
the
you
fuck
said.
did I
I'm
say?
trying to tell you what you said. You said that he told you. You said that Trump told the governor to find him them state. He said I need to
I
find.
didn't say nothing about no
That's
fucking
got
governor.
two things.
Governor never came out of my mouth.
Coco.
The word governor never came out of my mouth.
You said
Coco, you
kill
ain't
him.
gotta
The word
yell.
governor, are the replays on?
Yeah.
The word governor never came out of my mouth. I said Trump contacted the state. I never said anything about a fucking governor.
You
He
did.
contacted the state, but you told
No, I did not.
You said Coco, you
I did not
said.
say nobody's name as you.
One mic.
All this yelling shit, man.
That shit
Stop
like
fucking lying on my name, ho. The fuck is you talking about? You trying to say shit that I didn't fucking say.
All
You
right.
sound like a little bitch.
I don't give no fuck. You sound like a hoe, so now what?
Yeah, you sound like a
You
little
sound like
bitch.
a hoe, so now what?
Sound like a little
You
bitch.
sound like a hoe, so now what, bitch? You got what I said.
Alright. Okay, y'all.
So you want the done,
Alright, go ahead and finish.
Hey, why the fuck is Mr. Bitch ass talking, ho?
Because I can't
Why the fuck is you talking, bitch?
Relax.
Why the fuck is you talking, bitch? You still talking. Put that bitch ass on mute like the fuck I said.
Nah,
Put that bitch ass on mute like the fuck.
Alright, man. Now we gon'
Coco was not done. Jazzy interrupted me.
Lord.
Coco wasn't done. Jazzy interrupted me. Jazzy tried to sit there and say that Trump never said that he needed 11,700 or something.
That's not what I said.
That's what the fuck you said.
I said he didn't tell. You said he told them to go look for it.
So what did you say?
Jazz, let the rainbow man get it all out.
Before you said
Let the rainbow man get it all out.
Trump never said that. Trump never said it, but go look for it then. Well, all I want is you to go look for it.
Yeah, because you make a different claim.
fucking play with me. Stop fucking trying to play like I'm stupid.
I'm sorry.
Like, yeah, you know how I give it up. Stop fucking doing it. Like I fucking said, you said he didn't say it, and you tried to say, well, I just want to see the video. So, bitch, I play for video. So I'm saying I just need to find 11,779 votes. Is it not what the fuck he said?
They stopped.
Jazzy, you want me to answer? Jazzy, this is important. Wait, unless your name is Jazzy, your bitch ass don't need to be talking.
Yeah, just let me answer. What I did was I responded to you saying he told someone to go find those votes. Now, what I will tell you is they stopped counting votes in Georgia for whatever.
No. Answer the fucking question that I fucking asked you, Jazzy. Stop talking to women like that. You said he didn't say that. He did not out of his mouth, quote unquote, say, I just need to find 11,779 votes. Did he not contact the state of Georgia to do that?
No.
Take a breath, man.
But who did he contact if not the state of Georgia?
He did not tell anyone to go find votes.
So who was he on the phone with?
He was asking them why.
No.
I'm answering your question.
No. You're not gonna tell me what you want to fucking just tell me. Answer what the fuck I asked you.
I'm answering the question.
No, answer my question. So who was he on?
He was asking them why they stopped counting before the time was over.
Was he trying to find these votes? Was it in Hawaii? Was it in New York? Was it in Alabama? Was it in Mississippi?
Georgia.
Was it in Arizona? Or was it in Georgia? Oh, it was in Georgia.
Coco, that's not the argument.
So he did call the state of Georgia.
The argument is that you said... Coco, the argument... The argument...
Please, land the plane, man.
Can I go I was trying to sit up here and say that I was lying. I was trying to sit up here and say, and also, Brad, I'm surprised that you, Brad, because you hello? You was trying to sit up here and say I said something I did not say.
Coco, do you have anything else in the tank?
Okay, so now that I played the video, that you really say what Trump said, hello?
You tried to play the video. You tried to play the video and make us hear it how you wanted us to hear it.
What the fuck is you talking about? What the fuck? Exactly how the video was played. What are you talking about?
Okay, what I'm talking about.
So I need to play the video from beginning to end?
Yeah, you're trying to help you.
Because that's exactly what I did.
Alright, I'm gonna come back to y'all when y'all calm down. I'm gonna pass the mic to Christian. I don't want no one to interrupt Christian.
But people can interrupt me though, okay?
Bro, I just heard y'all rap. Y'all woke me the fuck up. I was just...
Well, it is Friday morning. Wake up,
I heard niggas screaming and shit, bro. Like, I'm passing the mic.